Chapter 1 Awakening. You worthless wretch, get out of bed this instant. In the dead of night, in the cold firewood shed of the Ning family, Qin Shao lay on a bed with only a few stalks of thatch for padding. The biting wind swept in, causing his body to shiver uncontrollably. Suddenly, a whip cracked across Qin Shao's back, jolting him awake. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with fury, turned towards the man standing not far away, whose face bore an indelible scorn. Before the bed, a middle-aged man wielding a black whip regarded Qin Shao with disdain. In just 1 hour, daybreak will arrive. If you cannot chop the firewood needed for breakfast by then, I shall break your legs. Qin Shao lay silently on the bed, making no move. It was not that he was unwilling, rather. The rain the previous night, combined with the decrepit state of the shed and his still healing injuries, rendered him utterly exhausted. Do you not understand? Seeing Qin Shao's immobility, the middle-aged man raised the whip once more. Their eyes met when Qin Shao finally lifted his head. In Qin Shao's gaze, the man perceived a shocking fury and hatred. Crack! The middle-aged man was taken aback, but upon seeing Qin Shao's frail form, a flicker of anger returned to his face. The sharp sound rang out, the whip striking Qin Shao with renewed force, leaving a ghastly crimson mark across his skin. Dare to stare at me? Do you think you are still the prodigy with the fire-devouring sun body from 3 months ago? The man sneered, yet continued his assault. Another lash tore through Qin Shao's clothing, exposing a body riddled with wounds. He did not hesitate. Despite his ghastly appearance, a sinister grin crossed his face as another whip struck. The barbed tip sliced through Qin Shao's skin, leaving a long, gaping gash. Qin Shao stifled a groan, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man, the murderous intent emanating from him seemingly chilling the very air of the shed. But soon, the boy's consciousness began to fade. His injuries were too severe, and after months of such torment, he was like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Now he could no longer hold on. Another lash from Ning Chuanji struck Qin Shao, and the once responsive boy finally fell silent. Is he dead? For a moment, the man was taken aback, but then a look of disdain crossed his features as he remarked, "What a waste, so fragile. Throw him out to feed the dogs later." Unbeknownst to Ning Chuanji, at that moment, Qin Shao's mind was engulfed in a cataclysm of memories and torrents of information, converging into a singular clarity. God Emperor of the Divine Wilderness? Dark Heaven Demon Lord? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, as fragmented memories were swiftly absorbed by Qin Shao, leading him to realize that this was not a rebirth but a recall of his past lives' memories. Qin Shao, once the second-ranked Chaos King body of the Canghuang Star Realm a millennium ago, had crushed his contemporaries and walked over numerous prodigies and monsters to achieve the legendary status of the Supreme Emperor. In pursuit of immortality, he had ventured into the perilous reincarnation temple, facing myriad dangers, and ultimately secured a scroll containing the secret of eternal life. Yet, while cultivating the scroll, Qin Shao's primordial soul shattered, and his imperial body unexpectedly perished. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself reborn in the Canghuang Star Realm's Xianwang Star. Innately, Qin Shao possessed the fire-devouring sun body, ranked 9th in Xianwang Star, capable of consuming the ethereal flames scattered throughout the world. His cultivation speed and combat prowess concerning fire attribute energies were exceptionally formidable. Furthermore, he bore the celestial fire meteor diagram on his back. Once unleashed, the flames he refined would be at his command, reducing ordinary cultivators to ashes in an instant. However, the fire-devouring sun body was unlike ordinary physiques. It required far more resources than usual cultivators to enhance its power. Abandoned by his parents shortly after birth, Qin Shao would have perished from the cold had it not been for an old man who took him in. When he was 7, the old man passed away, leaving Qin Shao alone to wander the world. Unlike those from prominent families, endowed with boundless resources, Qin Shao had to rely solely on himself, making his path of cultivation arduous and fraught with challenges. More painful than the hardships of wandering and arduous training was the unbearable solitude. He found no one with whom to share his burdens. By the age of 20, a serendipitous encounter with an enchanting young woman changed everything. They connected instantly and journeyed together, and Qin Shao gradually fell in love with her. For her sake, he became a son-in-law to the Ning family and aided them in securing dominance in the Xuanxiu martial arts battle of Lingyuan County, elevating them to the foremost family of Feiyan City. Little did he anticipate that on the night of the celebratory banquet, he would be poisoned by a spiked wine, and upon awakening, he would find the celestial fire meteor diagram brutally carved from his back, his meridians shattered and Dantian destroyed to prevent any thoughts of retaliation, rendering him a complete waste. For Fei Xue, I gave everything to the Ning family, yet this is the reward I receive. Ning Zhuang, I will make you pay in blood for your transgressions. Qin Shao's thoughts roared as his body surged from the bed with newfound vigor. You, how is this possible? Ning Chuanji stared in shock at the resurrected Qin Shao. In the next instant, Qin Shao delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, seizing the whip and striking him fiercely on the head. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the shed. The commotion drew the attention of the Ning family's servants nearby, who peeked in with trepidation. You little bastard! How dare you strike me? Ning Chuanji clutched his head, his voice trembling with rage. I am a man of young Master Chong. Do you know what consequences await you for laying hands on me? With a cold snort, Qin Shao exuded an unparalleled aura. This was the might of the god emperor of the divine wilderness. At that moment, not only was Ning Chuanji beneath his foot, but even the onlookers outside the shed found their knees buckling, collapsing to the ground. No one dares to speak of consequences in my presence. Qin Shao wielded the whip mercilessly, striking Ning Chuanji's chest once more, leaving a trail of blood and flesh in his wake. This uproar eventually attracted members of the Ning family, who, upon witnessing Qin Shao attacking Ning Chuanji, initially intended to intervene but were deterred by the boy's overwhelming presence. Young Master Chong, something's amiss. Deep within the Ning estate, in a courtyard, a servant rushed in, panic-stricken. As the door swung open, a drowsy young man stood at the threshold, fuming. What matter could possibly require me to be disturbed at this hour? The servant quickly knelt, stammering, Qin Shao. That Qin Shao has killed your Ning Chuanji. What? Ning Chong's eyes widened, his expression darkening instantly. Take me there. Chapter 2. What is gratitude turned to betrayal? Make way, young Master Chong is coming. At the servant's shout, the crowd gathered before the shed parted to create a path. Ning Chong navigated through the throng, immediately spotting Qin Shao with one foot planted on Ning Chuanji, the whip in his hand swinging as he beat the man into a bloody, unrecognizable pulp. Damn it! How dare you lay hands on my people? With a furious roar, Qin Shao paused and turned his gaze towards Ning Chong. Dressed in white with a green sash, Ning Chong was the ninth young master of the Ning family. Despite his status, Ning Chong's cultivation talent was mediocre at best, his abilities merely a product of the resources provided by his family. In anticipation of the future, he had long since aligned himself with the third young master, Ning Zhuang, and was tasked with tormenting Qin Shao as per Ning Zhuang's orders. Is this your man? Then allow me to return him to you. Qin Shao grinned, flicking his wrist, causing the whip to coil around Ning Chuanji's waist and with a swift tug, severing him in two. The whip flung Ning Chuanji's half-crippled body towards Ning Chong, who instinctively struck out with his palm to catch it, only to be splattered with blood. The Ning family servants, having never witnessed such a spectacle, screamed in terror, while the more faint-hearted female servants fainted on the spot. The servant who had brought Ning Chong here looked nervously at him, drenched in blood, and asked, Young Master Chong, shall I prepare some clothing for you? Swish! A flash of cold light swept through the air as Ning Chong drew his sword and decapitated the servant. What you should prepare is Qin Shao's spiritual attire. With that, a chilling expression settled on Ning Chong's face as he charged forward. Qin Shao stood firm, brandishing the whip to meet Ning Chong's sword. Yet the blade, infused with a terrifying bloodlust, was far beyond what Qin Shao could contend with. At the initial stage of cultivation, practitioners work to refine their bodies to accommodate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There are three realms: blood condensation, meridian establishment, and soul forging, with each realm containing 9 levels. The first level of blood condensation allows one to shatter a bull barehanded, while the second can split mountains and shatter stones, powers that far exceed the mundane. Ning Chong had already reached the second level of blood condensation. Wielding a single hand with the strength of 1,000 pounds, his sword strikes terrifyingly powerful. With his cultivation lost, Qin Shao was no match for Ning Chong. The sword swiftly severed the whip, and had he not sidestepped at the critical moment, he would have been cleaved in two. Even so, a prominent gash marred his arm, blood gushing forth as Qin Shao clutched his nearly useless limb, his gaze locked on a Ning Chong. The Ning family raised you, provided for your every need, and yet you show no gratitude. You turn on us merely for being tasked with stoking the fire and cleaning? Even if you are Ning Feixiu's husband, you have no right to repay kindness with malice. With that, he raised his sword, pointing it at Qin Shao's brow. Repay kindness with malice? Qin Shao, far from angered, laughed. He truly laughed that I and the entirety of the Ning family throughout the whole of Feiyan City, or even within the entire Lingyuan prefecture. Who does not know that I, Qin Shao, have secured the pinnacle of the Xuanxiu martial battle for the Ning family, aiding you all in acquiring the most coveted plots of land in Feiyan City? Without me, Qin Shao, what is the Ning family worth? And how have you treated me in return? You plundered the celestial fire meteoric map, obliterated my Dantian and meridians, severed my cultivation and foundation, and cast me into this dilapidated shack, forcing me to tend the fire and clean, with the threat of punishment looming should I refuse. Such malice and cruelty. And yet you dare to slander me for repaying kindness with enmity? Ning Chong replied with a cold smirk, what you say holds truth. But what of it? This world respects strength. Above all, do you know how Lingyuan Prefecture speaks of you? Qin Shao. After your cultivation has been utterly destroyed, Ning Chong continued, they say you were gravely injured while greedily seeking rare treasures, reduced to a mere cripple reliant on the Ning family and Ning Feixiu for sustenance. Do you think that without talent and power, anyone would heed your words? The title of Ning Feixiu's husband is not one that a worthless fool like you can bear. With that, the blood-red aura around his sword surged once more. Qin Shao struggled to resist, but with his injuries compounded by the recent loss of an arm, he possessed little strength to fight back. As the tip of the sword approached his brow, a sharp, clear voice rang out across the scene. Stop! As the words fell, a woman clad in white floated gracefully into view. Upon reaching Qin Shao's side, Ning Chong was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping his lips. The gathered crowd turned their gaze towards Qin Shao, where they beheld a striking young woman in white, her beauty ethereal, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Ning Feixiu. Her eyes glimmered with icy coldness, and the palpable intent to kill forced Ning Chong, who had just risen from the ground, to kneel instantly. When I left the family, I declared that anyone who dared to harm Qin Shao would face retribution doublefold. And what shall come of your severing his arm? Ning Chong trembled at her words, his face reddening as he stammered. That was Qin Shao who killed my man. I merely administered a slight punishment. Even if this matter reaches the family head, it will be treated as such. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Ning Feixiu's eyes, the frigid aura compelling the nearby Ning clan members, who had intended to mediate, to withdraw their heads, swallowing their words. My husband is not someone you can punish. Her assertion, laden with undeniable authority and dominance, left Ning Chong speechless. Ning Feixiu was the most gifted of the younger generation in the Ning family, though lacking a divine physique. She had reached the 8th layer of blood condensation at merely 17, ranking among the elite in all of Lingyuan Prefecture. More importantly, 6 months prior, she had engaged in a swordsmanship contest with a young disciple from the Tianqi Feijian sect, emerging unscathed. It is worth noting that gaining entry into a sect like the Feijian sect is the aspiration of every clan scion in Lingyuan Prefecture. In terms of both strength and talent, Ning Feixiu was undeniably the foremost. Yet all of this was overshadowed by the arrival of Qin Shao. Upon his strong entry into the Ning family, the clan members conspired to usurp the celestial fire map from Qin Shao, transferring it to the third young master, Ning Zhuang. Henceforth, Ning Zhuang surpassed Ning Feixiu in power, and the celestial fire map granted him remarkable speed in cultivation and combat prowess. Ning Chong, fully aware of this, boldly declared, Ning Zhuang promised to protect me. Even you, cousin Fei Xue, have no authority to punish me. Such audacity ignited Ning Feishue's murderous intent fiercely. Before Qin Shao's predicament, few in the Ning family dared to speak to her in such a manner. We shall see if your cousin Ning Zhuang can indeed protect you. As her words fell, a jade sword manifested in her hand. The appearance of the jade sword caused the temperature around them to plummet. Ning Feishue soared forward, the blade aimed at Ning Chong's arms. When she spoke of double retribution, she meant every word. Yet just as the blade was about to descend, a streak of white sword energy surged forth, colliding with her blade. Clang! The jade sword was deflected slightly, carving a crimson line across Ning Chong's arm, but failing to sever it. Simultaneously, a voice resonated slowly. Fei Xue, you have gone too far. A handsome and vibrant youth appeared before Ning Chong, his gaze toward Ning Fei Xue filled with gentle affection. Chapter 3. Walking on one's own. The youth standing before Ning Chong was none other than the third son of the Ning family, Ning Zhuang. After acquiring the celestial fire diagram from Qin Shao, he had become the most gifted individual within the entire Ning household. Among the younger generation, only Ning Fei Xue could rival him. Fei Xue, why must you make things difficult for Chong? We are all members of the Ning family. There should be no reason to turn against one another for the sake of an outsider, Ning Zhuang said with a smile. Do not call me Fei Xue. That title is not for you to use. Ning Fei Xue retorted, her expression as cold as ice, showing no regard for Ning Zhuang. The tip of her sword remained pointed at Ning Chong as she declared, 3 months ago, when I left the family, I made it clear that anyone who dared to harm my husband would face my wrath. Ning Zhuang smiled faintly and replied, does such a useless individual truly deserve to be your husband? In Lingyuan County, who does not know that Qin Shao is merely a parasite relying on the Ning family and you, Ning Fei Xue, to survive? Rather than turning against your kin for such a person, it would be wiser to contemplate your future. For instance, if you were to marry me, the Ning family would surely flourish due to our union. As he spoke, a glimmer of yearning flickered in his eyes. Ning Fei Xue, with her impeccable temperament, strength, and beauty, had attracted countless suitors. If not for this, even someone like Qin Shao would not have been infatuated with her. Now that Qin Shao was rendered useless, Ning Zhuang sought to take her as his wife, thereby securing not only a beautiful partner, but also an unassailable position within the Ning family. It was with this consideration in mind that he had allowed Ning Chong to manipulate Ning Chun into devising ways to torment Qin Shao. Once Qin Shao was dead, everything would be easier. With a chilling gaze, Ning Fei Xue proclaimed, I am already Qin Zhao's wife. If you mention this matter again, I will not rest until one of us is dead. Ning Zhuang chuckled coldly, saying, in all of Lingyuan County, who besides me, Ning Zhuang, is worthy of you? Silence. Ning Fei Xue snapped, if it were not for Qin Shao, would you have reached your current standing? As Ning Fei Xue pointed out, although Ning Zhuang possessed talent, he could not compare to the recognized genius that was Ning Fei Xue. After obtaining the celestial fire diagram from Qin Shao, his cultivation had surged, and his speed of advancement and combat prowess reached an unparalleled level. Even Ning Fei Xue was no longer his match. Ning Zhuang dismissed Ning Fei Xue's words with a laugh. To the victor go the spoils. Every martial artist ascends to power over the corpses of others. The matter of Qin Shao has the full backing of the entire Ning family. And let us not forget, you were involved in the planning from the beginning. Do you wish to distance yourself from this now? Spare me your pretentiousness. With a swift motion, Ning Zhuang grabbed Ning Fei Xue's chin and remarked, you appear pure and untainted on the surface, yet behind the scenes, you would sell out anyone for your own gain. Are you not akin to the treacherous and despicable person you accuse me of being? With a sudden flash, Ning Fei Xue drew her jade sword, aiming directly for the hand that held her chin. But Ning Zhuang was quick to retreat, evading the strike. Ning Fei Xue's beautiful eyes blazed with murderous intent as she trembled and declared, Ning Zhuang, I will bear my own sins, but you will pay for your actions. Pay? Ha ha ha, I, Ning Zhuang, have never paid any price in this life. He laughed heartily. It was at this moment that Qin Shao, who had remained silent until now, finally stood up. Instantly, all eyes turned to him, curious to hear what this so-called useless person had to say. Qin Shao calmly fixed his gaze on Ning Zhuang and stated, what belongs to me will eventually be reclaimed by my own hands. In his previous life, Qin Shao had battled celestial cultivators and ascended to the throne. With no one daring to provoke him and live to tell the tale in this life, however, he no longer displayed the same ostentatious brilliance as before. His murderous intent and resolve lay concealed beneath a placid exterior. Much like a bottomless pool, only by plunging into its depths would one grasp the true extent of its profundity. Huh. Ning Zhuang was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Reclaim it, you? By what right? By your pure and virtuous wife. His biting words drew laughter from those around them, mocking the one who dared to speak boldly while hiding behind a woman's skirts. At this moment, Ning Chong could no longer suppress his disdainful remarks. He had never liked Qin Shao, and with Ning Zhuang backing him, he felt emboldened to taunt him once more. You are but a dog raised by our Ning family, the most despicable kind. You remain silent when beaten, content with a mere 2 buns. Now that Ning Feishue has returned, you dare to act tough, oblivious to the fact that you are merely a waste with borrowed authority. Shut your mouth. This is not your place to speak. Ning Feishue rebuked fiercely, her jade sword slicing toward Ning Chong's head, the icy aura sending chills down the spines of those nearby. Ning Zhuang, however, remained unfazed, raising his hand to conjure a flame. That was the spirit fire collected by Qin Shao. With a flourish, the spirit fire took shape under Ning Zhuang's control, erecting a wall of flames that shielded Ning Chong. The chilling aura of Ning Feishue's dissipated in the face of such scorching flames, rendering it nearly impossible to advance. Yet, despite this, hiss! The sword boldly pierced through the wall of fire, severing Ning Chong's left arm. A shriek echoed as Ning Zhuang's expression turned grim. Ning Feishue withdrew her sword from the flames, her hand now marred by burns that had consumed her clothing, leaving behind ugly charred scars that pained Qin Zhao's heart. Ning Feishue merely frowned slightly and coldly stated, "This time, I will spare you 1 arm. The other, Qin Shao will personally reclaim in 3 days during the clan competition." With that, she turned to the barely standing Qin Shao and asked, "Can you walk?" Qin Shao nodded. My husband will definitely be able to walk on his own, she declared confidently. With that, she turned and began to walk away from the crowd, with Qin Shao slowly trailing behind her. His injuries were severe, and he was on the verge of collapsing, relying solely on sheer willpower to keep himself upright. With each step, he left behind bloody footprints. With every movement, the wounds on his body tore with excruciating pain. Yet, he remained silent. Ning Feishue walked a short distance ahead, slowing her pace to match Qin Zhao's. She understood that what Qin Shao needed more than assistance was the dignity he had been deprived of since arriving at the Ning family and enduring their schemes. Chapter 4. Injuries. Ning Mansion, Feishue Garden, a place that belonged solely to Ning Feishue. As Qin Shao stumbled through the garden gate, his body swayed, and he was about to collapse when a warm embrace caught him. In the fading consciousness, he caught sight of a face filled with worry and guilt. When he awoke again, it was an hour later. Opening his eyes, Qin Shao surveyed his surroundings and found himself lying on a delicate bed, the faint fragrance bringing him comfort. Not far away, Ning Feishue was asleep at her desk. Even the battle-hardened Qin Shao couldn't help but chuckle at the sight before him. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Those who had not reached a certain level of martial prowess might need sleep, but their slumber would still be a part of their cultivation. They would never sleep as unguarded as Ning Feishue. Resembling an ordinary person, Qin Shao rose from the bed and quietly approached her. Hearing his footsteps, Ning Feishue stirred from her deep slumber, first standing up from the desk to create some distance between them, then saying, "You're awake." Qin Shao frowned deeply, remaining silent, for he noticed that while Ning Feishue appeared calm, her complexion was somewhat pale. "You are injured," he remarked. "It's nothing serious," she replied, raising her wrist, now wrapped in gauze from the burns sustained while severing Ning Chong's arm. Qin Shao shook his head, saying, "You have sustained serious internal injuries." Ning Feishue was taken aback, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Meeting her gaze directly, Qin Shao stated, "When you were asleep, your breathing was erratic. If I had not intentionally made noise, you would not have sensed my awakening. Your injuries have significantly impaired your ability to perceive and judge your surroundings. Otherwise, the Ning Zhuang I know would not have been able to injure you so easily." Ning Feishue's expression faltered, revealing a hint of sorrow as she produced a green spirit fruit, saying, "Take this." Qin Zhao's heart stirred. This spirit fruit contained pure spiritual energy, capable of enhancing cultivation and healing injuries. You need it more than I do, he said, refusing to accept the fruit. Ning Feishue shot him a glare, insisting, if I tell you to take it, then take it. When Qin Shao still refused, she pressed down on his shoulder and forced the fruit into his mouth. In front of others, Ning Feishue sought to preserve Qin Zhao's dignity, but now that they were alone, she felt no need for such pretenses. Qin Shao furrowed his brow, adamant in his refusal. The reason was simple. After awakening the memories of his previous life, he had countless ways to recover from his injuries. Ning Feishue, however, could not afford any delay. As Qin Shao remained resolute and unyielding, Ning Feishue, in a fit of anger, forcefully pushed him to the ground. Firmly pinning his arms down with her hands, their gazes locked, then, with her lips, she delicately picked up the emerald fruit. Qin Shao was utterly stunned. In either this life or the last, he had never encountered such a spectacle. Wait, could it be that, before he could finish his thought, Ning Feishue had already leaned in close, her face mere inches from his, feeling the humid breath against his face and the fruit being fed into his mouth. Qin Shao was rendered speechless. Soon after, he felt the fruit dissolve into a pure energy that surged into his body. As the sensation expanded within him, Ning Feishue blushed and withdrew from him. The atmosphere in the room became eerily silent. Perhaps the previous altercation had been too intense, or perhaps it was the aftereffects of her earlier confrontation with Ning Zhuang, but Ning Feishue's complexion grew increasingly pale. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Qin Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to speak, Ning Feishue gestured for silence, saying, "It's nothing serious." Does that truly seem like nothing serious? Qin Shao could no longer contain his anger. Disregarding Ning Feishue's protests, he grasped her uninjured hand. As his fingers probed her wrist, the chaotic pulse he sensed deepened his frown. Yet, Ning Feishue felt a twinge of shyness at his boldness. They had been married for a year, and they had never even held hands, let alone engaged in such intimate contact for the sake of this spiritual fruit. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Shao was oblivious to her thoughts. His mind was consumed by the implications of her erratic pulse. The heart meridian was damaged, and her organs were compromised. If the injury were to worsen, it would not be long before it became fatal. Ning Feishue was astonished that Qin Shao could discern her condition through merely feeling her pulse. However, she quickly reverted to her usual demeanor, withdrawing her hand as she softly said, "A year ago, we wed. Since then, you have devoted yourself to the Ning family. Yet this is the outcome you face. I am also complicit in this matter. I do not seek your forgiveness, only that we remain even." Qin Zhao's face turned serious. 3 months ago, you left Ning Mansion for the Yinsnow Valley to search for the Dingyuan immortal fruit, did you not? Ning Feishue fell silent. The Dingyuan immortal fruit was a miraculous elixir capable of reviving the dead. With it, Qin Zhao's damaged dantian and meridians could potentially be restored. However, the Yinsnow Valley, nestled within the Linyang mountain range, was perilous, teeming with formidable beasts that could easily claim a careless life. Ning Feishue's injuries were likely sustained in the Yinsnow Valley. Her expression turned forlorn as she admitted, "I was unable to help you recover." Seeing her in such a state, Qin Shao could not help but pull her into his embrace. Initially flustered, Ning Feishue soon found solace in the reassuring aura radiating from him, and they stood in silence, wrapped in each other's arms. After a long moment, as they parted, Ning Feishue said, "In 3 days, the Ning family will hold its annual clan competition, where all young relatives, both internal and external, will participate. Although I previously told Ning Zhuang that you would personally reclaim what was taken from you, you are no match for him." At this point, a hint of pain flickered across her face. The spiritual fruit, while not potent enough to restore your fire-devouring body and the heavenly fire star map, could at least help you reconnect your severed meridians and repair your dantian, allowing you to become an ordinary martial practitioner. After leaving the Ning family, you must distance yourself from Feiyun City to avoid encountering any members of the Ning family. As for what I owe you, it will have to wait until the next life. Qin Shao, observing the usually reticent Ning Feishue speak so freely, since she was making arrangements for the future. But how could he possibly comply with her wishes to leave Feiyun City? 2 days, Qin Shao declared. "Give me 2 days. If I cannot reach the blood condensation 3rd layer within that time, I will heed your advice and depart from Ning Mansion and Feiyun City." Upon hearing this, Ning Feishue let out a bitter laugh and sighed. The blood condensation third layer was a realm that ordinary martial artists typically took years, if not a decade, to achieve. Even if Qin Shao had once been a genius, his injuries had only been partially mended by the spiritual fruit, making it impossible to reach such a level in 2 days. Ning Feishue assumed this was merely an excuse for Qin Shao to remain by her side a little longer. And her heart warmed, so she did not challenge his assertion. However, Qin Zhao's eyes gleamed with determination. After gently laying Ning Feishue down onto the bed, he sat cross-legged, feeling the spiritual fruit restoring his meridians and dantian. While his consciousness delved deep within in an inconspicuous corner, he discovered a space the size of a palm. Within this space lay a seed and a scroll. The sight of these two objects caused Qin Zhao's expression to shift. They were relics he had unearthed from the reincarnation sky hall in his previous life. Upon opening the scroll, a line of text caught his eye. The Devouring Heaven Chaos Record. The sheer audacity of the name took Qin Zhao's breath away. In his previous life, he had ascended to the throne, unrivaled in the Zhonghuang star realm. Yet, even he had never dared to speak of devouring the heavens. The heavens were the very laws that governed the myriad worlds of the stars. Even the mightiest emperors required the acknowledgement of the heavenly path to attain their rank. Yet, Qin Shao understood that this scroll was extraordinary and could not be dismissed as mere deception. He patiently continued reading. The heavenly path rewards diligence. Rules operate by compensating deficiencies while diminishing excess. Every being has flaws. Only by absorbing the myriad elements of the universe as one's own can one achieve perfection. Thus breaking through the limits of the Emperor's realm. Breaking through the Emperor's realm. Since awakening to the memories of his previous life, Qin Shao had been relatively detached from his emotions, but at this moment, he felt a surge of fervor. To break through the Emperor's realm was the singular goal of the invincible Qin Shao in his past life, and this Devouring Heaven Chaos Record could facilitate that very ascendance. Yet, achieving such a breakthrough was no simple feat. Qin Shao comprehended the arduous nature of cultivation and continued to read. However, as he delved deeper, the glimmer of hope he had fostered was swiftly extinguished. The Devouring Heaven Chaos Record could only be cultivated upon the foundation of the Chaos King Body. Its essence lay in utilizing the special nature of the Chaos Body to absorb the universe's myriad elements. In this life, Qin Shao was born with the fire-devouring body, capable of consuming spiritual and exotic fires to enhance himself. The Chaos King Body merely expanded this ability to encompass all things in existence. The challenge was that to cultivate the Devouring Heaven Chaos Record, the Chaos King Body would require the consumption of all things, not only in quantity but also in type and quality. Any rare entity born of the heavens and earth, whether a heavenly material, earthly treasure, or spiritual beast, would fall within its hunting grounds. Once he attained the Emperor's realm, there would be no more entities in the world to aid in his cultivation. At that point, the only option would be to devour the heavens. Qin Shao inhaled sharply. What a tyrannical and audacious scroll! A tome that exclusively sought to consume extraordinary treasures would undoubtedly render Qin Zhao's path of cultivation exceedingly arduous. Yet it would also make him far more formidable than his peers. This was the sole method to transcend limits, but the prerequisite was possessing the Chaos King Body. In this life, his cultivation was completely obliterated. And even his fire-devouring body had been damaged, let alone the Chaos Body he had possessed in his previous life. But there was still this object. Qin Zhao's gaze shifted from the scroll to the seed. For some reason, this object felt strikingly familiar. As Qin Shao touched the seed, its gray shell immediately peeled away, revealing a colored substance that expanded instantly, forming a small patch of land within the palm-sized space. Between the patches of land, fissures appeared, and the dark gray material seeped into the spatial walls. In the next moment, it permeated and merged into Qin Zhao's body. Simultaneously, a marvelous sensation began to emanate from Qin Zhao's body. This feeling was akin to having the ability to communicate with the heavens with every movement. More importantly, it bestowed upon Qin Shao a long-lost familiar power. This was the Chaos King Body. Without time to marvel, Qin Shao closed his eyes and immediately began to recite the scroll's incantations. Accompanied by the formation of numerous seals and sounds of the Tao, the palm-sized space within Qin Shao began to emanate an extraordinary gravitational pull. This gravitational force did not affect Qin Shao directly. Instead, it drew forth the spiritual energy from the emerald fruit that Ning Feishue had previously fed him. Qin Shao watched in astonishment as the energy gathered into one place. Yet the space's attraction did not cease. He then beheld a continuous stream of gray chaotic energy manifesting within the space. With a thought, Qin Shao commanded this chaotic energy to leave the space and flow into his body. The previously unhealed meridians in Dantian, upon contact with the chaotic energy, were restored to their original state. Not only that, but Qin Zhao's cultivation began to rise rapidly. Blood condensation first layer, blood condensation second layer, blood condensation third layer. In just one night, when Qin Shao opened his eyes again, he had already reached the blood condensation third layer. Moreover, due to the presence of chaotic energy, a mysterious aura enveloped the surface of Qin Zhao's Dantian, rendering his cultivation difficult to discern. Taking a deep breath, a fierce light erupted from his eyes. Having reached the third level of blood condensation, Qin Shao momentarily ceased his practice. Cultivation serves as the foundational platform for a practitioner's abilities. Yet to unleash a power that aligns with or even surpasses one's cultivation level, one must rely on corresponding martial techniques. Qin Shao rummaged through his memories. In his past life, aside from divine abilities, he possessed numerous martial techniques, many of which were of exceptionally high grade and required significant cultivation to learn. However, there were also lower-tier techniques created after ascending to the throne, intended for the benefit of his subordinates. With a shift in thought, a martial technique emerged in his mind, Thunderstrike Finger. This technique, characterized by speed and immense power, was derived from the high-grade Thunder Dragon Finger. The grades of martial techniques are categorized from low to high as human, spirit, yellow, profound, earth, and heaven, with each level further divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. The Thunderstrike Finger is classified as an upper-tier human-grade technique, the highest level that Qin Shao can currently learn. With fingers like thunder and strength like 1,000 June, Qin Shao closed his eyes and began to practice the Thunderstrike technique. After an hour, he slowly rose, pushed open the door of the flying snow courtyard, and pointed forcefully at a faux stone mountain in the courtyard. With a soft thud, the mountain, towering over a person, was effortlessly pierced through by his single finger. Observing this power, Qin Shao nodded in satisfaction. He inhaled deeply and returned to the room, sitting cross-legged once more. As the chaotic energy in his Dantian was continuously refined, his cultivation steadily progressed. By evening, he successfully reached the fourth level of blood condensation. With a sigh of relief, as he stood up, Ning Feishue returned from outside. After waking up in the morning, she had quietly left without disturbing Qin Shao, only to return now. Just as Qin Shao was about to inquire, Ning Feishue placed 2 yellowed books on the table. These were the lower-tier human-grade Xingyuan Gong and the lower-tier human-grade martial technique, Fire Control Palm. After briefly introducing them, she returned to her bed, appearing to enter into meditation. Gazing at her serene and exquisite visage, Qin Shao took a deep breath and resumed his seated meditation, his heart now filled with the warmth from earlier. Chapter 6. The clan competition begins in the early morning. The Ning residence was abuzz with activity. Servants scurried about, and clan members had already arrived at the training grounds to prepare. Today marked the annual clan competition, where the achievements of the young clan members would determine the resources allocated to them for cultivation over the coming year. Cultivation is about transforming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for one's own use. Thus, the infusion of resources is of utmost importance. The young clan members eagerly readied themselves. In one of the South Wing's rooms, Ning Zhuang stood at the door, while many young disciples from his faction, led by Ning Chong, waited on the steps below. Cousin Ning Zhuang, this year you will surely display your talents and gain the patriarch's approval to become the heir of the clan. Ning Chong's face was filled with flattery, and others echoed his sentiments. Ning Zhuang smiled, a hint of false humility gracing his features. Who my father chooses as the next patriarch is still uncertain. After all, aside from me, there is another prodigious talent within our Ning clan. Everyone understood he referred to Ning Feishue, and they exchanged knowing glances. Sensing Ning Zhuang's intentions, Ning Chong hastily remarked, Cousin Feishue is renowned and beautiful as a celestial being. If she were to marry you, our Ning family need not worry about prosperity. The other young clan members soon grasped why Ning Zhuang suddenly mentioned Ning Feishue, and they hurriedly chimed in. Yes, Cousin Feishue surely belongs with Cousin Ning Zhuang. Among this group, however, There was a Na'vi youth who failed to comprehend the atmosphere. He furrowed his brow and said, "But isn't cousin Fei Xue already married to that Qin Xiao?" Upon hearing this, the crowd glared in anger. "Ning Chao, what nonsense are you spouting? How can you bring up such a topic? What right does a good-for-nothing like Qin Xiao have to be with cousin Fei Xue? If our Ning family had not taken him in, who knows where he would be begging for scraps?" After a round of insults, Ning Zhuang still maintained a faint smile, waving his hand dismissively. After all, Qin Xiao was once a genius. Perhaps he can create a miracle this time? Immediately, others chimed in. "I heard that a few days ago, cousin Fei Xue claimed Qin Xiao would personally defeat cousin Ning Chong in the competition. I wonder where he found the courage." "What? Defeat cousin Ning Chong?" Ning Chao, who was less informed, displayed a look of astonishment. After a moment, he shook his head with a wry smile. It seems this person truly lost his mind when he lost his cultivation. The center of attention, Ning Chong, wore a cold smirk. After having his arm severed by Ning Fei Xue, he had undergone treatment and was fortunate to preserve his life. However, his cultivation and combat abilities would undoubtedly be severely affected. His hatred for Ning Fei Xue ran deep, yet, being part of the Ning family, Ning Fei Xue's talent and status were beyond his reach. Coupled with Ning Zhuang's affection for her, all he could do was swallow his anger and direct his rage toward those he could provoke. "In today's competition, I will ensure that Qin Xiao realizes just how insignificant he truly is." At these words, excitement flickered across the faces of the crowd. They eagerly anticipated witnessing the scene where a once great genius was trampled by a one-armed failure. As the discussion continued, a bell tolled from the center of the Ning residence's training ground. Under Ning Zhuang's lead, the group made their way to the arena. By the time Qin Xiao arrived at the training ground, the majority of clan members were already present. 3 elders stood at the forefront, accompanied by a familiar aged figure who never missed the annual event, the old patriarch Ning Xiupu. The other older clan members who would not participate in the competition stood behind the elders and the patriarch. To one side of the training ground was a flat area where the young disciples awaited their turn to take the stage. In the very center stood a middle-aged man, the clan head Ning Tong. Upon seeing Qin Xiao enter, the multitude of young disciples and even some slightly older clan members displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that a so-called waste would also participate. A flicker of pain and struggle crossed Ning Xiupu's face, but upon observing Qin Xiao's calm demeanor, he sighed and remained silent. Ning Xiupu's silence did not prevent others from speaking. Today is the clan competition. The training ground is not a place for just anyone to enter. The elder Ning Du remarked disdainfully, with his hands clasped behind his back. The other 2 elders concurred. Why should an outsider come to the clan competition to seek humiliation? The young clan members waiting at the stage openly mocked Qin Xiao. A good-for-nothing who has lost all cultivation should stay in the flying snow courtyard, hiding behind a woman just to scrape by. Some even pointed at him, saying, "Words are but empty. If you act too recklessly and accidentally get killed, even if cousin Fei Xue is upset, there's nothing she can do." Such remarks echoed in nearly every corner of the training ground. Qin Xiao crossed his arms, silently observing the arena. He paid no heed to their words, merely seeking familiar figures among the crowd that stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. Before long, he spotted Ning Fei Xue among the spectators below. Due to her injuries, she was not participating in this competition. Nevertheless, upon entering, she was still met with many strange looks from clan members. The reason was simple. This dazzling talent of the Ning family was married to a waste who had lost all cultivation. And now, this waste stood on the stage. "Fei Xue, have you considered what I mentioned last time?" One of the clan uncles looked at Ning Fei Xue with a pained expression and advised, "When Qin Xiao was crippled, the clan head advised you. Rather than follow this waste down a path of ruin, it would be better to marry young Master Zhuang in the future. Our Ning family will surely belong to the 2 of you." Upon hearing this, others chimed in agreement. Ning Fei Xue's face turned cold. No matter how unruly she was before Ning Chong and the others, she could not disrespect these elders. Yet, she was not one to allow others to speak ill of her. When their words grew intolerable, she let out a cold huff, stating, "My husband can only be a genius who reaches the pinnacle through his own strength, not a despicable person who climbs to power by stepping on others' shoulders." It was clear to all who her words were directed at. Ning Tong's expression darkened as he glared in their direction. Just as he was about to reprimand them, a hearty laugh rang out from the edge of the training ground. "Cousin Fei Xue is still so Na'vi. In this world of Xinhuang, strength reigns supreme. no matter the means employed. The strong will always prevail. And what merit does a waste, who cannot even protect himself, have to be your husband? As the words fell, both the spectators below and the young disciples to one side turned expectantly toward the speaker. The newcomer was none other than Ning Zhuang. Following him were several young men who typically associated with him, among them the notably conspicuous Ning Chong, who had lost an arm. Now that Ning Chong has had an arm severed by cousin Fei Xue, does Qin Shao still dare to participate in the clan competition? Today, it seems he will not escape unscathed. The youthful clansmen engaged in spirited speculation, and, as anticipated, upon arriving at the martial arena and witnessing Qin Shao among them, Ning Chong's countenance instantly darkened with palpable intensity. Fixating on the composed Qin Shao, he declared, "Today, I shall make you aware that you are nothing more than a waste who can only cower behind women." Chapter 7. The Test of the Black Wooden Stake. As Ning Chong entered the martial arena, he exhibited overt hostility towards Qin Shao, yet Qin Shao remained unfazed, silently awaiting the commencement of the clan competition as he had before. Once Ning Tong confirmed that everyone had gathered, he nodded towards Ning Zhuang and proclaimed, "This year's clan competition will proceed without Fei Xue due to health issues. Zhuang will participate in the first 2 rounds of testing, but will not partake in the final round of combat. Does anyone have any objections?" The clansmen beneath the arena nodded in agreement, with the younger members displaying expressions of gratitude in Fei Xue's absence. Ning Zhuang had become the unassailable leader within the Ning residence, and any contender facing him in the 3rd round would undoubtedly be eliminated. Rather than risk public disgrace, it was preferable to simply exempt him from participation from the outset. Standing beside Ning Zhuang on the preparatory platform, Ning Chong bore a sinister grin as he addressed Qin Shao, feeling relieved. "My cousin Ning Zhuang deems it beneath him to engage with the likes of you. Only Ning Fei Xue is worthy of him. As for you, after today, you may not even qualify as a waste." A smirk graced his lips as he uttered these words. Provoked repeatedly, Qin Shao merely yawned in ennui and retorted, "Is your strength merely a matter of your words?" Ning Chong's face flushed crimson with indignation. "Fine, fine, fine," he hissed through gritted teeth. "Let us see how this unfolds." As the crowd prepared, Ning Tong raised his hand in the center of the martial arena, prompting clan members to bring forth a wooden stake crafted from a special material. Adhering to the customary protocol, they would begin with the black wooden stake. Ning Tong gestured toward the stake, explaining, "This stake is forged from indestructible black wood, featuring 9 notches from bottom to top, each requiring varying degrees of force to displace or destroy. Each notch represents 500 gene of strength. This constitutes the first test." With that, Ning Tong stepped aside, and the young clansmen approached one by one. The first participant positioned himself before the stake, assumed a proper horse stance, and struck the lowest notch with an open palm. The ebony stake barely budged, falling silent thereafter. "Ning Chong, half a notch," Ning Tong announced loudly, and an attendant promptly recorded the result. The youth named Ning Chong displayed a look of regret as he reluctantly retreated. Qin Shao narrowed his eyes, beginning to grasp the rules of the wooden stake challenge. To merely move it was half a notch. He surmised that complete destruction was necessary to achieve a full notch. As he had anticipated, the next youth to step forward surpassed Ning Chong in prowess, channeling his strength into a strike that shattered the first notch, leaving his mark on the second. Ning He. 1.5 notches. Ning Tong recorded the achievement before turning his gaze toward Ning Chong. With both Ning Zhuang and Ning Fei Xue absent, Ning Chong was now among the more formidable of the younger generation within the Ning clan. However, following his loss of an arm to Ning Fei Xue, no one knew what level he could truly attain. Ning Chong bowed respectfully to Ning Tong, then approached the black wooden stake at a leisurely pace. Taking a deep breath, he gradually closed his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his remaining arm suddenly swung forward, delivering a strike to the second notch. Crack! The second notch shattered with a resounding break. This is 1,000 gene of strength." The spectators gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom how Ning Chong, despite losing an arm, could effortlessly sever the second notch. The crowd was taken aback, having previously regarded him merely as Ning Zhuang's lackey, unaware that he had stealthily surpassed many in their ranks. A smile crept onto Ning Chong's face as he squinted his eyes, saying, "Don't be hasty. This is merely the beginning." Barely finishing his statement, he raised his hand once more, striking down upon the third notch. Crack! Another crisp sound echoed as the third notch succumbed to his force. What? The onlookers, not only those unaware of Ning Chong's capabilities, but also the young clansmen allied with him, expressed their astonishment. However, their shock quickly transformed into smiles. Who would have thought Brother Chong was this formidable? It seems that Qin Shao is in for a tough time today. From the high platform, Ning Zhuang remarked with a grin, "My people shall not suffer losses." Though Ning Zhuang could not restore Ning Chong's severed arm, he had managed to staunch his injuries and provided him with some essence liquid for training, enabling Ning Chong to break through from the second to the third layer of blood condensation. Now, not only did Ning Chong possess the strength of the third layer of blood condensation, but he had also trained in the strong palm strike technique I imparted to him. Although this martial skill could not be applied to the black wooden stake, it taught him how to concentrate all his strength into a single strike, ensuring that even with a severed arm, his strength remained unimpeded. Ning Tong, standing beside him, nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. Those who join our ranks must demonstrate their strength so that others may recognize the benefits of following us." The audience below was evidently aware of the changes in Ning Chong's prowess in just 3 days. He had advanced from the second to the third layer of blood condensation. It appeared that Ning Chong had won Ning Zhuang's favor. Some clansmen even approached younger children who were not yet of age to participate in the clan competition, saying, "After the competition concludes, I shall speak to young Master Ning Zhuang on your behalf. You must earnestly follow him." The child nodded thoughtfully in the arena. Ning Chong snorted. "Not enough, then." He raised his arm and struck fiercely at the fourth notch. Clang! A faint sound resonated as the notch trembled, but did not shatter like the previous ones. "Ning Chong, 3.5 notches." Ning Tong announced this result, eliciting gasps from the crowd. 3.5 notches indicated that Ning Chong was on the rise. Following this, their attention shifted to Qin Shao. And upon witnessing Ning Chong's might, they could not help but mock the so-called genius who had declared his intention to defeat him in the clan competition. Ning Tong, seemingly eager to assess Qin Shao's capabilities, called out, "Next, Qin Shao." Responding to his name, Qin Shao ascended to the martial arena at a measured pace. He stood before the black wooden stake, momentarily engulfed in silence. Seeing Qin Shao's reaction, the crowd erupted in jeers. "Hurry up and make your move, genius. You're Fei Shua's husband. You spoke so grandly before, yet now you seem like a coward. I suspect this waste is intimidated by Ning Chong's earlier performance. If you're afraid, then hurry and leave. Don't soil the arena while we have to clean up after you." Even Ning Fei Shua displayed concern, for upon waking that morning, she had not yet had the chance to dissuade Qin Shao from participating in the clan competition, only to find he had already vanished from their quarters. Ning Fei Shua understood Qin Zhao's resolve, but she was acutely aware of his physical condition, with his meridians severed and his cultivation lost. Without the assistance of a formidable powerhouse, Qin Shao was destined to remain a waste. Yet, she believed that even if he were unable to pursue the path of the strong, simply surviving would suffice. Ning Fei Shua did not wish for Qin Shao to undertake what he could not achieve for her sake. Otherwise, how could she ever repay him? "Please do not overexert yourself," she murmured softly, her brows knitted in worry. On the arena, Qin Shao stood motionless. He took a deep breath, gauging his current strength against the resilience of the black wooden stake, then raised his right hand, positioning it at the 7th notch. Chapter 8. A fresh start. Qin Zhao's actions immediately provoked a chorus of derision from the spectators below. A waste devoid of cultivation. Instead of attempting the first notch, he aimed for the 7th. Was his mind truly deranged? Who granted him the audacity to challenge the 7th notch? Without any capability, if he fails at the first notch, he should retreat to free up space for others. The commentary grew increasingly scathing among the younger clansmen. In my opinion, Qin Shao chose the 7th notch because he can't even budge the first. Since he lacks cultivation, he cannot move any of them. Rather than fail at the first notch, he pretends to challenge the 7th, so if he fails, he can claim he overestimated his strength, making it seem as though he could have succeeded at the earlier tests. Observing this scene, Ning Fei Shua felt a wave of unease wash over her. Qin Shao, she clenched her fists tightly, unable to bear watching as the youth raised his hand toward the 7th notch, her expression betraying her sympathy. "How absurd!" Ning Chong scoffed, watching Qin Zhao's movements with a cold smile. The 7th notch can only be shifted by someone at the 7th layer of blood condensation. Aside from cousin Ning Zhuang and Ning Fei Shua, no one in the entire Ning residence has reached this level. Let me see how you manage to turn yourself into a bloody mess. Under the multitude of gazes, his hand slowly descended upon the seventh notch. Crack! An unexpected turn of events unfolded before everyone's eyes. The wooden stake, which had seemed so feeble, shattered beneath that seemingly delicate palm with a resounding crack. The dark fragment of wood slowly descended to the ground, emitting a faint sound. In an instant, the entire training arena fell into a profound silence. What had just transpired? The three elders standing in the front row were left utterly dumbfounded by the scene. Not only them, but the other clansmen, the young ones beside the stage, and even Ning Zhuang, Ning Tong, and Ning Feishue, all stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. How could this be possible? Ning Chong exclaimed in disbelief. How could a worthless individual, stripped of all cultivation, achieve this with the seventh stake? Something must be amiss. Realizing this, he abruptly turned to Ning Feishue, standing below the stage, and accused, "Did you meddle with the black wooden stake last night under the cover of darkness? It must be so. Apart from you and cousin Ning Zhuang, no one in the clan could challenge stakes above the 6th level. You surely knew that and conspired to cheat." The crowd erupted in an uproar. Deep down, they felt Ning Chong was spouting nonsense, yet the undeniable reality laid bare before them seemed to suggest that only Ning Feishue could have aided Qin Shao in cheating. Indeed, it must be that way. This Qin Shao possesses no cultivation whatsoever. How could he possibly break the 7th stake? That represents a force of 3,500 pounds, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. The three elders scrutinized Qin Shao without restraint, shaking their heads in disbelief. This boy exhibits no signs of cultivation. There is no way he could pass the 7th test. As the discussions intensified, the voices of dissent against Qin Shao grew louder. Ning Chong pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Zhao's face, while other young disciples displayed looks of disdain in response to the barrage of accusations. Qin Shao merely let out a soft grunt and turned to Ning Tong at the side of the stage, asking, "Ning Tong, clan leader, does this score count or not?" Ning Tong furrowed his brow. Caught in a predicament, if it did not count, it would imply that the black wooden stake had been poorly managed and tampered with, thereby reflecting poorly on his own leadership. However, if it did count, given the fervor of the crowd, how could he possibly justify it? Just as Ning Tong was grappling with this dilemma, Ning Zhuang suddenly spoke up, "Father, I have a solution." 18 Ning Zhuang's words. The clamor of discussion ceased abruptly. Everyone awaited this future head of the family to provide a satisfactory resolution. Ning Tong pointed to the black wooden stake and said slowly, "I propose we bring out another black wooden stake and let me test it first. I will not use my full strength, but will attempt the 6th level and above. This will both serve as a test for me and confirm whether there is any issue with the stake." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Truly, Ning Zhuang demonstrated deep consideration. Ning Tong, clan leader, let it be done. With the people's consent, Ning Tong ordered the lifting of another black wooden stake to the training ground. Below the stage, Ning Feishue hesitated. She wanted to voice her discontent for Qin Shao, who had been decided upon for retesting without even being consulted, but she knew that speaking out would only worsen the situation. Qin Shao truly lacked any cultivation. He possessed the strength of the 7th stake, which even Ning Feishue, his wife, could scarcely believe. Among those present, only the old clan leader Ning Xiupu revealed a complex expression. He gazed at Qin Shao and murmured, "This boy, he is not quite the same as before. Just days ago, he could easily discern that he lacked cultivation, but now, it seemed as though he was enveloped in a veil of fog, rendering him indistinct." Hence, the three elders must have concluded that Qin Shao still had no cultivation. Yet, the specifics remained a mystery. It was entirely possible that he bore some artifact capable of obscuring his cultivation. Ning Xiupu refrained from voicing this, recognizing that further discussion would be futile. Everything hinged on Qin Zhao's subsequent performance. Once the black wooden stake was brought forth, Ning Zhuang stepped forward and, under the watchful eyes of all, struck the 6th wooden stake with a palm. Crack! The stake was effortlessly cleaved in two. Ning Zhuang smiled wryly, shaking his head. "Apologies, I miscalculated my strength and went a bit overboard." Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. It was rumored that Ning Zhuang had already reached the peak of the blood condensation realm. Judging by the current circumstances, it seemed highly plausible. Perhaps he had even broken through to the Meridian Establishment realm. If that were the case, the Ning clan might very well have a chance to rise. With the upcoming Xuanqiu martial battle in 2 months, the Ning clan could possibly maintain its current standing. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their expectations for Ning Zhuang momentarily overshadowing their earlier disdain for Qin Shao. Under the spotlight, Ning Zhuang remained composed and raised his hand once more, striking the 7th stake. The 7th stake trembled slightly, nearly shattering, as they beheld the fine cracks emerging on the wooden stake. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Ning Zhuang then proceeded to test the 8th and even the 9th stakes. And upon completion, he declared, "This black wooden stake is in perfect condition." He then fixed his gaze upon the still quiet Qin Shao. "Now it is your turn." Qin Shao slowly advanced, with Ning Zhuang's cousin personally conducting the test. There would be no room for deceit. A mere waste without cultivation dared to emerge and deceive. "Let us see how you reveal your true self." Amidst the cacophony of denunciations, Qin Shao raised his hand once more and struck the wooden stake. Crack! The stake shattered with a resounding boom under the gaze of all present. Chapter 9. A stunning display. The splintered wooden stake obliterated the lingering scorn directed at Qin Shao. "This is impossible." Ning Chong's face contorted in disbelief. Not only he, but every onlooker bore expressions of incredulity at this spectacle. Ning Zhuang stared at the broken stake beneath Qin Zhao's palm, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. He had intended to use this opportunity to thoroughly trample Qin Shao underfoot, demonstrating to Ning Feishue, who had come to witness, who was truly worthy of her. The reality, however, was that Qin Shao had seized this chance to deliver a resounding slap to the face of all those who doubted him, including Ning Zhuang himself. Ning Feishue stood transfixed, gazing at the figure turned away from her. In that moment, she suddenly realized that she could not quite see him clearly anymore. Qin Shao slowly turned around, casting his gaze upon the crowd below the training arena, and then settled his eyes on Ning Tong. "Clan leader Ning Tong, does this score count this time?" Ning Tong found himself at a loss for words under such direct questioning. It was Ning Chong who could no longer contain himself, shouting, "I refuse to accept this." The crowd then saw Ning Zhuang had exerted excessive force while testing the 7th stake, leaving numerous cracks behind. The 7th stake must have been close to breaking from the start. With a mere strike, it shattered. His words rang out, firm and resolute, but Qin Shao merely frowned. Despite the disdain these individuals had shown him, he had remained silent until now. Now, with Ning Tong and Ning Zhuang presenting a solution and his successful strike on the 7th stake, was there still someone who wished to challenge this? Were their words to be taken as mere empty noise, to be dismissed once spoken? Qin Zhao's cold gaze bore into Ning Chong and the crowd below, sending shivers down the spines of those who met his eyes. "You dare? Are you insulting the clan leader?" Ning Chong could not help but retort angrily. "Not only did you cheat, but you also show disrespect to the clan leader. Do you think clan rules do not exist?" Ning Tong let out a cold snort. "I did not say your score does not count, but your insolence towards this clan leader must be addressed." With that, he raised his hand to signal for Qin Zhao's apprehension. Just as the situation grew increasingly chaotic, an elderly voice resonated from below the stands. "That is enough." The crowd turned to find the speaker was the old clan leader, Ning Xiupu. He regarded Ning Tong at the edge of the training arena and said, "Your handling of this matter is somewhat inappropriate." The youth possessed pride. After being subjected to slander and doubt, it is only natural he would be angered. Ning Tong furrowed his brow, feeling reluctant, but could only clasp his hands in acknowledgement. What the old clan leader says is true. He then turned his attention to Qin Shao. "This time, I will overlook your reckless words." Qin Shao regarded him with an expressionless face, offering no response. The old clan leader sighed. "It appears there are still many in attendance harboring doubts about the previous test. How about this? Everyone take a step back. Qin Shao, do me a favor and try the 8th wooden stake once more. I can assure you it is in perfect condition. Ning Zhuang can also attest to this." Suddenly called upon, Ning Zhuang nodded. "The old clan leader speaks the truth. I have confirmed that while the 7th stake may be questionable, the 8th and 9th stakes are undoubtedly intact. What do you say?" Qin Shao. Qin Shao glanced at Ning Xiupu. The old man bore a smile, appearing somewhat different from the 3 elders. His eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered, then he said, "Very well." Upon Qin Shao's agreement, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Ning Chong watched as Qin Shao approached the black wooden stake once more and could not help but scoff, without the help of cousin Ning Zhuang. Facing the 8th stake alone, Let us see how you attempt to deceive. Qin Shao cast a glance at Ning Chong. This man had been incessantly chattering since his arrival at the training arena. Even Qin Shao, who typically ignored such gossip, was beginning to feel a sense of impatience. Shut your mouth and watch. As the words escaped his lips, the aura surrounding Qin Shao underwent a sudden transformation. Until that moment, he had scarcely exerted his full strength, and to the onlookers, Qin Zhao's languid demeanor perfectly matched his usual image as a waste. Yet now, everyone abruptly realized that the youth they had deemed a failure exuded an air of excellence that, in his prime, would have inspired reverence. How pretentious, Ning Chong scoffed, though his voice was noticeably quieter than before, tinged with a hint of trepidation. In this tense atmosphere, Qin Shao raised his hand, his muscles bulging ominously. As he executed a palm strike, it sliced through the air like a bolt of celestial thunder, its speed unmatched and its force overwhelming. In the next instant, a crack echoed. The 8th wooden post was cleaved in two, leaving the entire assembly in shock. Qin Zhao's earlier performance had already been astonishing. Many harbored doubts, suspecting foul play or shortcuts, yet, in an unspoken consensus, they acknowledged Qin Zhao's prowess. Even if he had relied on Ning Zhuang to weaken the 7th post before delivering the final blow, it still indicated that he possessed the strength to challenge the 5th post or higher. Without such capability, he could not have shattered the flawed 7th post. At this moment, he completely overturned everyone's expectations. With all present confirming the integrity of the wooden posts, he effortlessly severed the 8th. Words failed to convey the astonishment of those gathered. Before they could fully process the spectacle, Qin Shao, wearing a hint of disdain, raised his hand once more. Now, observe closely, he declared, and with a decisive slash, his palm struck the 9th post. The stout wooden pillar trembled violently under the force of his blow, swaying as if it could rival Ning Zhuang's earlier strike. Even knowing that Ning Zhuang had merely delivered a casual blow, the terrifying power displayed by Qin Shao was enough to leave the spectators in awe. Ning Chong watched this scene, his face filled with despair. The relatives who had once mocked Qin Shao were now rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The three elders exchanged glances, unable to articulate a single word for a long while. Amidst the crowd, a solitary applause broke the silence, drawing everyone's gaze to Ning Feishue, whose radiant smile proclaimed, "Truly worthy of being my husband." This usually stoic paragon of excellence, known for her icy demeanor, had rarely shown such warmth. Many in the clan were left momentarily dumbfounded by her display of joy. Ning Zhuang, witnessing her smile, clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing, "Ning Feishue, I will make you my woman." Capping off this farce was Ning Xiupu, who remarked, "Now we can confirm that Qin Shao indeed possesses the ability to pass the first test." Though he directed this statement at the assembled clan members, his peripheral gaze lingered on Ning Tong. Ning Tong cleared his throat awkwardly and stated, "The elder is correct. Record this. Qin Shao, 8 posts and a half." In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. 8 posts and a half. Truly, it was 8 posts and a half. Though the means by which he achieved such a feat remained unclear, his strength was undeniable. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man standing beside Ning Feishue displayed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Observing Qin Zhao's proud stance, he murmured to himself, "Perhaps there is still hope for the young lady's recovery." Chapter 10. Martial Arts Assessment with a single strike shaking the 9th post. Qin Zhao's power, now recognized by Ning Xiupu and Ning Tong, would become a topic of conversation for a considerable time. Yet, before that, a second round of clan competition awaited. "Next is the martial arts assessment," Ning Tong proclaimed. As his words fell, several clan members brought forth a large compass to the training ground. "Martial arts?" Qin Shao glanced at the compass, appearing somewhat taken aback. Sensing his surprise, Ning Tong elaborated, "The martial arts assessment is a staple of our Ning family's annual clan competition. This test measures the comprehension abilities of our young members." With that, he produced a weathered book, declaring, "This is the Yellow Flame Palm, a low-tier human skill. Once mastered, it allows the practitioner to unleash crimson light from their palms. While it cannot exhibit the true power of profound energy, it serves to gauge your physical potential and the speed at which you can absorb martial techniques." Upon hearing the name Yellow Flame Palm, the young clan members frowned in unison. A boy participating in the clan competition for the first time asked in confusion, "What's wrong with the Yellow Flame Palm?" Standing beside him, another youth explained, Every year, the martial arts assessment selects a low-tier human skill from the clan's collection. Although they are all low-tier, there exists a distinction between those that are easy and difficult to learn, and the yellow flame palm is among the most challenging. Ah? The boy's face registered shock. Before he could voice further complaints, Ning Tong addressed the young clan members, those who did not pass the first test. Step back. The remaining individuals come forward in order. After those who had not met the standards withdrew, nearly 20 young clan members remained. The first boy stepped forward to the training ground. You have 1 incense stick's worth of time. Ning Tong placed the yellow flame palm into his hands while a fellow clan member lit an incense stick. Following this boy, 4 others also approached the platform, each receiving a copy of the yellow flame palm under Ning Tong's guidance. All tasked with mastering it within the time of 1 incense stick to as the incense stick burned down, the 5 youths approached the compass in turn. The first boy stepped forward, and under the watchful gaze of the clan members, he unleashed a powerful palm strike aimed at the center of the compass. The yellow flame palm activated, and though lacking profound energy, a barely perceptible force struck the compass. Squeak. The compass's needle began to rotate under the impact. Wu, Ding, Wei, Kuan. After grazing the Kuan position, the needle slowly retreated to the Wei position. Ning Xing, yellow flame palm, 2nd level, Ning Tong announced loudly, while a clan member swiftly recorded the result. Observing Ning Xing's expression, it was evident that a 2nd level score was far from impressive. However, his relatives offered words of consolation rather than reproach, saying, "The yellow flame palm is inherently difficult to learn. If you fail this year, you can always try again next year." Similar scenes unfolded for the next 4 participants. In the span of 1 incense stick, they managed to push the compass needle to no more than the Shin position, merely representing the 4th level out of a complete 24. Ning Tong appeared dissatisfied with such results and glanced at Ning Chong. Seizing the moment, Ning Chong stepped forward, stating, "Elder, allow me to go first." "Very well. If you have such confidence, then step up," Ning Tong instructed, allowing Ning Chong to light an incense stick before handing him the yellow flame palm. Following Ning Chong, 4 others took to the training ground. As the seconds ticked by, the clan members grew increasingly anxious in past martial arts assessments. Young clan members would typically manage to push the compass to the 6th or 7th level, with prodigies like Ning Zhuang and Ning Feishuo reaching the 14th or even 15th level. The level achieved directly indicated a practitioner's comprehension of martial skills, a vital aspect for any martial artist, second only to their profound spirit and cultivation technique. All eyes turned to see how far Ning Chong could go. The crowd awaited with bated breath. Ning Zhuang and Ning Tong wore confident expressions. "There are so many behind me. The reason I have taken a liking to Ning Chong is that he possesses the 2nd best talent after me," Ning Zhuang whispered to Ning Tong. Ning Tong nodded in agreement. "Zhuang, you reached the 9th level in the martial arts assessment 2 years ago. While Ning Chong may not have high cultivation, his comprehension of martial skills is quite remarkable, allowing him to reach the 8th level. Yet, since you obtained the Celestial Fire Map, surpassing even the 16th level record set by Ning Feishuo is entirely within reach," Ning Zhuang replied with a smile. "I shall give it a try shortly." In the midst of their conversation, the time for the incense stick expired, and Ning Chong stepped forward, ready to showcase his initial mastery of the yellow flame palm. Yellow flame palm, with a powerful strike. The energy from his palm surged forth, creating a gust of wind as it landed at the center of the compass. Squeak. The needle began to climb steadily in a clockwise direction, passing through Ding, Wei, Kuren, Shun, Geng, Yu, Xian, and finally landing at the Su position. Even the most challenging yellow flame palm, a low-tier human skill, had yielded an impressive 8th level result. As the needle settled, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The difficulty of the yellow flame palm was not to be underestimated. While previous participants had faltered, only Ning Chong maintained an 8th level score. His level of comprehension drew envious glances from those who had previously disregarded him. Ning Zhuang's judgment is indeed sharp, the clan members praised. Ning Zhuang, wearing a satisfied smile, observed Ning Chong as the subsequent young clan members faced their own challenges. The poorer their performance, the more it underscored Ning Chong's formidable talent, bringing him a sense of pride. As the final group concluded their attempts, Ning Tong announced their scores. Upon returning to the preparation area, Ning Chong cast a provocative glance at Qin Shao, filled with disdain. "What does it matter if you possess great strength? A waist with broken meridians, even if you use some tricks to enhance your body, cannot conceal the undeniable truth of your inadequacy." without cultivation. Martial arts skills represent an insurmountable barrier. After Ning Chong's departure, the remaining young clan members did not take to the stage. Instead, they gazed toward the platform where young Master Ning Zhuang was set to ascend. Would he begin? The youths were filled with anticipation, and a girl exclaimed with fervor, "Young Master Zhuang will undoubtedly surpass Ning Feishue. That wretched woman has monopolized so many resources from the family, yet she still cannot compare to young Master Zhuang. For the sake of a worthless, incapable individual who was injured and now relies on the family for support, it truly exemplifies the saying that misfits do not belong together. Two useless beings paired together is simply absurd." The venomous remarks from these young women caused Qin Shao, who had maintained a calm demeanor, to darken in countenance. He remained indifferent to their slander and insults. In his eyes, these individuals were mere ants, ignorant of their own insignificance. However, he could not disregard the insults directed at Ning Feishue. She had braved peril for Qin Zhao's sake, sustaining grievous injuries while insisting on forcing a spirit fruit into his mouth. How could he betray her trust? Just as the clan members ignited an incense stick and Ning Zhuang accepted the Huang Lai Palm technique, Qin Shao suddenly stepped forward. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he spoke softly, "Clan leader Ning, please allow me to participate in this round of testing." Ning Tong was taken aback. The spectators below were momentarily stunned. After acquiring the Tianhua diagram, Ning Zhuang's cultivation and talent underwent a remarkable transformation. In such a scenario, aside from Ning Feishue, no one in the Ning clan could rival him. Thus, when Ning Zhuang took the stage, others deliberately avoided competing alongside him. After all, enduring the humiliation of being left far behind, even by several folds, was not something everyone could bear. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Shao arrived. He stood at the center of the martial arts arena, gazing at the distant Ning Zhuang, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Ning Zhuang, allow me to have a word with you today." With that, he accepted the martial technique from Ning Tong's hands. The incense stick belonging to Qin Shao began to burn slowly. Chapter 11. The heir of the clan leader Qin Zhao's sudden appearance took everyone by surprise. According to clan rules, with his score of 8.5 points, even if he performed poorly in the subsequent 2 tests, he would still receive some spirit liquid as a reward for cultivation. While everyone else avoided Ning Zhuang, allowing him to ascend the martial arts stage alone, Qin Shao calmly took that step forward. As he watched his incense stick burn steadily, the crowd erupted in whispers. Even if he performed well against the wooden stakes, was Qin Shao not being overly arrogant? Did he truly believe he was still that astonishing prodigy? How dare he challenge Ning Zhuang? I am keen to see just how far he will be trampled by Ning Zhuang. Amidst the multitude of disparaging remarks, Ning Feishue remained silent, observing Qin Shao at the center of the arena. From his defiance against her opposition to participate in the clan competition, to his formidable achievement of 8.5 points, he had far exceeded everyone's expectations of him. Ning Qinshue understood that in the martial arts testing, even she might not be able to surpass Ning Zhuang, yet for some reason, she felt that this young man might once again create a miracle that would astonish everyone. In the preparation area, Ning Chong sneered, "A deluded fool. Let Ning Zhuang teach you the meaning of humility." The group of youths who had accompanied Ning Zhuang echoed his sentiment. They merely wished to witness the once great genius being crushed beneath their feet. Even if it was not by their own hands, the various thoughts swirling among the crowd could not influence the two on the stage. Qin Shao and Ning Zhuang silently practiced the Huang Lai Palm technique, and as the incense burned down to more than half, Ning Zhuang put down the martial skill and ceased his comprehension. "Let us begin." Saying this, he approached the compass. Starting before the incense stick has even burned out? Truly impressive, Ning Zhuang. The spectators marveled at his extraordinary ability to comprehend martial skills. It was said that Ning Zhuang had mastered one of the clan's 3 high-grade martial techniques, the Qihua seal. In just 2 months, the previous clan leader, Ning Zhan, had taken over half a year to learn it. With such innate talent, even without Qin Zhao's Tianhua diagram, he would have been a genius capable of elevating the Ning clan. And now he was truly beyond comparison. A mere good-for-nothing son-in-law. What could he possibly use to compete with him? Hearing the comments from the crowd, a faint smile appeared on Ning Zhuang's face. He leisurely approached the center of the compass and struck out with a palm. Whoosh! Mysterious energy coalesced into an orange-yellow flame within his palm, crashing onto the compass. Mysterious energy. Ning Zhuang's cultivation had indeed reached the Meridian Establishment realm. Ning Cheng's face was filled with astonishment. The Meridian Establishment realm was the next level one could only challenge after reaching the 9th layer of blood condensing. Those who attained this level could initially manipulate mysterious energy. Among the younger generation of the Ning clan, aside from Ning Feishue, only Ning Zhuang had this capability. Everyone, look at the compass. Just as most were still astonished by Ning Zhuang's cultivation, someone shouted in surprise. The clan members turned their gazes toward the compass, where they witnessed the needle moving at an alarming speed under the eruption of flames. The needle soared through the ranks. Ding Wei, Kuan, Xian, Geng, Yu, and finally settled at the 17th position. Jia. It had truly surpassed Ning Feishue's record at the Yin position, reaching the 17th mark. At this moment, not only Ning Cheng but also the 3 elders, the former clan leader, and the middle-aged man standing beside Ning Feishue were all visibly shocked. Even considering the results after acquiring the Tianhua diagram, this was truly extraordinary. The astonishment among the crowd was palpable. Furthermore, this was merely the result after burning for a little over half an incense stick. If he were to practice until the end and then unleash his power, he might very well break through to the 18th position. Excellent, excellent, excellent. My heart is greatly comforted. Ning Tong laughed heartily. Zhuang'er possesses such comprehension. The future of the Ning clan shall surely be under your leadership. These words caused the 3 elders to be momentarily taken aback. But they quickly displayed smiles. The many clan members below, however, wore expressions of disbelief. It should be noted that when Ning Tong made this statement, the former clan leader was still present. Clan leader Ning, is it not a bit inappropriate to say such a thing? A middle-aged man standing beside Ning Feishue furrowed his brows and spoke loudly. Inappropriate? What is inappropriate? Ning Tong glanced at him and said, Ning Cheng, today, Zhuang'er has decisively broken Feishue's martial arts record, and his cultivation is even stronger than Feishue's. With Zhuang'er's strength bolstered by the Tianhua diagram, victory in the martial arts battle 2 months hence is assured. Pray tell, aside from him, who else can inherit the clan leader's position and lead the Ning clan? Ning Cheng's face turned ashen, yet he could not utter a single word. In previous years, he could have countered Ning Tong by citing Ning Feishue's talent and strength. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Even though Ning Feishue was a woman, it did not preclude her from becoming the heir of the Ning clan. However, now, Ning Feishue had sustained injuries for the sake of Qin Shao and could not receive treatment within the clan. In contrast, Ning Zhuang's cultivation had soared, and he had garnered numerous followers, with even the 3 elders favoring him, making his momentum within the clan unparalleled. How could Ning Feishue compete? And among those remaining, none could possibly compare to Ning Zhuang. In such a situation, Ning Tong's assertion that Ning Zhuang would undoubtedly become the heir of the Ning clan seemed reasonable. The issue lay in the fact that before Ning Zhuang truly reached this point, Ning Tong should never have made such a declaration. It was essential to remember that Ning Tong's rise to power had been mired in controversy following the former clan leader's disappearance. As expected, after Ning Tong finished speaking, Ning Xiupu slowly rose to his feet. He looked at Ning Tong and said, "It may not be prudent to hastily decide the next clan leader." Ning Tong seemed to have anticipated his interjection and inquired, "Does the former clan leader have a better candidate in mind?" This question left Ning Xiupu momentarily at a loss for words. His expression grew grim as he replied, "Since the previous clan leader Ning Zhan went missing, the clan has temporarily entrusted affairs to you, but the next clan leader should not be determined by you alone." Ning Tong shrugged and said, "Precisely because Ning Zhan is missing, determining the clan leader's heir sooner rather than later may prevent further chaos." As the 2 men found themselves at an impasse, the Grand Elder Ning Du interjected to mediate. "There is no need to discuss so much right now. Rather than argue with words, it would be better to use the results of this martial arts battle as a reference. This aligns with our Ning clan's long-standing principle of respecting the strong." Others chimed in agreement. However, these words caused Ning Xiupu and Ning Cheng's expressions to darken. On the surface, the Grand Elder appeared to be mediating the conflict, yet in reality, he was implying that after acquiring the Tianhua diagram, Ning Zhuang had become the unquestionable leader among the younger generation of the Ning clan, and with Ning Feishue's injuries, the martial arts battle would undoubtedly make him the most prominent figure in the clan. Yet, they could not find fault with it. The Ning clan had always valued strength above all. In their mounting frustration, the 2 could only fix their gazes on the young man sitting cross-legged in the center of the martial arts arena. Once a prodigy, the spouse of Feishue, Could he truly remain a mere good-for-nothing? Or might he become the key to changing everything? As the two pondered, Qin Shao opened his eyes from his meditative state. At that moment, the incense stick extinguished. The time for martial arts had begun. Chapter 12. The 24 marks. As Qin Shao rose to his feet, all gazes converged upon him. Once a prodigy, he had fallen to the depths of despair. And yet, standing before the compass, he still commanded an air that made everyone hold their breath. This was all due to the brilliance Qin Shao had once radiated, possessing the formidable fire-devouring body. A physique that ranked among the top 10 across the entire Xinhuang star, coupled with an astonishingly rapid cultivation speed. Qin Zhao's name was well known not just in the humble Feiyun city, but throughout the entire Qinyang kingdom. Now, having fallen from grace, those who had once felt immense pressure from him breathed a sigh of relief. However, the younger generation of the Ning family could not forget the figure etched deep in their memories. As they gazed at Qin Zhao's silhouette, the members of the Ning clan below the stage could not help but swallow hard. Ning Chong's voice rang out, loud enough for all to hear, still pretending to be mysterious here. Although the yellow flame palm is merely a low-grade human-level martial skill, it requires a certain level of cultivation to execute. You, a waste with severed meridians, what can you possibly achieve now, even if you could muster strength against a wooden stake? Even if you could barely perform this technique, do you think you can catch up to Ning Feishue and break Ning Zhuang's record? You, as a waste, should remain in the Feishue garden, clinging to life under a woman's protection. Otherwise, during the actual combat drill later, I fear I might inadvertently kill you, and then Ning Feishue will come after me. His words offered no mercy to Qin Shao. Ning Feishue, standing below the stage, momentarily froze, a murderous intent swirling in her eyes. She regretted not having killed this insolent fool when she had the chance. While slaughtering clan members was forbidden, it depended on one's status. Given Ning Feishue's position, killing Ning Chong would likely incur no consequences, yet now, it was too late for such thoughts. Ning Chong's public remarks were intended to garner support from other clan members. As he finished speaking, 3 elders turned their attention towards him. The eldest elder, with a serious expression, said, "Even Feishue cannot arbitrarily harm other members of the Ning clan." The atmosphere in the arena grew exceedingly tense. Just as everyone awaited Ning Feishue's response to the elder's words, a sudden light sound emerged from the stage. All eyes turned to see Qin Shao extending a hand, a vivid yellow flame resting in his palm upon the compass. The clan members immediately sensed something unusual. The color of this flame was entirely different from that of the yellow flame palm wielded by Ning Zhuang, which bore no such hue. Moreover, with his meridian severed, Qin Shao should, by all logic, be incapable of martial cultivation. What could possibly be happening? Questions and confusion lingered unanswered, but in the next moment, as the compass needle spun, it surged to new heights. The clan members watched as the needle, representing comprehension of the yellow flame palm, rapidly ascended in a clockwise direction, in just a breath's time. The needle reached the record previously set by Ning Feishue. Could it be? At that moment, the needle jumped and suddenly reached the top mark. Heavens! Qin Shao has actually tied with Ning Zhuang. As gasps of astonishment began to rise, they were quickly drowned out by the sound of collective swallowing. The reason was simple. The power Qin Shao wielded propelled the compass needle forward. And it did not halt at the top mark. 18th mark, 19th mark, 20th mark. The character Chun on the compass pierced the hearts of all who had ever mocked Qin Shao. 20 marks? No, it was not over yet. The needle continued climbing even after reaching the 20th mark, albeit at a slower pace than before. Yet, it steadfastly ascended to the 21st, 22nd, and even the 23rd mark, as the compass needle crossed the character Bing. Returning to the initial character Wu, the entire arena fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Ning Tong, utterly stupefied, pointed at the compass. Even Ning Zhuang's face was left with nothing but astonishment. In the midst of this unprecedented situation, it was Ning Xiupu who stepped forward. He swallowed hard and slowly proclaimed, 24 marks represent the ultimate mastery of a martial skill. For an ordinary martial artist, even with a high level of cultivation, it takes several days to fully comprehend a low-grade human-level martial skill. Some with lesser comprehension might take nearly half a month to grasp it. Feishue previously set her record at 16 marks in the span of a single incense stick, showcasing comprehension unmatched in our Ning family's history for decades.
Ning Zhuang surpassed that record, reaching 17 marks at the pinnacle. Now, Qin Shao has achieved 24 marks in the time of a single incense stick. What a terrifying talent for martial cultivation. By the end of his statement, Ning Xiupu's voice trembled. A young man possessing such extraordinary martial talent was unheard of. Had the Ning family not crippled his meridians and Dantian back then, he would have likely become a prominent figure in the entire cultivation kingdom by now. As he reflected on the injustices they had inflicted upon Qin Shao, his complexion turned ashen. Meanwhile, Ning Tong, returning from his shock, was the first to exclaim, "This is impossible." His loss of composure as the clan leader was a clear indication of his distress. He hurried to the compass, repeatedly striking its surface with his hand. There must be a mistake. Something is definitely amiss. How could anyone fully comprehend a martial skill in just the time of a single incense stick? Damn it! Someone must have tampered with it secretly. His disordered words fell on the ears of the crowd like a poorly timed joke. They all understood the compass would not fail, even if Ning Tong refused to believe it. The reality was undeniable. As Ning Tong desperately searched for flaws in the compass, Ning Xiupu could no longer maintain his composure and shouted angrily, "Nonsense." Only then did Ning Tong realize. His expression stiffened as he coughed twice, commanding someone to record Qin Zhao's score. While those on the stage busied themselves with preparations, the spectators below could no longer contain their discussions. The score of 24 marks was simply too terrifying. Under such comprehension, even Ning Zhuang's achievement of surpassing Ning Feishue's record in half an incense stick was forgotten by the crowd. In the world of literature, there is no first, and in martial arts, there is no second. All would remember only the one standing at the pinnacle. The only solace for some, or the source of regret for others, was that despite Qin Zhao's astonishing talent, without a foundation for cultivation, he remained but a waste in true combat. He would likely crumble like paper at the slightest touch. What a pity! The world has lost a prodigious talent capable of astounding all, and gained merely a waste living off the Ning family's resources. Yet, as they lamented, Qin Shao noticed a flicker of excitement on the faces of many. Such was reality. These individuals of mediocre talent and low cultivation would revel in the sight of the sun falling from the sky. For once the sun dimmed, it would resemble their own bleak and useless existence. It was as if this would somehow restore their worth. Qin Shao scoffed, casting a glance at the visibly distressed Ning Tong, and declared loudly, "Clan leader, there is still the third item. The actual combat drill." Ning Tong was taken aback. He then saw Qin Shao turn to face Ning Chong, who had been waiting in the preparation area. "You said you feared accidentally killing me? Well, come and try." Chapter 13. What right do you have? Just as the martial arts demonstration concluded and the crowd remained immersed in Qin Zhao's astonishing display, the once ignored waste boldly challenged the previously provoked Ning Chong to a duel. "Wait." Below the stage, Ning Xiupu interjected, "Your comprehension is indeed remarkable, and your displayed strength is significant, but battle is not solely determined by these two factors. How about this? Qin Shao, your current performance is already commendable. There's no need to continue with the last round. The spiritual liquid allocated to you will remain unaffected." Not only Ning Xiupu, but even Ning Chong beside Ning Feishue could not help but speak up. "Qin Shao, it's wise to know when to stop. If this continues, everyone understood that Ning Chong belonged to Ning Zhuang's faction. Now that Qin Shao had initiated a challenge, should a fight break out? Given Qin Zhao's earlier terrifying talent, it was highly likely that Ning Chong would seek to eliminate Qin Shao as a threat on behalf of Ning Zhuang. According to the rules, lethal force was not permitted during the actual combat drill. But in a clash between the two, life and death could hang by a thread. If intervention came too late, it could lead to tragedy. In the past, even when clan members had minor disputes, they never escalated to the point of intending to kill one another, as success would invariably lead to severe repercussions for themselves. This time, however, it was an exception. Given Ning Chong's status within the clan, there was no possibility of him ascending to greater heights. If he were to take the risk of killing Qin Shao now, even if he were punished, Ning Zhuang and Ning Tong would surely find a way to protect him. It is precisely because they have discerned this that the old patriarch and Ning Chong are anxious to intervene. However, the old patriarch's words are misguided. The Grand Elder Ning Du gently stroked his beard and remarked, "Youthful exuberance is natural. Our clan's rules state that one may either challenge or decline during the third practical exercise. Moreover, Qin Shao does not appear to be contemplating forfeiture, So why should you interfere, old patriarch and Ning Cheng? Ning Xiaopu's expression shifted, and he wished to say more, but on the training ground, Ning Tong had already waved his hand, declaring, "Very well, I shall grant you both an opportunity to eye in this year's first practical exercise. It will be Qin Shao against Ning Cheng." Upon this announcement, murmurs rippled through the crowd. With such extraordinary talent and notable physical strength, should he have the chance to heal his injuries, he might truly become a formidable force. Enough, someone interjected. The injuries from severed meridians cannot be mended without a master of that particular art. Moreover, this individual is foolishly challenging Ning Cheng, effectively courting death. Sigh. No matter how gifted one is, failing to grasp one's own abilities and rashly acting out of anger will surely prevent one from becoming a true powerhouse. Meanwhile, the young men in the preparation area breathed a sigh of relief. If the practical exercise does not involve direct challenges, the remaining participants would be assigned opponents by draw, with Ning Cheng being challenged by Qin Shao. At least one troublesome competitor would be eliminated in the first round. Among the spectators, Ning Feishue anxiously watched Qin Shao, biting her lip and murmuring, "Please, be careful." As Qin Shao and Ning Cheng stepped onto the training ground, Ning Zhuang and Ning Tong observed from a distance, both wearing faint smiles. It was indeed fortuitous that Qin Shao had chosen to issue a challenge. Under the gaze of the multitude, with a shout from one of the contenders, the practical exercise commenced. "Qin Shao, do you know why Ning Chuanji is particularly fixated on you?" Before they commenced combat, Ning Cheng, unhurried, adjusted his attire with his remaining hand and asked. Qin Shao remained silent, casting a cold glare in his direction. "Because I told Ning Chuanji to use a whip to teach you a lesson, to make you realize that you are no longer a prodigy." A sinister smirk crossed Ning Cheng's face as he continued, "You are merely a dog raised by the Ning family, a worthless being who can only cower behind women, and now, that woman can no longer shield you. The moment you chose to challenge me, no one could save you. You will pay for all that you have done. I will ensure you are rendered utterly worthless." With that, a formidable aura of blood energy manifested around him. This was the blood energy of the third level of blood condensation. The clan members below immediately recognized Ning Cheng's true prowess. The young men in the preparation area exchanged astonished glances. If I recall correctly, he was only at the second level of blood condensation just a few days ago. Has he truly advanced in such a short span? Ning Cheng's face darkened with seriousness. The third level of blood condensation is already considered above average among the clan, aside from Ning Zhuang and Feishue. Coupled with Ning Cheng's comprehension of martial arts, Qin Shao is likely in grave danger. Just as he finished his thought, the blood energy coalesced into Ning Cheng's fist, exuding an overwhelming force that stunned the onlookers. Blood Intent Fist. This was a mid-grade martial technique. He was unleashing his strongest move right from the start. Was he determined to risk everything, or did he intend to eliminate Qin Shao in one fell swoop? Seeing Ning Cheng's stance, even Ning Feishue's expression shifted. This is bad. She instinctively moved to intervene. But Ning Cheng grasped her arm firmly. "Miss, do not act impulsively. If Qin Shao refuses to concede, none of us can assist him." Yet, before Ning Feishue could respond, on the training ground, Ning Cheng's fist was already upon Qin Shao. "This is one of my most prized martial techniques, capable of delivering 3,000 pounds of force. Let's see what you, this so-called genius, will do to counter it." The fist, imbued with the weight of 3,000 pounds, hurtled towards Qin Shao, creating a fierce wind that threatened to crush him into oblivion. In response to such an onslaught, Qin Shao merely chuckled softly, raising a hand, seemingly intending to catch the punch with his palm. Seeking death, Ning Cheng laughed maniacally as he surged forward, envisioning the moment Qin Shao's hand would shatter, obliterating that composed expression. How arrogant could Qin Shao be? Ning Cheng watched in growing anger. Such hubris. Even if he could have initially defeated Ning Cheng, this time he would surely falter. The old patriarch shook his head, sighing. Young people, especially those with great talent, often cannot shed their arrogance and underestimation of their opponents. The youths in the preparation area observed with greater clarity than those in the stands. Chonggu previously used that punch to obliterate a wild boar nearly half his height. Why does Qin Shao have such confidence? Why, indeed? Qin Zhao's expression remained stoic as he regarded the approaching fist, reflecting. It is precisely because of my strength. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, and the immense force generated a gust of wind that swept across Qin Zhao's face. Nevertheless, he did not falter or retreat an inch. Huh? Ning Chong was taken aback, and no wonder he was astonished. The blood intent fist was one of his signature techniques, aside from Ning Feishue and Ning Zhuang. No one among the younger generation could claim to withstand it easily, yet, before Qin Shao, this punch seemed as inconsequential as a child's playful swing, having no effect whatsoever, as he felt the seemingly bottomless power enveloping his fist. A bead of sweat formed on Ning Chong's forehead for the first time, in a state of panic. He barely reacted when Qin Shao suddenly reversed his grip, snapping Ning Chong's remaining arm in the next moment. The ensuing wave of excruciating pain echoed through the entirety of the Ning family, accompanied by Ning Chong's agonizing shriek. Chapter 14. Decisive killing. Ning Chong's scream caused the countenance of everyone present to shift. Just a moment prior, they had witnessed the one-armed Ning Chong poised to unleash his powerful strike upon Qin Shao, and in the next moment, he found his right arm twisted off, rendering him utterly incapacitated. How is this possible? Just how formidable is his strength? It seems that technique was hardly necessary. He simply wrenched Ning Chong's arm off with ease. Not only the ordinary clan members and the younger generation, but even the experienced patriarch Ning Tong and the old patriarch Ning Xiaopu were left dumbfounded by the scene. They had anticipated that Qin Shao might possess significant strength, especially after the first round of tests proved his remarkable power. The second round had further demonstrated his exceptional comprehension of martial arts. However, wrenching off Ning Chong's arm without employing any technique was an entirely different matter. As the crowd marveled at Qin Zhao's might. They also gained a newfound understanding of his ruthlessness. He had severed an arm without the slightest hesitation, employing a brutally extreme method. The Grand Elder's face turned pale, and the expressions of the other two elders also darkened. Yet, despite their discontent, they could not reproach Qin Shao. Although the rules dictated a point of cessation, many clan members had sustained injuries in prior rounds due to excessive force. As a result, individuals like Ning Zhuang, whose prowess greatly surpassed the others, were naturally excluded from the list of participants in practical exercises. Today, no one had anticipated that the seemingly doomed Qin Shao would shatter everyone's preconceived notions of him. In terms of both talent and power, this individual was extraordinarily formidable. The astonishment of those present did not interrupt the battle on the stage. Having just lost an arm, Ning Chong staggered back. Yet the hatred etched upon his face intensified manifold. Damn it! He seethed, glaring fiercely at Qin Shao. 3 days prior, it was this very person who had caused Ning Feishue to sever his arm. Though he had benefited from treatment and spiritual elixirs provided by Ning Zhuang, allowing him to break through to the third level of blood condensation, the loss of his left arm had extinguished his hopes of further ascent. The peculiar glances he had endured over the past few days had made it painfully clear that one who had lost an arm could never become a true powerhouse. Thus, for Ning Chong, should he ever regain power, both Qin Shao and Ning Feishue must be eliminated. Ironically, the past was now repeating itself, with the one who had severed his arm having changed from Ning Feishue to Qin Shao. And this time, the act was committed before the eyes of all their kin. You bastard, I will kill you. Ning Chong's eyes blazed with fury, and he had completely lost his sanity, with both arms severed. His future was not only devoid of cultivation, but also cast into doubt regarding his ability to live as a mere mortal. The architect of his misfortune stood right before him. Screaming in rage, Ning Chong unleashed the full extent of his blood energy, activating his martial technique, Unbreakable Leg. With this strike, a wave of blood energy even stronger than the blood intent fist surged forth. This maneuver nearly condensed the last vestiges of Ning Chong's vitality. Even a martial practitioner of superior prowess would likely hesitate to recklessly confront it. Yet, at this moment, Qin Shao remained composed, observing the scene before him. In his eyes, the handless Ning Chong resembled a pitiful insect. Even in his desperate quest for vengeance, he was but a moth drawn to the flame. Recalling the earlier words spoken by this individual, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Qin Zhao's gaze as he coldly remarked, "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." As the words left his lips, Qin Shao raised his hand, and a pale blue arc of light suddenly emerged from his 2 fingers. Sensing the perilous aura emanating from the arc, Ning Zhuang, who had been observing from the sidelines, urgently shouted. Stop, however. How could Qin Shao possibly cease his actions at the mere utterance of a word? With his blood energy coalescing to its utmost limit, he was prepared to face Ning Chong's onslaught head-on. Ning Tong was also aware that Qin Shao was about to unleash a lethal strike. And in a fit of rage, he bellowed, "How dare you?" Qin Shao responded with a chilling smile, "Dare? In this world, is there anything that the former Xuandi Qin Shao would fear?" With that, he executed the Thunderbolt finger. In an instant, the lightning arc shot forth. Under Ning Chong's horrified gaze, the finger struck down upon the leg he had raised to kick at Qin Shao in the blink of an eye. The Thunderbolt finger shattered Ning Chong's final deadly technique, the unbreakable leg. Moreover, the finger pierced through his right leg, and with a swift change of gesture, it surged directly toward Ning Chong's chest. "Save me!" Ning Chong cried out in terror, and Ning Tong immediately sprang into action. Yet, it was all too late. The Thunderbolt finger, renowned not only for its terrifying penetrating power but also for its incredible speed. Struck with the swiftness of thunder, with a piercing sound, the finger penetrated his chest. When Qin Shao withdrew his hand, Ning Chong's entire being was frozen in place. Amidst the astonished gasps of the onlookers, Ning Chong's body collapsed to the ground. Only when Ning Chong lay lifeless did Ning Tong finally reach the scene. Gazing at the gaping wound in Ning Chong's chest and the lifeless eyes, rage surged within Ning Tong, and he raised his hand to strike at Qin Shao. Qin Shao countered with the Thunderbolt finger. The lethal technique that was sufficient to obliterate Ning Chong disintegrated against Ning Tong's palm in an instant. With a dull thud, Qin Zhao's body was sent flying as if severed from its tether. When he landed, the immense force compelled him to spit forth a mouthful of blood. "What are you doing?" From the crowd, Ning Feishue let out a fierce cry, rushing out to embrace Qin Shao, who had fallen to the edge of the training ground. Ning Tong's eyes blazed with fury, unwilling to relent. "You dare to kill a member of my clan. You deserve to die." In a few swift strides, Ning Tong stood before Ning Feishue, raising his hand, infused with profound energy, ready to strike the boy in her embrace. "Chief, you have gone too far." A figure interposed itself before him. Ning Tong focused his gaze and recognized it was Ning Xiupu, old clan leader, but this person. Once on the arena, life and death are determined by fate. Ning Xiupu replied coldly, "Our Ning family's rule is to strike to the point," yet Ning Chong attacked without reservation. This is no longer mere sparring. In battles concerning life and death, anyone who dares to hold back shall surely perish on the spot. I trust you understand this without needing me to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Ning Tong's face flushed crimson. "But, there is nothing to but," Ning Xiupu snorted. "Qin Shao is also a member of the Ning family. After this matter, I will deal with it according to clan law. For now, withdraw." The unrelenting rebuke caused Ning Tong's expression to change drastically. After a struggle, he could only reluctantly clasp his hands and say, "Yes." He then retreated from the training ground in the Ning family. Ning Tong was now regarded as the head of the clan. However, all members of the Ning clan understood that he was merely a figurehead. After Ning Zhan's disappearance, and due to the absence of a leader, Ning Tong had been elevated to his position with the consent of the three elders. Even after several years, the clan continued to regard him as a de facto acting leader. In contrast, the former clan leader, Ning Xiupu, who had commanded the Ning family prior to Ning Zhan's tenure, wielded greater authority and respect. Observing the elderly man with hair as white as snow and the young couple behind him, a flicker of malice crossed Ning Tong's eyes. Yet at this moment, he could do nothing. Chapter 15. Atonement through achievement. Ning Chong's death came as a shocking surprise. Just moments before, many had speculated that, given Ning Chong's temperament, he would likely retaliate fiercely against Qin Shao. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a lifeless corpse. Standing in the arena, Qin Shao nodded toward the elder clan leader who had intervened on his behalf against Ning Tong. Initially, he had intended to eliminate the man and then defect from the Ning family. For, no matter the circumstances, the death of a family disciple, especially in such a public setting, would warrant severe repercussions. The elder's protection had caught Qin Shao somewhat off guard. After Ning Chong's demise, the remaining youths took to the stage one after another to compete. However, following the alarming start set by Qin Shao and Ning Chong, the others displayed a marked restraint in their actions. After a series of matches, the practical demonstration concluded with Qin Shao claiming the top position. Amusingly, he realized that he had only truly engaged in combat during his confrontation with Ning Chong. Securing the first-round advancement from Ning Chong, the subsequent bout saw opponents immediately concede upon realizing they faced Qin Shao. Only the final youth managed to exchange a few blows with Qin Shao before promptly surrendering upon recognizing his inferiority. Upon returning to the waiting area, all of Ning's disciples instinctively cleared a wide circle around Qin Shao, as if he were a harbinger of plague. Am I truly that terrifying? Qin Shao sighed in exasperation. This remark drew a bitter smile from Ning Feishue standing below. Ning Chong's corpse hasn't even cooled. Who would dare to recklessly engage you? Qin Shao shrugged. I am not a butcher. It is merely that some individuals must face the consequences of their actions. With the completion of the 3 assessments, the rankings for the clan competition were announced. Qin Shao secured first place by an absolute margin, while Ning Zhuang, who had been absent for the final trial, placed second. The rewards for the clan competition would soon be distributed, followed by discussions regarding the repercussions for Qin Zhao's slaying of Ning Chong. That evening, in the clan leaders' hall, Ning Tong and Ning Xiupu occupied the 2 central positions. With 3 elders and various clan members, including Ning Chong, standing behind them, a multitude of elders gathered, while all young individuals aside from Ning Zhuang and Ning Feishue were deemed unworthy to enter. Ning Feishue stood beside Qin Shao, tightly grasping his hand. Ning Zhuang, positioned next to Ning Tong, furrowed his brow, as if he wished to pierce Qin Shao with his gaze. Ning Tong's countenance darkened. At this juncture, he could finally demand accountability from Qin Shao with rightful authority. During the clan competition, did you deliberately unleash such lethal force upon Ning Chong? Qin Shao donned an expression of feigned innocence and replied. Everyone witnessed it. He struck first. This is a practice, not an actual slaughter. Ning Tong retorted loudly. According to clan rules, one who assaults a clan member must pay with their life. Qin Shao raised an eyebrow. Choosing not to respond, Ning Xiupu interjected, this was not an assault on a clan member. It was merely an unfortunate incident during the clan competition. There have been similar occurrences in the past, and the resolutions have generally involved a period of reflection. A period of reflection? Ning Zhuang's face turned pale. He pointed at Qin Shao and Ning Feishue, exclaiming, 3 days prior, Ning Feishue severed one of Ning Chong's arms, and they openly stated in front of the servants that Qin Shao would decide his fate. This clearly illustrates an intention to place Ning Chong in peril. Qin Shao scoffed. Did you not hear Ning Chong declare he would accidentally kill me? Now that he is weak and perishes at my hands, you seek to hold me accountable. Had the circumstances been reversed today, and I fallen to him, I doubt there would be such an uproar. Impudent. I am the one interrogating. You shall not speak so recklessly. Ning Tong seethed, his fury palpable as the 3 elders behind him echoed his sentiments. As the tide of accusations escalated, it was once again Ning Xiupu who stepped forward. He regarded Qin Shao and the steadfast Ning Feishue by his side, inhaling deeply before stating, as for Ning Chong's matter, life and death are matters of fate. However, Qin Shao has indeed taken the life of a clan member. He cannot escape punishment. A period of reflection is too lenient, and a life for a life is inappropriate. Thus, the clan's hunting team recently discovered the Linkai immortal fruit in the Lingyun Mountains. You shall accompany Ning Cheng and the others to search for this herb. Qin Shao clasped his hands in acknowledgement, replying, understood. Upon hearing this resolution, Ning Tong, Ning Zhuang, and the 3 elders all exchanged glances. Their expressions shifting. Old clan leader, this matter may not be appropriate. What is inappropriate about it? Ning Xiupu glared at them, asserting, this is a means of atonement through achievement. It is thus settled. With that, Ning Tong, the legitimate clan leader, could no longer voice any objections. Ning Xiupu waved his hand, and the matter was conclusively decided. Following this, Qin Shao assisted the somewhat weakening Feishue back to the Feishue garden. After she lay down to rest in bed, Qin Shao finally left the bedroom in the courtyard. Several clansmen led by Ning Chong had been waiting for quite some time in the Ning family's northern manor. Ning Chong sat in a chair, accompanied by a few members of the Ning clan whom Qin Shao found somewhat familiar. Once Qin Shao took his seat, Ning Chong directly stated, please come here. As we need to discuss the matters ahead, I believe you can guess why the old clan leader has arranged for you to accompany us in search of the Linkai immortal fruit. Qin Shao replied, the Linkai immortal fruit is a spiritual herb that strengthens the foundation and enhances vitality. It is of great assistance to Feishue's injuries. Ning Chong continued, moreover, in 2 months, the Xuanqiu martial arts competition will offer numerous rewards to the victor, one of which is the Dixuan flower. This is also a crucial medicinal ingredient that can stabilize Fei Shue's condition. If we can procure these two items, at least for the time being, Fei Shue's injuries will find some respite. Qin Shao nodded. In his previous life, he was also an alchemist and was very familiar with the uses of these two herbs. Although he could not fully heal Ning Fei Shue's injuries, he could extend her flickering life, akin to a candle in the wind, which might extinguish at any moment. Originally, Qin Shao had intended to seek these two herbs, and now he had a clear goal. However, Ning Qing shifted his tone, saying, "The Lingyun mountain range is exceedingly perilous. Although you have achieved commendable results in the clan competition, your strength still pales in comparison to that of the hunting team. For safety's sake, you must agree to follow us and refrain from wandering about." Qin Shao raised an eyebrow. He had never been spoken to in such a manner. Yet, upon reflection, he found himself puzzled as to why Ning Cheng would place such importance on this matter. As if he had anticipated Qin Zhao's doubts, Ning Cheng continued, "Fei Shue specifically instructed me not to let you come to harm." He looked at Qin Shao, letting out a long sigh. "I know you were once a genius. And arrogance is but a natural consequence, but the circumstances are different now. Please do not make it difficult for Uncle Cheng to explain things to Fei Shue." Qin Shao nodded. By the time he decided to venture into the Lingyun mountain range, he had already considered it thoroughly. This trip was not only to seek medicinal herbs for Ning Fei Shue, but also an opportunity for his own growth. However, the mountains were fraught with perilous beasts. And given his current strength, he might encounter some dangers. Having Ning Cheng and the others to protect him would certainly enhance his safety. "Very well, then prepare yourself. We shall set off tomorrow," Ning Cheng concluded. That night, Qin Shao sat quietly before his desk, eyes closed in meditation. Currently, he was only at the 4th level of the blood condensation realm, capable of handling foes like Ning Cheng with ease. Yet, in the forest teeming with demonic beasts, he could very well encounter danger. Due to her injuries, Ning Fei Shue had gone to bed early, and listening to her slightly erratic breathing, Qin Shao clenched his fists. Determination flickering in his eyes, "At present, my cultivation is stabilized at the 4th level of blood condensation, and I require more resources to continue advancing. Why internal injuries are nearly healed. To enhance my combat prowess in a short time, I must attempt to activate the fire meridian within me." The so-called fire meridian is a unique channel possessed by those with the fire-devouring yang body, distinct from the ordinary meridians of typical cultivators. The fire meridian does not allow the passage of xuanqi. Its existence is meant for the fire-devouring yang body cultivators to absorb the various spiritual and exotic flames from the heavens and earth, storing them in the fire cavity located beside the Dantian. During Ning Zhuang's seizure of his heavenly fire meteorite map, Qin Zhao's fire meridian, along with his entire channel and Dantian, was damaged. Fortunately, the fire cavity escaped destruction, but due to the impairment of the fire meridian, it could not be utilized. Within his fire cavity, he had stored the silver frost fire before his cultivation was utterly depleted. If he could unblock the fire meridian, he would be able to wield the abilities of the silver frost fire. Though the xuanqi contained within the silver frost fire was not abundant, it could still elevate his cultivation by a small level, which was sufficient for his current needs. Resolute, Qin Shao closed his eyes tightly, beginning to channel his blood energy towards the completely blocked fire meridian. This was a long and agonizing process. The surge of blood energy striking the fire meridian felt akin to needles piercing through the meridians from the inside out, repeatedly traversing through. The terrifying pain would likely drive anyone with lesser endurance to madness. Qin Shao gritted his teeth, allowing the torment to ravage his nerves. In his previous life, he had ascended to the position of Xian Emperor, enduring countless hardships and witnessing myriad bloodshed. Even in this life, solitary as he was, Qin Shao, despite possessing the fire-devouring young body, had undergone experiences far beyond what ordinary people could fathom. He feared not the pain of the body. Rather, it was the anguish stemming from insufficient strength that truly unsettled him. After repeated impacts, the previously blocked fire meridian gradually showed signs of revival. When the chaotic energy was born within Qin Zhao's body, it had already begun to repair the fire meridian, albeit remaining dormant due to prior events. Through Qin Zhao's relentless efforts, by dawn, the entire fire meridian began to emit a faint yellow glow. Sensing the rising temperature within him, a smile graced Qin Zhao's face. He formed a complex seal, and with a sudden twist of his hands, the warm fire meridian erupted into brilliant light in that moment. Not just within his body, but also his exterior was enveloped in a radiant yellow flame. "Come to fruition," he exclaimed. With a powerful shout, Qin Zhao's blood energy completely unblocked the obscure fire meridian. What followed was a sensation unlike that of the warm fire meridian, a chilling touch. The silver frost fire. As Qin Zhao felt the silver-white flames flooding through the fire meridian, a grin broke upon his face. At that instant, a pure energy surged into his body alongside the silver frost fire. This was rightfully mine. The Xian Yuan contained within the silver frost fire, employing the chaotic devouring technique within the blink of an eye. The Xian Yuan from the fire cavity was wholly absorbed, propelling his cultivation past yet another threshold, reaching the 5th level of blood condensation. Moments later, Qin Zhao slowly opened his eyes, feeling the frost power emanating from the silver frost fire within him. He could not help but smile. Qin Zhao's chaotic devouring technique created a small world exclusive to the chaotic king body within him. This moment, this miniature realm consisted of merely a small expanse of ordinary yellow earth. Yet it had absorbed the chaotic energy present within the scroll. The power this small world granted Qin Zhao was significantly greater than that of ordinary cultivators of the same realm. Although he appeared to possess merely the 5th level of blood condensation, Qin Zhao sensed that he could contend even against those at the 8th level. If he unleashed the silver frost fire in battle, he could stand toe-to-toe with those at the 9th level. Such strength should suffice. Just as he rose, footsteps echoed from outside the room. Soon after, Ning Cheng's voice reached him. "Qin Zhao, Fei Xue?" Qin Zhao turned his head to glance at the still unawakening Fei Xue. Observing the tranquil expression on the girl's face, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Martial cultivators, even those at the blood condensation realm, possess heightened sensitivity to the external world. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for someone to sleep so soundly as to be unresponsive to calls. Though she often claimed to be fine, it was evident that Ning Fei Xue was gravely injured. "Wait for me," he softly murmured, pushing open the bedroom door. Gazing at Ning Cheng and the fully armed members of the Ning clan waiting in the courtyard, he declared in a clear voice, "Let us depart. The Lingyun mountain range lies to the north of Feiyun City, a vast expanse of mountains. Comprising a series of undulating peaks, the deep forests harbor countless powerful demonic beasts, and it is not uncommon for treasures of immense value to be discovered deep within. For those living near the Lingyun mountain range, forming hunting teams to venture into the mountains in search of prey is a commonplace occurrence. However, hunting teams typically operate only on the outskirts of the mountains. Venturing deeper leads to encounters with beasts of a caliber far beyond what ordinary martial cultivators can handle. The Ning family, along with various clans in Feiyun City, has divided the Lingyun mountain range into 7 distinct layers. The first layer, known as the Ordinary Layer, is the area most frequently visited by hunting teams. The second layer, the Dangerous Layer, is only ventured into by the elite teams of each clan, who proceed with utmost caution, fearful of alarming the formidable beasts that dwell therein. The third layer is referred to as the Death Layer, for few martial cultivators who enter this place ever return alive. As for the fourth layer and beyond, these regions remain uncharted territory for the families of Feiyun City. This time, Qin Zhao, accompanied by Ning Cheng and others, was heading to the Dangerous Layer, a place only explored by elite hunting teams from various clans. At noon, after traversing the forest for some time, they finally reached the Dangerous Layer. After walking for another quarter of an hour within the woods of the Dangerous Layer, Qin Zhao, walking alongside Ning Cheng at the forefront, gradually came to a halt. "What is it?" Ning Cheng inquired. Ning Yangshan, the captain of the hunting team, glanced at Qin Zhao with a look of disdain, stating, "The Lingyun mountain range is unlike the city. If you, a young master accustomed to the family's comforts, find it unbearable, it's perfectly fine for you to return. We will certainly find the Linkai immortal fruit and bring it back." As the group of hunters trailing behind Ning Yangshan nodded in unison, it became evident that they belonged to one of the 2 elite hunting teams of the Ning clan. Their cultivation levels may not have been the highest within the clan, yet they were undoubtedly the most seasoned in the art of slaying demonic beasts. Suddenly confronted by an outsider, especially one with a mere 5th level of blood condensation who had never tasted the bitterness of battle, they felt a wave of discontent wash over them. Ning Cheng seemed to sense their sentiments and appeared somewhat awkward. He cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate the tension. At that moment, Qin Zhao lowered his voice and reiterated, "Now, retreat immediately. There are ambushers here." Ning Yangshan furrowed his brows, retorting, with our extensive experience in these woods, do you think we cannot discern the presence of ambushers? I understand your eagerness to find an opportunity to distinguish yourself. But not at this moment. The remaining hunters regarded Qin Shao with scorn, perceiving him as a mere laggard seeking to inflate his own significance by fabricating lies as they boldly pressed onward. In the blink of an eye, a spear suddenly pierced through the chest of the foremost hunter. Almost immediately, 5 fearsome men emerged with synchronized precision. Ning Chang recognized their identities with just a glance. 5 fiendish tigers. What brings you here? The leader of the 5 fiendish tigers, a man bearing a prominent scar across his eye, sneered at the Ning clan's hunting team. Today, my brothers and I are here for some exercise. None of you shall escape. The sudden appearance of the 5 fiendish tigers caught the hunters completely off guard. How is this possible? Ning Yangshan gasped in disbelief at the sight of the 5 men. I actually failed to notice the ambush. Each of the 5 exuded the formidable aura of blood condensation at the 7th level or higher, making it exceedingly difficult to conceal their presence. Reflecting on Qin Zhao's earlier warning, Ning Yangshan felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this young man, who had never set foot in the Lingyun mountain range, would be more vigilant than himself. A seasoned hunting team captain. Upon hearing the name of the 5 fiendish tigers, Ning Cheng's expression turned grave as he leaned closer to Qin Shao and whispered, "The 5 fiendish tigers are notorious bandits operating on the outskirts of the Lingyun mountain range. These 5 are sworn brothers with incredible strength. Besides hunting demonic beasts, they also plunder the hunting teams of various clans. However, since the outskirts of the Lingyun mountain range are hunting grounds for all clans, encounters with the 5 fiendish tigers typically involve merely paying a fee. I wonder why they have chosen to threaten us today." Qin Shao narrowed his eyes. "You mentioned they are active on the outskirts of the Lingyun mountain range, but we have already crossed into a dangerous area. These men have deliberately ventured into a perilous zone they would usually avoid, and it appears they were already aware of our route and laid an ambush here. Could this truly be mere coincidence?" Qin Zhao's words caused Ning Cheng's complexion to change dramatically. "Are you suggesting that these 5 are hired by someone?" Qin Shao raised an eyebrow. "It is a possibility." While they conversed, Ning Yangshan, maintaining some distance, began negotiating with the leader of the 5 fiendish tigers, the scarred-faced tiger. "Our Ning clan has no grievances with you, but we understand the rules of the road. Today, I am willing to offer a sum of Xian stones as a token of goodwill. The Ning clan will not pursue this matter further. How does that sound?" As he spoke, Ning Yangshan's gaze occasionally flickered toward the fallen hunter. According to the Ning clan's customs, when a clan member is slain, it naturally results in a blood feud with the 5 fiendish tigers. Yet, given the lethal prowess displayed by the assailants, their strength exceeded what the Ning clan's hunting team could contend with. The hunters behind Ning Yangshan seethed with rage, yet one of them produced a black bag and stepped toward the 5 bandits. However, the moment he approached, the scarred-faced tiger unleashed a swift strike, cleaving the hunter in two. "Did you not hear what I said? None of you shall escape today." "You?" Ning Yangshan bellowed, prompting the hunters to immediately form a defensive array. "No matter the circumstances, my Ning clan is not to be bullied by a band of ruffians." As the formation was established, Ning Cheng swiftly joined the ranks. He glanced back at Qin Shao, shouting, "You must leave. We will handle these 5. Once we return to the Ning clan, report everything that transpired here to Miss Feishue." Trying to flee? The scarred-faced tiger raised a hand, and 4 burly men swiftly spread out to encircle the group. "Damn it." Ning Cheng's face turned ashen, and Ning Yangshan's expression mirrored his fury. In the next moment, the battle erupted. Point 3 Transformation's Fist. Ning Cheng charged forward, enveloped in a potent aura of blood energy, confronting the scarred-faced tiger. His powerful punch was effortlessly parried by the bandit leader. "You pampered scions of great clans, even if your cultivation matches mine at the 8th level of blood condensation, your strength is worlds apart." The scarred-faced tiger retaliated with a fierce punch, sending Ning Cheng staggering back several steps. Ning Yangshan attempted to assist but was intercepted by another bandit. "You should be more concerned about how to secure a favorable outcome for yourself." The black-faced tiger laughed menacingly as he unleashed a fist towards Ning Yangshan, and soon both men were locked in combat. Observing their clash, Qin Shao quickly deduced that both were cultivators at the 7th level of blood condensation. Not only the black-faced tiger but the remaining 3 members of the 5 fiendish tigers also possessed the same level of cultivation. The 3 7th level warriors advanced toward the remaining hunters. A sense of dread enveloped the 6 hunters, their faces pale and trembling. What do we do? We are all only at the 5th level of blood condensation. 6 of us together can barely contend with one 7th level warrior. We cannot possibly handle all 3. One of the 5 fiendish tigers, the iron-faced tiger, scoffed. You think you can deal with a 7th level warrior? It seems you regard us as mere ordinary cultivators of the 7th level. He brandished a massive curved blade, licking the edge as a terrifying bloodlust radiated from him, a testament to the countless lives he had claimed. The hunters stood frozen, their instincts honed by years of battling demonic beasts preventing them from retreating in despair. Break through the encirclement, one hunter shouted, prompting the others to rally behind him, aiming to breach the iron-faced tiger's defense. If even one of them could escape, they could report the 5 fiendish tigers' actions to their clan and, at the very least, ensure that they would pay a price. However, as the iron-faced tiger had anticipated, the hunters were no match for the seasoned bandits who had slain countless demonic beasts. The iron-faced tiger alone was more than capable of holding them at bay. The remaining 2 bandits assessed Qin Shao, who stood off to the side, with the golden-faced tiger sighing. What a pity that Ning Feishui isn't here. The cold-faced tiger shot him a glare, retorting, the boss warned us not to speak out of turn. If we have the chance to capture that girl, then she'll be yours to enjoy. But for now, let's get rid of this one. With that, he cast a glance at Qin Shao. Well, a scion at the 5th level of blood condensation. The golden-faced tiger grinned wickedly as he approached. Today, I shall give you a lesson, teaching you that the tricks you learned in your clan are merely child's play. With that, he launched a devastating punch aimed squarely at Qin Zhao's head. His strength at the 7th level of blood condensation capable of shattering boulders. Just as the golden-faced tiger's fist was about to make contact with Qin Shao, a hand enveloped in flames surged forth to meet it. Is that the yellow flame palm? Recognizing the technique, the hunters gasped in shock, quickly succumbing to despair. They had presumed that Qin Shao, as Ning Feishui's betrothed, had learned some advanced techniques from the clan. Even if they acknowledged that a 5th-level cultivator like Qin Shao could not possibly stand against a 7th-level warrior like the golden-faced tiger, they had hoped that he could at least hold his ground. But now, the yellow flame palm unleashed by Qin Shao was merely a low-grade technique, and given its use as a training tool, they doubted his proficiency. How could someone like him possibly contend with the golden-faced tiger? Even Ning Cheng, who caught a glimpse of the unfolding scene, turned ashen, envisioning the moment when Qin Shao would be obliterated by the punch. To their astonishment, the moment the fist and palm collided, a tremendous explosion resonated, and the self-assured golden-faced tiger was propelled backward. When he landed, flames still danced upon his form. Rising from the ground, the golden-faced tiger's face drained of color as he stared at the expressionless Qin Shao, abruptly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 18. 3 moves, 3 defeated. The exchange between the golden-faced tiger and Qin Shao transpired in the blink of an eye. The speed was so swift that the majority of onlookers failed to comprehend the situation. Only witnessing the golden-faced tiger soaring through the air, those, like Ning Cheng, who had noted the unfolding events, found themselves in a state of cognitive dissonance. The 5 fiendish tigers were renowned for their formidable prowess, and within the entire Lingyun mountain range, they ranked among the most feared. Hunting teams from various clans would take great care to avoid them, not merely due to their blood-drenched history, but also their undeniable strength. Ning Cheng stared blankly at the young man, murmuring to himself, if I am not hallucinating, then it must be a malfunction in my mind. Not only he, but also Ning Yangshan and a host of other hunters shared the same sentiment. They merely regarded Qin Shao, the so-called useless youth, as someone who had fortuitously secured the top position in the clan competition, believing his strength to be rather unimpressive. Little did they anticipate that the prowess he exhibited at that moment far exceeded their expectations. Damn it! How dare a mere 5th stage of blood condensation, a bastard at that, injure my brother? Originally, the cold-faced tiger, who had been waiting idly on the sidelines, rushed over in a fit of rage. Raising his hand to unleash the martial technique, Heartbreak Palm, his palm exuded a chilling aura, aimed directly at Qin Zhao's face. Recognizing the technique, Ning Cheng shouted, be careful, don't take it head-on. This Heartbreak Palm is his signature skill. Anyone struck by it will surely perish within 3 breaths. 3 breaths? That would require being hit first. Qin Shao let out a cold laugh, stepping forward to meet the attack head-on, his palm expelling a brilliant yellow flame. As the onlookers expected him to employ his previous technique, the yellow flame palm, the fire rapidly enveloped his hand like water, forming a thin membrane radiating intense heat. Ning Yangshan gasped in astonishment, while Ning Qing exclaimed in shock, "That's the fire control palm cultivated by Fei Xue." Although the fire control palm was a martial technique preserved by the Ning family, its cultivation was exceedingly difficult, surpassing even that of mid-grade human-level techniques. Apart from the extraordinarily gifted Fei Xue, no one else in the clan had ever managed to learn it. To their surprise, Qin Shao had mastered it as well. The hunters' faces were filled with anticipation. However, Ning Yangshan could not afford to be optimistic. The fire control palm, though the strongest among the clan's low-grade human-level techniques, could not bridge the gap between him and the cold-faced tiger, whose heartbreak palm was a genuine mid-grade human-level technique. The mid-grade human-level technique emanated an imposing aura fueled by blood energy, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, it clashed violently with Qin Zhao's fire control palm. Boom! The sound echoed, and this time, the outcome was not as everyone had anticipated. It was Qin Shao who emerged victorious. As the cold-faced tiger and his brother were sent flying, the scar-faced tiger, who had been engaged with Ning Qing, could no longer contain himself. He let out a furious roar, momentarily pushing Ning Qing back. Before he could react, the scar-faced tiger leaped forward, closing in on Qin Shao. At that moment, it was too late for any rescue. The onlookers watched in horror as the scar-faced tiger's fist approached Qin Shao, charged with blood energy. Even Ning Qing was moved, yet, despite this, the youth remained unfazed. He slowly raised his palm, curling his fingers. This moment left the 5 fierce tigers puzzled, but Ning Qing and the others, aware of the clan competition, were filled with excitement. They had recognized Qin Zhao's movement. The scar-faced tiger's fist collided with Qin Zhao's fingers. In the next instant, a brilliant arc of lightning erupted from those 2 fingers. Thunderbolt finger. Qin Shao unleashed the most powerful martial technique he had learned thus far, and even the scar-faced tiger, as his adversary, felt a tremor of fear. However, there was no retreat for him now. Solid fist. His massive fist was enveloped in hardened blood energy, and when fist met finger, it produced a sound akin to metal clashing. Yet, how could a hardened blood fist compare to lightning sizzle? With a single finger strike, the scar-faced tiger was sent flying as if struck by a wild beast, leaving the crowd in astonishment. As he hit the ground, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Having accomplished this, Qin Shao remained expressionless, standing still. 3 moves, 3 opponents defeated. His strength had been fully displayed. The hunters were astounded by Qin Zhao's capabilities, bewildered by how a youth of the 5th stage of blood condensation could unleash such formidable power. However, the immediate concern was to uncover the reason behind the 5 fierce tigers' assault on the Ning clan's hunting team. According to Qin Zhao's analysis, this group had no particular reason to venture into such dangerous territory, nor would they forcibly attack the Ning clan's hunting team without a justification. Ning Yangshan hurried to the scar-faced tiger, ready to interrogate him, when Qin Shao suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" Just then, a powerful palm strike shot out from the depths of the forest. The force struck Ning Yangshan's face in an instant, and thanks to Qin Zhao's warning, he barely managed to dodge at the last moment. This was Xuanqi. Ning Yangshan was filled with shock. Xuanqi could only be initially utilized by someone at the Meridian Establishment stage. There was a master of the Meridian Establishment hidden in the woods. If they attacked, the entire hunting team would likely struggle to cope. However, after delivering that strike, the assailants ceased their attack. Tension eased as Ning Yangshan exhaled. But he quickly turned back, realizing that the scar-faced tiger and his companions had vanished, along with the black-faced tiger who had engaged him and the iron-faced tiger who had been restraining the hunting team. Damn it, this band of outlaws must pay the price. Ning Yangshan roared in fury, ordering his men to pursue, but Qin Shao interjected, "Do not pursue." Gazing into the dense forest, Qin Shao cautioned, "There is at least one master of the Meridian Establishment in the woods. If we fall into a trap, it will be certain death." Ning Qing nodded in agreement, saying, "Our primary objective now remains the Linkai Xian Gua. We will report the matter of the 5 fierce tigers to the family afterward. Someone will handle it." After saying this, he turned to Qin Shao, his face beaming with excitement. Qin Shao raised an eyebrow, quietly unleashing the chaotic energy within him, rendering his previously visible 5th stage of blood condensation once again difficult to discern. Ning Yangshan and the other members of the hunting team were momentarily stunned, then began to ponder it. It turns out the son-in-law is deliberately concealing his strength, given the level Qin Shao had just displayed. It was likely enough to rival a master of the 9th stage of blood condensation. At such a young age, possessing this level of strength, especially after the incident involving young Master Ning, led them to understand why Ning Feishue would go to such lengths to procure healing medicine for him despite being seriously injured. Chapter 19. An ambush as Qin Shao and the others made their way toward the depths of the forest, where the Linkai Xiangua was said to appear. A middle-aged man in splendid attire stood expressionless by a stream. Kneeling before him were 5 burly men bound with ropes, the 5 fierce tigers who had just escaped the Ning family's grasp. You truly are a bunch of useless fools. Having lingered around the outskirts of Lingyun Mountain for so long, you can't even handle a hunting team. The scar-faced tiger's face flushed with anger as he retorted. You didn't mention their strength when you assigned us this task. The unassuming youth in their ranks possesses astonishing strength. Oh? The middle-aged man, with his hands clasped behind his back, regarded the scar-faced tiger with a hint of disdain. A young man standing beside him clasped his fists and said, Uncle Zhou, among the younger generation of the Ning family, only Ning Feishue and Ning Zhuang are formidable. According to the reports, one is recuperating at home while the other is in seclusion with Ning Tong. Apart from them, the rest should be nothing but trash. Zhou Li scoffed. I thought as much. These 5 useless fools probably couldn't defeat the Ning clan's hunting team or were caught off guard by Ning Cheng. And they're merely making excuses. What should we do then? The young man asked again. Gather our forces. This time, we will wait for them at the location where the Linkai Xiangua appears. Zhou Chuang. Remember, our Zhou family has not yet truly gone to war with the Ning family. Be cautious in your arrangements. We must leave no gaps and eradicate every last one of them. Zhou Chuang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Excitement spreading across his face as he replied, understood. He then turned his gaze to the 5 fierce tigers nearby. And what shall we do with these 5? Zhou Li sneered. Initially, I intended for them to eliminate the Ning clan's hunting team, but it seems they couldn't even manage such a trivial task. Now that our plan is set, we cannot allow unnecessary people to learn anything they shouldn't. Saying this, he gestured toward his neck. Upon witnessing this, the 5 fierce tigers began to struggle, but the ropes binding them were evidently a form of treasure. They could not break free in the short term. Zhou Chuang raised his hand, and several members of the Zhou family stepped forward. One by one, the 5 fierce tigers, who had once boasted of exterminating the Ning clan's hunting team, met their demise. Zhou Li ordered the disposal of their bodies in an area frequented by ferocious beasts. Then reiterated, ensure everything is arranged properly. If even one of them escapes, it will impact our Zhou family. Yes. While the Zhou family busied themselves with their arrangements, the Ning family members continued their journey. The hunters, who had previously ignored Qin Shao, now regarded him with entirely different eyes. As hunters who danced on the edge of blades, their respect for the strong was ingrained in their very bones. A young master who accompanied them as Ning Feishue's husband would undoubtedly be met with disdain. Yet a formidable genius capable of defeating 3 tigers in 3 moves would command their respect. Who would have thought, after the incident with young Master Zhuang, your strength remains so formidable, son-in-law? Ning Cheng approached with a beaming smile. From the moment Qin Shao entered the Ning family as a son-in-law, he was already aware of the existence of this illustrious figure. However, at that time, Qin Shao shone too brightly for him to take notice, resulting in little interaction between the two. Qin Shao smiled but refrained from responding. Observing this, Ning Cheng continued, your ability to discern the ambush of the 5 fierce tigers just now suggests that you must possess considerable combat experience prior to your arrival at the Ning family. What is your perspective on the assault by these 5 individuals against us? Qin Shao replied calmly, I have already shared my deductions with you. Unless I am mistaken, this group is likely acting under instructions from someone. He added, few are privy to the arrangements made within our clan for a hunting party to venture into the mountains in search of the Linkai immortal fruit. It is probable that there is an insider from another family involved. Ning Cheng inhaled deeply and remarked, that other family must be the Zhou family. Ning Yangshan, who was walking beside them, nodded vigorously in agreement. The Zhou family? Qin Shao inquired, showing a lack of familiarity with the matter. The Zhou family was the true foremost family in Feiyun City before you arrived, my lord. Their influence surpasses all others in the city, and their younger generation possesses extraordinary strength. According to the customs of Feiyun City, the most prosperous shops are occupied by the family that triumphs in the biannual Xuanqiu martial competition. However, prior to your assistance to the Ning family in securing these shops 2 years ago, they had been under the control of the Zhou family. Following the Ning family's ascension, the Zhou family began to concoct various excuses to trouble us, and our conflict with them has grown quite deep. The disappearance of our former clan leader, Ning Zhan, is said to be linked to the Zhou family. Ning Zhan, Qin Shao frowned. As the husband of Ning Feishue, he was naturally aware of this individual. Ning Zhan was the previous head of the Ning family and the father of Ning Feishue. He had single-handedly raised Ning Feishue and wielded considerable authority over the family, leading it to prosperity. Although it was Qin Zhao's arrival that allowed the Ning family to obtain the central shops of Feiyun City, the family's growth prior to that was largely due to Ning Zhan's efforts. Yet, this pillar of support had vanished 3 years ago. After Ning Zhan's disappearance, the Zhou family had been targeting the Ning family relentlessly. Following the Ning family's victory in the Xuanqiu martial competition and the acquisition of the central shops in Feiyun City, they intensified their oppression by allying with other families. If anyone were to have hired the 5 tigers to ambush the Ning family's hunting party, it would most likely be the Zhou family. After Ning Cheng finished recounting these events, he fell into deep contemplation. But why would they choose to attack our inconsequential hunting party instead of employing other means to trouble the Ning family? Qin Shao raised an eyebrow and replied, "It is likely related to the Xuanqiu martial competition." Ning Cheng was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that they are aware of Miss Feishue's condition and her need for the Linkai immortal fruit for treatment? Thus, they set an ambush to prevent us from obtaining the fruit, hindering Miss Feishue's participation in the Xuanqiu martial competition?" Qin Shao nodded, affirming that this was indeed the most plausible explanation. Moreover, it was possible that the immortal fruit had already been seized by this group. Upon hearing this, the hearts of those present sank. The Zhou family, Qin Zhao's expression darkened. First, they caused the disappearance of Ning Zhan, and now they sought to prevent others from healing Ning Feishue. The Zhou family seemed intent on leaving no escape route for the Ning family. Ning Yangshan deliberately coughed to alleviate the tension in the atmosphere. As the topic veered towards the Xuanqiu martial competition, he interjected, "I have heard that the Zhou family has produced a once-in-50 years genius, who poses a significant challenge to young Master Ning Zhuang. I wonder if this is related to the current situation." Qin Shao narrowed his eyes and inquired, "A genius, you say? I am curious to know the nature of this talent." After half an hour of engaging in casual conversation while remaining vigilant against potential beast attacks, the group finally arrived at a towering cliff. Upon the cliff, a verdant flower plant quietly flourished, bearing fruits that emitted a mesmerizing glow. Indeed, the Linkai immortal fruit. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up, and he prepared to approach for harvesting when suddenly, he felt a peculiar twitch in his eyelid and halted his steps. At that moment, a hearty laughter accompanied by footsteps approached steadily. Soon after, a middle-aged man clad in splendid attire, accompanied by numerous followers, emerged before the Ning family members. "Zhou Li, what are you plotting?" Ning Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. Zhou Li revealed a disdainful expression and retorted, "Plotting? What do you think I am doing here in this desolate wilderness?" With that, the members of the Zhou family immediately assumed combat stances. Seeing this, Ning Yangshan ordered the hunting team to prepare for battle. Observing the Ning family's response, Zhou Li scoffed, "You still wish to resist?" He clapped his hands, and immediately, more members of the Zhou family emerged from the surrounding foliage. These individuals exhibited formidable strength, and Zhou Li, in particular, was someone whom even Ning Cheng regarded with trepidation. Ning Cheng, sensing the gravity of the situation, declared solemnly, "It seems we are doomed here today." Yet Zhou Li did not rush into battle. Instead, he scanned the Ning family members before finally fixing his gaze upon Qin Shao. "You must be the kid that Scarface mentioned. I cannot discern your cultivation level. You must be hiding it. Who would have thought that besides Ning Feishue and Ning Zhuang, the Ning family harbors another capable genius?" With that, he exchanged glances with his companions, and a young man stepped forward. Upon seeing this young man, Ning Cheng's expression changed dramatically. This person is Zhou Chuang, one of the top 3 talents among the younger generation of the Zhou family. Even I may not be able to match him. Having his identity revealed, Zhou Chuang grinned, though the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Gazing at the calm and composed young man from the Ning family, Zhou Chuang stepped forward slowly and declared, "Let me see just how much prowess this genius possesses." Chapter 20. Slaying Zhou Chuang, the ambush set by the Zhou family far exceeded the expectations of the hunting party, and their brazen admission of bribing the 5 fierce tigers left Ning Cheng's face ashen. He understood that since the Zhou family was so unconcerned about revealing their actions, they would undoubtedly leave no survivors among the hunting party. What further surprised Ning Cheng was the presence of Zhou Li, a formidable elder, and now the young genius Zhou Chuang, who seemed intent on challenging Qin Shao. Observing Zhou Chuang's confident demeanor, Qin Shao smiled slightly and stepped forward. Zhou Chuang scrutinized Qin Zhao's features for a moment, and after a brief contemplation, he expressed his astonishment. "You are Qin Shao." At the mention of Qin Zhao's name, the members of the Zhou family displayed distinct reactions. They could never forget this name. It was he who had led the Zhou family to defeat in the Xuanqiu martial competition 2 years ago, which not only diminished their morale but also resulted in the loss of all their prestigious shops in Feiyun City's prime areas. However, wasn't this individual supposedly crippled by the Ning family? How could he suddenly reappear and appear to have regained his cultivation? Even the Ning family members were unaware of the answer, leaving the Zhou family in a state of confusion. Regardless of how Qin Shao had managed it, it did little to alter the current predicament. Zhou Chuang's face turned cold as he remarked, "Your cultivation appears to be far inferior to that of 2 years ago. Even if you have not been completely crippled, your vitality must have suffered greatly, making recovery improbable. Thus, today, I shall avenge my cousin Zhou Xing by slaying you, the waste. Prepare to die." As the words left his mouth, Zhou Chuang drew a large blade from his waist and swung it fiercely toward Qin Shao. "Be careful. This person's strength is no less than that of Scarface." Ning Cheng's warning barely escaped his lips before the unstoppable blade was already upon Qin Shao. The formidable strike from the 8th layer of blood condensation was overwhelming, causing both Ning Yangshan and Ning Cheng to adopt solemn expressions. Although Zhou Chuang had yet to employ any martial techniques, the sheer force of his blood energy was sufficient to cleave an ordinary martial artist in two. Everyone expected Qin Shao to evade. Yet, to their astonishment, he did not move until the blade was mere inches from his face, at which point he simply raised his hand. Crack! They all witnessed how his hand firmly grasped the blade's edge, unwavering as if it were a boulder amidst the mountains. Well, what? Not only the spectators, but even Zhou Chuang himself was left dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that one day he would find himself having his blade effortlessly caught by a peer. Such composure and strength could only be achieved by an extraordinary master. Qin Shao was no master or great power, but the combat experience from his previous life allowed him to easily predict the trajectory of Zhou Chuang's strike, using his palm to block it. His physique and blood energy were sufficient to rival, if not surpass, that of the 8th layer of blood condensation. Furiously enraged at having his strike so easily thwarted, Zhou Chuang withdrew his blade, which instantly became enveloped in a rich crimson aura, signaling the activation of a martial technique. Blood break slash. As the strike was unleashed, the faces of the Zhou family members were filled with excitement, while those of the Ning family turned pale. This was a mid-tier martial technique of the Zhou family, known for its incredible power capable of effortlessly slaying martial artists of equal rank. Ning Yangshan, his face ashen, shouted, "This is bad." The hunting team recognized the technique as well, their expressions growing increasingly grave. The Zhou family's members, poised for battle, now appeared relaxed, observing the confrontation between the two men with a sense of leisure. Half a year ago, Zhou Chuang had used this very technique to slay a first-tier beast, the black-horned deer. For an ordinary 8th layer blood condensation martial artist to face off against a black-horned deer was already a daunting task. How could anyone hope to match Zhou Chuang, who had slain it with a single stroke? Zhou Chuang's prowess undoubtedly ranked among the top 10 of the younger generation in Feiyun City. What could a discarded waste from the Ning family possibly do to counter his ultimate technique? With a sneer of disdain, Qin Shao, who was regarded by the crowd as a worthless individual, slowly lifted his head. Is it really that simple? Those 3 seemingly straightforward words caused everyone to tilt their heads in confusion. What do you mean by that simple? Qin Zhao's body gradually crouched, assuming a running posture. Amidst the puzzled gazes, his palm was enveloped in silvery flames. No one knew the nature of this flame, nor could they fathom the immense strength possessed by Qin Shao, who wielded the silver frost flames. Transforming his palm into a blade, he met the oncoming large sword with a fiery strike. The massive blade bore down like a mountain, while his palm blade appeared as mere driftwood against the current. Yet, When the two forces collided, the resulting explosion created a pit in the ground, riddled with cracks beneath their feet. In that fleeting moment, the onlookers believed the formidable sword would effortlessly sever Qin Zhao's arm, potentially cleaving him in two. However, the reality that unfolded before them was one of astonishment. The silvery flame-enveloped palm blade cleaved through the formidable sword with sheer force. Not only that, but the subsequent strike surged toward Zhou Chuang's face. "No! Do you know who I am?" The panicked voice barely escaped as Zhou Li rushed to intervene. Alas, it was too late. The moment he intended to act, Qin Zhao had already sealed Zhou Chuang's fate. With a soft sound, the palm blade sliced through Zhou Chuang's neck, and the blood that gushed forth stained his body crimson. In that instant, to the spectators, Qin Zhao appeared as a malevolent spirit returned from the depths of hell. The carnage wrought by this demon was merely the beginning. "Oh, it's the Zhou family, is it? You intend to leave us all here? Today's events will settle both new grudges and old animosities. If that is the case, then let all of you remain." As his words fell, arcs of light erupted from his fingertips. The members of the hunting team had witnessed Qin Zhao injure the scarred tiger with this very gesture. Even though they knew Zhou Li's cultivation was far superior to that of the scarred tiger, at this moment, the boy's fingertips crackled with arcs of electricity, accompanied by the chilling silvery flames. In stark contrast to the tension felt by the Ning family members, the Zhou clan members sneered derisively. "You are far too arrogant, boy. Dare to kill Zhou Chuang, and today you shall find no refuge from death." Their scornful taunts echoed as Zhou Li slowly drew a short blade from his waist, gripping it firmly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he coldly declared, "Do you know? The last family that dared to harm my Zhou clan has been completely eradicated from Feiyun City. I wish to know, who gave your Ning family the audacity to claim that we shall all remain?" Gazing upon the headless corpse slain by Qin Zhao, Zhou Li shrieked, "The death of Zhou Chuang will not be in vain. Every member of the Ning family shall accompany you to the grave." Shattering martial blade steps. With that, a swift and ruthless blade of light traced an elusive trajectory toward Qin Zhao's neck. In a blink, the spectators could hardly discern the clash of their strikes. Just as the shadows dissipated, the lightning finger met the short blade in a fierce collision, in an instant of contact. Both combatants separated, each bearing a crimson line upon their faces. This initial exchange proved to be evenly matched. Chapter 21. Not a single one left behind before the true battle commenced. No one could have anticipated the extent of Qin Zhao's strength. With a single strike, he had slain Zhou Chuang and now faced Zhou Li without losing ground. It was crucial to note that the former was among the top 5 young talents of the Zhou family, while the latter possessed the formidable cultivation of the 9th stage of blood condensation. Yet, these two formidable individuals found themselves unable to gain the upper hand against Qin Zhao, despite their astonishment. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ning Cheng waved his hand decisively, commanding, "Everyone, kill." 5 members of the hunting team quickly formed a defensive circle, relying on each other to engage the Zhou clan members in combat. With the battle ignited, Ning Yangshan and Ning Cheng had no reason to linger idly. Sharing a glance, they recognized the murderous intent reflected in each other's eyes. In the next moment, they charged toward the 2 strongest members of the Zhou family who had arrived at the scene. Blood sprayed, and the cries of battle reverberated throughout the area. As the Ning and Zhou families clashed, Qin Zhao seized the opportunity to strike again. His previous finger gesture had not been executed with full force. It had merely served to gauge the extent of his current battle prowess. As a measuring tool, Zhou Li had proven to be quite adequate. With that in mind, it was time to get serious. Qin Zhao's eyes glinted coldly, contrasting sharply with Zhou Li's gaze, which was laden with murderous intent. Shattering martial blade steps, reverse slash. Zhou Li bellowed, his small blade morphing into a flurry of afterimages as it sliced toward Qin Zhao. Each strike aimed at Qin Zhao's vulnerable defenses, imbued with tremendous force. A single hit could result in severe injury or even death. Such a fierce technique stirred even Qin Zhao, who possessed memories from his past life. However, this was not the time for contemplation. Lightning silver frost fingers. Qin Zhao summoned all his strength, gathering the silver frost flames into his fingertips. Simultaneously, the quantity of lightning arcs surged, exuding a dangerous aura. With a flick of his finger, akin to wind and lightning, he propelled the attack toward Zhou Li's face. Zhou Li deftly dodged the strike using the shattering martial blade steps, but Qin Zhao, like a venomous snake, relentlessly pursued him, maintaining an unyielding offensive. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as they exchanged blows. Despite appearing to be on the defensive, Zhou Li maintained his composure, showing no signs of retreat. Conversely, Qin Shao, with the cultivation of only the 5th stage of blood condensation, felt his strength rapidly depleting, struggling to catch his breath after a few exchanges. I must end this swiftly, Qin Shao growled. Retreating momentarily, Zhou Li, perceiving his weakness, swiftly followed suit, aiming to strike Qin Shao anew with the shattering martial blade. However, he caught sight of a knowing smile playing upon the boy's lips. Not good, Zhou Li shouted in alarm. But it was too late to retreat now. Dual lightning fingers. Qin Shao unleashed the silver frost flames and lightning fingers to their utmost limits. His 2 fingers surged with terrifying power, intertwining arcs of lightning and frost fire. Seizing the opportunity as Zhou Li exposed a flaw during his aggressive assault, Qin Zhao's fingers pierced through the tightly woven defense, striking directly into his chest. Die for me, Qin Shao roared, the force of his strike intensifying once more. In the next moment, the crowd beheld Zhou Li, a respected figure of the Zhou family, pierced through by Qin Zhao's dual fingers. As he withdrew his hands, blood gushed forth violently. Zhou Li, with an expression of disbelief, slowly collapsed, unable to close his eyes in death. With a single finger, he had slain Zhou Li. Qin Shao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Yet he did not withdraw immediately. Instead, he joined the hunting team in the fray. With the impressive feat of having slain both Zhou Chuang and Zhou Li, wherever Qin Shao ventured, the members of the Zhou family quaked in fear, unwilling to resist. Within moments, someone in the crowd shouted, "The leader is dead. Everyone, return to report to our clan." The remaining Zhou clan members, who had initially fought back, immediately discarded their weapons and fled. This time, Qin Shao did not attempt to persuade the hunting team as he had during the 5 Tigers incident. Instead, he called out, "Pursue!" Ning Cheng, Ning Yangshan, and Qin Shao each led a couple of individuals in different directions to chase down the fleeing enemies. Having witnessed the earlier battle, the Zhou family members were utterly terrified following the deaths of Zhou Chuang and Zhou Li. Some even collapsed mid-flight, paralyzed with fear, only to be mercilessly cut down by the pursuing members of the Ning family. Qin Shao had vowed that none would be spared, and they were determined to ensure that every Zhou family member involved in the ambush would meet the same fate. This relentless pursuit lasted for half an hour, until they finally returned to the cliff where the battle had first ignited. Qin Shao, panting heavily and appearing somewhat fatigued, was met with gazes of utmost respect from Ning Cheng and the others accompanying him. In that moment, a thought emerged in their minds, one that had never surfaced before. Perhaps the resurgence of the Ning family would not rely on Ning Zhuang or Ning Feishue, but rather on the formidable, decisive son-in-law, Qin Shao. A quarter of an hour later, after the hunting team had dealt with the slain Zhou family members, they collected the spoils of wealth from their bodies and presented them to Ning Cheng. "Brother-in-law, this is what you rightfully deserve." Ning Cheng handed Qin Shao a spatial ring. Qin Shao did not refuse. At this point, he was in dire need of resources for cultivation. Aside from the Xian stones, which served as currency, there were also spiritual liquids that practitioners could absorb for cultivation, essential for Qin Zhao's breakthrough to a higher level. As Qin Shao stored the spatial ring, Ning Cheng inquired with concern, "Brother-in-law, are you all right?" Qin Shao shook his head, casting his gaze toward the Linkai immortal fruit atop the cliff. "Brother-in-law, you wouldn't possibly intend to." Ning Cheng's words trailed off as Qin Shao suddenly dashed forward. In an instant, the power of the silver frost flames enveloped his entire being. Qin Shao leapt onto the cliff, where the silver flames immediately crystallized into a thick layer of frost beneath his feet. Securing his stance against the precipice, with both feet and hands clinging to the rocky cliff, the ice blocks spread between his limbs made him resemble a gecko, the thick ice serving as his webbed feet. With each step, Qin Shao had to regulate the silver frost fire to dissolve the ice binding his hands and feet, only for it to refreeze once he moved to the next foothold. While this might appear uncomplicated, the multitude of steps involved in walking rendered the process exceedingly complex. However, for Qin Shao, it posed no significant challenge. Having acquired the fire-devouring young body, he had an intimate understanding of every flame he had collected. In terms of application, Ning Zhuang, who had stolen the heavenly fire diagram, was merely a novice in Qin Zhao's presence. One step after another, the onlookers watched in astonishment as Qin Shao ascended. After nearly half an hour, He finally reached a break in the cliff. He swiftly plucked the spirit-color celestial fruit and, using the same method, slowly descended to the ground. As Qin Shao handed the spirit-color celestial fruit to Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng finally came to his senses. Cousin, what a remarkable skill. The hunting team members cast admiring glances at Qin Shao. Chapter 22. Shattered martial blade steps. Having secured the spirit-color celestial fruit, Ning Cheng let out a sigh of relief. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "You may return first." "Are you not coming back, cousin?" Ning Cheng was taken aback, exclaiming, "We have reached a perilous zone. Although we encountered no beasts along the way, should we face one, a first-tier beast would pose no threat to you, but a second-tier beast could spell disaster." Qin Shao nodded, "I am aware. Before coming to the Ning family, apart from my secluded training within the city, I spent most of my time in the mountains. I am more familiar with beasts than you are." Ning Yangshan's expression grew awkward. Previously, he and the hunting team had assumed Qin Shao was merely a sheltered young master and had expressed some disdainful remarks. Now, it was evident those words had backfired. Qin Shao chose not to dwell on this, simply stating, "The Xuanqiu martial battle is in 2 months, correct? In that time, Fei Xue's injuries cannot possibly heal. I cannot allow her to risk exacerbating her condition by participating." Ning Cheng, upon hearing this, nodded excitedly, "With you taking the lead, there will surely be no issues." The remaining hunting team members echoed their agreement. Even though they understood that, at this moment, Qin Shao remained vastly outmatched by Ning Zhuang. And even 2 months later, he would not be able to catch up to Qin Shao. They still found themselves instinctively believing in this young man who had just rescued them with his astonishing prowess. Perhaps he could indeed work miracles. While the group thought this, none dared to voice their thoughts. Ning Cheng briefly conveyed a few more instructions and, along with Ning Yangshan, took 5 hunting team members back. They retraced their steps, for Ning Yangshan mentioned they needed to retrieve the bodies of the 2 fallen brothers to return to their family. As the group gradually distanced themselves, Qin Shao took a deep breath and slowly sat down on the ground. The recent battle had drained a significant amount of his blood energy, leaving even the silver frost fire seed within his fire veins somewhat weakened. Until he cultivated his Xian soul, Qin Shao was unable to ignite the Xian fire within his body autonomously, preventing a cycle between the fire seed and his Dantian. Consequently, each time he utilized the silver frost fire, its seed would grow slightly weaker. Although it could be restored by absorbing sufficient spiritual energy from heaven and earth, the process was excruciatingly slow, requiring him a week to fully recover the fire seed after just 1 battle. Setting aside the fire seed for the moment, the immediate priority was to restore his blood energy and advance in his cultivation. Qin Zhao's consciousness entered his spatial ring, revealing a space the size of a bedroom in his mind. Within this space lay a plethora of items scavenged from the Zhou family members, Xian stones, spiritual liquids, and various martial arts manuals and treasures. Among them, the most enticing to Qin Shao was a somewhat yellowed martial arts book inscribed with the words "Shattered Martial Blade Steps." Although this technique was merely of upper-tier human grade, it possessed a high degree of adaptability. In his previous life, Qin Shao had encountered numerous martial techniques, many of which were of such high caliber that his current cultivation level rendered them unattainable, making it challenging to modify them for his use. However, the Shattered Martial Blade Steps, being an ordinary upper-tier human technique, was easily recognizable to Qin Shao, who, with his profound martial arts foundation, could discern numerous fatal flaws embedded within its blade and footwork. During his earlier bout with Zhou Li, it was precisely these flaws that he had exploited to pierce through his chest. Learning this technique and reformulating it held great potential. Nevertheless, the pressing matter remained to restore his injuries. With a determined mindset, Qin Shao promptly retrieved some healing medicine from his spatial ring and consumed it, simultaneously absorbing the spiritual liquid stored by Zhou Li and the others. Unlike the spiritual energy from heaven and earth, the spiritual liquid was contained within jade bottles. Upon refinement, his blood energy would guide it to his fingertips, allowing for rapid absorption into his body, where it could swiftly transform into Xian Qi. For martial cultivators in the blood condensation realm, lacking Xian Qi meant that the spiritual liquid could only serve as an auxiliary for physical cultivation. Even without specialization, its effects were astonishing. After merely 2 hours of cultivation, as dusk approached, aided by the formidable absorption capacity of the chaotic devouring sky record, Qin Shao had already reached the 7th level of the blood condensation realm. Exhaling a breath of turbid air as he awakened from his meditation, Qin Zhao's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. In just 2 hours, I've completely absorbed all the spiritual liquid brought over by the Zhou family. The efficiency of the chaotic devouring sky record is indeed terrifying. A wry smile crossed Qin Zhao's face. He felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the powerful technique that would undoubtedly accelerate his cultivation speed tremendously. The concern, however, was that this technique resembled an insatiable maw, leaving him wondering how much wealth would be required to satiate it. Taking a deep breath, Qin Zhao dismissed these extraneous thoughts. He ignited a fire against the cliff and settled down once more, this time beginning to comprehend the shattered martial blade steps. For members of the Zhou family, mastering the shattered martial blade steps typically took 1 to 2 years, and even those lacking a certain degree of martial talent would struggle to find their way into this technique. In contrast, Qin Zhao's martial talent was so formidable that what appeared convoluted and inscrutable to the Zhou family was easily grasped by him in just a few hours. Yet, learning it was merely the beginning. The first move of this technique, revolving chain slashes, featured speed and precision, bolstered by formidable blade energy, undoubtedly possessing considerable might. However, this move was overly aggressive, lacking in defense. An excessive focus on suppression could lead to vulnerabilities, as he had previously exploited. Adjusting this aspect of the blade technique to incorporate the agile footwork of the shattered martial blade steps would yield significant improvements. The second and third moves also presented issues. As he diligently researched and modified the techniques, the night slipped away in the blink of an EYE.AT dawn. The calls of avian beasts echoed through the forest. Qin Zhao remained unfazed, calmly approaching the nearest large tree. The short blade previously wielded by Zhou Li in his hand. Shattered martial blade steps, first move, revolving chain slashes. As the blade technique was unleashed, the accompanying momentum transformed into a fierce whirlwind, creating a cacophony of sounds as it swept through the tree. When Qin Zhao ceased his movements, the trunk bore countless deep gashes. Remarkably, amidst such relentless assault, his footwork remained composed and orderly, even adapting mid-strike to counter potential openings in his technique. Compared to the earlier revolving chain slashes, the current move not only boasted greater offensive power but also allowed for immediate adaptability. Even the original weaknesses had been entirely supplanted. Those familiar with the shattered martial blade steps, should they attempt to exploit those weaknesses against Qin Zhao, risked being countered in turn. Beyond the first move, the modifications to the second and third moves had yielded remarkable transformations. The second move, cleave through with devastating speed, completely abandoned defense in pursuit of unparalleled speed and lethal force. Under Qin Zhao's enhancements, its offensive capability was nothing short of indomitable. Should one be caught within its blade's influence, even a practitioner at the pulse-building realm would find it hard to withstand. The third move, Splendid Blade Slash, represented the culmination of the shattered martial blade steps, channeling all power into a singular, extreme strike. Through Qin Zhao's modifications, its potency had increased by several tiers. Upon executing all three moves, the ancient tree, having survived countless years, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Standing before the fallen tree, Qin Zhao inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the depths of the forest. The Xuanqiu martial battle was merely 2 months away, and he needed to continue growing stronger before that time arrived. Chapter 23. Cave Spider Monsters. The perilous zone of the Lingyun mountain range was home to numerous first-tier beasts and even second-tier beasts. The hunting teams from the various families in Feiyun City rarely ventured into this area. Even when they did, they formed small teams of nearly 10 members, treading cautiously and avoiding deep exploration. It was a rare occurrence for an individual to enter this territory alone. In the depths of the shadowy woods, covered in blood, Qin Zhao moved cautiously. After parting ways with Ning Chang and the others, he pressed onward deeper into the forest. Perhaps it was due to a departure from the crowd. Those beasts that originally encircled the hunting team turned their attention towards Qin Zhao. In just a few hours, various first-tier monsters lay scattered across the ground. If it were anyone else, they might have been troubled by the dilemma of how to deal with so many monster corpses, even with a storage ring. A space no larger than a bedroom would quickly become overwhelmed with the remains of these beasts. However, Qin Zhao had no such concerns. The chaos-devouring heaven record proved to be capable of consuming anything. As noon approached, Qin Zhao strode forward, absorbing the gains of the past half-day. After vanquishing dozens of first-tier monsters, their bodies were devoured by the chaos-devouring heaven record, refined into strands of blood essence, and infused into his own being. While this method was not as swift or effective as directly absorbing spiritual liquid, it nonetheless facilitated significant progress in Qin Zhao's cultivation. In addition to the monster corpses, the heads of the beasts contained monster cores. These cores, being the essence of the beasts, could be utilized in alchemy, artifact crafting, and various other purposes. The prices of monster cores varied by grade, yet Qin Zhao did not intend to sell them. Instead, he stored them all within his ring. Cultivating the chaos-devouring heaven record required not only refining the Dantian but also expanding the small space within that had been opened up by the chaos seed. The method to enlarge this realm was to refine all things with chaos chi. The monster cores from these first-tier beasts represented Qin Zhao's initial step in cultivating the Chaos King body. The greater the internal world of the Chaos King body, the more formidable the profound soul he could cultivate upon breaking through to the pulse-building realm. Although there was still a considerable distance to that milestone, preparations needed to commence early. Leaving behind the monster cores, the flesh would be refined through techniques. While long-term cultivation was indeed the best choice, Qin Zhao currently lacked the luxury of time to slowly progress to the pulse-building realm before advancing to the next major stage. He needed to find a location rich in spiritual liquid and energy. Casting a glance towards the end of the forest, Qin Zhao discerned that it connected to yet another grand mountain, within which lay a concealed cave. Had he finally found one? Taking a deep breath, Qin Zhao quickened his pace and soon arrived at the cave's entrance. For someone like Qin Zhao, who had spent years cultivating in the mountains, his first action upon arriving at any new location was to explore the terrain. This had been true upon entering Feiyun City as well. Before being harmed by the Ning family, he had frequently ventured into the Lingyun mountain range for reconnaissance. He had caught a distant glimpse of this cave before, sensing a concentration of spiritual energy within, yet lacked the opportunity to enter and cultivate at that time. This time, Qin Zhao had come. However, upon gaining a clearer view of the cave's interior, he could not help but furrow his brow. The dense spiritual energy emanated from the depths of the cave, yet simultaneously, an unpleasant odor unique to beasts filled the entrance. And his gaze fell upon several piled white bones. It was evident that others had visited this place, only to become fodder for the cave's inhabitants. Qin Zhao narrowed his eyes, his blood essence power enveloping him. Each step taken with meticulous caution as he surveyed his surroundings. Generally, venturing deeper into a monster's lair would be detrimental. Most beasts were cruel and cunning, employing every means to ambush intruders on their territory. Yet, with Qin Zhao's current cultivation level being rather low, he could only advance cautiously for a mere 10 steps before the unmistakable sound of rustling filled the air. Suddenly, a spider, towering over a person, emerged from the cave's depths. Its long legs were as sharp as blades, and its grotesque head bore a single, enormous eye that instilled dread. It was a second-tier low-level monster, the giant ice spider. Recognizing the creature at a glance, Qin Zhao retreated swiftly as a deep green liquid was sprayed from the spider's mouth, landing where he had just stood. The sound of corrosion echoed ominously, sending chills down his spine. Had it been the hunting team, they would have likely fled in all directions by now. Despite being a low-tier second-level beast, the giant ice spider possessed the strength to rival a first-stage pulse-building martial artist. Its blade-like legs and venom could swiftly reduce a man to a puddle of flesh. However, all of this relied on the premise of being able to strike. The giant ice spider, known for its corrosive properties and brute strength, had likely claimed countless victims in the past, yet here it was, seeking to trouble him once more. Qin Zhao's emotions were oddly mixed, yet his feet did not falter. The blood essence power rapidly coalesced in his hand. Gripping his short blade tightly, silver frost fire enveloped the blade, its shimmering edge capable of effortlessly slicing through rock. With a low shout, Qin Zhao ceased his retreat and launched a fierce counterattack before the giant ice spider could react. The series of slashes left afterimages in the air. Each strike was as swift as thunder. Caught off guard, the giant ice spider suffered multiple wounds, deep green blood oozing from them, accompanied by an unpleasant stench. Having sustained minor injuries, the giant ice spider did not relent. Its 8 slender, sharp legs became like swords, clashing with Qin Zhao's short blade. The cave resonated with the sounds of combat, akin to the clash of martial artists. Qin Zhao's short blade danced in the air, and the improved shattering blade technique not only boasted an offensive speed like lightning, but also a defense impenetrable as steel. For a time, the battle was evenly matched, neither side gaining the upper hand. After several breaths, Qin Zhao's blade technique suddenly changed. He evaded a long leg aimed at his face, stepped forward, reversed his grip on the blade, and transformed into a fleeting shadow. When he reappeared, he was already 3 feet away. In the next moment, the giant eye spider's body was neatly severed into 2 halves. Qin Zhao swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the spray of deep green blood that erupted from the creature. Though the shattering blade technique was formidable, its power could not be sustained indefinitely. From his ring, Qin Zhao retrieved a clean piece of clothing salvaged from the Zhou family, tearing off a strip to clean his blade. In truth, he could have ended the battle much sooner. He had merely delayed to test the effectiveness of the shattering blade technique. Now, it was evident that this martial skill had transcended the realm of human-level techniques. Based on its performance in battle, it could easily rival low-grade spiritual-level techniques. Satisfied, Qin Zhao sheathed his blade. The Thunder Finger was no weak technique, yet it remained a human-level upper technique. Faced with opponents of significantly higher cultivation, it was difficult to bridge the gap in power. The shattering blade technique, now possessing spiritual-level might, was capable of overcoming such disparities. It had become Qin Zhao's ultimate weapon. Chapter 24. Encountering the Zhou family again after slaying the giant eye spider. Qin Zhao took a deep breath, his gaze fixed upon the depths of the shadowy cave. Within the dimness, a faint glow emanated, and the rich spiritual energy flowed from that direction. Proceeding cautiously through the cave, Qin Zhao remained vigilant for any other beasts that might appear. To his surprise, he reached the cave's deepest recess without encountering any monsters, only to find several skeletal remains of martial artists who had perished at the hands of the giant eye spider. What lay within that could entice so many to come? Qin Zhao, puzzled, peered towards the end of the cave and discovered a hidden spring. What is this? Qin Zhao leaned down, dipping his hand into the water. An electric sensation of comfort surged throughout his body. This was spiritual liquid, and its concentration surpassed that of what ordinary families bestowed upon their descendants. Qin Zhao's expression shifted in astonishment. The spring had a diameter of a full 10 feet, filled entirely with high-concentration spiritual liquid. Just the volume present was sufficient for a family like the Ning family to utilize for an entire year. This was a stroke of fortune with joy. Qin Zhao leaped into the spring. Upon entering the water, the dense spiritual energy immediately enveloped his body, and even without employing any techniques, he could faintly sense the spiritual liquid seeping through his pores. What incredible luck! Qin Zhao promptly closed his eyes, fully unleashing the chaos-devouring heaven record. With a hum, a vortex resembling a black hole opened around Qin Zhao's body. The spiritual liquid within the spring was drawn towards him, swirling rapidly into his body, where it was swiftly refined. The depleted liquid, now devoid of spiritual energy, was expelled as ordinary water. Through this cyclical process, the total amount of spiritual liquid in the spring remained unchanged. Yet the contained spiritual energy diminished rapidly. As the spiritual liquid gradually transformed into regular spring water, Qin Zhao's cultivation surged with each ravenous intake. Cultivation was inherently a process of continual expansion, filling the dantian. Typical martial artists needed to manipulate the internal spiritual energy to impact the dantian after each small stage, thereby enlarging it. However, Qin Zhao bypassed this process entirely. It was akin to a malleable cup. While others needed to loosen the exterior of the cup each time it was filled, Qin Zhao's cup had already reached a substantial size. It had merely been damaged previously, and now that it was restored, he could freely fill it to the brim. Blood condensation level 8, blood condensation level 9, pulse building realm, pulse building level 1, pulse building level 2, breakthrough, pulse building level 3, from the moment he plunged into the spirit liquid spring and emerged once more. Qin Zhao's cultivation had astonishingly elevated by 5 minor levels. Such a progression, of course, required considerable time. Even the formidable chaos-devouring heaven record took over 20 days for Qin Zhao to absorb and refine an entire pool of spirit liquid. The speed at which the chaos-devouring heaven record absorbed the essence of heaven and earth was unparalleled. Yet Qin Zhao's body could not withstand the full force of its power. Moreover, the absorption of such vast quantities necessitated Qin Zhao's own efforts for refinement. Prior to acquiring the profound soul, his refining speed was far from his expectations. However, comparing this to the previous life of the divine desolate emperor, Qin Shao understood that the mere fact of refining an entire pool of spirit liquid in just over 20 days would undoubtedly cause a sensation across the world if it were to be known. Provide me with ample resources, and in a month, I could reach the 9th layer of Meridian Building and challenge the realm of Profound Soul. Standing by the spirit liquid spring, Qin Shao glanced back at the now completely depleted water with a wry smile. I seem to have been overly ambitious. In just over 20 days, he had advanced from the 7th layer of blood condensation to the 3rd layer of Meridian Building, resulting in a dramatic transformation in his strength compared to before entering the cave. Now, slaying a giant-eyed spider is merely a matter of raising my hand. If I unleash the Silver Frost Fire, engaging in a full-scale battle against a mid-tier 2nd-level beast poses no problem. And I might even challenge a high-tier 2nd-level beast. As for battling other martial practitioners, he could likely contend equally with those at the 6th layer of Meridian Building. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shao turned and began to make his way out of the cave. Just as he neared the entrance, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps accompanied by a soft exclamation. Why does this cave seem devoid of spiritual energy? Qin Shao concealed himself behind a massive rock within the cave, peering through a gap to observe 5 martial practitioners approaching the cave entrance, peering inside. The leader among them, whom Qin Shao recognized, was named Zhou Wan. They had crossed paths during the Xuanqiu martial battle, where Qin Shao had defeated him with a single move. Of course, 2 years ago during the Xuanqiu martial battle, he had bested all the young talents of Feiyun City with a single strike. But now, everything had changed. As Qin Shao pondered the identities of these individuals, Zhou Wan and his companions remained oblivious to the presence of another behind the rock, conversing amongst themselves. We initially intended to explore this cave during our mission, but it seems someone has beaten us to it. Zhou Wan frowned, appearing somewhat displeased. The young man trailing him, Zhou Tai, advised, Wan Gu, don't be upset. Let us return to Beishan Valley first. If the 3rd elder finds out, we'll surely face punishment. Zhou Wan, recognizing the formidable nature of the 3rd elder, replied, let us enter the cave to assess the situation. If someone truly has gotten ahead of us, we'll just return. As he spoke, he couldn't help but grumble. I really don't understand why the clan dispatched so many people to surround a single woman. They truly believe that by killing her, our Zhou family will soar to greatness. Such fortune seems improbable. The other youths echoed. They even called us out. It's baffling what the clan leader and elders are thinking. Amidst this conversation, Qin Shao's expression drastically changed. The Zhou family had mobilized a considerable force to encircle a woman, and killing her could affect the Zhou family's fortunes. Though he was reluctant to think so, in all of Feiyun City, the only woman of such significance to them was Ning Feishue. Before Qin Shao's arrival, Ning Feishue was undoubtedly the foremost figure in Feiyun City. By the age of 10, she had reached the Meridian Building realm, and by 16, she had attained the Profound Soul. The Profound Soul exists in 9 grades, from the lowest 1st grade to the highest 9th grade. Ning Feishue possessed a 3rd grade Profound Soul, rumored to have a flaw. Once perfected, it could transcend the 3rd grade. Her talent and strength were unparalleled. Now, with Ning Zhuang having obtained Qin Shao's heavenly fire diagram, he had risen to become the Ning family's top talent. Yet Ning Feishue had not fallen far behind. Had it not been for her efforts to assist Qin Shao with his injuries, she would still reign as the foremost figure in Feiyun City. Ning Zhuang and Feishue represented the greatest obstacle to the Zhou family's ambition to dominate Feiyun City. If they could not resolve this issue, they would inevitably become vassals once Feishue and Ning Zhuang grew stronger. Thus, the woman they spoke of was likely Feishue. Given the Zhou family's audacity to directly ambush the Ning family's hunting team, it was highly plausible they would act on this intent. As this realization struck him, Qin Zhao's mind conjured an image of Ning Feishue, peacefully asleep, and a surge of wrath washed over his face. Ning Feishue was the only person in this world who had ever made him feel warmth. His beloved and his greatest taboo, a dragon has its reverse scale. Touch it, and one shall die. Chapter 25. A forceful slaughter. Zhou Wan and his companions advanced through the dark cave, first encountering the severed remains of a giant-eyed spider. Before arriving at the spring, Zhou Wan dipped his hand into the water, sensing the recently dissipated spiritual energy, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Though the giant-eyed spider had been dead for some time, the spring still retained a trace of spiritual energy, indicating that the person had likely just departed. Zhou Tai inquired, "What should we do? Should we pursue?" Zhou Wan replied, "We don't have the time to pursue. For now, let us return to the valley. If the third elder finds out we left our posts, we will face punishment according to clan rules." With that, the group prepared to leave. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness. The group saw a young man approach, and Zhou Wan immediately recognized him as Qin Shao, who had once been renowned 2 years prior. "Did you steal the spirit liquid that our Zhou family had placed here?" Zhou Wan demanded with a grim expression. "Steal?" Qin Shao grinned, responding, "Such heavenly treasures are all unclaimed. How can you shamelessly accuse me of theft? This spring, did your Zhou family excavate it?" His 2 retorts left the group momentarily speechless. Zhou Wan huffed, "Even if it is unclaimed, what of it? If our Zhou family sees it, it is ours. I advise you to hand over the spirit liquid you've gathered. For Ning Feishua's sake, I might spare your life today. Otherwise, you will deeply regret being born." Qin Shao merely smiled, offering no reply. Yet, the coldness in his smile sent a shiver down Zhou Tai and the others' spines. "Refusal, is it?" Zhou Wan sneered, surveying Qin Shao. "I have never enjoyed bullying the disabled, but if you choose to oppose the Zhou family, you can await your Ning Feishue in the underworld." As he spoke, a force far greater than mere blood energy manifested in his palm. This was profound energy, the Meridian Building realm. Qin Shao's eyes narrowed slightly. 2 years ago, Zhou Wan had reached the first layer of Meridian Building, and now he would undoubtedly be even stronger. As if to confirm Qin Shao's suspicions, Zhou Wan clenched his fist, unleashing a powerful martial technique imbued with profound energy. The mountain-crushing fist. Zhou Wan's fist, imbued with overwhelming might, surged toward Qin Shao's head. Showing no intention of holding back, it appeared he truly intended to sever ties with the Ning family. Qin Shao raised a hand, a bright yellow flame flickering to life in his palm. He did not utilize the shattered blade step, nor did he unleash the silver frost fire. Instead, mimicking Zhou Wan's posture, he formed a fist with his palm and executed a fire-infused punch, striking directly at Zhou Wan. "This boy has gone mad." Zhou Tai discerned that Qin Shao was employing palm techniques for his punch and mocked. "Wan Gu has already reached the 3rd layer of Meridian Building, ranking 2nd among the younger generation of the Zhou family. How dare you, a discarded waste of the Ning family, attempt to fight him with your bare hands?" The other 3 youths echoed. "Wan Gu has faced and withstood a mid-tier 2nd-level beast with this technique. This person is courting death." Seeing Qin Shao's fist, which lacked any martial technique, Zhou Wan, realizing he was being underestimated, roared, "Do you think you're still the celebrated prodigy from 2 years ago? How dare you look down on me? Today, I will ensure you have no place to be buried." With that furious declaration, his formidable fist surged forward, colliding with Qin Shao's seemingly unremarkable punch. One was domineering and forceful, while the other appeared ordinary. At the moment of contact, Zhou Wan unexpectedly retreated in a manner that astounded everyone. His body was propelled back with a dull thud, crashing against the rock wall at the end of the cave, landing with a resounding thump. Zhou Tai and the others turned to see Zhou Wan's arm had been broken in the earlier exchange, and the force transmitted through his fist had swiftly extinguished his vitality. Zhou Wan lay on the ground, his face contorted in agony, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. The Zhou family's 2nd-ranking genius, a figure who instilled fear in most young practitioners of Feiyun City, had failed to even unleash his martial techniques and was thus brutally defeated by a single punch in the dimly lit cavern. The 4 youths collectively swallowed hard, their astonishment palpable. This is impossible," Zhou Tai exclaimed, rushing forward in a panic. As he approached Qin Shao, he was met with another casually delivered punch, swish with a single punch. He forcefully pierced through Zhou Tai's chest. As they witnessed the fist emerge from behind their companion, the faces of the 3 young men turned ashen. They finally realized the monstrous adversary they were up against. Qin Shao retracted his fist and rummaged through Zhou Tai's corpse, tossing valuable items into his storage ring, before also taking possession of Zhou Wan's belongings. To his surprise, Zhou Wan carried treasures that far surpassed those of the previously slain Zhou Chuang and others. However, upon reflection, Qin Shao understood. Although Zhou Chuang was a prominent talent within the Zhou family, his strength was lamentably weak. Compared to Ning Feishue, Ning Zhuang, and even Zhou Wan, he was utterly outclassed. It seemed the Zhou family had fallen into decline. allowing such mediocrity to rank among the stronger members of the younger generation. Qin Shao smirked slightly before shifting his gaze to the remaining 3 individuals. Throughout Qin Shao's battlefield cleanup, the trio had remained silent, fearful that a moment of displeasure might lead to their untimely demise. Now, faced with Qin Zhao's stare, they collectively knelt and pleaded for mercy. "Please spare us, young Master Qin." Qin Shao approached the 3, observing their terrified expressions, and sighed inwardly. "I shall ask you a few questions. Answer truthfully, and I may spare your lives." The 3 young men nodded vigorously. "Earlier, you mentioned surrounding a woman. Is this woman Ningfei Xue?" They hastily shook their heads. Qin Zhao's brows furrowed in disbelief at their words, prompting him to inquire further. "Where is the Beishan Valley you spoke of? And where did you attempt to ambush that woman?" The trio, having been thoroughly intimidated by the earlier display of brute force against Zhou Wan and Zhou Tai, dared not lie. They divulged the locations of Beishan Valley and the site of the attempted ambush in detail. After obtaining the desired information, Qin Shao raised his hand and knocked all 3 unconscious. The incident of slaying Zhou Chuang and the others had likely reached the Zhou family's ears by now. Keeping these 3 alive would only serve to complicate matters for him, even if they reported back that he had killed Zhou Wan and Zhou Tai. The reason Qin Shao chose to incapacitate them was to prevent them from stealthily alerting the Zhou family while he made his way to Beishan Valley. "Zhou family, Ningfei Xue, wait for me." With that, Qin Shao turned and dashed out of the cave, heading towards the Beishan Valley. Chapter 26. Fleeing in the valley. As Qin Shao arrived at the entrance of Beishan Valley within the perilous Lingyun mountain range, he peered inside and could vaguely see lush greenery leading to another exit of the valley, where a considerable number of Zhou family members had gathered. The Zhou family had begun sweeping through the valley, indicating that their quarry had indeed fled this way. Qin Zhao's brows knitted in worry as he muttered to himself, "With just Zhou Wan and his companions, they cannot possibly stop Ningfei Xue. They must have sent others to intercept her." And no sooner had he voiced this thought than a cacophony of footsteps echoed nearby. Qin Shao quickly concealed himself within the dense foliage, peering through the gaps to observe the group. Leading the martial cultivators was a middle-aged man clad in a green robe, emanating an aura that suggested he was at least at the 5th level of the Meridian Establishment realm. The warriors accompanying him also appeared to be at least at the 1st or 2nd level of the same realm. Qin Shao silently watched the group, contemplating his next move. If he simply waited for those being pursued to arrive, he could ascertain her identity before deciding whether to intervene. However, by that time, the other Zhou family members trailing her would likely arrive as well. If the 2 factions converged, with his current abilities, he would stand no chance of rescuing her. No, he must prepare first. Qin Shao stealthily retreated into the thicket. It was manageable to eliminate the Zhou family members stationed at the valley's entrance, including the middle-aged man. However, such an action would deplete a significant amount of his energy. To play it safe, he resolved to find a way into the valley first and then make a decision. Fortunately, while searching along the cliffside of the valley, Qin Shao soon discovered a narrow opening. Below the opening was a steep cliff, making it nearly impossible to climb up from below, but descending from above was feasible. Qin Shao tore a sturdy vine from the trees and fashioned it into a makeshift rope to begin his descent. As a seasoned lone wanderer accustomed to the wilderness, such feats were as simple as eating and drinking to him. However, this time, his descent was not as smooth as anticipated. Halfway down the vine, a pungent stench caught his attention. It was a beast, and a formidable one at that. Qin Zhao's eyes widened as he peered into the cavern concealed beneath the vines, catching a glimpse of a massive, crimson serpent's head. Cursed be it, a blood python. This creature was a 4th-tier beast capable of pulverizing him with a mere flick of its tail, without waiting for the vine to lower him to the ground. Qin Shao planted his feet firmly against the rocky wall and leaped forward into the trees ahead. As he sprang away, the blood python raised its head slightly, its vertically slitted eyes, as large as a plate, glanced at him before it silently returned to its resting position. As it lay in wait, bulges appeared along its serpentine body, suggesting that something was struggling within. However, regardless of how fiercely the prey fought, once ensnared by the serpent's maw, there would be no escape. A short distance from the cave, in an effort to avoid danger, Qin Shao initially landed atop the tree canopy. The dense foliage obscured his view of the situation below, and he misstepped, plummeting face first to the ground. Damn it, this could result in serious injury or even disfigurement. In a moment of desperation, Qin Shao activated his fire control technique, the flames that erupted cushioning part of his impact. Seizing this opportunity, he protected his head mid-fall and hurtled downward. However, don't come any closer. At the sound of a piercing scream, Qin Shao opened his eyes to see a woman staring at him in panic. Get out of the way, Qin Shao shouted, but it was too late. Thud. With a dull thud, both of them crashed to the ground. Qin Shao, landing face first, wiped the blood from his nose and blinked to find himself in an almost embracing position atop the very woman he had seen in that moment of peril. The rapid descent and impact had knocked her unconscious, and she had yet to regain consciousness. Confused, Qin Shao scrambled to his feet, never expecting that he would one day become a human cannonball, rendering someone unconscious. What he did not anticipate was that just as he prepared to rise, a flurry of footsteps approached. There were even more than before. This was the group that had pursued them into the valley. Panic surged through Qin Shao as he quickly rolled aside, taking the unconscious woman with him into a nearby thicket. Where did that wretched woman go? Damn it, she was just in front of us. Where did she disappear to? Hearing an unknown voice, one elderly man with graying hair raised his hand to direct the others. Search everywhere. She can't have gone far. Yes. The Zhou family members scattered to search the area. Hidden within the brush, Qin Shao clutched the still unconscious woman, silently praying not to be discovered. Luck was not on his side, as a sharp slap suddenly struck his face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Dazed, Qin Shao looked down to see the woman had regained consciousness. She pressed one hand against her chest while pointing a finger at him, exclaiming, "You scoundrel!" Qin Shao was taken aback, unable to defend himself before the Zhou family members searching nearby shouted, "Over there." I heard the woman's voice. In an instant, the Zhou family members rushed toward their location. The woman seemed equally astonished by the turn of events. After a moment of shock, she quickly realized that Qin Shao was holding her in a bid to evade their pursuers. I'm sorry, enough chatter. Run, Qin Shao interrupted, grabbing her hand and sprinting away. The two fled swiftly through the dense forest. However, Qin Shao was acutely aware that another group was stationed at the valley's entrance, blocking their escape. Continuing in this direction would undoubtedly lead to their capture. Casting a glance back at the relentless Zhou family members in pursuit, Qin Shao spoke gravely, "We must think of a way out." "I have a plan," the woman exclaimed suddenly, still being pulled along by Qin Shao. "What plan?" he inquired. "Let us fight our way back." Qin Shao stared at her incredulously, as if she were a fool. "What I mean is, we should join forces to drive this group behind us away, and then I will handle the rest. You can handle it?" Qin Shao was filled with skepticism. If this woman could truly fend off the Zhou family's pursuers, she wouldn't have found herself in such dire straits. Yet, he realized there was no other option. The cliffs on either side of the valley were sheer and unclimbable, and with enemies ahead and behind. If he did not at least try this woman's suggestion, they would surely be caught by the Zhou family. It was a gamble. Qin Shao came to a halt, turning around to face the three martial cultivators from the Zhou family who had pursued him. Upon recognizing Qin Zhao's visage, the three members of the Zhou clan immediately identified him. "This man is Qin Shao, damn it. He was the one who killed Zhou Chuang and Zhou Li not long ago. And now he is entangled with that woman. Brothers, let us take action and capture these two. Kill." The three swiftly launched their attack. Each of the Zhou clan members possessed a cultivation level around the third stage of pulse building. As they moved, the aura they emitted caused the young woman's expression to turn exceedingly grave. Qin Shao, perplexed, asked, "With your cultivation level, why fear these people?" According to Qin Zhao's perception, this woman's cultivation was at least at the 7th stage of pulse building. Not to mention these three, even the third elder would pose a formidable challenge. The woman sighed, slightly channeling her energy, and Qin Shao immediately sensed her body was exceedingly weak. Qin Shao furrowed his brow. He could tell that she had sustained severe injuries long before their encounter. It was likely for this reason that the Zhou family sent the third elder to pursue her. With no time to ponder further, and realizing his companion could not assist, Qin Shao stepped forward, unleashing the Thunderstrike finger with formidable might against the three. Due to the unique traits of his chaos body, Qin Shao required more resources to cultivate. Yet this also meant his combat prowess far surpassed others of the same level. Even without using the Silver Frost Fire, a single finger of thunder was enough to easily crush these three. As the arcs of lightning flashed, the three Zhou clan members felt a sudden numbness in their bodies before collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Shao took the woman and stealthily retreated into the woods, fleeing in the direction from which they had come. Fortunately, the valley was densely forested, with knee-high weeds and numerous trees and vines that made it difficult for them to be discovered. During this process, they encountered several members of the Zhou family, but each time, Qin Shao managed to handle the situation. After a quarter of an hour, they returned to the place where they had initially crossed paths. Qin Shao looked around, relieved to find no sign of the Zhou clan members. The woman cleared her throat and said, "My name is Lu Qinghuan. What should I call you?" "Qin Shao," he replied casually before asking, "What was the solution you mentioned earlier?" Lu Qinghuan squinted slightly, retrieving a bird-shaped incense burner from her bosom. "This is called beast spirit incense. Once opened, it emits a scent that attracts beasts." Qin Zhao's eyes widened as a vision of the crimson, scaled blood python he had glimpsed upon entering the valley flashed through his mind. Causing him to shudder, Lu Qinghuan mischievously opened the incense burner, and a faint fishy odor immediately wafted out. Indeed, it bore a resemblance to the scent of the beasts. Qin Zhao's mouth twitched, and he took several steps back. Upon smelling the odor, he realized that Lu Qinghuan was not deceiving him at that moment. A loud shout suddenly pierced the air from a short distance away. "There are traces of their passage here. They are this way." Qin Zhao's brow furrowed, and before he could escape, he saw several figures emerging from the woods. Leading them was the third elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Tong, with a sharp whistle. Zhou Tong summoned the gathered Zhou clan members, who quickly surrounded Qin Shao and Lu Qinghuan, trapping them without escape in mere breaths. Qin Shao glanced at the gathered Zhou family members, realizing there were dozens of them, each possessing a cultivation level of at least the 5th stage of blood condensation. Though this was not the full extent of the Zhou family's strength, it was still an elite force. A sense of gravity settled in Qin Zhao's heart, and his expression turned exceedingly solemn. The cultivation levels of this group were formidable, and among them were two powerful individuals who did not conceal their prowess. One was the leading third elder Zhou Tong, and the other was a young man who had arrived with a contingent of clan members. In addition to these two, there was another 5th-stage pulse-building cultivator stationed at the valley's entrance. This situation was dire for Qin Shao, who was accompanied by Lu Qinghuan. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shao lowered his voice and whispered to Lu Qinghuan, "Is this really effective?" Lu Qinghuan lifted her gaze, glancing towards a spot concealed by vines on the cliff face. Qin Shao was dumbfounded. So this woman already knew that the crimson-scaled blood python was hidden here. "This is madness," Qin Shao cursed inwardly. A 4th-tier beast, the crimson-scaled blood python, was something even experts in the mystic soul realm spoke of with trepidation. Even if he wanted to lure out the beast to disrupt the Zhou family's siege, could he truly bring forth such a calamity and endanger himself as well? But now, there was no turning back. If he did not rely on Lu Qinghuan's beast spirit incense, he would undoubtedly face death at the hands of the Zhou family. Before the big guy emerged, "I can only depend on you." Lu Qinghuan blinked her large eyes at Qin Shao. Qin Shao shot her a fierce glare, swallowing 1,000 words of protest, finally managing to utter, "I understand." As the two conferred in silence, Zhou Tong and his men had also assembled their forces. Observing Qin Shao and Lu Qinghuan, who remained unmoved at a distance, he snorted, "A thankless wretch and a crippled waist make quite the pair." Qin Shao coldly regarded him, refusing to respond. Instead, Lu Qinghuan, standing behind Qin Shao, was filled with rage. "Thankless? The Zhou family indeed sheltered me, but that does not justify your theft of my blood thorns map. While recuperating at the Zhou family, I purchased all the healing medicine used on me at several times the cost in spirit stones, and now you speak of gratitude? You are not worthy." Zhou Tong merely chuckled at her words. "It was the Zhou family that sheltered the injured you. Now, we merely ask you to hand over your treasures and transfer the purple shadow blood thorns map to our Zhoucang. In return, we shall spare your life. Why choose a path of death when you could choose life?" His words were spoken brazenly, and the surrounding Zhou clan members showed no signs of surprise. To Qin Shao, however, their shamelessness was utterly egregious. "Ha, ha, ha, ha. What a thankless wretch." Qin Shao laughed heartily. "You and that bunch from the Ning family are truly cut from the same cloth." Zhou Tong snorted. "The victor takes all. You are no longer the illustrious genius of the past. Hand over that woman, and I might grant you a swift death." At these words, Qin Shao grinned. He and Lu Qinghuan had no prior connection, having escaped together by coincidence, yet now he was resolute in his decision to protect her from the Zhou family's grasp. Come. Qin Shao raised a hand, his aura erupting as the might of the third stage of pulse building radiated from him, eliciting a look of surprise from Zhou Tong. Indeed, though you have lost your heavenly fire diagram, your foundation remains intact. I do not know how you evaded the pursuit of Ning Tong's men, but this time, you shall surely perish here. My greatest pleasure lies in snuffing out talents. With that, he turned to the young man, clearly the leader among the gathered clan members, and said, Zhou Shi, here is your chance to shine. 6 years ago, you were the foremost among our Zhou family's younger generation. Now, aside from the 5 elders, you are the strongest. Cripple these 2 and bring them back. I will commend you to the clan leader. And perhaps we can secure you a 6th elder position. Zhou Shi, elated by these words, turned to Qin Shao and the incapacitated Lu Qinghuan, coldly stating, once our Zhou family obtains the Purple Shadow Bloodthorns map, the first to perish will be the Ning family. As for you, I shall sever your limbs and bring Ning Feishue here, allowing you to witness her becoming a plaything for the Zhou family. Upon hearing this, Qin Shao remained silent, his face as cold as ice. The last person who uttered similar words now lies beneath a mound of grass 3 feet high. The silver frost fire slowly crept into his palm. And in that moment, Qin Shao's murderous intent surged to its zenith. Chapter 28. Crushing Zhou Shi in the silence, Zhou Shi slowly drew a short blade from his waist, the glint of the blade eliciting expressions of anticipation from the surrounding Zhou clan members. A clan member, unfamiliar with Zhou Shi, puzzledly asked, our family's martial techniques primarily emphasize fists and feet. While we do have sword and blade techniques, they are not mainstream. Why does Zhou Shi choose to wield a blade instead of the clan's signature technique? Zhou Luo Fist? His companion shot him a disdainful glance and replied, you are from the Zhou family's branch in Luyan village and have only recently joined the clan, so you wouldn't know. Zhou Shi defeated the geniuses of various families with a short blade, standing atop the pinnacle of Feiyun City. The Zhou family possesses 5 major martial techniques aside from the signature Zhou Luo Fist, 4 of which are primarily based on fist and foot techniques, while only Shattered Blade Steps involves weaponry. Few have mastered the Shattered Blade Steps due to its extreme difficulty. Even those who invest significant time may fail without innate talent. Zhou Shi is the only genius in 30 years to have cultivated it to perfection. Several leaders within the clan have reached the 5th stage of pulse building, yet none can match Zhou Shi in combat prowess. Truly formidable? The clan member stared at Zhou Shi in shock before shifting his gaze to Qin Shao, realizing that he had seemingly concealed his cultivation level. The moment of confrontation has arrived. His cultivation erupts forth, revealing a mere 3rd level of Meridian establishment. How does he possess the audacity to challenge Zhou Shi, who stands as a paragon among those at the 5th level? This query echoes the sentiments of the majority present. In the realm of cultivation, even a single tier's difference can yield a substantial disparity in strength. With a 2-tier gap, even within the same Meridian establishment realm, he should be utterly defenseless. Could it be that he believes defeating the 2 useless Zhou Li and Zhou Chuang qualifies him to overcome Zhou Shi as well? Amidst the murmurs, a trace of disdain flickers across Zhou Shi's visage. He rarely faces defeat when battling peers of the same rank. What more against an opponent 2 levels beneath him? 2 years prior, your triumph in the Xuanqiu martial battle was merely due to my absence. Today, let me show you what it truly means to be a formidable opponent. As these words fall, Zhou Shi transforms into a fleeting shadow, arriving before Qin Shao in the blink of an eye. His dagger strikes like the wind, each assault imbued with the formidable might of a 5th-level Meridian establishment. Those of lesser prowess would likely struggle to withstand even a single blow. Zhou Shi, renowned as the foremost practitioner of the Zhou family's sword technique, unleashes a series of consecutive slashes that only a handful of elders and the clan leader could hope to endure. The Zhou clan members exclaim with excitement. However, clashing sounds of metal resound, and the onlookers, anticipating Qin Zhao's demise at Zhou Shi's hands, are taken aback to witness the so-called waste of a youth meeting the challenge with his own short dagger. In contrast to Zhou Shi, his grip is reversed, each motion precisely parrying Zhou Shi's attacks, as though he possesses an intimate understanding of the shattered martial blade technique. I see. It must be due to Zhou Li. Zhou Li also employs the shattered martial blade technique, and since Qin Shao has battled Zhou Li before, he likely has conducted extensive research on it. the clan member who previously spoke mutters softly. A flicker of unease crossing his face, a sentiment echoed among the others. Despite the disparity of 2 levels between the 3rd and 5th tiers of Meridian establishment, Qin Shao has not been swiftly subdued. Demonstrating a clear ease in his defense, after a flurry of lightning-fast exchanges, the two withdraw a few steps, Zhou Shi fixating on Qin Shao, remarking, "It appears you are quite familiar with the intricacies of the shattered martial blade technique. But I wish to know, just how far can you defend?" With that, Zhou Shi lunges forward once more. His blade dances with renewed ferocity, both his movement and speed significantly enhanced. The sweeping strike of the extreme speed sends vibrations through Qin Zhao's wrist with each clash of their blades. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao rapidly finds himself at a disadvantage. The shattered martial blade technique thrives on offense. Defense? What will you use to defend? Zhou Shi's onslaught intensifies with every word, as nearly 100 strikes are exchanged in the blink of an eye. Leaving Qin Shao in a perpetual state of passive defense, his body marred by numerous fine cuts. Yet he has yet to land even a single hit in this dire scenario. Zhou clan members begin to mock. Why do you not retaliate? Is your reaction too slow? Or can your body simply not keep up with this speed? Once a proud genius, how is it that you now stand defenseless against my kin? Where has your former arrogance gone? As the clanging continues, Qin Shao remains increasingly silent. Behind him, Lu Qinghuan blinks in astonishment, choosing not to speak. Just as Qin Shao finds himself on the brink of defeat, nearly overwhelmed by Zhou Shi's relentless assault, he seizes a fleeting moment after a parry to take a deep breath. Raising his gaze, his eyes gleam with the foresight of a seer. To the left, clang. Qin Zhao's short dagger sweeps to the left, perfectly colliding with Zhou Shi's advancing strike. Zhou Shi stumbles momentarily, staring at Qin Shao in shock before resuming his assault. To the right, clang. Another swift attack is deftly intercepted by Qin Shao, who has accurately anticipated Zhou Shi's next move. Damn it! Zhou Shi roars in frustration, finally grasping the true meaning behind his opponent's words. Are you toying with me, flaunting your insight into my blade's trajectory? In a fit of rage, Zhou Shi channels his full power, launching into the final move of the shattered martial blade technique, the Wawasan. All his inner energy converges upon the blade, forsaking speed and defense, focusing solely on delivering an unrivaled strike. At this moment, even Qin Shao senses an impending crisis. Having practiced the shattered martial blade technique, he understands better than anyone the terrifying potential of the Wawasan when both defense and speed are sacrificed. Like an immovable mountain, Qin Shao attempts to retreat swiftly, bracing himself against Zhou Shi's relentless advance. Zhou Shi closes the distance, their foreheads glistening with sweat. Die for me, he bellows, unleashing a devastating strike aimed at Qin Zhao's chest. The hearts of the Zhou clan members leap into their throats, their faces twisted with a bloodthirsty exhilaration. Go witness their clan's former champion slay the pinnacle of young martial artists in Feiyun City, and across the entire Xiu kingdom ignites fervor in them all. Yet in the next heartbeat, every smile freezes on their faces. Just as they believe Qin Shao has been driven to the edge, his figure shifts like a phantom, executing an astonishingly agile sidestep. Not only that, but he performs a complete turn, appearing behind the thrusting Zhou Shi. The reversed dagger transforms into a fleeting shadow. Stop! Zhou Tong's furious shout echoes as, whoosh, Zhou Shi's head is severed from his body. Chapter 29. Bitter struggle. No one comprehends what has transpired. Just a moment ago, Zhou Shi had cornered Qin Shao with an onslaught akin to an unbreakable net, poised to deliver a fatal strike. And in an instant, the tables have turned. With a swift motion, the blade strikes, and the head tumbles. Blood sprays forth, gushing several inches, as Zhou Shi's lifeless form collapses forward. The hearts of the Zhou clan members feel as though they have been viciously stabbed by Qin Shao. Pain coursing deep within, Qin Shao flicks the blood from his short dagger, turning to regard Zhou Tong, who extends a hand but fails to organize his thoughts, remarking, "You spoke too late." Shock and confusion. Not only the Zhou family but also Lu Qinghuan stands astonished by Qin Zhao's actions. Among those present, only Zhou Tong comprehends the unfolding events. His gaze remains locked on Qin Shao, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. Well played, fine stratagem. The Ning family's Qin Shao, the prodigious Qin Shao, who rises to the zenith, truly is extraordinary. Upon hearing this, The Zhou clan members display expressions of sheer astonishment. They had never anticipated Zhou Shi's demise, let alone that the clan's most esteemed elder would praise Qin Shao in the aftermath. Qin Shao remained silent, regarding Zhou Tong with an expression of mild surprise. He had assumed this man would be driven by rage and charge at him, providing an opportunity to test his strength following Zhou Shi's defeat. To his surprise, Zhou Tong refrains from attacking, maintaining a distance as he coldly states, "From the very beginning of the skirmish, you laid a trap. You feigned ignorance of the shattered martial blade technique, while simultaneously analyzing Zhou Shi's moves during your defense. When Zhou Shi could no longer contain himself and unleashed the treading slash, you utilized your previous analysis to counter his ferocious onslaught, deliberately revealing his attack direction to provoke him. Believing himself underestimated, Zhou Shi hastily executed the final move, the Wawa's hand. However, this technique is one that all practitioners of the shattered martial blade technique understand should never be used lightly, as it sacrifices both speed and defense for a single lethal strike. Though it appeared you were forced into a corner, in truth, you skillfully guided him to this point, ultimately executing a counterattack to claim victory. This calm analysis shifts the perceptions of not only the Zhou clan members, but even Lu Qinghuan and Qin Shao himself, who regard Zhou Tong with newfound respect. Qin Zhao's eyes narrow slightly, his inner energy coiling tightly. Initially, he believed that relying on his extensive combat experience, even with insufficient strength, he could engage Zhou Tong. However, it becomes clear that this man exhibits remarkable prowess in understanding combat. This poses a serious challenge. Qin Shao focuses intently on Zhou Tong. Although he cannot discern how Zhou Tong appears to possess only a third-level meridian establishment, the power he demonstrates is undeniable. Zhou Tong sneers. At such a young age, wielding such terrifying strength, should you continue to grow, you will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for the Zhou family. Therefore, you shall remain here today with that. Zhou Tong suddenly strikes, the rock-shattering palm. Inner energy converges upon Zhou Tong's palm, rendering it exceedingly hard, its faint glow seemingly ordinary. Yet, Qin Shao senses a profound threat emanating from this strike, shattered martial blade technique. Treading slash, Qin Shao dared not be careless. As soon as he made his move, he unleashed a formidable technique. His figure resembled a specter in the night, his movements enigmatic and elusive. With a mere sidestep, he deftly evaded a palm strike aimed directly at him. Gripping his short blade horizontally, he slashed, but as he neared Zhou Tong, he sensed an overwhelming pressure. Thud. Zhou Tong's palm met Qin Zhao's blade instantaneously. His frontal assault was transformed in the blink of an eye. Did you think that the clever tactic employed against Zhou Shi would work on me as well? The clash of blade and palm appeared ordinary. Yet it was as unyielding as adamantine, forcefully sending Qin Shao flying. In midair, Qin Shao executed a somersault, and upon landing, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. He glanced down at the blade in his hand, where a faint crack had begun to form along its edge. Witnessing this scene, the Zhou clan members revealed expressions of delight. The death of Zhou Shi had left them in shock, and the one who had so easily slain him was now injured by elder Zhou Tong with a single strike. A clan member familiar with Zhou Shi's ability scoffed, stating, "The third elder has mastered one of our clan's 5 great martial arts, the Han Yin palm, to perfection. With his profound energy enveloping both palms, they have become indestructible, making him a formidable opponent even against a 7th-layer pulse-building master." Such terrifying palm strength. Qin Zhao's heart trembled as he faced Zhou Tong. This man's prowess, even among the 7th layer of pulse building, was extraordinary. What troubled him further was that after his battle with Zhou Shi, Zhou Tong regarded him as an equal adversary. Against such an opponent, there was no room for cunning tactics. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shao turned his head slightly and noticed Lu Qinghuan tightly clutching her incense burner. Although she seemed merely a spectator, Qin Shao could sense from her tense expression that she was fervently channeling the beast spirit incense. He had to give it his all. Qin Shao let out a low roar as the silver frost fire enveloped the blade. Just as Zhou Tong assumed a combat stance, Qin Shao charged forward. The shattered weapon blade step, followed by a series of swift slashes. The blade moved with the speed of lightning, akin to a tempest, furiously cleaving toward Zhou Tong. However, Zhou Tong activated the Han Yin palm. And as he swung his fists, he not only deflected Qin Zhao's onslaught, but also had the energy to counterattack. had it not been for Qin Zhao's modifications to the shattered weapon blade step, which incorporated defensive measures. They would have exchanged only a few blows before sustaining injuries. Even so, he felt considerably strained. In stark contrast to Qin Zhao's struggles, Zhou Tong was left astounded. This man's shattered weapon blade step was not the Zhou family's version, but a refined creation. Damn it! This Qin Xiao, possessing the devouring fire yang body, could rise again after being ensnared by the Ning family, and his comprehension of martial arts is so profound. This child must not be allowed to live. With this thought, Zhou Tong's offensive intensified. Each of his punches descended like a mountain, and even when Qin Xiao attempted to block, he was met with a jolt of pain. More terrifyingly, after a period of combat, Qin Xiao could distinctly feel that his blade was reaching its limits. He had to make a final gamble. Gritting his teeth, Qin Xiao pushed his pace to the utmost, transforming into a fleeting illusion, moving faster than Zhou Tong could react. Before Zhou Tong could comprehend the situation, Qin Xiao had already arrived before him. The Hua Wu slash break. The short blade descended from above, aimed at Zhou Tong's face. Startled, Zhou Tong raised his hand to block. Clang. The blade struck his palm, yet that hand remained as solid as a rock, unmoving. Acknowledging the flaw in the Hua Wu slash yet still employing it. It seems you have been pushed to your limits. A sinister look crossed Zhou Tong's face as he raised his other hand, preparing to strike at Qin Zhao's chest. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain emanating from the palm that had blocked the blade. In panic, Zhou Tong glanced at the hand gripping the blade, only to find the blade's tip had pierced through his skin, embedding itself in flesh. Crack! The hardened skin emitted a faint sound. In the next moment, the blade brutally punctured Zhou Tong's palm, as Qin Xiao concentrated all his power onto the blade's edge. Slash! The short blade cleaved through Zhou Tong's palm, severing it in two. Chapter 30. The death of the blood python with a single downward stroke. Zhou Tong's palm was nearly severed, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the ground, accompanied by his anguished roar, "Die, old man!" Zhou Tong, disregarding his injury, launched a fierce strike toward Qin Zhao's face. Qin Xiao wished to retreat, but that last strike had exhausted all his strength, and at the final moment, he could only slightly adjust his position. Bang! Zhou Tong's palm struck fiercely against Qin Zhao's shoulder, sending him hurtling away. As he hit the ground, blood sprayed forth, staining his clothing. With little time to defend himself, Qin Xiao struggled to rise, only to see Zhou Tong charging at him once more, in a desperate roll. He barely avoided the next palm strike, but another blow from Zhou Tong was already closing in. Helplessly, Qin Xiao watched as the palm descended toward him. Just when he felt cornered, a figure lunged forward, positioning itself in front of him. It was Lu Qinghuan. Taking Zhou Tong's palm head-on, she was sent flying, and when she stood again, her clothes were drenched in blood. Qin Xiao, with great difficulty, lifted his head to glance at Lu Qinghuan. Then, he saw a dark shadow descending. Zhou Tong was already behind him. It's your misfortune to have married into the Ning family, becoming an enemy of the Zhou clan. Rest assured, it won't be long before those from the Ning family seeking your heavenly fire diagram will accompany you and Ning Feishue to the grave. As he raised his hand, profound energy surged violently. Just as he was about to strike, a roar suddenly erupted from very close by. What? Zhou Tong's expression shifted, and before he could discern what was happening, a massive figure erupted from the cave nestled in the cliff behind him. It was a giant python, its body enveloped in crimson scales, lunging forth from the cave, its gaping maw swallowing Zhou Tong whole. The giant python, having devoured one person, was not satisfied. Its slit pupils first fixated on Qin Xiao, then shifted toward the distant Lu Qinghuan. Qin Zhao's eyelids fluttered, and he instantly understood what the creature sought. "Run!" he shouted at the top of his lungs, suppressing his injuries. Lu Qinghuan forced a pained smile, clutching her chest where Zhou Tong had struck her, revealing a wound that exposed bone. Under such circumstances, how could she possibly escape? "Let's take a chance," she declared boldly to Qin Xiao. Qin Zhao's eyes widened in shock, but before he could speak, Lu Qinghuan raised the incense burner with all her might and hurled it deep into the forest. The crimson-scaled blood python immediately twisted its body, racing toward the direction of the beast spirit incense. Nearby Zhou clan members, witnessing the scene, screamed in terror and fled, but their legs could not match the speed of the giant python, which was as thick as a water barrel in the blink of an eye. The crimson-scaled blood python devoured those who stood in its path, and then, before Qin Zhao's astonished gaze, it swallowed the incense burner whole. After consuming the burner, the blood python turned its gaze back to Lu Qinghuan, who had thrown it, and to the helpless Qin Shao lying on the ground. From its slit pupils, Qin Shao perceived rage and murderous intent. It seemed this beast was aware it had been deceived. Is this the end? Qin Shao revealed a bitter smile. In this situation, he had no power to turn the tide. The only way to escape this predicament was to shatter the seed planted in the small world within his Chaos King body. This seed represented a fundamental rule of the universe. Once broken, it would unleash an exceedingly terrifying force. However, the cost would be that Qin Shao would be forever severed from the Chaos King body, and he would no longer be able to cultivate the chaos-swallowing record, which required the Chaos body. Faced with the choice of death or the possibility of breaking the imperial realm, Qin Shao had no options left. As he focused his consciousness inward, the seed slowly floated up in the center of that small world. With a thought, it appeared in his hand. Just as he prepared to crush the chaos seed, the crimson-scaled blood python, which had approached Lu Qinghuan, suddenly froze. It raised its body, maintaining the posture of an open mouth. Thud. Suddenly, Qin Shao heard a muffled sound. Lu Qinghuan, just a step away from the giant python, also heard the noise. Her face lit up with excitement as she turned to Qin Shao and smiled radiantly. In the next moment, a massive bulge suddenly emerged within the giant python's body. The bulge surged upward, and as it moved, the python's tough scales left deep scratches on the ground. The obstruction burst forth, and as it landed, Qin Shao saw that it was a pitch-black lone wolf, adorned with 3 clusters of pure white fur shaped like flames on its forehead, howling to the heavens like the king of wolves. This was a fire-howling wolf, a particularly rare black variety. Qin Zhao's expression changed dramatically. The fire-howling wolf, in its adult form, was a 7th-tier beast. For a beast king of such caliber, not only was it beyond his reach, but even flattening Feiyun City would be but a breath's work. Just as he had narrowly escaped the threat posed by the crimson-scaled blood python, he was now confronted by a fire-howling wolf. At this moment, Qin Shao felt a surge of frustration. Beasts of this level could likely withstand the force of the shattered chaos seed, and the fire-howling wolf offered him no opportunity to retaliate. At the moment he was momentarily distracted. A figure suddenly appeared before Qin Shao. Qin Shao! Lu Qinghuan exclaimed in surprise. Without waiting for her to react, the fire sky wolf had already crouched down, opening its wide jaws. Qin Shao closed his eyes, but what he felt was an unusual warmth. Qin Shao was taken aback, opening his eyes to find the pitch-black fire sky wolf incessantly licking his face. Confused, he slowly extended his hand to place it on the creature's head. This beastly monarch, surprisingly, was nuzzling against Qin Shao like a domesticated guard dog, displaying an endearing affection. Qin Shao, utterly baffled, struggled to rise. Nevertheless, he decided to swallow the chaos seed first. Just as he was about to consume the seed, he distinctly felt the wolf's gaze fixated entirely on that small seed. Qin Shao paused for a moment, and then, as if grasping something, he raised his hand, allowing a nearly imperceptible wisp of chaotic energy to descend upon the pure black fire sky wolf. The chaotic energy, capable of refining all things, caused the wolf to tremble momentarily, its entire aura becoming significantly more formidable than before. However, the chaotic energy did not get absorbed like the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by martial cultivators. Instead, it was integrated into the fire sky wolf's body and then exhaled again. Moreover, Qin Shao could even sense that the chaotic energy that had passed through the wolf had transformed into something even more potent. Could this be an ancient beast? A flicker of realization crossed Qin Zhao's mind. An ancient beast is said to have emerged from the chaos at the dawn of the world. They thrive on chaotic energy while simultaneously nurturing it. Thus, ancient beasts either dwell in the nameless chaotic lands or accompany chaotic entities. In his previous life, when Qin Shao achieved the status of a mystic saint and ruled over a domain, he bore the title of the Black Heaven Demon Lord. Within his territory, there existed an ancient beast that sought him out. Little did he expect that in this new life, he would fortuitously encounter another ancient beast. Indeed, his fortune was unparalleled. Adult ancient beasts possess abilities that can transcend the heavens and the earth. Although the current Black Fire Skywolf was still far from reaching that stage, its capacity to nurture chaotic energy would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial to Qin Shao. Since we are destined to meet, you shall become my spirit beast, Qin Shao declared with a broad smile, stroking the Fire Sky Wolf's head. Just as he reveled in this unexpected gain, an untimely voice interrupted. I say, Qin Shao, although we have been through life and death together, isn't it rather inappropriate for you to subdue the Fire Sky Wolf that I have been tracking for months? Chapter 31. Healing in the cave, Lu Qinghuan trudged towards him with great difficulty. Blood continued to trickle down her body, and she could not help but mutter about Qin Zhao's ungraciousness. You? Tracking it? Qin Shao was momentarily taken aback, only to hear Lu Qinghuan continue. In this desolate place of Feiyun City, if it weren't for chasing that creature, would I have come here? The Fire Sky Wolf seemed to comprehend Lu Qinghuan's words. Retreating behind Qin Shao while displaying a look of disdain, even sticking out its tongue at her, Qin Zhao's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that this young ancient beast, despite its juvenile form, possessed intelligence akin to that of a human, nor did he expect it to be mistaken for a Fire Sky Wolf by Lu Qinghuan. The Fire Sky Wolf is a variant of the Fire Sky Wolf, with its adult form classified as an 8th-tier beast, equally formidable, yet not comparable to an ancient beast. Qin Shao felt relieved that Lu Qinghuan was unaware of the true nature of the Fire Sky Wolf, while simultaneously feeling a headache. If this creature was indeed the reason she had pursued him to Feiyun City, it would be akin to snatching away her beloved. Yet, to Qin Shao, the ancient beast held significance beyond that of ordinary beasts. Lu Qinghuan stood before Qin Shao, visibly exasperated. This is infuriating. I chased all the way here, and that wolf cub kept avoiding me. Just the other day, it vanished into this valley. If I hadn't sensed the abnormality of the scarlet scale blood python and used that beast's spirit incense to influence its mind, you would have already been digested and turned into fertilizer for the flowers and grass in this valley. The Fire Sky Wolf seemed to acknowledge Lu Qinghuan's kindness, letting out a few innocent whimpers as it stepped out from behind Qin Shao, licking her hand before quickly retreating once more. You ungrateful wolf, Lu Qinghuan fumed. Yet she understood that given the current circumstances, capturing the Fire Sky Wolf was the least of her concerns. Escaping the Lingyun mountain range was the real issue. She pointed at Qin Shao and declared, How about this? If you want this creature, you must owe me a favor. As long as you take me out of here, I shall let this matter go. Qin Shao scrutinized Lu Qinghuan, then nodded in agreement. Even without her request, he would not abandon her. The two had initially had no connection, but had it not been for Lu Qinghuan sacrificing herself to shield him from Zhou Tong's strike, Qin Shao might have perished on the spot. I will ensure your safe passage out. I will also tend to your injuries, he assured her. With that, Qin Shao approached the corpse of the scarlet scale blood python, first retrieving its beast core, then contemplating what to do with the enormous snake carcass. Even coiled up, the scarlet scale blood python was far too large to fit into Qin Zhao's storage ring. Sensing his dilemma, Lu Qinghuan sighed. Allow me. She extended her hand, revealing a turquoise ring. The ring emitted a surge of mysterious energy, and in an instant, it absorbed the massive snake corpse. Just how vast is the space within that ring? Qin Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. His curiosity about Lu Qinghuan's identity piqued. It is known that the value of a storage ring is directly proportional to the space it contains. Qin Zhao's ring, which could accommodate a bedroom's worth of space, was already a rare type in Feiyun City. When Ning Cheng had given Qin Shao the ring, he had clearly hesitated, indicating doubts about whether to invest in someone who had once been deemed useless. Based on Qin Zhao's estimations, the head of the Ning family, Ning Tong, likely possessed a storage ring with an internal space equivalent to 3 bedrooms. This was simply due to the fact that from 3 feet to 10 feet, and then to 3 bedrooms, was the largest space that could be fashioned from ordinary materials. The size of the space also determined the speed of retrieving larger items. Given that Lu Qinghuan effortlessly absorbed the snake corpse, the internal space of her ring was undoubtedly astonishing. The value of this storage ring likely far exceeded that of Qin Zhao's. After Lu Qinghuan stored the snake corpse, she nonchalantly removed the ring and tossed it into Qin Zhao's hands. Consider it a gift. Qin Shao was left utterly speechless. There's nothing of value inside anyway. You seem rather impoverished, so you might as well lack a larger storage space. In that moment, Qin Shao profoundly felt the joy of being favored by a wealthy benefactor. After securing the storage ring, Qin Shao, along with the Fire Sky Wolf and Lu Qinghuan, turned towards the cliff. The trio soon arrived beneath the cliff, where the vines that had fallen during their descent into the valley still hung. "Can you manage to climb?" Qin Shao glanced at Lu Qinghuan. Given her already grievous injuries, compounded by Zhou Tong's earlier strike, she was now utterly weak. Despite her earlier energetic complaints about the Fire Sky Wolf, it was evident that she was lacking in strength after traversing this distance. Lu Qinghuan opened her mouth, intending to assert her capability, but upon glancing at the steep cliff, the words caught in her throat. "I'll carry you." Qin Shao sighed, crouching down so that Lu Qinghuan could obediently climb onto his back. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted from her. Her body was soft as jade, yet Qin Zhao's thoughts were solely focused on the rocky wall before him. It took a good half-hour for Qin Shao to finally reach the cave where he had previously encountered the scarlet-scale blood python. As soon as they arrived at the cave entrance, an overwhelming stench assaulted their senses. This was the unmistakable odor of a beast, and even though the scarlet-scale blood python was dead, the smell had yet to dissipate. "It reeks." Lu Qinghuan immediately complained upon entering the cave. Ignoring her, Qin Shao retrieved a collection of healing medicines, spoils collected after defeating Zhou Li and others. He handed a few bottles to Lu Qinghuan, drank some himself without caring for the state of his own injuries, and directly took out the enormous snake corpse, placing his hand upon it, allowing pure spiritual energy to flow through his meridians into his dantian. Observing Qin Shao in deep meditation, Lu Qinghuan couldn't help but sigh, starting to sit down and recuperate as well. While the two were healing and cultivating, the Fire Sky Wolf stood guard at the cave entrance, vigilant against any potential intruders. In this calmness, 3 days swiftly passed. Qin Shao had nearly recovered from his injuries, and after refining nearly a third of the essence from the scarlet-scale blood python's flesh, he successfully advanced to the 4th layer of meridian building. During this period, Lu Qinghuan found herself the most bored. The Zhou family had suffered significant losses in this valley, even if the surviving members returned with news of the scarlet-scale blood python. The Zhou family still gathered in the valley. To avoid detection, Lu Qinghuan was forced to remain in the cave. Her injuries would not heal in the short term, and she was stuck at the 7th layer of meridian building, unable to progress to the next stage. Out of sheer boredom, she even began to engage the Fire Sky Wolf in conversation. "You look all dark and gloomy. I'll call you Little Black," though that name sounds rather dog-like. Considering you are a close relative, a dog is a dog. This young lady expressed her desire for a spirit beast at Zhongtiandayuan, unaware of how many people hurried to deliver one to her. "Yet you remain ungrateful. Forget it. It is pointless to quarrel with a demon beast. You should simply follow this young man. If you ever return to Zhongtiandayuan, bring him to me. I shall protect you both." It goes without saying that while Lu Qinghuan chattered incessantly, Hua Xiaolang remained indifferent, occasionally mimicking the human gesture of rolling his eyes. Thus, 3 whole days passed. Lu Qinghuan estimated that her external injuries had nearly healed. Yet her internal wounds lingered, restricting her cultivation to merely 10% of its capacity. Meanwhile, Qin Shao was awakening from his meditation. It was not that he lacked the desire to refine the crimson-scaled blood python in one go, but rather that the individuals gathered in the valley were not inclined to grant him that opportunity. It was time to break through. One evening, as twilight approached, Qin Shao rose to his feet. Lu Qinghuan took a deep breath, her face aglow with excitement. Remaining here any longer, she felt she might go mad. Chapter 32. Breaking into the valley entrance as darkness deepened, the northern valley was filled with the low growls of demon beasts and scattered footsteps. Amidst the dense shadows of the trees, vague silhouettes of people could be discerned. Each of these individuals possessed a cultivation level of at least the 5th stage of blood condensation, with some even reaching the 7th stage of pulse formation. Yet, they were merely exploring the vicinity of where the 3 elders had met with misfortune 3 days prior. The reason was simple. According to the clansmen, there lurked an astonishingly powerful crimson-scaled blood python. Such a level of demon beast was no mere appetizer for the Zhou family, let alone the entire Feiyun city. They were instructed not to awaken that creature while searching for Qin Shao and the woman. This command had long since spread among the Zhou clansmen, and indeed they had been following it for the past 2 days. However, as their search expanded, the possible hiding spots for the two had diminished, leading several elders to suspect that Qin Shao and Lu Qinghuan may have already perished within the serpent's belly. While the Zhou clansmen debated whether to venture into the forbidden zone. Within the cave, Qin Shao donned a suit of night gear and tossed another black outfit to Lu Qinghuan. Put this on. Qin Zhao's curt command elicited Lu Qinghuan's ire. What kind of attitude is this? I am a lady of distinction. How could I change clothes in front of a man like you? Moreover, she couldn't comprehend why, whenever they planned to commit misdeeds or venture out at night, they insisted on wearing such conspicuously suspicious attire, as if fearing they wouldn't be recognized. Qin Zhao's lips twitched as he replied, black clothing is more conducive to concealing one's movements at night. As for your ladylike modesty, if you cannot let go of it, then do not change. If we get caught later, I will not come to your rescue. You promised to take me out. Now you adopt this attitude. Lu Qinghuan huffed, though despite her protests about the unappealing outfit, she obediently slipped on the night gear. In the midst of this, she couldn't resist casting an envious glance at Hua Xiaolang. I truly envy you. Being as black as coal, you need not disguise yourself at all. Hua Xiaolang shot her an irritated look, seemingly aware that arguing with this woman would lead to endless complications. He resumed his position behind Qin Shao, awaiting further instructions. Once both the two and the wolf were prepared, Qin Shao pointed towards the right side of the cave. The defenses are weaker in that direction. I will ignite a torch in the woods to draw more attention. Little Black, take this opportunity to lead her to the valley entrance. If you find a chance to break through, simply escort her out. If not, wait for me at the valley entrance, and we will break out together. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's plan, Lu Qinghuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are we not going together? Qin Shao shook his head. The number of people from the Zhou family is greater than I anticipated. Were it not for the threat of the crimson-scaled blood python, we might have already been captured by them. To escape, someone must act as bait to draw the majority of their attention. But there are no buts about it. Qin Shao waved his hand, cutting off Lu Qinghuan's objections. I promised you I would escort you out, and I have a way to shake off the Zhou family's pursuit. This declaration was not mere bravado. After reaching the fourth stage of pulse formation, if given another chance to face Zhou Tong, he was confident in his ability to contend evenly with him. Even if he had to flee, he had no doubt about his chances of escape. Among the Zhou family, few remained who could pose a genuine threat to Qin Shao. Contrary to the notion of escaping with the injured Lu Qinghuan, it might even be easier for him to slip away alone. Yet, Lu Qinghuan did not share this perspective. Gazing at Qin Zhao's resolute expression, a hint of tears glimmered in her eyes, betraying her typically lively demeanor. You must be careful. Once I'm out, I will return to find you. Qin Shao sighed, choosing not to respond. In the silence, he leapt down, swiftly landing on the ground. The moment he touched down, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere in the forest. The valley, usually filled with the sounds of demon beasts, had grown eerily quiet, akin to the stillness of Feiyun City during curfew. In the darkness, shadowy figures lurked, disappearing at the slightest movement. Have they gone to notify others? Qin Shao pondered, knowing that this individual must have gone to relay the news. It was likely that more than one person was keeping watch in this place. In the shadows, several pairs of eyes were undoubtedly fixed upon him. Let them follow. Qin Shao murmured to himself, taking a step forward and leaping into the woods. Before long, a flurry of shadows flickered, and a few figures stealthily trailed behind him. Once these individuals departed, at the entrance of the cliffside cave, Lu Qinghuan, clad in night attire with only her eyes visible, mounted Little Black. After a brief pause, both the girl and the wolf leaped onto the valley floor. Being a demon beast, Little Black had long mastered the art of moving soundlessly, having lived in the wilderness for years. In a flurry, their figures vanished into the night. Amidst the trees of the northern valley, Qin Shao sprinted, retrieving a torch from his storage ring, igniting it to illuminate the surroundings, revealing several fleeting silhouettes. It appeared that there were clan members trained specifically for reconnaissance. Qin Shao couldn't help but admire their agility while contemplating what adversaries he might soon face. Based on previous encounters, Zhou Tong, the third elder of the Zhou family, possessed a cultivation level of the 7th stage of pulse formation. After his demise at the hands of the crimson-scaled blood python, only 4 elders remained, and in addition to them, the Zhou family likely had guest elders and a more powerful patriarch. Remaining here was perilous. Qin Zhao's thoughts were clear. He could not confront the Zhou family head-on, but escaping should be feasible, except for the most troublesome individuals, who would likely struggle to hinder his progress. As he dashed forward, the first group of opponents quickly came into view. You worthless member of the Ning family? Halt! Reveal the woman's whereabouts. and the Zhou family may consider sparing your life by severing your hands and feet. The speaker was a martial artist of approximately the third stage of pulse formation, flanked by three others at the first and second stages, collectively forming a hunting formation typically employed by various families to capture demon beasts. Before they could fully establish their formation, Qin Shao, like a ferocious beast, closed the distance. Sever my limbs? The last person who uttered such words has already been cleaved in twain. With a cold smirk, Qin Shao collided with the quartet's formation, bang, with a resounding thud. The four were sent flying. The one who had spoken, positioned at the forefront, bore the brunt of the impact, and in an instant, his heart pulse shattered under the overwhelming force, causing him to crash to the ground. Spitting blood and falling silent, the other three fared little better. They barely managed to shield their heart pulses with their mystical energy at the last moment, preserving their lives, though whether they could continue cultivating thereafter remained uncertain. Remarkably, Qin Shao had not even truly engaged in battle. Such terrifying strength sent ripples of panic through the ranks of the Zhou family. How can this person be so strong? Wasn't it said that Qin Shao had his foundation seized by the Ning family, rendering him powerless? Why does he now face a third-stage pulse formation practitioner as if slaughtering pigs and dogs? Confusion reigned among the onlookers. Rather than attempting to impede him, most merely prayed that Qin Shao would not eliminate them casually as he passed. Yet, those who thought this way were in the minority. As they reached the valley entrance, a commanding voice rang out, "This is where it ends." An elderly man with white hair emerged from the shadows. Beside him stood the middle-aged man of the fifth stage of pulse formation whom Qin Shao had encountered during his attempt to invest, along with a throng of Zhou clansmen of lesser cultivation. These individuals stood resolute at the valley entrance, evidently unwilling to grant Qin Shao an avenue of escape. Chapter 33. The escape led by the elderly figure, the Zhou clansmen blocked the valley entrance. Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from the elder, Qin Zhao's heart sank. The situation he had dreaded had indeed come to pass. The Zhou family still had 4 elders remaining, but it was unlikely they would deploy all of them at once. Qin Shao surmised that they might send 2, accompanied by several guest elders to the northern valley, ensuring their safety by stationing at least one powerful individual at each valley entrance while allowing the rest to search the valley. And now, it appeared this was precisely their strategy. Only by overcoming this challenge can one escape. Qin Zhao's expression turned solemn. Without waiting for the other party to react, he struck with a palm. Foolhardy! The old man showed no signs of retreat. Meeting Qin Zhao's attack with the palm of his OWNIT was evident that Qin Shao was at a disadvantage. I, Zhou Dang, shall today avenge my third brother and eliminate this talent. As his words fell, his palm surged forward once more. Qin Shao employed the fire palm technique to counter, but was once again forced back. After being thwarted twice in succession, the Zhou clan members erupted into laughter. Those who had returned to the clan had spoken of Qin Zhao's remarkable feats, claiming he had even slain Zhou Shi. Yet, faced with elder Zhou Dang, he appeared as weak and helpless as a child. Zhou Dang sneered and commanded the middle-aged man beside him, "Zhou Su, come, let us subdue him together." Zhou Su bowed in acknowledgement, and the Zhou clan members, who had been waiting in the wings, immediately rolled up their sleeves. Ready for action, with a single order, Zhou Su led the charge, and an overwhelming force of Zhou clan members surged forth. The mingling of blood and profound energy created a formidable might that even made Qin Shao frown. I cannot confront so many opponents head-on. With a mind as clear as a mirror, Qin Shao had already devised a strategy for battle the moment he decided to engage. He did not believe that these Zhou elders were as astute in combat tactics as Zhou Tong. As expected, when the group attacked, Zhou Dang seemed overly confident, merely sealing Qin Zhao's escape route while refraining from further engagement. Seizing this brief opportunity, Qin Shao, who had deliberately held back his full strength, drew the short blade he had taken from Zhou Shi after slaying him, its blade instantly enveloped in silver frost fire. The shimmering blade, akin to a wraith traversing through the darkness, sliced through the air, leaving behind a long shadow. By the time the blade's momentum came to a halt, it had already traversed 10 paces. Within that distance, the heads of 10 Zhou clan members flew into the air. With a single strike, he took down one foe. The entire sequence transpired with such swiftness that Zhou Dang barely had time to react before witnessing the demise of his clan members. Only Zhou Su stood in front of Qin Shao. "Be careful." Zhou Dang stepped forward, hastily pursuing Qin Shao while issuing a warning. Zhou Su's complexion changed, and he raised his hand to unleash his strongest defensive technique. However, in the face of absolute strength, defense was but a jest. Huawu slash. Qin Shao leapt into the air, his blade cleaving through, piercing even Zhou Tong's hardened palm, let alone the mere Zhou Su. Splatter. Zhou Su, who was on guard at the northern valley, was cleaved in two under Qin Zhao's strike. Innards and blood splattered across the ground, and along with him, the hearts of the other Zhou clan members stationed there sank. Witnessing Zhou Su's demise, the remaining clan members blocking Qin Zhao's path screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. Damn it, stop him. Anyone who dares to flee will be the first to face my wrath upon returning to the clan. Zhou Dang's furious voice echoed through the valley, shaking the spirits of the others, who steeled themselves to confront Qin Shao. Yet, that fleeting moment of hesitation had already granted Qin Shao the opportunity to break through the majority, now merely a step away from escape. Just as Qin Shao was about to flee, Zhou Dang unleashed his full power, delivering a powerful palm strike. The dismantling palm, the energy of the palm, formed by profound essence, surged toward Qin Zhao's back from several paces away. Rather than panicking, Qin Shao continued his sprint, allowing the palm's force to draw near. Just as it was about to strike, a layer of ice formed rapidly behind him, conjured by the extreme cold fire. This was the highest might Qin Shao could summon without damaging the fire seed. Crack! The ice shield shattered instantly, yet Zhou Dang's palm strike had lost much of its potency. Seizing the moment, Qin Shao propelled himself forward using the residual force of Zhou Dang's strike, his body launching like a cannonball, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Once the figure vanished into the night, Zhou Dang, unable to pursue, stood at the mouth of the valley, letting out an enraged roar. Unbeknownst to Zhou Dang, while he had disrupted the arrangements at the valley entrance and everyone was preoccupied with chasing Qin Shao, a shadow, swifter than Qin Shao, arrived at the valley entrance and vanished in the blink of an eye. After departing the valley, Qin Shao fled for a full 2 hours in the darkness before finally stopping by a stream. They should not be able to catch up. Qin Shao squatted by the stream, breathing heavily. After a series of battles, although he had relied on his keen judgment and decisiveness to break free, Zhou Dang's final palm strike had still left him with some injuries. He washed the bloodied garments by the stream and sought a concealed spot to meditate and recover. The following morning, having healed, Qin Shao opened his eyes to find Xiao He quietly resting not far away. During his recovery, Qin Shao had remained alert to the outside world, ready to sense any disturbances at the first moment. Yet, Xiao He had approached him silently without his notice. Did you manage to send her out? Qin Shao reached out to pat Xiao He, who nodded in response, saying, she has gone out. Qin Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. So you can speak? As a being of the Chaos King body, Qin Shao was well aware that wild beasts could communicate. Not only wild beasts, but any creature of a certain caliber possessed considerable intelligence. And wild beasts, being among the elite, were not surprising in their ability to speak. The issue was that from the moment he encountered it until now, Xiao He had not uttered a word, leading Qin Shao to believe it might understand but had yet to learn how to speak. Now it seemed that was not the case. Had I known you could talk, that little girl would surely cling to me without letting go. Qin Zhao's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao He snorted and said, I have roamed far and wide for many years. What haven t I seen? A mere pulse-building realm girl thinks she can take me in? Dream on then. It shifted its gaze to Qin Shao. You are the chaos body, right? Earlier, you used chaotic energy to test me. Since you are the chaos body, we shall be partners from now on. You can still call me Xiao He. But when others are around, I will try to remain silent to avoid attracting covetous eyes towards me. As for our mutual cultivation of chaos, let us take it slow after we escape from this cursed place. Chapter 34. Roaming the Lingyun mountain range, Qin Shao had not anticipated that Xiao He could actually speak. Even more surprising was that beneath such a formidable exterior lay a wild heart that spoke casually. Countless thoughts raced through Qin Zhao's mind, yet he said nothing. Just as Xiao He had mentioned, the Chaos King body and wild beasts were mutually beneficial. Although it ranked second among numerous physiques, the Chaos King body remained an exceedingly rare constitution. Before Qin Shao ascended to emperor, he had only heard of 3 individuals with the Chaos body, all of whom had perished before becoming Xian emperors. Including Qin Zhao's current existence, there had been a total of 5 Chaos bodies in the world, or rather, only 4 had grown to a point where they were known to the world. while the rest either perished in obscurity or, like Qin Shao now, were still struggling for opportunities for growth. In comparison, the number of wild beasts was hardly greater. Though the wild beasts of the primordial world possessed boundless lifespans, they often became stepping stones for Xian emperors in their pursuit of the Tao or the path to immortality. The primordial wild beasts had largely vanished. The subsequent wild beasts, possessing the forms of demonic beasts, occasionally exhibited ancestral traits. Ancestral demonic beasts were still exceedingly rare, taking countless years to appear. The extraordinary scarcity of both wild beasts and chaos bodies, encountering each other before maturing, was truly a miraculous occurrence that could hardly be replicated. Qin Shao was acutely aware of this, and his attitude toward Xiao He softened somewhat. Nevertheless, the tasks at hand still needed to be addressed. You mentioned we are partners, correct? I must grow stronger to allow the chaos space to flourish. Only when the chaos space thrives can I possess sufficient chaotic energy to cultivate alongside you. Therefore, you must hand over the treasures you encountered within the Lingyun mountain range. Awu. Xiao He let out a reluctant howl. Its face full of unwillingness. However, upon reconsideration, it realized that it would eventually have to accompany Qin Shao out of the Lingyun mountain range. Those unexplored areas and unclaimed treasures would only go to waste if not acquired. Gritting its teeth, Xiao He replied, "Follow me. Once we obtain those items, remember to share a bit of the reward with me. It's a deal." After that day, a man and a wolf roamed through the Lingyun mountain range. Behind a waterfall deep in the mountains, they discovered a cave filled with spiritual liquid, and within a hidden grotto, they stumbled upon a celestial lotus capable of reviving the dead. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous ferocious beasts. Against first and second-tier monsters, Qin Shao could effortlessly slay them in conjunction with Xiao He, but when faced with third-tier beasts, the duo could only flee in terror. Fortunately, while Xiao He may lack in strength, his ability to escape was particularly remarkable. After such exertions, half a month swiftly passed. In the deadly depths of the Lingyun mountain range, Qin Shao and Xiao He concealed themselves in a shadowy cavern. Qin Shao covered Xiao He's mouth with his hand, while Xiao He used his paw to silence Qin Shao. They held their breath, making not a single sound, for the tremors echoing through the mountains were not the result of natural disasters, but were caused by an enormous beast. With each step it took, the ground quaked, and countless trees in the forest fell as it traversed the land. After waiting for a full half-hour, the vibrations gradually faded. Xiao He peeked out of the cave, and upon confirming the absence of the colossal creature, he sighed in relief and said, "Xiao Xiao, it's all clear now." Qin Shao, referred to as Xiao Xiao, replied with a frown, "If it weren't for your insistence on dragging me deep into the mountains and provoking that infernal beast, we wouldn't have to be so on edge." Xiao He patted Qin Zhao's back with his furry paw and said, "What's there to complain about? Didn't you obtain that piece of primordial stone? With this treasure, your chaotic space can at least double in size." Qin Shao let out a sigh. The primordial stone was a rare object capable of expanding the internal world of a chaotic body. Being a creature that coexisted alongside the chaotic body, the savage beasts possessed a certain sensitivity to the primordial stone. Just a few days prior, Xiao He had half-dragged Qin Shao into the depths of the Lingyun Mountains, where they ultimately found a primordial stone amidst a pile of rubble. Unbeknownst to them, this stone was a prized possession of a beast king residing in that area, and time and again, they narrowly escaped death until they finally evaded the giant beast's pursuit. "If you act recklessly again, I'll watch you meet your doom." Qin Shao exclaimed in anger, "Don't worry. I never engage in ventures without confidence. Didn't I bring you back in one piece this time?" Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Qin Zhao's forehead, but he could not maintain his anger upon seeing the primordial stone in his hand. "In any case, I must refine this stone first." Qin Shao sat cross-legged, while Xiao He pretended to meditate in front of him. The chaos-devouring technique commenced. Strands of chaotic energy emanated from the primordial stone. This chaotic energy first entered Xiao He's body, circulating before transferring into Qin Shao's body, where it was absorbed by the world nurtured by the chaotic seed. Through this cultivation, Xiao He's physique grew increasingly robust, and Qin Zhao's internal world gradually expanded. Once the primordial stone was completely absorbed, Qin Zhao's small world had exaggeratedly doubled in size, and Xiao He had grown to the height of a person. "You savage beasts are truly cunning. As long as there is chaotic energy, you can easily become stronger," Qin Shao said, filled with envy. Not long ago, Xiao He was merely a second-tier beast. After refining the primordial stone, he was now capable of matching third-tier monsters. Rest assured, kid, until you reach the profound soul realm, I'll be your shield. Qin Shao felt a vain throb on his forehead but could find no counterargument. With just 2 or 3 days left until the martial arts tournament, his cultivation remained stagnant at the 5th level of pulse building due to his escapades with Xiao He. Such strength might suffice against the younger generation, but when facing the elders of the Zhou family, the 7th level of pulse building would yield little advantage, and the 8th level would be even more daunting. In this upcoming tournament, Qin Zhao's goal was not merely victory. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Xiao He would be his greatest reliance. Thereafter, guided by Xiao He, Qin Shao hurried toward Feiyun City. During this journey, Xiao He recounted the circumstances of his acquaintance with Lu Qinghuan. According to Xiao He, he had originally lived in the Lingyun mountain range, while Lu Qinghuan encountered him outside Yueming City on the other side of the mountains. At that time, he had just fled from the lair of a 4th-tier beast, only to be spotted by Lu Qinghuan. What he thought was a mere coincidence turned into an unexpected chase, as Lu Qinghuan mistook him for a rare mutated beast, the Fire Cloud Wolf Cub, and pursued him into the Lingyun Mountains, ultimately tracking him all the way to Feiyun City. During this pursuit, Lu Qinghuan suffered significant injuries from powerful beasts and was rescued by the Zhou family's people, who had ulterior motives regarding her possession of the purple shadow blood thorn diagram. After escaping the Zhou family, Lu Qinghuan encountered Xiao He once more in the Lingyun Mountains. I was chased into that valley by that little miss, only to stumble upon a shedding red scale blood python hidden within. Xiao He recounted with a chuckle. I thought to seize the opportunity for fortune amidst danger, attacking while it was vulnerable during its shedding. Little did I know, that creature still had a trick up its sleeve and swallowed me whole. If it weren't for my shiny black fur possessing formidable defensive capabilities, I would have been digested into a pile of dung. Qin Shao twitched the corner of his mouth, and after hearing this, he let out a long sigh, reflecting on the dignified and powerful savage beasts he had cultivated with in his past life. This creature seemed more like a rogue vagabond that had appeared out of nowhere. Furthermore, this rascal even incited Qin Shao to pursue Lu Qinghuan. Kid, let me tell you, that little Mrs. Purple Shadow Blood Thorn diagram is a priceless treasure, and she appears to be quite naive and easily deceived. If you could win her over, not only would you have a child with a Purple Shadow Blood Thorn diagram, but you would also never have to worry about lacking cultivation resources. Bombarded with such remarks, Qin Shao could only manage a bitter smile and sigh. Fortunately, 2 days later, the man and the wolf exited the Lingyun mountain range. As they re-entered the realm of humanity, Xiao He returned to his indifferent, silent demeanor. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao's expression grew exceedingly solemn as they neared Feiyun City. After 2 months, he was finally back. However, this time, he was no longer a burden to Ning Feishue. Having been protected by her for so long, it was now Qin Zhao's turn to stand in front and shield her from the storm. Chapter 35. The Martial Arts Tournament. Today, Feiyun City buzzed with excitement. In addition to several families within the city, martial practitioners from nearby villages and towns also flocked here. The reason was simple. Today marked the biennial martial arts tournament. Young talents who excelled in this competition would become the focus of public attention, and victors could elevate their families to ownership of some of the most coveted shops in the bustling areas of Feiyun City, bringing substantial wealth even for a mere 2 years' time. Everyone was dreaming of seizing this chance to ascend. However, the vast majority understood that in the realm of cultivation, apart from talent, immense resources were also necessary to forge ahead. Among all the participants, the families of Feiyun City were the strongest forces, providing their young disciples with more resources, enabling them to cultivate to higher realms. Over the past decade, the Zhou family had consistently dominated the martial arts tournament, and they were universally acknowledged as the rulers of Feiyun City. Surprisingly, during the last tournament, a young man from outside the region overwhelmed his peers, securing several shops for the Ning family of Feiyun City. Even though the one who disrupted the Zhou family's monopoly was not a local, it still ignited hope among the younger generation of various factions. With everyone eager to prove themselves, both the once mighty Zhou family and the previous tournament victors, the Ning family, faced immense pressure in the Ning family's Feishue garden. Ning Feishue struggled to rise from her bed. Miss Feishue maid stood anxiously at the foot of the bed, her face filled with concern as she looked at Ning Feishue. Have the family members departed? Ning Feishue inquired. The maid nodded. The clan leader is currently leading everyone in preparation for departure. Then I must hurry. Ning Feishue painstakingly arranged her wrinkled clothing. But miss, your health? The maid attempted to express her concerns, but Ning Feishue merely waved her hand, stating, take me there. If I delay any longer, I will miss the opportunity. With a sigh, the maid assisted Ning Feishue out of the room, and several other maids rushed over. One of them, seeing Ning Feishue in such a state, couldn't help but mutter, at a time like this, why isn't the young master back yet? Even if he knows he can't match Ning Zhuang, he shouldn't leave Miss unattended. They say adversity reveals true feelings. It seems Qin Xiao really is. Shoo, keep your voice down. If the miss hears, she'll be upset. Ning Feishue naturally overheard the words of the servants, but she could no longer handle them as she did with Ning Chong. Moreover, these maids were ultimately concerned for their mistress, who had fallen to such a state. With the martial arts tournament imminent, the Ning family had few capable candidates to participate. Ning Feishue represented one of the two major factions within the Ning family. Regardless of her injuries, not participating in the competition would leave her open to criticism. She was well aware of Ning Zhuang's strength. Seizing the title of champion in this martial arts tournament would be no easy feat for him. Once this individual succeeds, their status within the Ning family will be irrevocably solidified. When it becomes certain that this person will inherit the position of clan leader, Ning Feishue, along with those related to her, such as Ning Chong, will inevitably become objects of ostracism among their kin. Even if the old clan leader stands by their side, this situation will remain unaltered. Under such circumstances, Ning Feishue's emotions have grown exceedingly complex. She has not been devoid of fantasies about a heroic savior rescuing her from the mire. Yet, this hero has now been either destroyed by her own hands or, one might say, by her tacit consent. Supported by her maid, Ning Feishue slowly makes her way toward the gathering of clan members. Her gaze seems to pierce through the walls of the estate, catching sight of Qin Xiao, who is situated deep within the mountains. Where are you now? At noon, on the streets of Feiyun City. The long-dormant martial arts arena, shrouded in red cloth for 2 years, is once again unveiled. Upon the stage, Ning Tong, representing the family of the previous champion, delivers a rousing speech, while below, members of various families stand in factions. And further out are some onlookers eager for entertainment. These idle spectators are waiting with bated breath for the commencement of the Xinshu martial arts competition. Every 2 years, a series of spectacular battles between young geniuses unfolds before the public, serving as a means to gauge the prowess of the top young talents of Feiyun City. In stark contrast to these spectators, the members of each family are clearly on high alert. Each family occupies its own space, surrounding the few young individuals who are set to participate in the competition, exchanging questions and imparting information about the other talented individuals from competing families. After all, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Among the names deemed crucial to heed, 3 names remain constant: Ning Zhuang, Zhou Cong, and Ning Feishue. These 3 are the most likely candidates to claim victory in the upcoming Xinshu martial arts competition. Gathered together from the remote village of Shiyou, the members of the one family listen intently as their clan uncle, Wen Hong, discusses the 3 most troublesome young talents they will face in the competition. Ning Feishue, still in her youth, possesses the cultivation of the Pulse establishment realm, along with exceptional talent in martial arts. Had it not been for her husband, Qin Xiao, securing the champion position 2 years ago, she might very well have claimed it herself. Now 18, this is her final opportunity to participate in the Xinshu martial arts competition, and if she wishes for the Ning family to continue flourishing, she will undoubtedly give her all. Should you encounter her, exercise utmost caution. After discussing Ning Feishue, Wen Hong's gaze shifts to Ning Zhuang, who stands nearby. This individual is Ning Zhuang, the son of the current head of the Ning family. Do you recall the champion from the last Xinshu martial arts competition, Qin Xiao? This exceptional talent, wielding the celestial fire meteorite diagram, decimated his peers, leaving few able to withstand even a single strike. It is rumored that Ning Zhuang has seized the celestial fire meteorite diagram from Qin Xiao, and his strength may very well surpass that of Ning Feishue. Upon hearing this, the 3 young men display expressions of disdain. Yet Wen Hong shakes his head, stating, "This is your first lesson in the world of martial cultivation. This realm does not adhere to notions of morality. Strength is the sole standard." Following Ning Zhuang, Wen Hong's gaze finally settles on a young man from the Zhou family. This is an unfamiliar face, yet upon seeing him, Wen Hong's expression grows exceedingly grave. He slowly addresses the three young men. This is Zhou Tsang, an adversary you must not provoke during your time at the Xinshu martial arts competition. Should you draw him in the lottery, simply forfeit. Why? The three young men query in confusion. Uncle Hong, did you not also say that we came here not to seek the champion title, but rather to progress through more rounds of selection, thus gaining recognition? If we surrender without a fight, won't we be looked down upon? When Hong, upon hearing this, glares at the three in exasperation. That is the rule for battling against others. Zhou Tsang is different. Listen to me. If you draw him, you must forfeit immediately, otherwise, none can guarantee what may transpire in the next round. Chapter 36. Arena battles. When Hong's words became clear to the three young men halfway through the Xinshu martial arts competition. The rules are simply a series of duels. All participants draw lots from Ning Tong to form their combat groups, and after several rounds of confrontation, only one will remain standing upon the stage. That individual being the champion of the Xinshu martial arts competition. As anticipated, the three dangerous contenders, Ning Feishue, Ning Zhuang, and Zhou Tsang, each drew different groups. Ning Zhuang's prowess unfolded as predicted prior to the commencement of the competition, his three initial battles proving to be one-sided, demonstrating an overwhelming dominance akin to that of Qin Shao 2 years prior. Zhou Tsang's combat mirrored this, dispatching his opponent with a single strike. Yet, unlike Ning Zhuang, who merely injured his adversaries into submission, Zhou Tsang left none standing. They were all carried away incapacitated. Those lacking strength must recognize their limitations early on. Expecting mercy from one's opponent is an attitude ill-suited for survival in the world of martial cultivation. Upon the elevated arena, Zhou Tsang stood with the youth beneath his foot, his face adorned with scornful laughter, a sight witnessed numerous times before. Although many spectators harbored anger at his brutal tactics, none dared voice their discontent. By the rules, Zhou Tsang merely adhered to the regulations of the Xinshu martial arts competition. Unless his opponents surrendered or fell from the stage, he was free to unleash his full potential. In terms of sentiment, alas, this world is devoid of compassion. It only acknowledges strength. With a kick, Zhou Tsang sent the youth tumbling from the stage, then directed his gaze towards the Ning family's section. Pointing a finger, he brazenly declared, "The Ning family, is it? 2 years ago, the reason you seized the title of champion in the Xinshu martial arts competition was merely due to my seclusion. Today, I shall unveil your true capabilities, a blatant provocation, utterly devoid of mercy." The onlookers, having witnessed Ning Zhuang's impressive display, now eagerly anticipated the fierce clash between these two promising young talents, keen to discover who would emerge victorious, the brash youth or the seemingly ethereal Ning Zhuang. As attention shifted between the two, many also cast glances toward the other area housing the last anticipated contender, Ning Feishue. However, since the commencement of the Xinshu martial arts competition, Ning Feishue has participated in all 3 rounds of battles. Though victorious in each, her victories were hard-fought. This should not be the case, mused Wen Hong, perplexed as he observed Ning Feishue. He had sensed her strength during his visit to the Ning family last year. Based on her cultivation at that time, she ought to have effortlessly overpowered her opponents in the initial rounds. Not only he, but many who had witnessed the previous Xinshu martial arts competition were equally baffled. Ning Feishue had demonstrated far greater prowess 2 years prior. Could it be that cultivation has a reverse current? Among the crowd, only the members of the Ning family and a few from the Zhou family knew the truth. Ning Feishue's injuries had yet to heal. On the stage, Ning Tong, presiding over the Xinshu martial arts competition, glanced at Ning Feishue in the audience, a hint of a smile gracing his features. When Ning Shipu mentioned he would assist her in locating medicinal herbs for her recovery, he had worried that her injuries had healed, potentially posing a threat to Ning Zhuang. After all, Ning Feishue's talent was well recognized within the Ning family, and despite her current state of injury, many elders continued to support her. Fortunately, as the Xinshu martial arts competition commenced, Ning Feishue's injuries were laid bare. The first 3 rounds of combat had sufficiently revealed the severity of her condition. In the decisive 4th round, she would likely find it impossible to feign her way through. Ning Tong's eyes narrowed slightly as he secretly chuckled. The reason was simple. Following the 3 rounds of elimination, only 8 contenders remained, excluding Ning Feishue, Ning Zhuang, and Zhou Tsang. The remaining 5 young talents were well known to Ning Tong, and he held a clear understanding of their capabilities. This time around, there would be no dark horses. Once these 8 contenders advanced, another draw would take place. Ning Tong discreetly manipulated the lots to ensure that Ning Feishue would face Zhou Tsang in the quarterfinals. Upon realizing his opponent was Ning Feishue, a sinister grin spread across Zhou Tsang's face. He had previously declared his intent to showcase the true worth of both Ning Feishue and Ning Zhuang. To his surprise, he would soon have the opportunity to fulfill that promise. Thus began the quarterfinal bout, Ning Feishue of the Ning family versus Zhou Tsang of the Zhou family. After announcing this opening statement, Ning Tong turned to Ning Feishue amidst the crowd and cautioned, "Feishue, this arena of the Xinshu martial arts competition is not akin to the training grounds of the clan. Should any unforeseen event occur, Uncle Tong cannot guarantee your safety. I advise you to forfeit." As soon as those words were uttered, the clansmen of Ning Feishue displayed expressions of anger. They were all aware of the injuries she bore, and Ning Qing vehemently opposed her participation. However, Ning Feishue was resolute in her desire to fight, leaving him with little recourse. Now, having drawn the lot against Zhou Tsang, had Ning Feishue been in her prime, she might have stood a chance. But with her severely injured body, how could she possibly be his match? The thought of Zhou Tsang's previous encounters, where he had dispatched opponents with a single blow, filled Ning Cheng with immense worry. Yet, Ning Tong's public declaration of concern for Ning Feishue served a dual purpose. It was not merely an expression of worry but a calculated move to cut off her retreat. Should Feishue withdraw, she would be branded a coward. With her proud disposition, how could she endure being seen as a timid warrior? Gritting her teeth, she pressed on, facing Zhou Tsang. Alas! Sighing deeply, Ning Cheng and the numerous clansmen who followed him and Ning Feishue found themselves in a quandary. In this predicament, the only person capable of preventing Ning Feishue from taking the stage, the elderly patriarch, was unfortunately confined to his home due to health issues. What was to be done? Just as Ning Cheng grappled with his dilemma, Ning Feishue had already risen to her feet. "Wait, Feishue!" Ning Cheng attempted to stop her, but she passed by him in silence. For Ning Feishue, this battle was not merely about pride or dignity. If she could not achieve the desired results, both she and her steadfast supporters, such as Ning Cheng, would find themselves without a place in the Ning clan. Her husband, Qin Shao, would also be left without a home. "It is I who have watched them take everything from you. Now, I shall use my own hands to protect the Feishue garden, at the very least, to provide you with a sanctuary." At that moment, Ning Feishue's gaze became resolutely determined. Unbeknownst to her, as she ascended the stage, Qin Shao was desperately maneuvering through the crowd, racing towards the arena. Chapter 37. Those who harm her shall perish. When Ning Feishue stood upon the arena alongside Zhou Tsang, the spectators below revealed expressions of sympathy. Regardless of how formidable Ning Feishue had been in the past, her previous performances were fresh in everyone's mind's eye. In her last bout, she had faced a member of the One family, a youth at the first level of the Meridian establishment. And although she had triumphed in mere moments, it was evident that she was nearing her limits. Zhou Tsang had previously incapacitated a second-level Meridian establishment opponent, Yan Zhua, with a single punch. His strength must surely be at least at the fourth level or higher. Such a disparity in power rendered Ning Feishue's defeat all but certain. As the battle commenced, whispers of speculation filled the air. Not only the spectators but even Ning Cheng and his kin clenched their fists in apprehension. Zhou Tsang struck with merciless intent. A single blow could leave one grievously injured. Given the enmity between the Zhou and Ning families, coupled with Zhou Tsang's earlier threats directed at Feishue, the Ning clansmen watched with furrowed brows. Meanwhile, those aligned with Ning Zhuang reveled in the unfolding drama. They had not anticipated that Ning Feishue would encounter such a formidable opponent so swiftly. Over the past 2 months, she had rebuffed several of young Master Zhuang's advances, all for the sake of that good-for-nothing Qin Shao. Even if she achieved some measure of success in the clan competition, how could she ever hope to bridge the chasm between herself and young Master Zhuang? In my view, this will be a fitting lesson for her, revealing that this world is one where strength reigns supreme. Regardless of the murmurs surrounding her, Ning Feishue remained undeterred. Her gaze fixed upon her adversary, she adopted an expression of grave seriousness. Raising her hand, a white jade longsword appeared in her grasp. The moment the sword manifested, the temperature in the arena plummeted several degrees. The spectators below gasped in astonishment as they felt the chilling aura permeate the air. This was the legendary Cold Jade Spirit Sword. It was said to have been bequeathed to her by the previous head of the Ning clan, its origin shrouded in mystery. as Ning Feishue brandished her sword. A faint smile flickered across Zhou Tsang's face, a spirit-level treasure imbued with ice attributes. If you believe that such an external aid can secure your victory over me, you are sorely mistaken. With a dismissive snort, Ning Feishue retorted, enough idle chatter. Let us engage. With that, she leaped forward, the cold jade sword thrusting toward Zhou Tsang's chest, her aura surging with formidable momentum. However, as she drew near, a resounding clash echoed through the arena. Zhou Tsang brought his fists together, a faint azure glow radiating from his knuckles, astonishingly blocking her strike with sheer physical prowess. Beneath the arena, the more knowledgeable martial practitioners gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is that the Zhou Luo fist?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in shock. Aside from the singular occasion 2 years prior, the Zhou family had long reigned as the unchallenged sovereigns of martial prowess in Feiyun City, as former champions. The Zhou clan had been scrutinized and studied by numerous families. Their renowned martial techniques consisted of 5 formidable styles: the Han Yin palm for defense, the Dangmia palm for offense, the Qing Yuan sword technique known for its unmatched power, and the Sui Wu blade technique, swift as a meteor. Among these 4 techniques lay a 5th, the clan's treasured Zhou Luo fist. Although the Zhou Luo fist was classified as a high-grade human-level technique, it was said that mastering it to its utmost could grant it power akin to spirit-level techniques, making it exceptionally potent in both offense and defense. Historically, only a select few of the Zhou family's elite had been able to learn it. Each one a formidable force within Feiyun City. To think that Zhou Tsang, so young, had mastered it as well. Truly, the Zhou family lived up to its illustrious reputation. The previously unremarkable Zhou Tsang had astonished all with a single display of prowess. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Wen Hong wore a bitter expression. He gazed at the 3 youths who had been eliminated, explaining, 3 years ago, while visiting a friend in Yuanqing County, I chanced upon a martial tournament. I witnessed Zhou Tsang's relentless assaults, ultimately securing victory, while his opponents were left severely injured or even crippled. He has always been powerful and ruthless, merely lacking an opportunity to prove himself in Feiyun City until now. A young clansman, perplexed, inquired, if he possesses such strength, why hide it? Did he not participate in the last martial competition 2 years ago? Wen Hong sighed, responding, according to a friend within the Zhou family, he hails from a collateral branch, which is why he was overlooked until the Zhou family faced defeat in the previous martial competition. The young clansman displayed an expression of understanding, saying, no wonder he vows to target the Ning family. The Zhou family likely sent him to compete in order to wash away the shame of 2 years ago. On the stage, Zhou Tsang blocked the cold jade sword with his fists, his energy surging. Ning Feishue felt an overwhelming force travel up her wrist, and with a soft gasp, she was forced back several steps, as her body involuntarily retreated. Zhou Tsang advanced, raising his fist to strike at Ning Feishue. Clang! The white jade sword was raised before her, deflecting Zhou Tsang's punch, yet it could not withstand the force that traveled down the blade. Ning Feishue was once again sent staggering back several steps. And as she came to a halt, she could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping her lips. Her complexion turned pale, her steps unsteady as she nearly fell. Nevertheless, Ning Feishue drove the cold jade sword into the ground, using it to prop herself up and prevent her collapse. Staring at her adversary, she sought to suppress her injuries, but the energy she had expended in the previous rounds had already drained her reserves, leaving her with little strength for this last blow. The injuries she had long suppressed erupted fully, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of her mouth. Despite the midday sun, her body felt icy, trembling uncontrollably. Anyone could see that Ning Feishue was no longer capable of continuing the fight. Beneath the arena, Ning Zhuang observed Ning Feishue's struggle to remain standing. He contemplated speaking up but recalled her coldness and rejection towards him over the past 2 months, which sparked a glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes. Ning Zhuang realized that Ning Feishue would never choose him, no matter the circumstances. If that were the case, why should he intervene on her behalf? Just as Ning Zhuang resolved to remain uninvolved, Zhou Tsang licked his lips atop the arena. His cultivation had reached its peak, and all his energy coalesced in his fists. The martial competition was unlike a typical clan contest. Once one ascended the stage, it was a matter of life and death. In past contests, participants often refrained from using lethal force to avoid creating unnecessary enemies for their families. However, this time, matters were different. Zhou Tsong had received stern instructions from the clan leader before taking the stage. When facing the Ning family, he was to unleash his full might. The reason was clear. 2 years prior, the Ning family had seized several lucrative businesses that the Zhou family had long controlled, and in the ensuing years, they had flourished, challenging the Zhou family's dominance. Such a situation was intolerable to the Zhou family. If you refuse to fall, then allow me to assist you. Zhou Tsong sneered. He lunged forward, causing the arena to tremble slightly underfoot. The palpable killing intent enveloped the arena, prompting Ning Cheng and others to shout, "Stop, we concede." However, it was not Ning Cheng who decided the outcome of the contest, but rather Ning Tong. Observing the anxious expressions of Ning Cheng and the others, Ning Tong remained unfazed, watching as Zhou Tsong approached Ning Feishue. His fist raised high, radiating a chilling aura that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. With a fierce force, he struck towards Ning Feishue. The eyes of Ning Tong and the members of the Zhou family were filled with mirth, while despair consumed Ning Cheng and his companions. Just as everyone anticipated the sight of Ning Feishue's blood staining the martial arena, a resounding thud echoed. There was no splatter of blood, nor could one witness the demise of Ning Feishue. A hand calmly intercepted the blow. As the crowd looked up, they beheld the reigning champion from 2 years ago, now standing expressionless upon the stage. The murderous intent emanating from him caused those below to involuntarily shudder. Then, Qin Shao spoke slowly, "Those who harm her shall die today." Chapter 38. Replacement. On stage upon the martial stage, Qin Shao single-handedly caught Zhou Tsong's punch. His indifferent demeanor and somber voice resonated in the ears of the crowd, akin to plunging into an icy lake in the depths of winter, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Zhou Tsong retreated a few steps, his gaze fixed on Qin Shao, filled with murderous intent. "Die? No one dares to utter such words in my presence." As he spoke, Zhou Tsong turned to Ning Tong, who was making his way onto the martial arena. Below the stage, a middle-aged man coldly regarded Qin Shao, who stood protectively before Ning Feishue, and addressed Ning Tong. "The host of the martial contest. If I recall correctly, in a martial contest, the match is not concluded unless the participants concede or are thrown off the stage. Am I wrong? This individual has intruded upon the martial arena. How shall we deal with him?" Ning Tong first cupped his hands in salute to the middle-aged man, saying, "You are correct, clan leader Zhou Wei." He then bellowed, "Qin Shao, even though you are Ning Feishue's husband, you cannot act recklessly during the martial contest. Step down at once." Qin Shao cast a cold glance at him, remaining silent. Instead, he turned around, cradling the weakened Ning Feishue in his arms, softly saying, "Feishue, rest now." Cough. But Ning Feishue coughed twice, blood immediately trickling from the corner of her mouth. Qin Shao tenderly brushed her face, gently reassuring, "It's all right. I will handle what comes next." For reasons unbeknownst to her, Ning Feishue felt an unprecedented sense of security upon hearing those words. Despite knowing that it would be challenging for Qin Shao to cope with the current situation, in the gaze of the onlookers, Qin Shao carried Ning Feishue back to where the Ning family members were gathered. He entrusted her to several female relatives behind Ning Cheng, instructing them to escort Ning Feishue back to Feishue Garden before standing up once more. Looking at Ning Tong upon the martial arena, Qin Shao declared, "I have indeed registered for the martial contest." Zhou Wei snorted, replying, "What do you take the martial contest for? You think you can just waltz in after missing the time?" Ning Tong raised an eyebrow but refrained from responding. Qin Shao proclaimed loudly, "The martial contest is merely to determine the top talents among the younger generation of Feiyun City. It serves as a selection criterion for certain sects within Nanchun Prefecture." He glanced at Ning Zhuang, then shifted his gaze to Zhou Tsong, asserting, "To determine the top talents of Feiyun City. Without me, Qin Shao, do you deem yourselves worthy of bearing the title of champion?" At these words, the audience was taken aback. 2 years prior, Qin Shao had ascended to prominence by overwhelming all the young talents of Feiyun City, his name echoing throughout the entire Chenyang cultivation kingdom. However, in the intervening 2 years, it was widely known that the Ning family had stripped him of his foundation and rendered him powerless. Perhaps some might reminisce about the valiant Qin Shao of 2 years ago, contemplating how far he might have progressed had he not encountered misfortune. Yet, those present who had a modicum of understanding recognized a consensus. This man had fallen from a paragon to a mere waste. And yet, this so-called waste of a son-in-law, deemed as such by all, dared to step forward in Ning Feishue's hour of peril. not only vowing to bring death to all who had wronged her but audaciously declaring that without him, Qin Shao, they were unworthy of the title of champion. What audacity and arrogance this displayed! How could one describe Qin Zhao's image in the eyes of the crowd at this moment? Surely, they could not fathom that after losing his cultivation, he might have lost his sanity as well. The spectators below the martial stage could not contain their murmurs, and the members of the Ning family scoffed at Qin Shao, even though he had showcased his prowess in the clan competition. This wasteful son-in-law, reliant on Ning Feisue to maintain his footing within the Ning family, had not gained their approval. In stark contrast, Ning Zhuang was undoubtedly a genius, the future hope of the Ning family. Among the crowd, only Zhou Wei, the head of the Zhou family, and an accompanying elder revealed solemn expressions. They had already heard rumors of Qin Zhao's slaying of Zhou Chuang, Zhou Li, and Zhou Shi. Though they were unaware that he had even confronted Zhou Dang, they sensed that this young man was likely not as simple as he appeared. Thus, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Zhou Wei sought to leverage Qin Shao's late arrival to preclude him from participating. At this moment, Ning Tong displayed a nuanced expression. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward and proclaimed, Qin Zhao's tardiness to the venue of the martial contest is indeed a mistake. However, as he stated, the purpose of the martial contest is to select the true top talents of Feiyun City. It allows the various factions within the prefecture to witness this, and it is crucial for the future of Feiyun City. Since he was the champion of the previous martial contest, let us grant him this opportunity. With that, Ning Tong gestured, adding, earlier, you had Ning Feisue withdraw. Therefore, you may as well take her place. He did not forget to ask Zhou Tsang on the martial stage, would you like to take a moment to rest and arrange your duel for last? Zhou Tsang coldly chuckled, I haven't even warmed up yet. It would be too dull to end it this way. Now that someone is willing to entertain me, why wait until the end? With that, disregarding the objections from Zhou Wei and others below the stage, he insisted to Qin Shao, come, let me see if you possess the ability to avenge that woman. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Qin Zhao's face. Initially, he had worried whether his earlier remarks would persuade Ning Tong and Zhou Tsang to agree. Now, it seemed he had been overly concerned. Upon entering, Qin Shao had withdrawn the chaotic energy concealed within his Dantian back into his small world, thus allowing the fluctuations of his cultivation to be readily perceived by those with slightly higher cultivation levels present. Qin Shao understood that Ning Tong and Zhou Tsang's confidence in agreeing to his participation likely stemmed from his cultivation being merely at the 5th level of the pulse-building realm. Meanwhile, Zhou Wei, observing the fluctuations of Qin Zhao's cultivation, felt his expression grow more serious. He was aware of Qin Zhao's feat of slaying Zhou Shi and, now seeing his cultivation level, considered it plausible that he could indeed defeat or even kill Zhou Shi. Unfortunately, what Zhou Wei could not foresee was that when Qin Shao had slain Zhou Shi, he had only been at the 3rd level of the pulse-building realm, while now, he had reached the 5th level. Qin Shao gazed at Zhou Tsang before him, who was openly displaying his cultivation fluctuations. This individual had attained the 6th level of the pulse-building realm, stronger than Zhou Shi, yet it was puzzling why Zhou Tong had referred to Zhou Shi as the strongest among the Zhou family. Aside from the elders, it likely pertained to internal family conflicts. Qin Shao shook his head, dismissing the matter as irrelevant to him. As I mentioned earlier, those who have harmed her must perish. Qin Shao raised his finger, arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips, pointing directly at Zhou Tsang. You are the first, chapter 39. Forceful execution. You are the first. Qin Zhao's icy gaze fell upon Zhou Tsang, as if regarding a corpse. Good, good, very good. Zhou Tsang repeated the word thrice, his face adorned with a smile, yet anyone could perceive the fury boiling within him. Without waiting for Ning Tong to declare the match's commencement, Zhou Tsang propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, launching a punch imbued with a vibrant azure glow, aimed squarely at the still-standing Qin Shao. Zhou Luo's violent fist. With a single punch, the sound of air being rent asunder echoed, and the members of the Zhou family, as well as martial practitioners familiar with Zhou Luo's fist, wore expressions of astonishment. Upon mastering this technique, one could envelop their fists in azure light, rendering it capable of both offense and defense. An immensely powerful skill. Zhou Luo's violent fist could only be executed after becoming proficient in this technique. It was said that the formidable members of the Zhou family required 2 to 3 years of training to wield it with agility. Yet Zhou Tsang had managed to unleash it. This punch would be nearly impossible for an ordinary 6th-level pulse-building realm practitioner to withstand. With unrelenting force, the punch hurtled towards Qin Zhao's face. Should he absorb this blow, sustaining injuries would be the least of his concerns. His very skull could be reduced to mere fragments. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Qin Zhao merely raised his hand, executing a strike with the same calmness as before. Some members of the Ning family recognized that this technique was the fire-seizing palm, with traces of the Huanglai palm discernible within. Both were classified as inferior martial skills. Although they could not fathom why his palm radiated a silvery light, it was implausible that such an inferior martial skill could contend against Zhou Luo's fist, which stood among the finest of superior martial techniques. A group of clansmen wore pale expressions, yet the maid who had accompanied Ning Feishue for an extended period displayed a hint of unusual emotion on her face. Among the many martial arts that Ning Feishue practiced, the fire mastery palm was the most commonplace. The maid had followed Ning Feishue daily, having witnessed her perform it countless times. Thus, she could easily discern the unmistakable resemblance of Qin Zhao's palm technique to the fire mastery palm. Even bearing echoes of the yellow flame palm, Ning Cheng, who recognized this similarity, revealed an expression of excitement. What Qin Zhao executed was a technique that fused two low-tier human-level martial arts. Even among low-tier human-level skills, fusion was no simple feat. It required not only an in-depth understanding of both martial arts, but also a broad perspective and innovative ability at the martial arts level. Those capable of achieving such a feat had long transcended ordinary cultivation levels. The moment Qin Zhao unleashed the fluctuations of his cultivation at the 5th level of meridian building, Ning Cheng's previously anxious heart finally eased. She had witnessed firsthand how Qin Zhao had crushed Zhou Li and his companions. At that time, despite his cultivation being inferior to Zhou Li and Zhou Chuang, he had still managed to slay them. How much more so now? Although Zhou Tsang had reached the 6th level of meridian building, the outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain, as he had anticipated. A powerful shockwave erupted at the instant their fists and palms met, causing those in the front rows of the audience to stumble back several steps. On the stage, Zhou Tsang faced his opponent with trepidation, while Qin Zhao remained as steady as a mountain. How could this be possible? The gathered martial cultivators were left dumbfounded. They had believed that with Zhou Tsang's 6th level of meridian building prowess, coupled with the Zhou family's clan-defending martial skills, he would easily overwhelm Qin Zhao. They had even envisioned the scene of Qin Zhao being pummeled into a bloody mess by Zhou Tsang's fists. Yet the reality was that Zhou Tsang's punch struck as if against unyielding rock, leaving not even a trace of impact. Why was this happening? Did they not claim that the martial skill he employed was the low-tier human-level fire mastery palm of the Ning family? How could a 5th-level meridian building cultivator withstand a direct confrontation with a 6th-level practitioner wielding a high-tier human-level skill? Was I mad? Or was this world mad? Amidst their astonishment and confusion, the two combatants on the stage had already exchanged blows once more. Zhou Luo's heaven-pounding fist. After one failed attempt, Zhou Tsang channeled all his cultivation to its utmost, his essence transforming into a blue light that enveloped his entire fist. With a punch, the explosive sound resonated relentlessly. Such might would cause even a fellow 6th-level practitioner to turn pale, let alone the 5th-level cultivator. However, faced with this nearly full-powered strike, Qin Zhao summoned arcs of lightning with a flick of his wrist. The thunderous roar of the lightning bolt sent shockwaves through everyone witnessing this move. What martial skill was this? The Ning family members exchanged glances, their knowledge limited to the fact that Qin Zhao had previously killed Ning Cheng with this technique. Yet they could not name it. The thunder strike that could previously contend with the 3rd and 4th levels of blood condensation had now evolved to such formidable power. Realizing this, the Ning family members felt breathless at Qin Zhao's terrifying rate of growth. The thunder strike, under the gaze of the multitude, collided with that earth-shattering punch. After a brief moment of contact, the two combatants separated. The lightning subsided, and the blue light vanished. Qin Zhao staggered back several steps, but his expression remained cold and confident as before. Zhou Tsang, however, a mouthful of blood spewed forth, revealing a gash several inches long on his chest, the origin of which was unclear. The edges of the wound were charred black, covered with specks of frost. The disparity in strength between the two was starkly revealed in that moment. What kind of power did Qin Zhao possess? Why did he still appear to be at the 5th level of meridian building? Beneath the martial battle stage, the gathered cultivators were in shock. The Zhou family members glared furiously, yet could not utter a word. Ning Tong stared in disbelief at Qin Shao, suddenly realizing how foolish his earlier decision to allow Qin Shao to replace Ning Feishue in the martial battle was. He had initially intended to use Zhou Tsong's hands to eliminate Qin Shao. After all, Zhou Tsong was not only powerful but also showed no mercy to his opponents. Coupled with Qin Zhao's provocation and his representation of the Ning family, it was likely that he would be killed by Zhou Tsong, provided Ning Tong, as the presiding order keeper, did not intervene. Now he realized he was terribly mistaken. Qin Zhao's strength had grown to an unimaginable level in just these 2 months. When he had taken the heavenly fire map from this individual, why had he not decisively chosen to slay him? Reflecting on how he had spared Qin Zhao's life at Ning Feishue's plea, Ning Tong felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. If he had been more ruthless back then, would there still be today's troubles? Zhou Wei was equally displeased. The Zhou family's plan had been to pit Zhou Tsong against Ning Feishue. With his strength and the Zhou Luo fist, he might have stood a fighting chance against the peak state Ning Feishue. However, the rise of Ning Zhuang and the threat posed by the heavenly fire map left them extremely anxious. In this situation, the Zhou family fortuitously came across the severely injured Lu Qingwan. To their delight, she not only possessed numerous valuable treasures, but also held the Purple Shadow Blood Thorn map. If they could obtain the Purple Shadow Blood Thorn map, how could the Zhou family possibly be defeated by the Ning family again? Zhou Wei's anger surged as he recalled the incident where Zhou San and others had besieged Lu Qinghuan in the North Mountain Valley, and a glimmer of murderous intent appeared on his face. After today, he would spare no effort to eliminate this boy. Zhou Wei had even resolved to return to the clan and summon the Xianbing sect, which had been supportive of the Zhou family, to assist them. As long as Qin Shao was killed, their standing in Feiyun City, even if temporarily diminished, would not be shaken by the Ning family. Having come to this conclusion, Zhou Wei looked up at Zhou Tsong and shouted, "You disgraceful fool, come down." Zhou Tsong's face turned crimson upon hearing this. Not only had he been defeated by his opponent, but he was also berated by the clan leader. When had he ever endured such humiliation? As he gazed at Qin Shao, only murderous rage remained in his eyes. Amidst the clamor, a sudden roar rang out, "Die!" With that, Zhou Tsong's essence erupted violently. His eyes turned blood-red as he charged towards Qin Shao, his demeanor akin to that of a madman. Zhou Luo's myriad fists, with a piercing scream, his fists transformed into a multitude of striking shadows. Descending upon Qin Shao, each punch bore the weight of a full-powered strike from a 6th-level Meridian building cultivator. Those outside could clearly see that with each attack, the azure light surrounding Zhou Tsong dimmed a fraction. This was a life-or-death gamble, the crowd gasped in astonishment. After all, martial battles were primarily for sparring, and it was rare for matters to escalate to such a desperate level. Yet today, Zhou Tsong clearly aimed to take Qin Zhao's life. As if only then could he cleanse the humiliation he had suffered. But how could Qin Shao allow such an assault? Seeking death, with a cold snort, the youth stepped forward. In his hand appeared a short dagger held in reverse. Its surface instantly enveloped in silver flames. Witnessing this scene, both the Zhou and Ning families displayed expressions of shock. They realized that Qin Shao was about to unleash a martial skill he had not previously utilized. To defeat Zhou Tsong, he had yet to reveal his full strength. "Qin Shao, stop!" Ning Cheng cried out amidst the crowd. If Qin Shao were to accept this attack head-on, either he would perish, or Zhou Tsong would. Neither outcome was one Ning Cheng wished to witness. Yet at this stage, there was no room for negotiation. As the shattering blade step was executed, a bright silver line sliced through the air. And in the next moment, Zhou Tsong was cleaved in two. Chapter 40. Chaos. Everything transpired too swiftly, leaving even Zhou Wei, the clan leader, unable to react as Zhou Tsong was severed by Qin Zhao's blade. When the blade fell, Zhou Tsong's corpse, drenched in torrents of blood, plummeted onto the martial battle stage, plunging the arena into silence. Many young clan members, who had mostly trained within their families, found themselves unable to bear watching Zhou Tsong's ruthless assault on the combatants. Now, witnessing this scene, those with lesser courage collapsed in terror. The once mighty Zhou Tsong had been mercilessly bisected by Qin Shao. Such a brutal demise plunged the onlookers into shock and panic. After a brief silence, an uproar ensued. Is this Qin Shao truly? Heavens, how long has it been since a life was lost in the martial battle? Yet, one could not entirely fault Qin Shao. It was Zhou Tsong who, knowing full well the stakes, still chose to attack him. Even so, Qin Zhao's response had been excessively brutal. Moreover, he had previously claimed he would avenge Ning Feishue, and this might have been his opportunity for retribution. Discussions erupted among the crowd. Ning Tong, supporting the event, stared blankly at the scene, momentarily forgetting to instruct his clansmen to clear the martial battle stage. Yet, it was unnecessary. The instant Qin Shao executed Zhou Cong, the Zhou family members sprang into action. Their synchronized movements sent shockwaves through nearby families. What shocked the onlookers even more was that the faces of the Zhou family members were filled with unbridled hatred. The pressure they exuded indicated that none among them were weak. Zhou Wei's expression was dark as thunderclouds. His gaze bore down on Qin Shao as he declared, "You dare to kill my Zhou clan member in plain sight? Today, I shall sever your limbs and display them before the gates of Feiyun City as a grim warning." With the cry of kill echoing through the air, chaos immediately engulfed the entirety of Feiyun City. The clans gathered before the martial combat arena scattered in a frenzy, while the idle martial practitioners, drawn by the spectacle, hastily fled. Such a dispute, once entangled, would be exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself from. Aside from the Zhou clan, the only ones remaining on the scene were the Ning clan. As Zhou issued the command, his family members surged onto the martial combat stage to besiege Qin Shao. Yet the Ning clan was divided into two factions. One faction, led by Ning Cheng, championed the warlike stance, arguing that Qin Shao had aided Miss Feishue in competing in the Xuanqiu martial combat. Now that he had triumphed, how could they stand idly by while the Zhou clan sought his demise? The opposing faction, spearheaded by Ning Tong, advocated for peace, contending that Qin Shao had violated the rules of the Xuanqiu martial combat by slaying Zhou Cong and should pay with his life. Why should the Ning clan engage in conflict for an outsider? The speaker of this sentiment was none other than the clan leader, Ning Tong. His words prompted hesitation among the Ning clan members who did not belong to either faction. Logically, they wished to aid Qin Shao, for he had represented the Ning clan on the stage. Should he emerge victorious in the Xuanqiu martial combat, the Ning clan would also reap the benefits. Yet, in reality, the power disparity between the Ning and Zhou clans remained significant. As they glanced at the Zhou family members surging onto the martial combat stage, it was evident that their cultivation was superior to that of the Ning clan. Should a battle ensue, the losses would likely be catastrophic. Amidst this indecision, the situation on the martial combat stage had already reached a boiling point. Techniques such as the demonic slaughter, 10-direction sword, flying frenzy palm, and cracking rock fist unleashed their fury, propelled by the ethereal energies towards Qin Shao. Each strike bore an undeniable potency, each move aimed at targeting Qin Shao's vital points. The Zhou clan members, filled with murderous intent, proclaimed loudly, "Today, you shall pay with your blood for your debts." How dare a mere, waste son-in-law of the Ning clan kill a Zhou clan member? You shall be subjected to 1,000 torturous deaths. As the attacks descended upon him like a torrential storm, Qin Shao, positioned at the heart of the fray, responded with remarkable composure, parrying with his short blade, countering with swift strikes. After a series of defensive maneuvers, the first wave of Zhou clan assailants was utterly vanquished, their cries of anguish resonating through the air. Some were disarmed, others pierced through the chest, while some had their heart veins shattered, lifeless bodies collapsing onto the ground. Amidst the turmoil, Zhou Wei could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Elder, subdue this man." As his words fell, an elder standing beside him surged forward. Clad in a blue robe with hair as white as snow, he ascended the martial combat stage, eliciting gasps from the Ning clan members. It was Zhou Sheng, the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan. Rumored to possess an 8th-tier cultivation, he was the strongest among the Zhou clan. Upon witnessing Zhou Sheng assume a combative stance against Qin Shao, the Ning clan members were filled with indignation. How could this old wretch bully a junior without regard for his status? Alone against such an opponent, coupled with the prying eyes of Zhou Wei and other Zhou clan members, Qin Shao seemed destined for death. Even now, some members of Ning Tong's faction felt ashamed for the Zhou clan's shameless behavior. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated through the arena. As you watch your clansmen besieged, is this how you choose to remain idle? The crowd turned to see an elder striding purposefully towards the martial combat stage. It was none other than Ning Xiupu, the absent elder, old clan leader. The Ning clan members exclaimed in unison. While Ning Tong typically managed clan affairs, in times of crisis, the members instinctively sought Ning Xiupu's counsel. Upon reaching the Ning clan's gathering, he cast a cold gaze at Ning Tong and declared, "Qin Shao is Fei Shua's husband." Ning Tong, upon hearing this, erupted into a sharp cackle. "Husband? At this juncture, you still speak of husband? Surely you have not forgotten your agreement to strip Qin Shao of his foundation." This statement drew gasps from the assembly. The Ning clan's actions against Qin Shao were well known. After all, the celestial fire map belonged to Qin Shao, and its appearance on Ning Zhuang meant that all could guess what had transpired. However, knowing and openly stating it were two different matters. This incident, after all, was a dark chapter in the Ning clan's history, and Ning Tong's public utterance was akin to slapping the faces of the Ning clan members. Moreover, he directed this remark at the elder Ning Xiupu. "Given what the Ning clan has done, do you believe Qin Shao will still stand with you and continue to be a good husband after this matter passes?" Ning Tong sneered. In this world, strength is paramount. When his cultivation was crippled, he endured in silence for the sake of survival within the Ning clan. Now that he has risen, should you assist him in opposing the Zhou clan? Once this matter concludes, he could very well turn against the Ning clan to exact revenge for the theft of his foundation and the destruction of his cultivation. His words resonated with conviction, causing many Ning clan members to cast their gaze upon Qin Shao, who was engaged in a standoff with Zhou Shang, contemplating the merits and demerits of the situation. Ning Xiupu, upon hearing these words, let out a long sigh. He glanced at Ning Tong and then at the taciturn Ning Zhuang, before shifting his gaze to the anxious Ning Cheng and others. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and said, "The Ning clan's errors have been sufficient. Once is enough. I have devoted my life to martial arts. While I do not claim to be a knight-errant, I at least strive to live with integrity. Never did I expect to be blinded by immediate gain and commit such acts, but today, I shall correct your path. The men of the Ning clan shall know when to act and when to refrain." With that, Ning Xiupu was the first to charge towards the martial combat stage. Seeing this, Ning Cheng raised his voice in rallying support. "Follow the old clan leader. If the Zhou clan dares to lay a hand on our Ning clan, they shall undoubtedly pay the price today." The members aligned with Ning Cheng echoed his sentiments, and those who had previously hesitated looked to Ning Xiupu, inhaling deeply, and joined the fray in but a breath's time. They plunged into the melee, leaving only Ning Tong and his son, the three elders, and the followers aligned with them beneath the stage. "Father, what shall we do now?" Ning Zhuang asked, his face a picture of anxiety. Ning Tong did not answer the question but quietly inquired of the Grand Elder. "Ning Du, Grand Elder, did you deliver the secret letter to clan leader Zhou Wei?" A sinister smile crept across Ning Du's face. "Of course I have long harbored disdain for that old fool Ning Xiupu. Today, I shall eliminate him along with Ning Cheng and his ilk." Ning Tong's cold smile widened. "By killing Ning Xiupu, the Ning clan shall truly be under my command." Ning Zhuang appeared to have anticipated this, nodding in agreement. Then, Ning Tong raised his hand and shouted, "Ning Xiupu has led a rebellion, disregarding the clan leader's orders, and foolishly engages in war with the Zhou clan. Everyone, follow me to eradicate the traitor." Chapter 41. Third-tier demonic beast. With a commanding shout, Ning Tong incited chaos among the Ning clan members who had rallied behind Ning Xiupu. No one could have predicted that. Despite Ning Tong's absence, he would choose this moment to launch a surprise attack against his own kin. Even more astonishing was that as Ning Tong took action, Zhou Shang, who had been preparing to confront Qin Shao, immediately turned his attention to Ning Xiupu. "Kill. From this day forth, Feiyan City shall be ruled by the Zhou clan." Zhou Shang roared as he charged towards Ning Xiupu, and the Zhou clan members joined the fray, plunging the arena into utter chaos. Amidst this turmoil, Qin Shao found himself momentarily overlooked. This conflict had ignited due to him, and while he had been cautiously maneuvering around Zhou Shang, he had not anticipated that before any real combat could commence, the situation would drastically shift, with the Zhou clan redirecting their onslaught towards the Ning clan. As the battle cries reverberated, Ning Xiupu and his allies found themselves encircled by the Zhou clan and Ning Tong's faction. In the instant they made contact, casualties ensued, and a flicker of determination ignited within Qin Shao as he charged headlong into the fray. "Stop right there!" A furious shout rang out, and an elder emerged from the crowd. Dusty and seemingly having just arrived, someone recognized his identity and exclaimed in shock, "It is Zhou Pe, the fourth elder of the Zhou clan." Upon reaching the martial combat stage, Zhou Pe positioned himself directly in front of Qin Shao. He surveyed the chaotic scene where Zhou Wei and others battled against the Ning clan and declared loudly, "Clan leader, The second and fifth elders are on their way back. They have sent word to ensure you remain cautious of Qin Shao. Zhou Wei furrowed his brow and replied coldly, "Rest assured. None shall escape today." With that, he bellowed, leading the Zhou clan members in a frenzied charge towards Ning Xiupu and his group in this dire circumstance. Ning Xiupu could only barely form a defensive formation with Ning Cheng and the others, but it was clear they could not hold out for long. Seeing this dire scenario, Qin Shao inhaled deeply and charged towards Zhou Pe. "You dare challenge me?" Zhou Pe retorted with a low growl, unleashing the rock-shattering palm with immense force. His hand, as steadfast as a rock, bore down upon Qin Shao with overwhelming power. Qin Shao, unwilling to underestimate his opponent, immediately activated the shattered blade footwork, moving with the swiftness of lightning to evade Zhou Pe's strike, and swiftly retaliated with a flurry of slashes that fell upon Zhou Pe like a tempest. Clang, clang, clang. As the blade cleaved through Zhou Pe's body, it resonated as if striking a colossal stone, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Yet, Zhou Pe's expression remained exceedingly grave. The reason was simple: Qin Zhao's overwhelming sword energy, with each strike exhibiting formidable power, had already left countless fine cuts on his hardened, rock-like arms in the brief moment of their exchange. Even the swift blade could pierce through solid rock with its speed and penetrating force. The rock shattered like the heavens. Zhou Pe's hands suddenly erupted with a radiant light, and the mysterious energy converged in his palms. In the next instant, two robust stone pillars erupted from his hands, aiming directly at Qin Zhao's brow. Did he think such a level of attack could harm me? Qin Shao scoffed coldly, his steps reaching their utmost potential in an instant. Spectators could only see shadows darting across the arena, with Qin Zhao's figure moving so swiftly that the naked eye could scarcely follow. Zhou Pe attempted to strike instead of defend, but with his speed lagging, his attacks posed no threat whatsoever to Qin Shao. In the next moment, he swept through with a lethal strike. One swipe, and the blade carved a line across Zhou Pe's neck, resulting in the death of the esteemed fourth elder of the Zhou family at the hands of Qin Shao. As Zhou Pe fell, Zhou Sheng, who had been commanding the clan to attack the Ning family, let out a mournful wail. "Fourth brother." He abruptly turned, disregarding Ning Xiupu and the others, and lunged at Qin Shao. Zhou Luo's thunderous fist, the eighth layer of meridian refinement, gathering all of Zhou Luo's strength, unleashed an astonishing might. Sensing the power of that fist, Qin Shao swiftly retreated. He could not withstand this blow. "Die for me," Zhou Sheng relentlessly pursued, his eyes narrowing solely on the enemy who had slain his brother. As the fist drew nearer, and it seemed he was about to be caught, Qin Shao, who had retreated to the edge of the martial combat platform, suddenly let out a sharp whistle. This whistle, propelled by mysterious energy, resonated loudly, audible not just on the martial combat platform but throughout the entirety of Feiyun City. Amidst this chaos, a pitch-black figure abruptly appeared at the city gate. The guarding soldiers were momentarily stunned, not yet comprehending the situation, when they only caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past. Vanishing from sight in an instant, this shadow dashed across the now desolate streets of Feiyun City, transformed by the tumult of the martial combat platform. In the next moment, it appeared before Qin Shao. Thud! Zhou Sheng's full-force punch landed upon that shadow but did not budge an inch. Zhou Sheng gasped sharply, focusing in disbelief, only to see a towering black wolf standing protectively in front of Qin Shao. This black wolf bore 3 flame-like markings upon its brow, exuding a regal ferocity akin to that of a king among wolves, with no chance to retreat. Zhou Sheng felt a darkness engulf him as the black wolf sank its teeth into him. Severing him in half, blood gushed forth, mingling with internal organs and shredded flesh, casting a gruesome tableau that left onlookers pale with horror. What kind of monster is that? Damn it! A demon beast has invaded the city. The creature had slain Zhou Sheng with a single bite. What level of beast could it possibly be? Compared to the distant onlookers in the city, the Zhou family's devastation was palpably greater. Eldest elder, Zhou Wei, who had been commanding the clan's assault, let out a frenzied roar, his eyes reddening to the brink of collapse. What he thought was a guaranteed victory had been shattered in mere moments. First, Zhou Pe was slain by Qin Shao, and now Zhou Sheng had perished at the hands of this unknown beast, including the third elder Zhou Tong, who had died in the Lingyun Mountains. Even if they managed to win, the Zhou family was severely weakened. Zhou Wei's gaze fixated on the imposing black wolf. The sight of the wolf's formidable stature and the ominous aura it radiated made Zhou Wei shudder involuntarily. This must be at least a third-tier demon beast, right? A third-tier demon beast could contend with experts at the profound soul realm. Even at their peak, the Zhou family had no assurance of defeating such a monster. Let alone now, with only Zhou Wei and a host of low-level clan members remaining. Damn it, this demon beast must have just coincidentally wandered into the city, despite having some answers in his mind. Zhou Wei could not help but entertain such thoughts. After all, if this black wolf were indeed a spirit beast tamed by Qin Shao, it would be utterly inconceivable. What kind of demon beast would submit to a master weaker than itself? Those in the Ning family shared similar thoughts. While they took satisfaction in the black wolf's swift execution of Zhou Shang, Ning Cheng and Ning Shupu quickly realized that there was another person standing beside the black wolf. Qin Shao, run! Ning Cheng screamed hoarsely, despair etched across his face. When searching for spirit fruits for Ning Feishue outside the city, he had underestimated Qin Shao, viewing him merely as a useless shadow behind Miss Feishue. Yet, everything that had transpired since had shown him that even stripped of his cultivation and talent, Qin Shao remained a prodigy. 2 months had passed, and Qin Shao had transformed into a powerhouse capable of slaying even clan elders like Zhou Pu'er. In such a short span of time, should nothing untoward occur, the Ning family was destined to reach an unprecedented pinnacle. Ning Xiupu's mood was even more desolate. Following Ning Zhan's incident, the Ning family was under immense pressure from the Zhou family. He understood well that the Ning family had encroached upon the Zhou family's interests, and they would not let it slide. To secure a backing for the family, Ning Tong had devised a plan to strip Qin Shao of his foundation. And he, in the interest of the family's survival, had chosen to compromise. Now, Qin Shao had finally risen again. Ning Xiupu resolved to stand by his side, both to atone for his past neglect and out of guilt for forcing Ning Feishue into such a predicament. Just as hope seemed to blossom, Qin Shao now stood once more at the precipice between life and death. Judging by the Black Wolf's brutal method of dispatching Zhou Shang, this beast was extraordinarily ferocious. Qin Shao! Ning Xiupu shouted, hoping Qin Shao would flee before the ferocious beast took notice. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving everyone astounded. Qin Shao disregarded Ning Cheng and Ning Xiupu's warnings, paying no mind to Zhou Wei and the others, and slowly placed his hand upon the Black Wolf's head. This man must be insane. Did he not witness how that Black Wolf had just killed the eldest elder of the Zhou family? Those with faint hearts instinctively covered their eyes, fearing that a scene of horror would replay itself. The Zhou family members sneered, declaring, "Whoever dares provoke a third-tier demon beast will meet their demise without our intervention." However, the anticipated calamity did not befall Qin Shao. He merely gently stroked the wolf's head, and the Black Wolf, in a remarkable display of understanding, lowered its body, adopting a posture of submission in that instant. Countless onlookers spiraled into madness. Chapter 42. The time for reckoning has arrived. The spectacle before the crowd was utterly surreal. A human martial cultivator at the 5th layer of meridian refinement was treating a third-tier black wolf as one would a pet. The black wolf indeed behaved like a domesticated animal, submissively prostrating itself before Qin Shao. What was even more terrifying was that some observers discerned a critical detail from the wolf's appearance. Could it be that this demon beast is a fire howl wolf? The words came from a young man standing not far from the martial combat platform, holding a folding fan. His countenance was as refined as jade, strikingly handsome, and he was surrounded by numerous young scions from various clans. Upon hearing his assertion, the surrounding young men displayed expressions of shock. The fire howl wolf. Could it be that young Master Tingfeng isn't mistaken? As young Master Tingfeng unfurled his fan, he remarked, "I, Tingfeng, have traversed the vast lands. Is there any demon beast I do not recognize?" The wolf's appearance bore little resemblance to the third-tier lone forest wolf. And while it emitted a third-tier aura, it was evidently still a cub. A cub? The assembly of young lords and ladies exchanged glances. The black wolf was now nearly as tall as a person. If this were merely a cub, how large would it be as an adult? Young Master Tingfeng chuckled, explaining, "The fire howl wolf feeds on the rare flames scattered throughout the world. If it can find such flames, it can evolve into an 8th-tier demon beast. At that level, it would stand as tall as a small building. Yet it could also control its size and change form at will. That would be a power of divine proportions." The crowd surrounding young Master Tingfeng expressed a yearning for such a creature. These young disciples, residing in or near Feiyun City, had come to visit the famed young Master Tingfeng, who claimed to possess boundless knowledge. Upon meeting him and engaging in conversation, they quickly recognized his vast understanding of astronomy, geography, and various demon beasts, martial techniques, magical artifacts, and spiritual materials. Hearing young Master Tingfeng proclaim the Black Wolf to be a 7th-tier fire howl wolf, the crowd compared its features to the descriptions in their texts, instantly realizing the striking resemblance. It seemed they truly stood before a cub of the fire howl wolf. Amidst their astonishment, they were also left puzzled as to how this human martial cultivator managed to tame such a demon beast. Not only the individuals within the tea house, but everyone who witnessed this scene was unable to comprehend how Qin Shao achieved such a feat. However, the specifics of the process were of little consequence. What truly mattered was that when Qin Shao cast his gaze towards the location of the Zhou family, the Black Wolf slowly rose to its feet, poised as if ready to pounce at any moment. A 3rd-tier demon beast, possessing strength surpassing that of the Xian Soul Realm, the Zhou family was undoubtedly facing an impending calamity. Yan Tingfeng folded his fan and sighed. The young scions of various families craned their necks to observe. And on the martial arena, Zhou Wei's complexion paled instantly as he beheld the Black Wolf, which was clearly responding to Qin Zhao's commands. He was not the only one. The Zhou family members, who were currently besieging Ning Xiupu alongside Ning Tong and others, wore expressions of sheer terror. They had witnessed firsthand how the Black Wolf had effortlessly slain the Grand Elder. If such a ferocious beast were to charge at them, who could possibly stand in its way? Qin Shao, my young friend. Zhou Wei stammered, his lips turning pale as he attempted to defend himself, but the Black Wolf offered him no opportunity for explanation. In an instant, the crowd saw a flash of black light, and the Black Wolf was already before Zhou Wei. O Luo Wanxiang fist. In a moment of crisis, Zhou Wei unleashed a flurry of punches, transforming his fists into an array of illusory shadows, each one hurtling towards the Black Wolf with furious intent. Each punch was distinct, and for martial artists of comparable strength, it was impossible to withstand such a diverse assault. Even if they could, they would find themselves overwhelmed and ultimately defeated by the sheer momentum of the attack. Regrettably, until this moment, the Zhou family members had only faced adversaries whose strength far exceeded their own. Neither Qin Shao nor the Black Wolf possessed the patience to slowly unravel the intricacies of any martial technique. The Black Wolf raised its forepaw, striking directly at Zhou Wei's torso. With a sickening thud, blood mist enveloped the area, eliciting gasps and screams from the onlookers. They watched in horror as Zhou Wei was struck, leaving a ghastly wound on his abdomen, from which blood gushed forth, causing the Zhou clan members to tremble in fear. "Protect the Patriarch!" A voice rang out from the crowd, though it was unclear who had shouted. Despite their fear, the clan members surged forward. The Black Wolf glanced back at Qin Shao, its eyes seemingly seeking approval. Qin Shao nodded, signaling it to proceed. Receiving the green light, the Black Wolf let out a joyous howl and charged into the thronged eye. In an instant, blood sprayed, and dismembered limbs flew through the air. As the Black Wolf plunged into the midst of the Zhou family members, Qin Shao too entered the fray, standing beside Ning Xiupu, old patriarch. Qin Shao clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Although this man had previously agreed to the scheme devised by Ning Tong to harm him, he had at least reconsidered at the last moment. Qin Shao was unsure whether the old man had discerned some secret about him, or if he had genuinely experienced a change of heart. Regardless, his stance now aligned with Ning Cheng and Ning Feishue. With that in mind, Qin Shao was willing to extend him a courtesy. Ning Xiupu, upon noticing Qin Zhao's demeanor, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Then, Qin Shao proclaimed, "Now, let us eradicate the traitors." With that, Qin Shao was the first to charge forward, his target set on Ning Zhuang. Ning Xiupu glanced at Ning Tong and the others, who were still daunted by the Black Wolf's presence, and a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Yet, Qin Shao had already plunged into the crowd, leaving him with no choice. Gritting his teeth, Ning Xiupu declared, "Eradicate the traitors." In an instant, aside from a handful of clan members still resisting the Zhou family's assault, the rest surged forward alongside Qin Shao towards the area where Ning Tong and the others were situated, the sounds of battle echoing like thunder. Amidst the chaos, Qin Shao wielded a dagger, cutting a path through the melee. With each stroke, another member aligned with Ning Tong fell to his blade. Unlike the hesitant Ning family members, Qin Shao felt no sympathy for these individuals. When he was stripped of his foundation under Ning Tong's directives, no one, save for Ning Feishue, had come to his aid. Afterward, as a discarded husk, Qin Shao was mercilessly tormented by Ning Zhuang's subordinates daily. During that time, had anyone ever extended a helping hand? Everyone had merely watched. The members supporting Ning Tong had even sought ways to add to his suffering. This battle represented Qin Zhao's revenge and reckoning against the Ning family. How dare a mere waste, hiding behind a woman, challenge him? A young man who often followed Ning Chong and Ning Zhuang surged forward, his eyes filled with hatred, only to be pierced through the chest by Qin Zhao's dagger. Damnable cripple! I should have ensured your demise when I had the chance. Another youth, clad in green, bellowed in fury. He loathed himself for not joining forces with Ning Chong to eliminate Qin Shao before Ning Feishue's return. But now, that hatred had nowhere to vent. With a sickening sound, the dagger swept through the air, severing a head from its body. Even in death, the youth could not fathom how the now crippled Qin Shao had risen to his current level of cultivation within a mere 2 months. After a fierce skirmish, Qin Shao had dispatched no fewer than 10 familiar clan members. He pressed forward, reaching the very heart of this gathering. At that moment, the figure blocking his path was none other than his old acquaintance, Ning Zhuang. Seeing the fear and hatred writ large upon Ning Zhuang's face, Qin Shao grinned and declared, I told you, what belongs to me shall one day be reclaimed by my own hands. Chapter 43. The might of the transformation fire. Enemies meeting face to face ignited a fierce enmity. The instant Qin Shao confronted Ning Zhuang, he struck without hesitation. Thunderclap finger. The finger transformed into an afterimage, arcing with lightning as it approached Ning Zhuang. You really think you can defeat me? Ning Zhuang growled, unleashing his full power. The wave of pressure belonging to the 6th tier of the Pulse Formation realm surged forth. Blazing flame shield. With a sweeping motion, Ning Zhuang conjured a shield formed of concentrated flames, far thicker than the fire wall he had previously summoned to protect Ning Chong from Ning Feishue. When Qin Zhao's electric finger struck the flaming shield, he felt an indescribable force enveloping his fingertip, causing his Xian Qi to evaporate in an instant. The momentum of his attack came to an abrupt halt. Qin Shao furrowed his brow, retreating to maintain a distance as they faced each other. Have you forgotten how you once triumphed in the Xian cultivation martial contest? Ning Zhuang mocked, his expression dripping with scorn. He raised his hand, revealing a vivid yellow flame that flickered to life in his palm. As this fire manifested, the surrounding martial artists felt the flow of their Xian Qi become sluggish and difficult to control. Yet Ning Zhuang remained unaffected. Transformation fire. Qin Shao inhaled sharply, his expression grave. He recognized this fire all too well. It was one of the 3 extraordinary flames he had discovered during his travels before arriving at Feiyun City. Among these 3 flames, one was the Frost Cold Fire, the Silver Frost Fire, which he had found in the North Ridge. Another was the Burning Flame Melt Fire, which he had been unable to summon even after being stripped of his cultivation. And the last was the Transformation Fire, which he had previously harnessed in battle, possessing the ability to incinerate Xian Qi. As its name implies, the Transformation Fire can consume Xian Qi. With the Devouring Flame physique, Qin Shao wielding this fire in combat grants him a significant advantage over the vast majority of martial artists. Any Xian Qi released would be reduced to ashes, while Qin Shao himself remained unscathed. Thus, during the Xian cultivation martial contest 2 years prior, few could withstand even a single strike from him. Now, however, Ning Zhuang, who had stripped Qin Shao of his foundation, was able to wield the transformation fire as well. Although the devouring flame physique could not be stolen, the heavenly fire celestial diagram, birthed from his physique, had been entirely excavated. Yet, some of the power of the heavenly fire diagram and its flames still resided within him. To eliminate this individual would likely prove challenging. Nevertheless, the current situation did not afford him the luxury of retreat. Moreover, as a former emperor, Qin Shao had faced countless formidable opponents throughout his life. Never once yielding even in the face of overwhelming odds, could a mere thief of his heavenly fire diagram, Ning Zhuang, compel him to back down. What of the transformation fire? Raising his palm, silver-white flames coalesced within it. Silver frost fire? Ning Zhuang licked his lips, a sinister grin spreading across his face. When my father assisted me in seizing the heavenly fire diagram, I acquired the activated transformation fire alongside it. While the other two flames are powerful, they cannot be extracted from the fire cavity. It appears your ability to restore a portion of your strength is fortunate for me. A glimmer of greed crossed his features. Once I sever your limbs and obtain the silver frost fire, I shall nurture you at home with potions until the moment I procure the last of the extraordinary flames, at which point I shall grant you a swift end. Until then, you will come to regret ever being born. You shall learn the heavy price of defying me and my father. With that, Ning Zhuang lunged forward, wielding a long sword entirely engulfed in bright yellow flames. An overwhelming pressure of Xian Qi forced the surrounding clan members to instinctively retreat several steps. This terrifying heat emanated from the true fire Xian sword. In the chaotic crowd, an exclamation of shock rang out. The gazes of the others turned toward Ning Zhuang, filled with awe. Just as the Zhou family's Zhou Luo fist and the other four supreme techniques of human rank, the Ning family also possessed two unique clan martial techniques. One focused on ice, known as the Ice Blossom Frost Sword, and the other on fire, the True Fire Xian Sword. If the Ice Blossom Frost Sword and the True Fire Xian Sword could be cultivated to their utmost potential, their power would rival that of spiritual-level martial techniques from a considerable distance away. Atop the tea house, Yen Tingfeng watched this scene unfold with a smile as he fanned himself. Both martial techniques required the cultivator to possess a certain affinity with their respective attributes to master them. The esteemed Ning family boasts the remarkable Ning Feishue, who is reputed to possess an extraordinary talent for comprehending ice attribute martial arts. After mastering the Ice Blossom Frost Sword, her strength has significantly increased. 2 years ago, had it not been for Qin Zhao's interference, she may well have been the frontrunner to claim victory in the Xuanqiu martial arts competition. Little did anyone anticipate that today, the Ning family would produce a second prodigy capable of mastering the True Fire Xian Sword. If not for internal strife, with these two individuals, the family might indeed ascend to become the sovereign of Feiyun City. Alas, such is fate. As Yen Tingfeng reflected on this, the True Fire Xian Sword, imbued with immense heat, had already arrived before Qin Shao. Die! With a fierce shout, the long sword struck towards Qin Zhao's face, eliciting gasps of shock from the onlookers. Just as the blade was about to descend, the figure that had been standing still suddenly transformed into a specter traversing the night, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. With a swift stroke, Ning Zhuang instinctively raised his hand to block to the left. Clang! The sword collided with a short blade barely a foot long. One strike followed by a second, third, and fourth. Qin Zhao's blade surged forward like an unrelenting river. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of weapons clashing reverberated as Ning Zhuang, who had been so confident moments before, found himself on the defensive. Yet this was merely the beginning. Swift slaughter. Qin Zhao let out a sharp whistle. His speed increasing once more, the shattered blade step, while primarily an offensive technique, fundamentally revolves around footwork. At its core, it is a technique of movement. The power is secondary. Speed is its forte. After Qin Zhao's refinement, the ultimate speed of this martial art surpassed all previous limits. Furthermore, its original lack of power underwent a tremendous transformation. This was especially evident when executing the swift slaughter. Bang! Another resounding clash echoed. Although Ning Zhuang managed to block Qin Zhao's short blade at the last moment, the tremendous force left his arm numb. What incredible strength! Ning Zhuang was taken aback as memories of Qin Zhao's power during the clan competition 2 years prior resurfaced in his mind. A veritable humanoid beast. Yet for him, trouble was far from over. Qin Zhao's relentless assault had already placed Ning Zhuang in a precarious position, and with the swift slaughter amplifying Qin Zhao's speed, after a few consecutive blocks, a soft sound was heard. Ning Zhuang's abdomen bore a wound from a blade. Had he not dodged with all his might, that strike might have cost him his life. It was time. Qin Zhao's eyes sparkled with intensity. He could see that Ning Zhuang was beginning to falter under his continuous onslaught. Silver frost fire, shatter, with a soft exclamation, the silver-white flames that had enveloped the short blade rapidly ignited across Qin Zhao's entire body. Not only that, but Ning Zhuang's arm, waist, and abdomen, any area that bore a wound from their earlier clash, were now shrouded in a layer of white cold air, which ominously hinted at the possibility of freezing. This coldness was invading his body. Ning Zhuang gasped in shock. Just as he felt the effects of the chill slow his movements, A blade imbued with terrifying power struck directly at the center of his brow. Hua Wu Slash. Focused on a single point, it possessed devastating destructive power. Clang! Ning Zhuang barely managed to raise his hand to block the sword, yet the blade was forcefully repelled. Qin Shao's momentum did not wane. In the next instant, he was upon him. Just as the blade was about to make contact, the panic on Ning Zhuang's face vanished, replaced by an unwavering confidence and a resounding laughter that echoed throughout the arena. Cold air invading my body? You think that alone can kill me? Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from behind Ning Zhuang. Bright yellow flames formed a complex and inscrutable pattern on his back, in an instant. The flames erupted, whoosh. The transformative fire enveloped the area around Ning Zhuang, forming a terrifying fireball. The cold air, along with the frost fire on Qin Zhao's short blade, was extinguished in an instant within the fireball. A sword lunged forth, striking directly at Qin Shao's abdomen. A peerless genius. Is this all you have? Chapter 44. Burning flame in the center of the martial arena. A roaring inferno consumed the vision of all present. The flames engulfed Ning Zhuang entirely, yet he remained unaffected within the fiery circle. The moment the fire appeared, the surrounding martial practitioners suddenly found themselves unable to circulate their Xian energy. What on earth is that? How could it possess such power? The crowd was astounded, while Yin Tingfeng in the tea house laughed heartily. The young masters and ladies looked on, puzzled. Do you not know? 2 years ago, Qin Shao defeated all his opponents using this very technique. Indeed, how the tides of fortune turn. 2 years later, Ning Zhuang stood on the stage, while Qin Shao was about to experience firsthand what his former adversaries had felt. The same thought echoed in the minds of others present. Ning Tong laughed heartily. Let me see what you can do, former master of the transformative fire and the heavenly fire diagram. No sooner had he spoken than Ning Xiupu appeared before them. The former patriarch of the Ning family forced Ning Tong back with a punch, then shouted loudly, Qin Shao, do not linger in battle. Once that black wolf has dispatched the Zhou family, dealing with Ning Zhuang will be a piece of cake. The group of Ning family disciples behind Ning Xiupu echoed their warnings. If Qin Shao were captured by Ning Zhuang here, the situation that the black wolf could have resolved would only become more complicated. Seeing Qin Shao remain silent, Ning Zhuang laughed heartily. Stepping forward, he had resolved to capture Qin Shao before he could distance himself. This way, both he and Ning Tong might have a chance to retreat and seek a path to resurgence. However, Ning Xiupu was mistaken. Ning Zhuang, Ning Tong, and the gathered Ning family members all misunderstood one crucial matter. Retreat? With the scorching long sword plunged into his abdomen, Qin Shao gripped the blade, and with immense force, he pulled it free against Ning Zhuang's pressure. Blood gushed forth from the ghastly wound, deep enough to expose bone. Yet when he lifted his head, there was not a trace of hesitation or fear in his eyes. Those bright orbs were filled with an unprecedented fighting spirit. The path to becoming an emperor is paved with the corpses of countless young geniuses, without the audacity to look down upon one's peers and the strength to back it up. How could one hope to reclaim the pinnacle? Chaos Qi, transform. With a sharp command, Qin Shao forced the chaos energy from that small world within him, transforming it into a peculiar mist that surged into the fire veins, where Xian energy could not tread. This action brought forth an indescribable agony, causing beads of sweat to form on Qin Zhao's forehead. A martial practitioner's physique can only manifest as one at least in Qin Zhao's past life. He had never encountered anyone possessing dual physiques. Yet in this life, Qin Zhao completely shattered that consensus. The Ning family had stripped him of his cultivation, taken away the heavenly fire diagram, and left his fire veins half destroyed. Yet he relied on that chaos seed to regain the capabilities of the Chaos King body. As the fire veins and fire holes began to heal, Qin Zhao's original fire-devouring young body was also nearing restoration. Should he reclaim the heavenly fire diagram, he would truly possess a second physique. The problem lay in the fact that when his cultivation was low, it was manageable, but as his cultivation increased, the clash of different physiques within a martial practitioner's body could lead to violent conflict, potentially resulting in catastrophic failure. The only way to avoid such a fate was to merge them into one. However, Qin Shao was uncertain at what cultivation level this could be achieved, which was why he had never attempted it before. This time, however, he resolved to take the opportunity to make his decision. Chaos, transform into thousands. The chaos energy entered his body, and the fire veins immediately began to change color. The gray hue of the chaos body rapidly spread throughout the entire heavenly fire vein and even into the fire holes. This transformation brought with it waves of excruciating pain, causing beads of sweat to dot Qin Zhao's forehead. Yet the battle around them had not ceased. "Is this all you can endure?" Observing Qin Zhao's pale visage, Ning Zhuang laughed heartily, once more striking at Qin Zhao. The true fire Xian sword surged through the air, bringing with it a scorching wave of heat. This already formidable martial art, augmented by the heavenly fire diagram, wielded power sufficient to rival an 8th-layer Xian practitioner, even forcing Ning Tong to take several steps back. At the center of the true fire Xian sword's range, Qin Zhao gritted his teeth against the searing pain that felt as though it would tear him apart. With a sudden stomp, he unleashed the shattered blade step to its utmost. The lightning-fast speed left a series of afterimages in the arena, while the intense heat deterred the nearby martial practitioners from approaching. "Do you think fleeing will allow you to reclaim what is rightfully yours?" Ning Zhuang mocked coldly. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Qin Zhao, evading and dodging with velocity, was finally pinpointed by Ning Zhuang. The sword and blade met. Under the extreme temperature, Qin Zhao's blade melted into a puddle of molten iron. Losing his weapon and disregarding the pain of his scorched hand, Qin Zhao retreated rapidly. But Ning Zhuang was not about to let this opportunity slip away. True fire Xian sword. The blazing red sword pursued relentlessly, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of heat and profound Xian energy. Aimed straight for Qin Zhao's right arm, this was an attempt to cripple him entirely. At this moment, Qin Zhao had been driven to the edge of the martial arena, with nowhere left to escape. Before him lay the transformative fire sword, capable of incinerating Xian energy and countering nearly all ordinary martial practitioners. "Qin Zhao," Ning Cheng bellowed, eager to rush over. "Who allowed you to pass?" A clan uncle, whose cultivation was not to be underestimated, stood in front of Ning Cheng. "You'd better watch closely as that waste is crushed by young Master Ning Zhuang." A sinister smile played upon his lips, as though victory was already within his grasp. Yet, in the next moment, boom! A soft sound erupted, and an intense wave of heat, unlike any before, suddenly enveloped the area. The onlookers on the martial combat platform were momentarily stunned, only to be met with an overwhelming surge of terrifyingly high temperature. A clan member, standing several paces away from Qin Zhao and Ning Zhuang, suddenly found his clothes ignited while engaging his opponent. Those slightly closer felt as if they had been thrown into a furnace, their skin turning a deep crimson. Even Ning Tong, who was entangled in battle with Ning Xiupu, could not entirely fend off the scorching heat with his protective aura. The nearest weaker cultivators could only let out a horrified scream before, in the shocked gaze of the crowd, they were reduced to ashes. What is happening? The entire assembly was struck with terror at the sight. They could hardly comprehend the unfolding events. Ning Zhuang, equally bewildered by the sudden turn of events, immediately unleashed his protective aura as the temperature soared. However, his cultivation was still somewhat inferior to that of Ning Xiupu and Ning Tong, and the transformative fire could not withstand such extreme heat. Even after acquiring the Celestial Fire Star map, his resilience to flames was considerably higher than that of ordinary individuals, yet he still felt as though he might split apart under the relentless heat. Ah! In mere moments, Ning Zhuang emitted a piercing scream. His garments and hair ignited spontaneously, and his skin visibly withered and charred, the agony pushing him to the brink of collapse. "Is this all I can do?" A voice suddenly resonated. Ning Zhuang struggled to open his eyes, only to see Qin Zhao, fingers curled like claws, facing him. The air around him twisted and contorted, scorched by the heat radiating from Qin Zhao's form, the very essence of the flames yet to be revealed. Could it be? A conjecture flickered through Ning Zhuang's mind. Ning Tong and the three elders, with the assistance of a mysterious figure, aimed to seize the Celestial Fire Star map from within Qin Zhao. They intended to extract the 3 types of flames residing within the fire chamber, but that enigmatic powerhouse's soul probe was repelled by an overwhelmingly terrifying heat, leaving only the transformative fire to be taken away. Thus, it was evident that even that mysterious expert had paid a considerable price. Was it that flame? Could Qin Zhao already wield such a force? Ning Zhuang's heart quaked with astonishment. What kind of monstrous spiritual artifact could produce flames so potent that even a soul realm expert could not withstand them? As if to affirm his speculation. The next moment, Qin Shao raised his palm, and a deep wine-red flame slowly materialized within his grasp. The instant the flame manifested, the temperature in the vicinity surged once more, causing the stone floor of the martial platform, meticulously treated for spiritual energy, to crack under the intense heat. In the distance, Yin Tingfeng, holding a folding fan, nearly dropped it in shock. As this, the burning flame melting fire? Having traversed the lands and witnessed countless beasts and spiritual artifacts. It was the first time he was so moved by the actions of a mere youth. What kind of aberrations are the younger generation capable of taming such flames? It seemed that soon, the dragon ranking of the heavenly pool would undergo a name change. Chapter 45. The celestial fire map returns as the wine-red flame emerged. Even the specially treated stone floor of the martial platform could not withstand the searing heat. Cracking under the pressure. Unlike the transformative fire, which targeted martial cultivators' spiritual energy, this flame was simply pure heat. Yet, that heat was sufficient. The air warped under the scorching temperature, causing both Ning Tong and Ning Xiupu to change their expressions as they desperately resisted the flame's might. Those of lesser cultivation, who were already inferior to them, could not endure and swiftly retreated from the martial platform. In the blink of an eye, only 4 of the most powerful individuals remained on the stage. Ning Tong and Ning Xiupu, while fending off the heat, found themselves locked in a stalemate, when suddenly, a fresh scream erupted, as Ning Tong's protective aura shattered the moment the burning flame melting fire appeared. The temperature pierced through the transformative fire, wreaking havoc upon Ning Zhuang's skin. In an instant, his body turned blackened, as if he had been scorched in a sea of flames for over 10 minutes. But the damage to Ning Zhuang did not stop there. The extreme heat affected not only his exterior but caused the meridians beneath his skin to shrivel instantly. What he had relied upon for support was swiftly rendered useless. And after merely a few breaths, he had become a cripple. With a soft sound, the transformative fire enveloping Ning Zhuang vanished, revealing him as a charred figure within the fireball. Zhuanger. Ning Tong let out a heart-wrenching roar, channeling his remaining power to execute a strike beyond his own limits, forcing Ning Xiupu back as he lunged towards Qin Shao. Get lost! Qin Zhao's furious cry pierced the air as he unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Ning Tong. You little brat! How dare you challenge me? You're seeking death. Ning Tong's eyes blazed with rage as he pushed his cultivation to its utmost limit, exuding an aura reminiscent of the 9th layer of pulse formation. However, even at such a peak, as he approached Qin Shao, his assault was annihilated in an instant by the unparalleled heat. Sizzle. The surrounding crowd could even hear the sound of skin burning as the oils evaporated. Ning Tong's desperate strike as it neared was reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Ultimately, the fiery bolt of lightning pierced through Ning Tong's chest. The flames that invaded his body incinerated him in an instant. The onlookers witnessed the once mighty Ning Tong, who had threatened to encircle Ning Xiupu and the others, transformed into nothing but ash at Qin Zhao's hands. Father! Ning Zhuang, struggling to rise, felt his heart shatter upon seeing this scene. In the next moment, Qin Shao was already before him. Is there a bond of fatherly love? Qin Shao planted his foot upon Ning Zhuang's chest, and the already gravely injured Ning Zhuang coughed up blood, which was instantly evaporated by the flames. I told you. The things that belong to me, I will reclaim them personally, sooner or later. With a cold smile, Qin Shao extended his hand, and amidst the piercing screams, his palm plunged directly into Ning Zhuang's body. This once promising genius, regarded as the strongest in Feiyun City after Qin Shao, was transformed into mere dust before the eyes of the crowd, just like his father. Though Ning Zhuang lay dead, the celestial fire star map did not vanish. This mystical diagram, designed to contain and unleash the power of the devouring fire-yang body, now transformed into a complex flame inscription. Floating in midair, Qin Shao seized the inscription, swallowing it whole, as the flame markings entered his body. The raging inferno within him surged towards his back as if it had found its release. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, and had the Ning clan members not retreated from the martial platform earlier, they too would have been reduced to ashes like Ning Tong and his son, Ning Xiupu. Feeling the strain on his spiritual energy after barely resisting for a moment, let out a soft exhale and withdrew from the platform in the spacious martial combat arena. Only Qin Shao stood alone at the center. Surrounded by a sea of flames, fiercely ablaze, the celestial fire star map reappeared on his back. The onlookers seemed to witness the rise of a new star. In the crowd, Ning Xiupu murmured. In Feiyun City, and even in the entire Nanchuan prefecture, there shall no longer be a younger generation capable of posing a threat to him. The martial combat concluded in an unforeseen manner. Following Qin Zhao's decisive slaying of Ning Tong and Ning Zhuang, the remaining traitorous clan members of the Ning family promptly chose to surrender. Meanwhile, on the other side, after the Grand Elder, the clan leader Zhou Wei also fell to the relentless assault of the little Black Wolf. The Black Wolf, charging into the crowd, unleashed a bloody tempest, and amidst the cries of despair, only a small portion of the Zhou clan managed to escape, while the majority, including Zhou Wei, were torn to shreds. Limbs scattered, rivers of blood flowed. Once the battles concluded, those uninvolved remained at a distance, too fearful to approach. Under Ning Xiupu's command, the betrayers who had followed Ning Tong were led back to the clan, while the remaining members were tasked with cleaning the martial combat arena. After all, with the deaths of Ning Tong and the Zhou clan members, a significant wealth had been left behind in the Ning residence. Within the Feishue garden, in Ning Feishue's chamber, as soon as he entered the room, Qin Shao coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground with not even enough strength to close the door. Ning Shao, lying on the bed, Ning Feishue disregarded her own injuries and rushed over with remarkable speed, cradling Qin Shao in her arms and laying him gently on the bed in an exceedingly intimate manner. After closing the door, she retrieved a top-tier healing ointment gifted to her by an apothecary during her earlier travels. Approaching the bedside, she couldn't help but feel a wave of distress. This healing balm was intended for external application, meaning she would need to remove Qin Zhao's clothing to treat his wounds. Ning Feishue and Qin Shao had been married for over a year. However, due to her unwavering dedication to cultivation, their relationship, while founded on emotional ties, had yet to witness any intimate gestures. Qin Shao respected her wishes, and even at their wedding, they had not shared a bed. Subsequently, after Qin Shao was incapacitated by Ning Tong and his associates, their relationship became increasingly complicated. To outsiders, this couple, married for a year, had scarcely even touched one another. In her urgency to attend to Qin Zhao's injuries, she had initially set aside any other thoughts. Yet, as she prepared to undress him, she was suddenly overcome with worry. At that moment, the unconscious Qin Zhao's lips parted slightly, and a trickle of blood escaped. Witnessing this, Ning Feishue's expression shifted, and she chastised herself. Ning Feishue, how can you still be preoccupied with such matters at a time like this? With that, she gently lifted Qin Zhao's shirt, only to be met with a sight that darkened her countenance. Before her lay a series of horrifying scars, remnants of battles fought over the past 2 months in the Lingyun Mountains and the conflicts that had preceded them. The sheer number of these wounds was enough to shock even the most seasoned members of the hunting team. What broke Ning Feishue's heart further was that the scars had turned an ominous black, revealing not only the wounds but also patches of charred skin on Qin Shao. The blazing flame-melting fire was a power that Qin Shao had yet to master. Under duress, he had forcibly awakened this fire within his core, believing he could handle the situation. However, it was a reckless gamble. The blazing flame-melting fire could only be initially harnessed upon reaching the Xian Soul Realm. Although possessing the chaotic body had lowered this threshold, without the celestial fire meteoric map, it remained a challenge for him. Qin Zhao's plan was to eliminate Ning Tong and Ning Zhuang with overwhelming power and reclaim the celestial fire meteoric map. This way, he hoped to control the blazing flame-melting fire within him before it spiraled out of control. As anticipated, the outcome unfolded precisely as Qin Shao had envisioned. The return of the profound fire would empower the silver frost fire beneath the celestial fire meteoric map, while the blazing flame-melting fire would become yet another formidable weapon in his arsenal. This gamble concluded with Qin Zhao's comprehensive victory. Nevertheless, even before the celestial fire map returned, his body bore the devastating consequences of the blazing flame-melting fire. As she applied the ointment, Ning Feishue noticed Qin Zhao's brow furrow in discomfort. Observing his handsome visage contorted in pain, she gently caressed his face. After a prolonged moment, the young woman sighed deeply, her usually vibrant eyes reflecting an unexpected tenderness. Chapter 46. The night of healing. Several hours later, Qin Shao awoke from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found the dimly lit room illuminated only by 2 flickering oil lamps. And he felt a tightness in his chest. Looking down, he was astonished to see Ning Feishue resting her head on his chest, her hair cascading coolly against his neck, her breath brushing against him. Both ticklish and chilling. Qin Shao gazed at her exquisite features illuminated by the oil lamps, her delicate brows knitted in a way that tugged at his heartstrings. In her sleep, she murmured his name softly. And Qin Shao felt a warmth seep deep into his heart. Memories from 2 years prior surfaced in his mind. He had been a mere 16, brimming with youthful exuberance, boasting extraordinary talent and strength that set him apart from his peers, causing him to act recklessly. After provoking and defeating an adversary, he found himself pursued by that opponent's family, trapped in a perilous situation. In his moment of desperation, he sought refuge in a guest room of an inn, where he encountered a young woman seated cross-legged, engrossed in her cultivation. Their eyes met, and the awkwardness between them was palpable. Before he could explain, footsteps echoed outside, and moments later, a group burst through the door. "Miss, have you seen a boy of similar age pass through here?" Ning Feishue, eyes closed and maintaining her meditative posture, replied softly, "I have been in seclusion and have not seen anyone. Is that so? Yet, that boy has vanished from this floor of the inn. If you have seen him—" "I said I haven't." Ning Feishue halted her meditation, facing the martial practitioners with unwavering resolve. "How dare you speak to Elder Zhao that way?" One of the warriors barked, "Is it appropriate to harass a weak woman when you should be searching for your quarry?" As she spoke, Ning Feishue slowly revealed a token. Upon seeing it, the group exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, and they quickly retreated. Once they had departed, Ning Feishue softly called, "Come out." Qin Shao, crawling from beneath the bed, was taken aback. "How did you send them away?" Ning Feishue held up the token. A pristine white jade insignia inscribed with the words Xianbing Sect. Qin Shao nodded, albeit perplexed, and then inquired further, "We just met today. Why did you save me?" Ning Feishue appraised him thoughtfully before responding. "You do not appear to be a person of ill repute." Qin Shao wanted to say more, but Ning Feishue waved her hand dismissively. "No need to thank me. It was merely a trivial act." Yet that seemingly trivial act left an indelible mark on Qin Zhao's memory. Following their encounter, he learned that Ning Feishue was returning to her family in Feiyun City from the Xianbing sect, intending to cultivate in the Lingyun Mountains along the way. With nowhere else to go, Qin Shao resolved to accompany her, despite her protests. Thus, over the next 2 months, they journeyed together and trained, ultimately reaching Feiyun City. Coincidentally, Ning Xiupu sought a husband of sufficient talent and strength for Ning Feishue to solidify her standing within the clan and to contend with the acting clan leader, Ning Tong. After careful consideration, the only candidates left, apart from the influential Zhou family, were Qin Shao, who, despite lacking power, possessed remarkable talent and capability. Following various evaluations, Qin Shao earned the approval of Ning Xiupu and others, and he and Ning Feishue became husband and wife. On the night of their wedding banquet, as they sat in their bridal chamber, Ning Feishue spoke to Qin Shao, saying, "I chose you because I know you are not one to harbor ulterior motives. You are a gifted and powerful individual. With you by my side, my position within the clan will be secure. Consider this a form of reward for saving you previously." What followed were the events of Qin Shao triumphing in the Xuanqiu martial competition and the subsequent betrayal by Ning Tong and his conspirators. Although they were merely a couple in name, their bond over the past year had been anything but superficial. Qin Shao gently stroked Ning Feishue's cheek. His gaze turned resolute. "I will heal the wounds you have borne for me, no matter the cost." The following morning, in a flurry of confusion, Ning Feishue sprang to her feet. "How did I fall asleep?" After tending to Qin Zhao's injuries and applying the ointment the previous night, fatigue had overtaken her, and she had unknowingly succumbed to slumber. Realizing it was now dawn, she felt relieved that he had not yet awakened. However, upon noticing the droplets of drool on Qin Zhao's chest, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she gently wiped them away. Yet, the moment she touched his skin, her face grew even hotter, causing her to fumble awkwardly. Just then, Qin Shao opened his eyes, a look of confusion on his face. "Feishue, what are you doing?" Ning Feishue instinctively withdrew her hand, stammering, "Nothing at all." Embarrassed, she wished she could vanish into the ground. Upon meeting his gaze, which sparkled with mischief, she realized she had been playfully teased. "You rascal!" she exclaimed, lightly punching the bare-chested Qin Shao. "Ouch!" Qin Shao cried, feigning pain, but his expression was one of joy in truth. He had awakened in the middle of the night, but had refrained from disturbing her, finding her peaceful slumber too endearing to interrupt. Moreover, he could not tell if it was due to her cultivation of ice attributes, but Ning Feishue's body felt like cool jade, a sensation he found incredibly soothing. Thus, he had remained there, lost in thought as he observed her peaceful form. Should Ning Feishue discover that Qin Shao had been watching her all night, she might very well bring the entire Feishue garden down around them. Aware of this, Qin Shao had no intention of revealing the truth. However, as he regarded Ning Feishue's bashful demeanor, his expression became serious. "Your injuries can no longer be delayed." Last night, Qin Shao did not merely gaze at Ning Feishue without doing anything. Beyond confirming the situation within the TI, he also took her pulse. This examination revealed a disarray in her pulse far exceeding his expectations. However, upon reflection, he understood that Ning Feishue's injuries were already grievous. Over the past 2 months, she had barely managed to suppress her condition with medication and her own cultivation. Yet, after being injured again in yesterday's Xuanqiu martial combat by Zhou Cong, her situation had deteriorated to an alarming extent. In fact, to Qin Zhao's perception, if a solution could not be found within 7 days, Ning Feishue might very well perish. "I have already brought back the Linkai Immortal Fruit, and soon, the Diuan flower awarded for this martial combat will be delivered to the Ning family. The medicinal materials are all prepared. Only the final requirement, the Ice Spirit Spring, remains. The Ice Spirit Spring is waterborne from the most frigid of lands. This water possesses the ability to alleviate injuries, as well as assist alchemists in refining potions with corresponding properties and effects. The elixir Qin Shao intends to concoct necessitates this substance. I happen to know where to find the Ice Spirit Spring." Ning Feishue pondered briefly and produced the white jade token from their initial encounter. "Do you remember I mentioned that I have some connections with the Xinbing sect? The Xinbing sect possesses the Ice Spirit Spring." Chapter 47. Departure to the Xinbing sect. The Xinbing sect? Hearing this name from Ning Feishue, Qin Shao fell into silence. His knowledge of this sect was limited, but Ning Feishue and Ning Cheng quickly filled him in. In the morning, within the grand hall of the Ning family, Ning Xiupu sat firmly in the position of the clan leader. Following the deaths of Ning Tong and Ning Zhuang, the Ning family was temporarily overseen by this elderly patriarch. The clan members found no objections to this arrangement. During Ning Xiupu's tenure, while the Ning family was not exceptionally powerful, it was managed with great order. Thus, after Ning Zhan's disappearance, Ning Xiupu garnered significant support from the clan members, even surpassing Ning Tong's standing as the acting clan leader. The immediate priority was to restore the Ning family. After this battle, the family had suffered immense losses. Many clan members perished amidst the chaos, and numerous others had rallied under Ning Tong, intending to rebel. Qin Shao raised an eyebrow and inquired, "How do you plan to handle those rebels?" Ning Xiupu replied, "They will be sent back." The Ning family does not solely occupy the territory of Feiyun City. Most of the Ning clan members hail from villages affiliated with Feiyun City. Although these individuals have committed treasonous acts, they were ultimately misled by Ning Tong. Returning them to their hometowns and refraining from employing them in the future should suffice. Qin Shao nodded. He was not a man who reveled in bloodshed and understood that Ning Xiupu, as the clan leader, could not truly order the disposal of nearly 1/3 of the clan members. After all, these individuals had their own friends and family within the clan. Once these people were returned to their respective homes, the Ning family would need to select individuals from other villages to assume leadership roles. And the 3 vacant elder positions would also require appointments. Specific arrangements would need to be addressed later. What needed immediate attention was the second matter. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Ning Feishue, who sat on one side of the grand hall. Feishue's injuries could not be delayed any longer. In addition to the Linkai Immortal Fruit and the Diuan flower, the Ice Spirit Spring was essential to treat her wounds. Qin Shao had already discussed these matters with Ning Xiupu before the clan meeting commenced. Now, as he brought it up again, Ning Cheng and several clan members immediately voiced their concerns. "Feishue and our son-in-law, Qin Shao, are the future pillars of our Ning family. We cannot afford any mishaps." Ning Xiupu nodded and declared, "Hence, I have decided to personally escort the 2 of them to the Xinbing sect, where the Ice Spirit Spring is located. As for clan affairs, they will be temporarily entrusted to Ning Cheng. Do you have any objections?" The clan members present were of some standing. Yet they all understood that the patriarch held Ning Cheng in high regard. They could even surmise that Ning Xiupu would likely appoint Ning Cheng to one of the elder positions afterward. This was indeed a test for him. Seeing no one speak out, Ning Xiupu stated, "Then it is settled. Fei Xue's injuries cannot be delayed. We shall prepare immediately and depart today." After the clan meeting adjourned, Qin Shao swiftly returned to Fei Xue Garden with Ning Fei Xue. They packed a few essential items and medicinal supplies. And upon exiting, they found Ning Xiupu already prepared. The three of them set out under the escort of the hunting team. On the official road, Qin Shao whistled a clear note, and after a moment, Xiao He dashed out from the forest. After yesterday's battle, it had departed Feiyun City as per Qin Zhao's instructions, and today it was time to bid farewell. "I will be away from Feiyun City for a while to attend to some matters. I will seek you out upon my return," Xiao He whispered, a voice only Qin Shao could hear. "Don't forget about me. After helping you take down so many foes, it better not go without some reward, or you shall face the consequences." Qin Shao chuckled and patted its head. "As you grow stronger, my chaotic little world will also grow stronger. I certainly won't forget you." Satisfied, Xiao He nodded. "By the way." As they were about to leave, Qin Shao turned back to Xiao He and said, "That young girl mentioned she would come back to find me before leaving. If you encounter her, please convey my message. I won't be able to return for some time." Xiao He glanced at Ning Fei Xue on the official road, then at the cautious Qin Shao, and let out a derisive snort. Min. After parting with Xiao He, Qin Shao returned to the official road and noticed Ning Xiupu producing a small wooden box. Upon opening it, amidst a misty glow, a carriage gradually emerged. "Is this a flying magical artifact?" Qin Shao exclaimed in astonishment. Flying magical artifacts are a category among the many magical artifacts typically utilized by martial practitioners for travel. Unlike ordinary artifacts, flying magical artifacts are often significantly more expensive. Indeed, the price of a top-grade human-level flying magical artifact could rival that of a low-grade spirit-level artifact. Thus, in Qin Shao's mind, the Ning family, a small clan nestled within the confines of Feiyun City, would likely struggle to procure such high-grade flying magical artifacts. However, the carriage before him was unexpectedly a top-grade human-level artifact. Surprised, Ning Xiupu smiled and said, "In the past, Ning Zhan, as the clan leader, led the clan members in a fierce battle against another family, defeating their leader and seizing this Qiyun carriage. I will accompany you to the Xinbing sect first. Once we arrive, this item shall be entrusted to Fei Xue." Ning Fei Xue was taken aback, revealing a complex expression. "Is this my father's possession?" She gently stroked the horse that pulled the carriage, yet the creature paid her no heed. Flying magical artifacts come in various forms, but regardless of their appearance, they are merely lifeless creations of human craftsmanship. The horse pulling the carriage, appearing so lifelike, was nothing more than a manifestation of magical energy. "Let us be off." Ning Fei Xue did not dwell on her sentiments, taking the lead to board the carriage. Once all three were settled, Ning Xiupu exchanged a few words with the waiting hunting team, and the Qiyun carriage began to move under his command. True to its name, this flying magical artifact, resembling a carriage, possessed remarkable speed. Not only ordinary martial practitioners, but even Qin Shao felt he could not match its velocity at full sprint. This swiftness far surpassed that of typical top-grade human-level flying magical artifacts. Noticing Qin Shao's astonishment, Ning Xiupu beamed with satisfaction. Aside from travel, flying magical artifacts also possess a degree of defensive capability. However, constructing defensive power with magical energy can slow down the artifact's speed, which is why ordinary artifacts cannot operate at full speed. The Qiyun carriage, however, is different. It is much more fragile than other flying magical artifacts of the same level. Yet with sufficient infusion of Xuanqi, it can rival the speed of a low-grade spirit-level flying magical artifact. Qin Shao narrowed his eyes, harboring admiration for the craftsman of this artifact. The defensive capabilities of flying magical artifacts are indeed a consideration for any blacksmith. Yet Qin Shao believed that when it came to defense, nothing could surpass palace-level artifacts. Once deployed, they could create a massive palace or at the very least, forge a steel-walled eye in combat. Such artifacts play a crucial role. As for flying magical artifacts, their primary function should be to serve as transportation, optimized to its fullest extent. The Qiyun carriage raced onward, and even at the speed of a low-grade spirit-level flying magical artifact. Reaching the location of the Xinbing sect would not be a swift endeavor. The trio journeyed through the night, which would have typically been a time for rest, yet they pressed on. Given Ning Feishue's severe injuries, neither Qin Shao nor Ning Xiupu had the heart to pause for respite. The two took turns delivering the mysterious energy to the Qiyun carriage, while Ning Feishue, due to her severe injuries, quickly succumbed to a deep slumber even atop her flying magical artifact, in the stillness of the night. Her somewhat hurried breaths were barely audible amidst the rush of wind as the carriage sped through the air. Qin Shao observed her furrowed brow, even in sleep, filled with concern in his heart. At that moment, Ning Xiupu spoke softly. Before we reach the Xianbing sect, allow me to introduce you to this sect. Qin Shao nodded, eager to listen attentively. Chapter 48. The strength of the Xianbing sect within the territory of the Morning Sun Cultivation Kingdom. There are a total of 103 prefectures. Each prefecture has its governor, yet these governors merely hold a surface-level position. The true power lies in the local aristocracy and formidable figures among the counties, in cities like Feiyun City. While there is a city lord, his role is primarily to convey decrees issued from above. Beyond that, no one intervenes even during fierce conflicts between the Zhou family and the Ning family. Naturally, the city lord of Feiyun City also bears the responsibility of organizing the Xuanqiu martial tournament, with rewards conferred by the city lord's residents. Due to the extremely lenient policies of the cultivation kingdom, apart from the prominent families within the cities, there also exist various sects and clans outside the city. Some of these sects are family-based forces that do not accept outsiders, while others welcome all martial cultivators, accepting any who meet their criteria as disciples. Among the 103 prefectures, Nanshuan and several neighboring prefectures are collectively referred to as the Huanan Prefecture. The various factions within Huanan are intricately intertwined, with strengths varying greatly. The two most powerful factions among them are as follows. Firstly, the Li family of Xinyang Prefecture, which dominates the region, facing no rivals. Its overall strength ranks among the elite within Huanan. Secondly, the Xianbing sect, revered among the sects of Huanan. This sect primarily trains martial cultivators in ice attribute techniques and martial arts, boasting numerous talented disciples, including those who have been admitted to the Morning Sun Kingdom's two strongest martial arts academies, one of which is the Morning Star Academy in addition to its exceptionally gifted disciples. The Xianbing sect itself possesses formidable strength. There was a time when one of the three major families of Lianshan Prefecture, the Yan family, clashed with the Xianbing sect, bringing along another family to attack. The elite members of both families were turned into ice sculptures by the sect's disciples overnight, left in the Xianbing Valley for their disciples to observe. In terms of strength, the Xianbing sect arguably surpasses the Li family. However, the sect faces a critical limitation. All disciples must cultivate ice attribute techniques and martial arts. Ning Xiupu sighed and explained to Qin Shao at a measured pace. Once martial cultivators reach the Xianhun realm, they can manifest their Xianhun within. Most Xianhun possess no attributes, while a few have attributes primarily related to water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Ice is a rarer category among attribute Xianhun. Only those with ice attribute Xianhun can fully master the techniques and martial arts taught by the Xianbing sect. For those without the corresponding constitution, while it is possible to practice through some secret methods of the sect, such endeavors cannot lead to high realms and may even pose dangers to those lacking aptitude. The higher the cultivation, the greater the harm posed by ice attribute techniques to oneself. Thus, within the Xianbing sect, there are distinctions among inner disciples, outer disciples, and direct disciples. Outer disciples are martial cultivators without ice attribute talent. Although their talents and strengths are commendable, they are destined to go only so far. Inner disciples, in contrast, are significantly fewer in number and must elevate their cultivation of the Xianbing sect's techniques and martial arts to a high realm before advancing to the Xianhun realm. As for direct disciples, there are only a handful in each generation, a result of the sect actively sending disciples to various places in Huanan to seek out talent. At this point, Ning Xiupu took a deep breath. You must have guessed why Feishue has dealings with the Xianbing sect, he said. Qin Shao nodded. Ning Feishue practices one of the Ning family's two major martial techniques, the Ice Blossom Frost Sword. Though this technique is classified as a high-grade human-level martial art, it possesses the power close to that of a low-grade spirit-level martial technique. More importantly, both the Ice Blossom Frost Sword and the True Fire Xian Sword require the practitioner to have the corresponding Xianhun attribute. Although she has not yet reached the Xianhun realm to condense her Xianhun, the fact that Ning Feishue can practice the Ice Blossom Frost Sword indicates that her future Xianhun will undoubtedly be of the ice attribute. This is, without a doubt, a rare talent for the Xinbing sect. As for Ning Zhuang, he had previously received the True Fire Xian sword with Ning Tong's assistance, but was unable to succeed in his cultivation no matter how hard he tried. Had he not later obtained the Celestial Fire Falling Star diagram, he would have remained an inconspicuous martial cultivator for his entire life. 2.5 years ago, Fei Xue was invited by a disciple of the Xianbing sect, Jin Qi, to visit the sect. She stayed there for 3 months, during which it seemed that something transpired, prompting the sect's master to grant her a jade token. On her way back to her family, she encountered you. You are already aware of the events that followed. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows, realizing that Fei Xue must have some influence within the Xianbing sect. At the very least, the possibility of her becoming a direct disciple would afford her certain privileges. Ning Xiaopu sighed, stating, "It is a pity that this girl has her own pride." When invited to the Xianbing sect, she did not agree to become a direct disciple and instead returned directly to the Ning family. I hope the Xianbing sect will assist her this time, considering their past connection. Qin Shao narrowed his eyes, remaining non-committal, concerned for Ning Feishue's life and death, even if the Xianbing sect is powerful. If they refused to help, he would resort to special means to achieve his goals, even if it meant incurring great harm to himself. That night, the Qiyun carriage did not pause for even a moment. Under such an urgent journey, by the next morning, the three finally arrived at the foot of a mountain. This mountain stood in stark contrast to the surrounding verdant peaks, aside from its base. It was entirely blanketed in pristine white snow. Even from a distance, Qin Shao could feel a biting chill emanating from it. Truly, this was an apt location chosen by the Xianbing sect, undeniably cold. Qin Shao roused the still slumbering Ning Feishue. After disembarking, Ning Xiupu took out a smoke pipe-shaped flying magical artifact of mid-grade human level. This was originally the Ning family's means of transportation. After giving Qin Shao a few brief instructions, he hurriedly made his way back along the path they had come, as there were many matters awaiting his attention back at the Ning family, which he could not manage alone. Once Ning Xiupu had departed, Ning Feishue stowed away the Qiyun carriage. Qin Shao supported the somewhat unsteady Ning Feishue. After a day and night of travel, she appeared even weaker, her face devoid of color. "Hold on, I will definitely heal you," Qin Shao whispered gently in her ear. Ning Feishue murmured in acknowledgement, and the two slowly ascended the steps leading to the snow-capped mountain. Just as they stepped onto the 7th step, a voice suddenly rang out in their ears. "Who dares to intrude upon Frosty Snow Mountain?" As the words fell, a woman clad in white appeared from the side of the steps. It was only then that Qin Shao truly noticed her. Until that moment, her presence had merged seamlessly with the snow, rendering her nearly undetectable. The woman first cast a glance at Qin Shao before her gaze fell upon Ning Feishue, whom he was half supporting. Her brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 49. The initial greeting at the mountain gate. The woman who suddenly appeared on the mountain path blocked Qin Shao and Ning Feishue's way, clad in white. Her hair was neatly tied back, adorned with a jade belt and silver shoes. Her skin was as delicate as ice, and though her beauty was not striking, she exuded an aura that made her seem distant and unattainable. In the realm of mortals, she appeared as if she were the frosty snow mountain itself, standing independently amidst the vast green mountains. Under her scrutiny, Qin Shao narrowed his eyes and said, "My wife is gravely injured and wishes to ascend the mountain to seek the ice spirit spring." Ning Feishue struggled to raise her head, revealing a look of confusion upon seeing the woman. However, upon hearing Qin Shao refer to her as his wife, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. The ice spirit spring is a spiritual resource of the Xianbing sect and is not available to just anyone. The woman remarked, her gaze sweeping over Qin Shao and Ning Feishue, revealing a contemplative expression. After a brief silence, she spoke again. "The Xianbing sect can treat your wife's ailment, but it will require 3 months. Please return at that time to pay a visit." Qin Shao inhaled deeply, suppressing the anger within him, and replied, "She cannot last 3 months." The woman shook her head in response, "That is merely my suggestion. If you insist on ascending the mountain, please feel free to do so." With that, she turned and retraced her steps. "Feishue, do you know her?" Qin Shao whispered to Ning Feishue. Ning Feishue shook her head. "In any case, let us proceed up the mountain." Casting aside his doubts, Qin Shao continued to ascend the frost and snow mountain alongside Ning Feishue, following the staircase. As the name suggests, the mountain enveloped in frost and snow. Upon entering the vicinity of the first tier of steps, One could feel the pervasive chill of the biting wind and icy flakes. On either side of the staircase, what appeared to be ordinary woods was. On this day that was not particularly cold, adorned with a beautiful silver cloak of frost, Qin Shao pondered over the words of the woman he had just encountered, struggling to unravel their meaning. Upon reaching the midway point of the mountain, they encountered a second group of disciples from the Xianbing sect. At the mountain's halfway mark stood a grand archway, where several young men and women casually guarded the entrance, either engaged in idle chatter or lost in contemplation of the unremarkable mountain scenery. At that moment, one young woman among them spotted the approaching duo and exclaimed, "Is that Ning Feishue?" The speaker was Jin Qi, a disciple of the outer sect of the Xianbing sect, who was the leader among the 5 disciples tasked with guarding the mountain gate that day. Upon her declaration, the remaining 4 turned their astonished gazes toward the couple. The name Ning Feishue was far from obscure within the Xianbing sect. 2.5 years ago, she had garnered the attention of the sect leader, who had considered making her a personal disciple. It is noteworthy that among the thousands of disciples in the Xianbing sect, the vast majority were outer sect disciples, with fewer than 1 in 10 possessing substantial ice attribute cultivation skills to advance to the inner sect. Above them were merely 5 personal disciples, representing the highest echelons of authority in the Xianbing sect, aside from the elders and the sect master. Thus, it became evident how highly anticipated Ning Feishue had once been. Even after the passage of over 2 years, her mere appearance stirred a ripple of excitement among the 5 disciples. Recognizing Ning Feishue, Jin Qi quickly approached the pair. As she laid eyes on Ning Feishue, her attention also shifted to the man who held her, noting the intimacy of their demeanor, which elicited peculiar expressions from the 4 remaining disciples. "Who was this man?" one young man inquired, frowning. "They certainly appear to share a close bond." Another female disciple remarked with a suppressed laugh. The young man snorted in response, "Whoever he is, if he is not a disciple of the Xianbing sect, he cannot pass through the mountain gate." With that, he commanded one of the disciples to ascend the mountain to deliver a message and led the female disciple and another male disciple in pursuit of Jin Qi, heading toward the couple. Having experienced the previous coldness, Qin Shao had already relinquished his hopes for a warm reception from the Xianbing sect disciples. However, upon hearing the initial exclamation at the mountain gate, a young woman promptly approached, her demeanor radiating warmth, which left Qin Shao feeling somewhat out of place. "Ning Feishue, it truly is you. What happened? You look terrible. Surely you aren't injured." Upon getting closer, Jin Qi fussed over Ning Feishue, ignoring Qin Shao, who was half supporting her. Ning Feishue laboriously lifted her head, gasping for breath, and introduced Qin Shao. "This is Jin Qi, my senior sister who brought me into the Xianbing sect." She then turned to Jin Qi and stated, "This is Qin Shao, my husband." Hesitating slightly at the mention of the word husband, her expression soon turned resolute. Qin Shao observed her demeanor and subtly nodded at Jin Qi in acknowledgement. Jin Qi greeted Qin Shao and, with concern etched on her face, reached to check Ning Feishue's forehead. "We should ascend the mountain first. The rest can wait." She guided the 2 toward the mountain gate and, upon seeing the young man and the other 2 disciples approaching, called out, "Ding Huai, you and your fellow disciples Shiyang and Xianglan should guard the gate for now. I will take them up and return." However, Ding Huai did not comply and instead positioned himself in front of the trio. "Senior sister Jin Qi, while Ning Feishue may not be an official disciple of our Xianbing sect, she does have some connections, so letting her ascend the mountain is not an issue. But this man is not on the list of those permitted to pass." Shiyang and Xianglan chimed in, "Although senior sister is the leader of the gate today, allowing someone unrelated to the sect to ascend is not advisable." Jin Qi paused momentarily, looking to Qin Shao as if seeking his consent. Qin Shao and Ning Feishue exchanged glances, both offering an identical response. "We will wait for your report," Jin Qi sighed, instructing Ding Huai and the others to remain there before turning to head up the mountain. Once she had departed, Ding Huai and his companions leisurely approached Qin Shao and Ning Feishue, scrutinizing them. Suddenly, Xianglan shook her head. How did the talented young woman who once traversed the 31 layers of the Ice Valley Tianzhan end up in such a state? Severely injured, her cultivation stagnated, and now she relies on a man to return to Frost and Snow Mountain. As these words left her lips, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Qin Zhao's eyes. Even amidst the perennial cold of the Frost and Snow Mountain, Xianglan and her companions felt an unusual chill coursing through them. Yet this was the Frost and Snow Mountain, territory of the Xianbing sect. What kind of expression is that? Xianglan regarded Qin Shao with disdain. Are you upset and wishing to stand up for your wife? Qin Shao narrowed his eyes slightly. With a subtle shift of his energy, the signs of the heavenly fire diagram began to manifest. At that moment, Ning Feishue, cradled in his arms, gently squeezed his arm. She shook her head silently, conveying a message to refrain from impulsive actions. Seeing Qin Zhao's silence, Xianglan laughed mockingly. You can't even retort when insulted. You're truly not a man of backbone. Having spoken, she turned her attention to Ding Huai, who was evidently the leader among the three. Ding Huai scoffed, his gaze fixed on Qin Shao, coldly stating, Ning Feishue is destined to be one of us in the Xianbing sect. Outsiders should keep their distance. Otherwise, as his words trailed off, a formidable aura, imbued with a chilling intensity, surged forth from Ding Huai, aimed squarely at Qin Shao. Chapter 50. Confrontation. The chilling aura surged toward Qin Shao, causing Shiyang and Xianglan, standing beside Ding Huai, to instinctively take a step back. Their cultivation levels were significantly below Ding Huai's, leaving them unable to withstand the pressure in such a situation. They retreated, providing Ding Huai with ample space to exert his dominance over the man known as Qin Shao. As anticipated, with their retreat, Ding Huai's imposing aura intensified, and although Qin Shao appeared unresponsive, he was unable to retaliate. Meanwhile, Ning Feishue in his embrace seemed to struggle for breath. Observing this scene, Ding Huai chuckled coldly. You cannot even protect your own wife and still have the audacity to seek assistance here. The Xianbing sect is no place for just anyone to enter. His words were merciless, and both Shiyang and Xianglan nodded in agreement, clearly believing that those lacking in strength were unworthy of stepping through that mountain gate. Under the weight of the pressure, Qin Shao remained unfazed. It was not that he was incapable of retaliating. Rather, Ding Huai's oppressive aura had no effect on him. His silence stemmed from a desire to avoid unnecessary conflicts that might impede Ning Feishue's healing. However, the current situation had exceeded Qin Zhao's initial expectations. He had anticipated that his silence would prompt the other party to relent, but the reality before him conformed to a truth he had witnessed countless times. A truth that existed within this realm. The allocation of respect is dictated by those who wield power. Moreover, while the oppressive force may have been ineffective against Qin Shao, it adversely affected the physically weakened Ning Feishue. This was a scenario he could not afford to allow. With a cold snort, a pressure equivalent to the 5th stage of the meridian opening erupted from within Qin Shao. This force was in stark contrast to Ding Huai's chilling aura, radiating an indescribable heat that clashed head-on with Ding Huai's own. You truly are blissfully unaware. Shiyang scoffed loudly. A mere 5th stage of meridian opening, the weakest among the outer sect disciples, practicing a fire attribute technique. Who gave you the audacity to confront Ding Huai? Who has reached the 7th stage? Xianglan could not help but interject. The Xianbing sect follows the path of ice. The entire Frost and Snow Mountain is enveloped in frost and snow. To dare wield fire here is a fool's errand. As Xianglan's words fell, the winds and snow along the mountain path seemed to respond to some unseen trigger, converging upon Qin Zhao's location. A wave of frigid air, identical to that of Ding Huai, surged toward Qin Shao. Shiyang, Xianglan, and even Ding Huai himself believed that the mountain's cold energy was beginning to manifest, and that Qin Shao, already lacking in strength, would inevitably be crushed under its weight. However, the ensuing events completely overturned their expectations. Boom, with a soft sound, an intense heat far surpassing that of before erupted from Qin Shao. Under his control, this heat did not merely linger at the surface but formed a protective barrier, carefully avoiding Ning Feishue while shielding them both from Ding Huai's oppressive aura and the chilling forces of the mountain, preventing any advance. How is this possible? Ding Huai's expression turned to one of astonishment, while Shiyang and Xianglan were equally baffled. The fluctuations of this man's cultivation were undoubtedly at the 5th stage of meridian opening. Yet why did his emanating aura feel so formidable? It was known that the mountain's protective array would enhance the power of all disciples practicing the sect's techniques, significantly boosting their martial prowess and authoritative presence. With the addition of the Great Formation, there exists a natural suppression against fire attribute techniques. Given Brother Ding Huai's cultivation level, even in this place, he would not be at a disadvantage against someone at the 8th level of meridian establishment. Yet now, this individual has actually managed to block him? An astonishing scene unfolded. leaving those present in utter disbelief. A faint smile appeared on Ning Feishue's pale face. Although Qin Zhao's cultivation was indeed not high, he had single-handedly overturned the entire Zhou family and the group of traitorous clansmen led by the Ning family father and son. Even considering the assistance of the Black Wolf, it could not be denied that his strength far exceeded what was apparent. Moreover, after the Battle of Xuanqiu, he had even reclaimed his Tianhua Yuxing map. "As long as I am here, no one can harm you," Qin Shao softly declared, his unwavering determination causing the 3 disciples of the Xianbing sect to turn pale. "Get lost," Ding Huai bellowed, his aura surging violently. As he released his Xuanqi, the pressure intensified dramatically. The protective mountain formation responded to his movements once more, and the biting cold winds howled through the mountains, striking against the pressure barrier that Qin Shao had erected. In this clash, the originally intangible force began to manifest vaguely. The wall of flames enveloped both Qin Shao and Ning Feishue, while countless icy whirlwinds swirled around them. Shi Yang and Xiang Lan were both astonished. It was already remarkable enough that Qin Shao was able to hold his ground against Ding Huai at this moment. Even if Ding Huai were to exert his full strength, that translucent wall of flames remained unyielding. The young man at the center of the barrier appeared completely unfazed, maintaining an expression of calm. "Damn it, are you underestimating me?" Ding Huai roared, preparing to elevate his cultivation once more. After being provoked time and again, a glint of ferocity flashed in Qin Zhao's eyes. With a stamp of his foot, a wave of intense heat surged forth, far surpassing what had come before. This heat made Ding Huai, standing before Qin Shao, feel as if he were being scorched in an oven. But an instant, sweat beaded on his forehead, his lips cracked, and his skin flushed, resembling a traveler who had wandered through the desert for 3 days and nights. Still not retreating, Qin Zhao's calm voice carried an absolute confidence. As his words fell, the intensity of the heat seemed to amplify once more. At this juncture, even if Ding Huai were still displeased with Qin Shao, he could clearly see that he was no match for him, even with the backing of the protective mountain formation. Stumbling back several steps, Ding Huai created some distance between them, and the terrifying heat immediately diminished. When he looked back at Qin Shao, his eyes were now filled with wariness. This person is no simple foe, though he appeared to be merely at the 5th level of Meridian establishment. He must have employed some means to obscure his true cultivation. Remembering how before engaging with Qin Shao, he had seemed shrouded in a layer of gray mist, making it difficult to discern his reality. Ding Huai's confidence in his suspicions deepened. Shi Yang and Xiang Lan, witnessing Ding Huai's predicament, felt a twinge of trepidation when meeting Qin Zhao's gaze. Earlier, they had exchanged some disrespectful words. Given this person's prowess, should he choose to act against them, they would surely have no chance to resist. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere along the mountain path did not linger for long. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in green approached gracefully, accompanied by Jin Shi and a number of disciples. Upon seeing Ning Feishue on the mountain path, a smile graced the woman's face. "Feishue, dear sister, I have finally found you. Please do not vanish without a word again." All right. Chapter 51. Listening to the bamboo stream as soon as the woman in green appeared, Ding Huai and the others immediately half-squatted and clasped their fists, exclaiming, "Sister Qingzhu." Imo Qingzhu waved her hand, signaling them to stand down. Approaching along the mountain path, Imo Qingzhu did not obstruct Ding Huai and the others. Instead, she directly instructed her disciples, "Go assist Qin Shao and ensure that Feishue is taken to listening bamboo stream." Several female disciples immediately stepped forward at her command. Qin Shao furrowed his brow but continued to hold Ning Feishue tightly. Ding Huai and the others' earlier attitude had left him wary of the Xianbing sect members. Moreover, even in the absence of their interference, he would not casually entrust Ning Feishue to a group of strangers. Seemingly aware of his concerns, Imo Qingzhu did not say much more, allowing a few female disciples to step back. Saying, "You two, follow me." Qin Shao supported Ning Feishue as they trailed behind Imo Qingzhu, with Jin Qi, who wore a worried expression, accompanying them. The other disciples following Imo Qingzhu kept their distance, seemingly evaluating Ning Feishue. A renowned figure from 2 years prior, as well as Qin Shao, her seemingly out-of-nowhere husband. Yes, they passed through the mountain gate and walked a short distance. Imo Qingzhu led them to a path flanked by stone slabs. Following this path, the scenery gradually transitioned from lush woods to a bamboo forest, deep within which lay the opposite side of Frost Snow Mountain. This side of the mountain was adjacent to another green mountain, and between the two mountains lay a valley densely populated with green bamboo. This was Listening Bamboo Stream. Mo Qingzhu pointed at the valley and introduced, "It is truly a marvelous place." Qin Shao, who had been quiet throughout the journey, displayed an expression of astonishment. It was no wonder he was so amazed. The valley before him, due to its location at the junction of the Green Mountain and Frost Snow Mountain, formed a unique landscape. One side of the valley was adorned with vibrant green forests, teeming with life, while the other was blanketed in snow, draped in silver. These two starkly contrasting scenes converged into one, ultimately centered around a stream flowing through the valley, complemented by a bamboo house built within, creating an indescribably beautiful tableau. Upon reaching the outskirts of the valley, Mo Qingzhu instructed her disciples to leave first, leaving only herself, Qin Shao, and Ning Feishue. The three of them entered the bamboo house, where a neatly prepared bed awaited. Qin Shao gently placed Ning Feishue onto the bed and tucked her in. It was then that Mo Qingzhu slowly spoke, "This is my usual resting place. It is rarely disturbed, so you may stay here for the time being." "Thank you," Qin Shao replied softly, his gratitude sincere. Upon entering the valley, he immediately sensed a richer concentration of spiritual energy than in other places. Spiritual energy is the essence upon which martial cultivators rely for their practice, and a location abundant in such energy would undoubtedly provide some benefit to Ning Feishue's injuries. Mo Qingzhu waved her hand, saying, "It is but a small effort." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Ning Feishue and advising her to rest well, Mo Qingzhu led Qin Shao out of the bamboo house. The two walked along the stream for a while, and once the bamboo house was out of sight, Mo Qingzhu finally spoke, "Now, we can discuss the purpose of your visit." Qin Shao glanced at her. Mo Qingzhu asked, "What, do you not trust me?" Qin Shao shook his head. The relationship between Ning Feishue and Mo Qingzhu was evident from their earlier conversation. At least 2 years ago, the two had shared some camaraderie. "I just am not certain if you can make decisions," Qin Shao explained. Mo Qingzhu smiled and said, "Within the Xianbing sect, there are two types of matters. One type pertains to major sect affairs, which require reporting and must be decided by the sect leader. The other type consists of minor matters determined by the 4 elders and 5 direct disciples. If you merely wish to borrow the Ice Spirit Spring, I have the authority to grant your request." Qin Shao raised an eyebrow. Following Mo Qingzhu to Listening Bamboo Stream, he had surmised from the disciples trailing behind her that her status was undoubtedly significant. He had not anticipated underestimating her capabilities. Mo Qingzhu was indeed one of the 5 direct disciples of the Xianbing sect. Even had Ning Feishue not declined the sect leader's proposal 2 years ago to join the Xianbing sect, she would have been on par with Mo Qingzhu as a direct disciple. "Then I shall express my gratitude in advance," Qin Shao said, but Mo Qingzhu waved her hand. "Do not be so hasty." She regarded Qin Shao intently and asked, "Do you know what caused Feishue's injuries?" Qin Shao shook his head. Having resolved to heal Ning Feishue, they had discussed the events from 3 months prior before setting out. At that time, Qin Zhao's cultivation had been entirely depleted, and in despair, Ning Feishue had ventured to the Lingyun mountain range to find a spirit essence fruit in an abandoned secret realm to aid him. When she had plucked the fruit, she had accidentally touched a blue peculiar flower, suffering a sting from its petals. Coupled with the battles against various beasts along the way, by the time she returned to Feiyun City, her injuries were severe. A blue flower? Mo Qingzhu's brow furrowed as she murmured, "I hope it is not the thing." Qin Shao narrowed his eyes, comprehending her implication. "Are you suggesting that Feishue's injury was not inflicted by a beast, but rather by that flower?" When Ning Feishue had recounted this incident, Qin Shao had entertained such speculation, but he was not an apothecary. His knowledge of healing was limited to concocting medicinal pills for recovery. Merely relying on the description of a blue flower would not reveal its true nature. Yet now, Mo Qingzhu seemed to have some insight. Mo Qingzhu remarked, "You do not cultivate fire attribute techniques, nor do you possess a fire attribute physique, correct?" Qin Shao nodded. Although the chaos-swallowing heaven record could assimilate all things of heaven and earth in conjunction with the chaos body, allowing for the integration of different attributes, Qin Shao, at present, had only his innate fire-devouring yang body and had not ventured into other attributes. In a wonder, Mo Qingzhu's expression turned grave as he spoke. "If you possess an ice attribute mystic soul, or have cultivated a deep mastery in ice attribute techniques, you would be able to sense the profoundly concealed chill emanating from Ning Feishue's body." "Chill?" Qin Shao furrowed his brow. Ning Feishue had practiced the Ice Blossom Frost Sword, and her own cultivation technique was of the ice attribute. Thus, he had never considered this possibility. Only upon Imo Qingzhu's mention did he realize that Ning Feishue's body was indeed unnaturally cold. Deep within the Lingyun mountain range, which spans 15 prefectures in South China, there grows a flower known as the frozen blood poison flower. This flower is a deep blue, adorned with deadly thorns that, upon contact, freeze the blood into ice. Imo Qingzhu's face was etched with concern. If Ning Feishue is afflicted by the poison of this flower, then healing her will likely be no simple task. Chapter 52. Ning Feishue, do not marry a wastrel. Qin Shao recalled the frozen blood poison flower with some familiarity. In his previous life, although he was not a divine doctor, he had encountered individuals poisoned by various toxins during his time as an alchemist. The poison of this flower, once it enters the body, can freeze the blood within an hour, and after another hour, the victim is rendered into an ice sculpture. If she has indeed been poisoned, it is likely that Feishue has already perished. Qin Shao held reservations about Imo Qingzhu's conjecture. It had already been over 2 months since Ning Feishue returned to Feiyun City. If she were truly afflicted by the frozen blood poison flower, how could she have endured for so long? I hope I am merely overthinking, he mused. Imo Qingzhu sighed. Feishue's constitution is somewhat unique. Perhaps it is merely a result of her severe injuries causing an internal imbalance. We shall contemplate these matters further when you treat her tomorrow. Qin Shao nodded, his expression one of gratitude. From Imo Qingzhu's words, it was clear she intended to arrange for him to take Ning Feishue to the Ice Spirit Spring the following day. Just as the two intended to delve deeper into this topic, a voice suddenly interrupted. Junior Sister Qingzhu, it is currently a special period during the sect leader's seclusion. Allowing outsiders to access the Ice Spirit Spring indiscriminately may not be appropriate. On the slope above the valley, a young man clad in black appeared, accompanied by several disciples, each casting varying glances at the two in the valley. Imo Qingzhu replied boldly, the Ice Spirit Spring is a place for direct disciples to cultivate. Whom I choose to grant access to is of no concern to you, Bai Jing. The young man, referred to as Bai Jing, chuckled lightly. If you wish to grant access to sect disciples, I have no authority to intervene. However, for those outside the sect, it is required to obtain the elders' consent. Otherwise, they must face the trials of the Ice Valley Sky platform. Only by overcoming 25 levels can one qualify for entry to the Ice Spirit Spring. Otherwise, Imo Qingzhu's expression changed upon hearing this. The Ice Valley Sky platform serves as a testing ground for disciples' talents, with the 25 levels being a threshold for direct disciples. How many within the entire Xinbing sect could possibly pass? Bai Jing sneered. Ning Feishue once ascended to the 31st level, breaking the record of the 5 of us. Surely, her husband cannot be so inept as to fail at the 25 levels? Among the crowd, Ding Huai, who had previously confronted Qin Shao on the mountain path, laughed coldly. This person is a fire attribute martial cultivator. To dare enter the Ice Valley is akin to seeking his own demise. This remark incited a flurry of discussions among the disciples. Ning Feishue had once astounded the sect leader with her exceptional talent and was even approached for apprenticeship. Who could have anticipated that after rejecting the sect leader's invitation and leaving the Xinbing sect, she would return 2 years later with a husband devoid of even an ice attribute mystic soul? How could senior brother Wen Qin compare to such a person? I believe Ning Feishue is either ungrateful or simply blind. In the valley, Imo Qingzhu spoke solemnly. The sky platform trials require martial cultivators to practice ice attribute techniques to enter. For those of other attributes, especially fire, there will be significant suppression. This is an outright hindrance. There is no room for debate, Bai Jing interjected, proclaiming loudly, Xinbing sect is fundamentally a sect for ice attribute martial cultivators. If one lacks the requisite talent and capability, it would be best to leave the mountain early. With that, the disciples behind Bai Jing wore expressions of mockery, while Ding Huai exclaimed, why does a fire attribute martial cultivator not seek a sunny spot to bask in, yet comes to the Xinbing sect to stir trouble? Let me see just how capable you truly are. Laughter erupted once more. Imo Qingzhu's expression darkened as she turned to Qin Shao. Do not pay them any mind. I will report this matter to the elders. In consideration of Feishue's reputation, they will not make things difficult for you. However, Qin Shao shook his head. There is something I wish to ask of you. What is it? Imo Qingzhu inquired. If I fail to pass the 25 levels of the Ice Valley Sky platform, please assist me in procuring some water from the Ice Spirit Spring. Qin Shao was not a Xin doctor, and did not necessarily need to soak Ning Feishue in the ice spirit spring. What he sought was merely to use the spring's water as an ingredient in alchemy. Yet, the repeated difficulties posed by these individuals made him realize one crucial point. As you mentioned, Feishue's injuries may not merely be of common nature. If he hoped to act freely within the Xinbing sect thereafter, he would need to gain the sect's, particularly certain individuals, approval. Moreover, I find that these individuals have spoken a truth. Qin Shao gazed at the group of disciples above the valley, proclaiming loudly, "The Ning Feishue you all deem exceptionally gifted could never have chosen a wastrel for a husband." The crowd, taken aback at first, assumed Qin Shao spoke to assert his own worth. However, Mo Qingzhu's eyes widened in realization, discerning the underlying mockery within his words. Ning Feishue could never have chosen a wastrel for a husband. Since Qin Shao was her husband, it was evident that his words were directed at another whom the disciples referred to as blind. Observing this reticent yet sharp-tongued youth, a peculiar smile graced Mo Qingzhu's face. Although she harbored concerns about Qin Zhao's ability to pass the trials of the Ice Valley Sky platform, and even uncertainty about his survival, she recognized that having reached this point in discourse, she had no grounds to speak further. An hour later, as dusk approached, numerous disciples of the Xinbing sect traversed a broad path paved with green stones. Thick snow lay on either side, while the winds and snow of the mountains never ceased. Only the area of the green stone path remained devoid of any snowflakes. Jin Qi, walking ahead of Qin Shao, seemed to sense his curiosity and explained, "The Xinbing sect is perpetually blanketed in snow due to the protective array surrounding the sect. To counter this, the pathways, residences, and gathering places of the disciples are all constructed from Xinqing stone." Quite an impressive undertaking, Qin Shao marveled. Although Xinqing stone was not a precious material, seeing it occasionally for sale in Feiyun City, the quantity required to pave numerous roads and construct an entire frost snow mountain was beyond imagination in terms of expense. Those from small places easily become overly astonished, Bai Jing remarked. Showing no regard for Qin Shao, "I understand your motives in using small tactics to win Ning Feishue's favor, attempting to attach yourself to the Xinbing sect. Unfortunately, some individuals are simply untouchable." Qin Shao narrowed his eyes, choosing silence. His reticence only drew disdainful looks from the accompanying disciples of the Xinbing sect. How pitiful, even after being insulted, he dares not retort. "I truly wonder how Ning Feishue could fall for such a wastrel. In my opinion, he cannot possibly last long. Go practice fire attribute techniques and dare to venture alone into the Ice Valley, where countless snow spirits dwell, is akin to courting death." Through such discussions, Qin Shao gleaned some information regarding the Ice Valley Sky platform. After nearly half an hour more of travel, the group finally arrived at the entrance of a valley. Unlike the Tingzhu stream, this valley was not situated at the intersection of the Frost Snow Mountain and other peaks, but rather nestled within the snowy mountains. Upon a brief glance at this valley, Qin Shao discerned its peculiarity. If the entire Frost Snow Mountain could be likened to a dragon vein, the Ice Valley represented the dragon's neck. The valley's end connected to an area shrouded in mist, the entrance resembling a narrow passage. Difficult to traverse, Tio crossed the Ice Valley and enter that misty realm was to reach the head of the entire dragon vein. Chapter 53. Ice Valley Sky Platform. Though spring was approaching, snow continued to fall within the Frost Snow Mountain. As the crowd arrived at the Ice Valley, standing at its mouth, Qin Shao could not help but furrow his brow at the scene before him. The Ice Valley, true to its name, was a gorge formed entirely of ice. The canyon displayed no trace of vegetation, and the smooth ground was evidently composed of frozen water. Stepping onto the icy surface, Qin Shao immediately felt a bone-chilling cold envelop him. Fortunately, having regained control over the devouring sun body, an ethereal flame perpetually burned within him, rendering the biting cold utterly inconsequential. The Ice Valley was not extensive. After merely a quarter of an hour's journey, the group had arrived at the valley's heart. There, in the center, lay a conspicuous fissure stretching across the valley's expanse. Ahead loomed an unfathomable abyss, with the only passage leading to the mist-shrouded region being an imposing ice tower. Though referred to as a tower, its slender form and the narrow spiral path winding upwards lent it the semblance of a pathway leading to that distant, fog-enveloped realm. Upon closer inspection, Qin Shao observed that on the ice tower, a number seemingly denoting each level appeared etched into the walls, corresponding to each revolution of the spiral path. As the numbers ascended, the tower receded further from their position, and in the distance. Wisps of cold air could be seen swirling around the tower. Upon witnessing these frosty mists, even the elite disciples of the Xianbing sect, led by Imo Qingzhu, wore expressions of solemnity. Exercise caution, Imo Qingzhu began to explain before Qin Shao could inquire. This Ice Valley Sky Path is one of the 2 routes leading to the frozen snowfield. The abyss below culminates in an area of extreme cold. The closer one approaches the frozen snowfield, the more the cold from the abyss will affect the Ice Valley Sky Path. Traditionally, disciples of the Xianbing sect challenge the Sky Path by utilizing their ice attribute techniques to dispel the chill, while those with exceptional talents have used it to cultivate and enhance their abilities. However, your cultivation does not align with ice attributes, leaving you to endure it head-on. Qin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, remaining silent. Although he had not practiced ice attribute techniques, he possessed the chaos-devouring tome, which allowed him to absorb all things into his being. Yet, he pondered whether the frigid air of the abyss could serve as nourishment for the miniature world within him. As Qin Shao contemplated, the disciples of the Xianbing sect began to murmur among themselves. Last time, when Qian reached the 30th level, one more step and he would break Ning Feishua's record, someone exclaimed. Besides Wen Qian, who else in the entire Xianbing sect or the 15 prefectures of southern Huashan could rival Ning Feishua? Bai Jing cast a sidelong glance at the taciturn Qin Shao and scoffed. Bai Jing's talent and strength surpass your imagination. If you had any self-awareness, are you not weary? Suddenly interrupting Bai Jing, Qin Shao retorted, are you not tired of prattling? This unexpected response momentarily stunned Bai Jing, who, sensing the mocking undertone, felt anger swell within him. Just then, Qin Shao stepped forward, reaching the ice tower. The Ice Valley Sky Path. Let me see if you can impede my progress. Upon stepping onto the ice tower, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him. Besides the solid ice beneath his feet, a relentless icy wind assailed him from all directions. This wind bore an intense chill, clinging to him like a parasite, making it exceedingly difficult to endure for anyone not adept in ice attribute techniques. As Qin Shao halted upon reaching the ice tower, the gathered disciples of the Xianbing sect immediately displayed disdainful expressions. Even the weakest disciples in the sect can reach the 5th level. Is he incapable of advancing even to the 1st? They scoffed. Surely he feels the terrifying nature of the Ice Valley Sky Path and is beginning to hesitate about retreating. Imo Qingzhu furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, please don't force yourself. Even if you fail, it's not a grave matter. But if something were to happen to you, I would have no way to explain to Sister Feishua. Regardless of the opinions swirling around him, Qin Shao remained indifferent, his focus unperturbed by their chatter. Standing upon the 1st level of the path, he slowly extended his hand, feeling the cold winds emanating from the abyss. He couldn't help but sigh. They say the Ice Valley Sky Path is one of the most challenging trials of the Xianbing sect. Is it truly this trivial? His words, brimming with arrogance, elicited gasps of indignation from the crowd. How dare you belittle the Ice Valley Sky Path? Who do you think you are? Don't just talk. Move forward, they exclaimed. The Ice Valley Sky Path, with each level ascended, imposed increasingly greater effects from the cold of the abyss. Once one reached the 20th level, each step would bear immense pressure. For someone not practicing ice attribute techniques and appearing to lack significant cultivation, how could he withstand the cold's assault? Amid the clamor, everyone suddenly noticed Qin Shao take a deliberate step forward. With that first stride, he crossed the boundary of the 1st level, entering the realm of the 2nd. Many anticipated he would halt due to the sudden surge of cold or, at the very least, slow his pace, for martial cultivators required time to acclimatize to varying degrees of chill, especially since Qin Shao did not cultivate ice attribute techniques. However, upon reaching the 2nd level, he did not pause in the slightest, moving forward with the ease of a leisurely stroll. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels were traversed with hardly a moment's delay, as he effortlessly crossed multiple layers of the ice tower. As if meandering through his own backyard in mere moments, he had reached the 6th level, showing no signs of stopping, leaving the disciples wide-eyed in astonishment. They had witnessed individuals capable of easily traversing the initial layers. Even geniuses like Ning Feishua, who had surged through 31 levels in one breath. Yet, to see Qin Shao advance as if completely unfazed was a rarity. Just a show for the crowd. A disciple among them scoffed. Disdain etched on his face. None other than Ding Huai, who had previously clashed with Qin Shao. If Bai Jing were to exert himself, He could surely surpass this fool. The first 10 levels of the Ice Valley Sky Path are merely barriers for disciples at the 5th or 6th pulse level. While these words were harsh, many nodded in agreement. The first 10 levels presented varying degrees of cold, necessitating a period of adaptation for most challengers. However, disciples with strong resistance to cold, or those who had mastered ice attribute techniques to a high degree needed not concern themselves with such matters. Typically, such individuals would seek ways to withstand the chill from the abyss at the earlier stages, aiding their journey further ahead. Qin Zhao's actions were tantamount to foregoing the opportunity to adapt and strategize. Squandering the time meant for adjustment in a display meant to impress. He won't last long, Ding Huai remarked coldly. As he predicted, it was not long before Qin Zhao reached the 10th level of the Ice Valley Sky Path. Upon crossing the threshold of the first phase, he suddenly halted. Feeling the cold intensify significantly, he furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Standing on the 10th level of the Ice Valley Sky Path, Qin Zhao remained silent. Absorbing the pervasive chill as he pondered, the disciples of the Xianbing sect, positioned a distance away at the edge of the ice tower, regarded him with scornful expressions, just as Ding Huai had surmised. Qin Zhao, having mustered his resolve to reach the 10th level, immediately ceased his advance. Upon reaching the 10th level of the Ice Valley Sky Path, he had truly entered the realm enveloped by the abyss's cold mist. Although the fog was not dense, it was still exceedingly formidable. Any martial cultivator lacking ice attribute techniques would find themselves stiffened within mere breaths, and an ordinary person might be frozen solid into an ice sculpture. Ding Huai derided Qin Zhao's earlier actions, while Imo Qingzhu's expression tightened, her gaze fixed intently upon the figure standing amidst the biting winds. To traverse such distance in one breath indicates some ability. Yet, the Ice Valley Sky Path is no ordinary trial. Cultivation here accounts for less than half of the challenge. Otherwise, Sister Feishue, with her lower cultivation, would not have surpassed all disciples of the Xianbing sect. Setting the highest record to date, I only hope you do not overexert yourself for the sake of pride. After all, below the sky path lies the extreme cold abyss. Not even the sect leader can rescue you. Beside her, Bai Jing's eyes narrowed, a frigid demeanor settling over him as he awaited either Qin Zhao's admission of inadequacy, conceding he was unworthy of Ning Feishue, or his futile attempt to advance, ultimately succumbing to the depths below. This tense anticipation persisted for a full quarter of an hour. Before the ice tower, the gathered disciples could no longer restrain themselves, urging him, "If you wish to leave, then go. If you lack the capability, don't embarrass yourself further. Return swiftly." Suddenly, Qin Zhao, standing at the 10th level, moved. He took a slow step forward. With that single stride, a wisp of mist enveloped him entirely. This mist, akin to a pond hidden beneath the snow, instantly drenched his garments, and the chill made him shiver uncontrollably. Observing this, Qin Zhao took a deep breath. In my past life, I was invincible, my flesh akin to a saint. Surely, it was a trivial matter to withstand such levels of cold without any effort. Yet now, he found even the chill of the 10th level challenging to bear. His intention was to strengthen his physical form through this experience, thereby enhancing his mastery over the chaos-devouring body. However, it became evident that the cold mist here was far beyond what an ordinary body could endure. "Let me first test my energy." As he spoke, a thin layer of mysterious energy enveloped Qin Zhao's body, thereby significantly diminishing the effects of the cold. With this decision made, after pausing for a brief 15 minutes, he resumed his steps, heading towards the 20th level. At this moment, if the disciples of the Xianying sect waiting by the ice tower were to learn of Qin Zhao's intentions, they would undoubtedly be astounded beyond measure. It is important to note that this ice valley is situated above an abyss of extreme cold. Even standing on the ice surface of the valley, it is exceedingly rare for anyone to endure without relying on mysterious energy, let alone on the heavenly platform. For someone to traverse the first 10 levels solely through their physical form, without any special training, Qin Zhao's willpower is truly beyond imagination. As Qin Zhao advanced once more, the numerous voices of discussion that had previously filled the air abruptly ceased. This time, the shock he brought forth surpassed all before. Everyone understood that surpassing the first 10 levels of the Ice Valley's heavenly platform is a true test of cultivation and innate talent. Without having practiced ice attribute techniques, Even those who have achieved the 9th level of pulse formation would find it impossible to ascend from the 10th to the 20th level. Yet, Qin Shao, undeterred, continued to stride forward at a leisurely pace. 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18. In the blink of an eye, he was nearing the 20th level. How could a fire attribute martial artist possibly reach such heights? Ding Huai and the others stood dumbstruck. Not only him, but even Imo Qingzhu felt a twinge of disbelief. What does reaching the 20th level signify? Within the entire Xianying sect, those who can ascend to the 20th level comprise less than 1/10 of the total membership. And among them, none are anything but inner disciples. The inner disciples of the Xianying sect all possess the cultivation of the Xiansoul realm. This husband of Fei Xue is indeed astonishing. Also taken aback was Bai Jing. He understood better than anyone the difficulty of the 20th level, having faced it himself. Hence, Qin Shao, a fire attribute martial artist who should have been suppressed, appeared so out of place. This reckless advancement ultimately came to a halt upon reaching the 20th level. The voices discussing Qin Shao among the onlookers had lost their previous audacity. In this world, strength is ultimately respected. When Qin Shao displayed his prowess, the disciples of the Xianying sect were compelled to accord him the respect he deserved. Nonetheless, comparisons and speculations were unavoidable. While it is indeed impressive to traverse from the 10th to the 20th level, beyond the 20th level lies the true challenge of the Ice Valley's heavenly platform. At that juncture, the corporeal manifestation of the abyssal cold mist will appear, and mysterious energy would be utterly incapable of warding off its encroachment. With this individual's fire attribute physique, it is likely he would collapse within mere minutes. Ding Huai gritted his teeth and coldly remarked, "I wager he won't even surpass the 21st level. A fire attribute martial artist simply cannot succeed." Whether they supported him or not, Qin Shao remained with his eyes firmly shut, attuning himself to the chilling atmosphere of the place. Not yet enough, he softly uttered this vague statement, took a deep breath, and slowly opened his eyes. This time, Qin Shao refrained from squandering unnecessary mysterious energy. Instead, he raised his hand and summoned a warm current to envelop his entire being. This warmth was the transformative fire that had returned to his body after he defeated Ningzhuang. Though the cold mist upon the Ice Valley's heavenly platform is not composed of mysterious energy and cannot be countered by the transformative fire, the temperature of this flame can indeed resist the onslaught of the cold currents. As the flames manifested at the surface of his skin, Qin Shao once again set forth. Meanwhile, the disciples waiting at the heavenly platform widened their eyes in astonishment. What is that? This person is actually igniting himself? No, the flames do not harm him. Is this some sort of martial technique? Amid the flurry of discussions, Imo Qingzhu's exclamation abruptly roused everyone from their stupor. Could this possibly be the fire-devouring young body? The fire-devouring young body, a simple four-character phrase, yet it caused the disciples of the Xianying sect to change countenance dramatically. It is known that the fire-devouring young body, not only in the humble Huanan 15 prefectures, but throughout the entire Morning Sun Cultivation Nation and even beyond, is a powerful physique that commands reverence. Ranked 9th in the Shuangguang Star, it devours numerous spiritual and extraordinary fires, assimilating them within its body for combat. If one could master it, they could wield myriad flames, scorching vast expanses of land. How could such a fire-devouring young body suddenly emerge in our Huanan 15 prefectures? In the midst of their shock, discussions erupted. Imo Qingzhu, who recognized the physique, slowly intoned, "Perhaps it did not suddenly emerge." Upon hearing this, disciples who had some knowledge of the rumors circulating in the Morning Sun Cultivation Nation over the past few years altered their expressions. Did Senior Sister Qingzhu imply yes? This Qin Shao is likely the widely known genius martial artist from a few years ago. Chapter 55. The fire-devouring young body. 5 years prior, a martial arts tournament was commonly held in the Huanan 15 prefectures, where young geniuses fiercely competed for a wealth of cultivation resources as rewards. Ultimately, this grand event was seized by a 15-year-old lad who seemed to come from nowhere. It is crucial to understand that in a martial arts competition focused purely on strength, even among the youth, it is typically those aged 18 to 20 who hold the advantage, and most participants hail from prominent families, having no need to worry about a lack of cultivation resources. The fierce competition in that martial arts tournament was primarily due to the fact that it served as a covert display of strength among several major factions. The victor would represent which side held greater potential for the future, thus attracting more talented individuals to their ranks. Unexpectedly, a 15-year-old boy, who seemed to spring forth from the ether, captured the attention of all with an overwhelming advantage, ascending to the pinnacle above all other geniuses. In his final battle, a faint image of a celestial fire diagram appeared behind him. Such a phenomenon is exclusive to those possessing special martial physiques. The unique flames he wielded in combat, capable of countering mysterious energy, made it evident to all that he was highly likely the 9th-ranked fire-devouring young body in the Shuangguang Star. Yet, this fire-devouring young body soon faded from the public eye. The young man declined all offers from the various factions, claiming a vast array of spiritual liquids before drifting away, though there were occasional whispers of him appearing in martial trials at different locations, and even rumors of him marrying into a family in the Nanjun prefecture. Most were dismissed as mere gossip. As time passed, news of this individual dwindled, with some believing the rumors of his downfall, while others suspected that the boy who appeared 5 years ago was merely overly glorified by those he had previously defeated. After all, those who possess the fire-devouring young body are regarded as treasures by all major factions. Even in the expansive central continent, with such talent, why would one deign to venture to a trivial morning sun cultivation nation, particularly in the unremarkable Huanan 15 prefectures? Yet now, all that lay before them seemed to overturn these suspicions. Cloaked in flames, advancing steadily, this was clearly a capability reserved for those possessing the fire-devouring young body. However, among the disciples of the Xianying sect, there were still those who felt unconvinced he may not necessarily be the fire-devouring young body. Right? Our sect is said to have had predecessors with the ice body, capable of containing extreme cold within, and when mysterious energy is unleashed, freezing an entire region. Although his descendants may not possess the ice body, wouldn't it still be easy for them to control ice and snow? Since this individual is a fire attribute martial artist, it would not be surprising if he mastered some techniques to manipulate fire. Right? Mo Qingzhu wanted to retort but found herself uncertain whether Qin Shao truly was the fire-devouring young body. In contemplative silence, she once again focused her gaze upon that figure, which stood with its back to the crowd. 21, 22, 23. He maintained a pace identical to before, steadily progressing forward. In this manner, he soon approached the 25th level, a level that was deemed unattainable for those without training in ice attribute techniques. As Qin Shao stepped past this threshold, nearly everyone present held their breath, for this step signified that he had reached the level of a direct disciple. Although becoming a direct disciple requires more than merely surpassing the 25th level of the Ice Valley's heavenly platform, this was undeniably the most challenging condition, as it not only tests cultivation but also the ability to resist or adapt to the cold. This ultimately determines how far a disciple may go within the Xianying sect. With another step taken, he reached the 26th level, leaving Ding Huai and the others utterly speechless. The Xianying sect disciples who had followed Bai Jing exchanged glances, then turned their gaze to Bai Jing. Their esteemed senior brother Bai Jing had passed the direct disciple assessment with a score of 26 levels a few years prior. Now, Qin Shao had equaled him, were it not for the fact that this individual was a fire attribute martial artist. The Xianying sect would surely be facing a transformation. While the disciples thought this, they dared not voice their thoughts. Since acknowledging that Qin Shao was a fire attribute martial artist, he could no longer have any ties with the Xianying sect. Rather than harbor expectations for him, it would be better to continue to curry favor with Bai Jing. Thus, the discussions once again returned to their original course. What if he surpassed the 26th level? The Ice Valley's heavenly platform presents a significant disparity between each level after the 25th. After Qin Zhao's ostentatious display, he was nearing his limits. Without having trained in ice attribute Xiansouls, it was destined that he could not progress far. However, these individuals seem to have forgotten that Ning Feishue, who set the record of reaching the 31st floor, was also a cultivator of the Meridian Realm who had not yet refined her Xianhun. Moreover, her husband is likely even stronger than she is, with numerous gazes fixed upon him. Qin Shao did not falter. He pushed the transformation of the Xian fire to its utmost, flames swirling around him, and with a single step, he ascended to the 27th floor. Yet, this was not the end. He moved on to the 28th, the 29th, and then the 30th, as Qin Shao stepped onto the narrow icy surface of the 30th floor. The disciples of the Xianbing sect, who had previously whispered slanders, fell into utter chaos. The 30th floor? What manner of monster is this? Good heavens! The 30th floor has already surpassed senior brother Wen Qian, and he stands merely a step away from Ning Feishue. How could a fire attribute martial artist achieve such a feat? Could it be that this person is indeed the legendary fire-devouring young body from 5 years ago? Amidst the murmurs, Bai Jing's expression turned exceedingly grim. He could accept Qin Shao reaching the 25th floor, or even matching him at the 26th floor, but he could not tolerate an outsider, one who had not even cultivated an ice attribute technique and had yet to refine his Xianhun, surpassing him and standing among the most gifted disciples of the Xianbing sect. Among the crowd, Imo Qingzhu called out to that figure, "Qin Shao, this is enough. Come back. The risks increase if you proceed further. You have already qualified to enter the Ice Spirit Spring. There is no need to go on." This voice, propelled by the Xuanqi, echoed into the cold mist, yet the owner of that figure seemed not to hear, remaining as before, breath held and deep in contemplation. Observing his demeanor, everyone was taken aback. Each time he paused, it appeared as though he was accumulating strength, and once ready, he would surge through 10 layers in one breath. Could it be that this time would be the same? Are you mad? Do you truly expect him to reach the 40th floor? Even Ning Feishue halted at the 31st, and senior brother Wen Qian could only stop at the 30th. What merit does Qin Shao possess to achieve such a feat? In this moment, suddenly, as if awakening from silence, Qin Shao slowly took another step forward. His foot landed on the 31st floor, now standing shoulder to shoulder with Ning Feishue from years past. Chapter 56. The 40th floor, having initially thought he would falter within the first 10 layers. Qin Shao advanced steadily under the watchful eyes of the Xianbing sect disciples. 10 layers, 20 layers, 30 layers. His expression remained as serene as a tranquil lake, yet to the onlookers, he appeared as a bloodthirsty demon, sending shivers down their spines. After yet another moment of silence, Qin Shao stepped forward once more. This time, however, the fiery membrane enveloping his body abruptly transformed into a pale, wine-red outer layer. The disciples of the Xianbing sect, having not witnessed the battle in Feiyun City, were unaware of the true nature of this wine-red flame. Nevertheless, it was evident that with the transformation of his flame type, Qin Zhao's identity as the fire-devouring young body was now indisputable. No one aside from the fire-devouring young body could casually refine multiple flames and use them for protection. It must be noted that employing fire attribute martial techniques consumes vast amounts of Xuanqi with every fleeting moment the flame exists. Yet, the composure with which Qin Shao wielded his flames suggested he was not merely using his own Xuanqi as fuel. Among the crowd, only Imo Qingzhu and Bai Jing, the two most astute disciples, noticed that as the wine-red flame appeared, the icy surface beneath Qin Zhao's feet began to show signs of melting. What kind of flame is this, that it is so terrifying? Bai Jing's countenance changed drastically, and even Imo Qingzhu, who stood on Qin Zhao's side, wore a look of shock. It must be known that the Ice Valley Pavilion is composed of 10,000-year-old Xianbing. Even a powerful figure at the Xuanhua realm could not melt it with their own Xuanhua. Yet this fire was capable of turning the ice tower into water. What exactly has Qin Shao mastered? Aware of the changes occurring in the ice tower, Qin Shao understood fully. The flames were causing the ice beneath him to melt, and he was the first to sense it. This is not good. I must control the temperature. Qin Shao thought anxiously. Over countless years, challengers to the Ice Valley Pavilion had fallen into the abyss due to the encroaching cold mist. He did not wish to be the first in history to perish from melting the 10,000-year-old Xianbing due to his own excessive heat. With a thought, Qin Shao closed off a significant portion of his fire aperture, causing the flames enveloping his body to pale slightly. Confirming the stability beneath him, Qin Shao took another step forward. Perhaps fearing that time would drag on too long and invite unexpected consequences, Qin Shao decided to let go of restraint. 31, 32, 33 layers. The disciples of the Xianbing sect beheld the figure shrouded in flames, moving as if on solid ground atop the Ice Valley Pavilion. Each of his steps felt like a heavy blow to the hearts of the spectators, leaving even Bai Jing, a direct disciple, with a pallid face and rendered speechless, as Qin Shao surged forward, effortlessly traversing 10 layers of the ice tower in one breath and standing upon the unprecedented 40th layer of the Ice Valley Pavilion. The crowd instinctively rubbed their eyes. They wished that upon reopening them, everything before them would vanish, or that someone would emerge to declare that the events that had just transpired were merely a mirage atop the pavilion. Yet, no matter how they blinked, the reality remained unchanged. Gazing at the figure nearly disappearing from sight, waves of astonishment surged within everyone's hearts, stirring a tempest of emotions. In the midst of this silence, only that figure continued to press onward in the Xianbing sect's Tianjing cave. The pale-faced Grand Elder Tianjing sat in the center of the cave, a frozen silkworm placed before him. As he inhaled and exhaled, wisps of silvery white energy were drawn into his body from the silkworm. With each breath, his once pallid complexion grew more vibrant, and by the time he had refined the entire silkworm, Tianjing radiated vitality, appearing as if he had regained 10 years of youth. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Tianjing slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the silkworm, which had now only a shell remaining, a hint of anxiety emerged in his gaze. My ice transformation technique has reached a bottleneck. I cannot advance further even with the silkworm. If I could obtain better materials, I could break through and achieve the extreme cold body. At that time, my cultivation would soar, and I would no longer have to worry about a lack of lifespan. But I wonder if I can hold out until I find materials superior to the silkworm. Just as Tianjing sighed, a disciple arrived at the cave. Upon seeing Tianjing, the disciple immediately knelt on the ground. Grand Elder, Senior Brother Bai Jing has sent me to report that Qin Shao has reached the 40th layer of the Ice Valley Pavilion. What? Tianjing's eyes widened, an invisible pressure descending upon the disciple, causing his face to turn ghostly pale. Did you say the 40th layer? Not the 4th? Absolutely true. The disciple respectfully knelt, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his body trembling involuntarily, yet he conveyed all that he had witnessed, including the speculations of Bai Jing and others. This Qin Shao is likely the rumored fire-devouring young body martial artist from 5 years ago. Fire-devouring young body. Tianjing gasped, then nodded thoughtfully. Typically, martial artists cannot withstand the frigid air of the extreme cold abyss with their xuanqi, but the fire-devouring young body can absorb spiritual fires and exotic flames, thereby dispelling the cold. That being said, to reach the 40th layer, this individual must have absorbed quite a number of powerful flames within. And what of his cultivation level? The disciple lowered his head, uncertainly replying, "It seems to be the Meridian Realm." Meridian Realm? Tianjing's eyes widened again, revealing an expression of incredulity. A cultivator in the Meridian Realm possesses the fire-devouring young body with high-level spiritual fire. This child is unfathomable, yet, as if recalling something, he coughed lightly and instructed, "Continue to keep an eye on him." Once the disciple departed, Tianjing beckoned a servant boy who attended him in the cave. "Convey my orders to the other elders, allowing Fei Xue to enter the Ice Spirit Spring." Then he added, "I shall leave Frost Snow Mountain for a time and return tomorrow, bringing with me a renowned Xian healer. You may inform them of this matter." With that, before the servant boy could leave, Tianjing's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the cave. Once the Grand Elder departed, the kneeling servant boy stood, his face filled with confusion as he glanced in the direction Tianjing had vanished. Murmuring, "When did the master become so favorable towards Ning Fei Xue?" As the servant boy made his way to the other elders' caves, Qin Shao, still enveloped in flames, continued to advance slowly atop the Ice Valley Pavilion. Upon reaching the 51st layer, he paused once more, with his eyes tightly shut. The wine-red flames flickered uncertainly in the biting cold wind. The disciples of the Xianbing sect, who lingered before the pavilion, noticed the flames in the cold mist showing signs of faltering, and their faces brightened with hope. Even though Qin Shao had now stepped onto the 51st layer, far surpassing the current record of the Xianbing sect, outsiders would always be outsiders. They would never take pride in this. Instead, if Qin Shao returned safely, the news that someone who had not cultivated an ice attribute technique had trampled the entire Xianbing sect's talents would leave them utterly humiliated. Thus, they prayed fervently, hoping that Qin Shao would falter amidst the chilling mist, succumbing to the cold before he could return, plummeting straight down into the abyss. The crimson flame flickered precariously, embodying the very scenario they yearned to witness. In the unfathomable depths of the frigid realm, a gust of icy wind, more intense than any prior, swept through as this wind brushed against the celestial platform and descended upon the ice tower. The solid structure emitted a sound akin to clashing metal. Amidst the clanging echoes, the scarlet figure shrouded in mist finally extinguished with the wind. Accompanying the flame's demise was the derisive laughter of Bai Jing, who expressed his disdain. A deluded fool, even if propelled by his innate talent to this point, remains nothing but refuse if he lacks ambition. Chapter 57. Wealth and Danger. Bai Jing's words were devoid of mercy. The expression of Imo Qingzhu, who had brought Qin Shao to this place, shifted dramatically. She found herself at a loss for words. Bai Jing held a status within the sect comparable to hers. Both being mid-tier disciples among the 5 direct apprentices, neither able to overshadow the other. Now that Qin Shao was deceased, she could hardly harbor enmity towards Bai Jing over a man who had already perished. Yet, how would she explain this to her sister Feishue once she awoke from her slumber? In stark contrast to Imo Qingzhu's distress, Ding Huai and the others were evidently much more exhilarated. How audacious to challenge ice with fire! Little did they realize that once the ice melted, it would yield water capable of extinguishing flames. The disciples, who had previously been rendered speechless by Qin Zhao's astonishing feats, now buzzed with renewed vigor. When a genius emerges suddenly, one who does not belong to their faction and is difficult to recruit, these individuals will devise ways to belittle him, and once that individual truly falls from grace, they would unleash both new and old grievances, not only hurling insults but perhaps even rushing forth to trample him underfoot, believing that by doing so, they would become stronger themselves. Bai Jing observed the scene with a smile, turning his head slightly towards an unseen direction, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. When Qin Shao ascended to the 30th level, panic gripped Bai Jing, as Qin Shao traversed the celestial platform. His unease intensified. He sensed that if this individual returned unscathed, he would soon become a formidable rival, not only for him but also for Wen Qin. It was perplexing, for this man lacked both an ice attribute spirit and ice-based techniques. Bai Jing shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. However, convinced that Qin Shao had perished, he still did not depart immediately, as if he harbored a certain trepidation towards the youth. Fearing he might once again create a miracle. Deep within the Ice Valley's celestial platform, enveloped in mist, Qin Shao was indeed conjuring miracles unknown to Bai Jing and the others. The extinguished flames within the mist were the blazing inferno, the most potent fire Qin Shao had wielded thus far. When fully unleashed, its temperature could melt even those of the spirit realm. Based on his estimations, if he operated the blazing inferno at full capacity, he should be able to reach the far end of the ice tower. After all, the primary purpose of the transformative fire was to counteract spiritual energy, while the blazing inferno's singular distinction was its sheer heat. Its temperature soared to an extraordinarily terrifying level, making it formidable in combat, significantly enhancing its might when unleashed. Even now, despite the frigid mist surrounding him originating from the extreme cold abyss, the blazing inferno sourced from the realm of extreme heat showed no sign of fear. Yet, as Qin Shao progressed halfway, he realized that directly utilizing this fire was not a prudent choice. It was not that the blazing inferno possessed any adverse effects, but rather that another flame within him, the silver frost fire, seemed to be eagerly anticipating something, stirring restlessly within its chamber. Using ice to counteract ice? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Qin Shao promptly shook his head. Was that not akin to madness? He lacked the ice attribute techniques cultivated by the practitioners of the ice sect, and his resistance to cold was limited. Should something go awry, it could not only jeopardize Feishua's entry into the ice spirit spring but could also cost him his life. Thus, Qin Shao consistently employed the blazing inferno to protect himself, preventing the cold from encroaching. Upon reaching the 50th level, the pulsing energy surging from his fire chamber intensified, almost overwhelming him with the joy emanating from the silver frost fire. In a moment of desperation, Qin Shao stood at the 50th level, unleashing the blazing inferno and summoning the silver frost fire. To his astonishment, as soon as the silver flames appeared, the surrounding mist began to coalesce towards it. And before long, the mist was entirely devoured by the silver frost flames. The initial spark he had summoned rapidly expanded to the size of his palm under such circumstances. Retrieving the flame into his body, Qin Shao immediately felt a surge of pure spiritual energy refined into spiritual force, while the temperature of the silver frost fire dropped even lower than before. If that is the case, fortune favors the bold. Gritting his teeth, Qin Shao decisively dismissed the blazing inferno from his surface. The instant the silver frost fire replaced it, The cold began to infiltrate his body as if it were a relentless tide, quickly rendering him icy all over. Yet, this confrontation bore its own merits. Standing resolutely at the 50th level, Qin Shao absorbed the spiritual energy within the mist, while the cold emanating from the extreme depths seemed inexhaustible. No matter how much he absorbed, it would gather anew. To expedite the absorption process, Qin Shao even commenced the operation of the chaotic devouring technique, swirling chaotic energy around his body, sharing the feast with the silver flames as they consumed the incessantly flowing mist. This process continued for a quarter of an hour, and as Qin Shao awakened from his cultivation, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. His cultivation had ascended from the 5th to the 6th level of pulse building. Yet, it was still insufficient. With a soft exhale, Qin Shao resumed his steps, venturing deeper into the more concentrated cold mist. On that day, the disciples gathered beneath Bai Jing's command felt as if they were on a roller coaster, their emotions shifting rapidly. However, as Qin Zhao's flames extinguished within the mist, the weight that had burdened their hearts was finally lifted. After leaving 2 disciples to stand guard, Bai Jing departed from the Ice Valley, while Mo Qingzhu chose to leave as well to tend to Ning Feishue. Taking her place and awaiting the final glimmer of hope was Jin Qi, the one who had initially welcomed Ning Feishue into the Ice Sect. Jin Qi sat cross-legged in the Ice Valley, refining the cold energy infiltrating his body, all the while praying for the unknown fate of Qin Shao, hoping he could navigate the perils and emerge unscathed. This situation persisted until the evening of the following day, when Elder Tianjing returned from the outside. 4 of the 5 direct disciples of the Ice Sect convened in the decision hall alongside 4 elders. The 8 individuals gathered around the table. Though the disciples treated the elders with respect, it was evident to any discerning eye that their relationship was not merely hierarchical. At times, the words of the direct disciples warranted contemplation from the elders. The topic of discussion today was the treatment of Ning Feishue. I have summoned my friendly Mingda from Zhenyang County. He is a 3rd-tier spiritual doctor. Should he intervene, there is a high likelihood he can heal Ning Feishue's injuries. The 3 elders exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, indicating they were already aware of this matter. Among the 4 direct disciples, Bai Jing remained silent, sitting aside, while the robust Chang Guang appeared indifferent. Conversely, when Qian, a disciple revered within the Ice Sect, bore a smile and nodded affirmatively. It was Mo Qingzhu, who had the closest relationship with Ning Feishue, who spoke up. I do not oppose the treatment of Feishue. However, without Qin Zhao's assistance in clarifying her injuries condition, we may find it difficult to grasp the details. Tianjing frowned, replying, a 3rd-tier spiritual doctor is not even on par with that lad who couldn't preserve his own life. Moreover, you yourself stated that Ning Feishue's injuries are severe and cannot endure much longer. If we delay for Qin Zhao's sake and thereby cause her to perish untreated, you would find it exceedingly difficult to justify. Mo Qingzhu's face betrayed hesitation as she pondered, eventually unable to restrain her words. I merely wonder why the Grand Elder, who has always been at odds with Feishue, is now so keen to assist in her healing, even going so far as to leverage his connections to summon a 3rd-tier spiritual doctor. Now that the sect leader is in seclusion, and her most prized talent, Ning Feishue, is in grave danger, as the Grand Elder, it is my duty to ensure her recovery for the sake of the sect. With this favor, she will undoubtedly join our Ice Sect, and with her talents, it is not inconceivable that she could elevate our sect to new heights. This statement prompted the 3 elders to nod in agreement. Bai Jing cast a glance at Mo Qingzhu, coldly retorting, you were the one who insisted on having Qin Shao enter the cold spirit spring to save Ning Feishue. Now you obstruct it. Do you wish to gain access to the cold spirit spring not for Ning Feishue, but for some clandestine dealings with her husband? Silence. Mo Qingzhu's expression shifted dramatically, her spiritual energy surging as she prepared to retaliate. But Elder Tianjing raised a hand, and an invisible pressure instantly bore down upon her, rendering her immobile. Calm down. Tianjing intervened to quell their conflict, asking again, regarding the matter of treating Ning Feishue, let us conduct a vote once more. If passed, my 3rd-tier spiritual doctor friend will attend to her, and afterward, he will ensure her recuperation within the Ice Spirit Spring. Do you agree or disagree? The outcome of the vote, without a doubt, will mirror the previous one. However, this time, even the cautious Mo Qingzhu, upon witnessing the grave expression on the Grand Elder's face, could only reluctantly nod in assent. Thus, the matter is settled. Chapter 58. The opening of the ice spirit spring after the decision to treat Ning Feishue was passed. The 4 direct disciples and 4 elders each departed to their respective residences on Frosty Snow Mountain. Mo Qingzhu accompanied Jin Qi to Tingzhu Gorge, and as they entered the bamboo house, Ning Feishue had just awakened from her slumber. Having arrived at Xianbing Gate 2 days prior, her internal injuries had worsened significantly, causing her to spend most of her time in a deep sleep. During the few moments of consciousness, Ning Feishue sat alone in the empty bamboo house, gazing out the window, contemplating the events unfolding within Xianbing Gate, as well as pondering the whereabouts of Qin Shao. Now that she finally saw Mo Qingzhu and Jin Qi return, she immediately sat up from her bed. Sister Qingzhu, Jin Qi, how is Qin Shao? Mo Qingzhu and Jin Qi exchanged glances before replying. He is cultivating in the Ice Valley. The previous day, while Ning Feishue was unconscious, she had vaguely heard Qin Shao agreeing to the challenge posed by those in the Ice Valley Sky Pavilion. I will not marry a useless person. This declaration, even in her dreams, had resonated clearly in her mind. It was precisely for this reason that, over the past 2 days, the news concerning Qin Shao had occupied her thoughts the most. That lad possesses considerable talent. He has made remarkable progress in the Ice Valley Sky Pavilion, and according to Xianbing Gate's regulations, he has been granted a special exception to enter the transmission of snow platform. Mo Qingzhu remarked, casting a glance at Jin Qi. Jin Qi promptly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Sister Feishue, your husband's aptitude is extraordinary. He managed to ascend to the 50th level of the Ice Valley Sky Pavilion in one go, easily breaking your previous record. Is that so? Ning Feishue's face lit up with joy, and both Jin Qi and Mo Qingzhu could see that her happiness derived more from her husband's recognition by others than from any praise directed at herself. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Qingzhu inquired about a question that had been troubling her during this time. Is Qin Shao truly the genius boy from 5 years ago who possessed the fire-devouring young body? Ning Feishue hesitated briefly before slowly nodding her head. In a wonder, Mo Qingzhu expressed her astonishment. After all, the fire-devouring young body was a legendary figure among the young cultivators of the 15 prefectures in southern China. She had never imagined that one day she would actually meet him. Jin Qi, however, was curious about another aspect. Sister Feishue, how did you come to know him? It was indeed hard to believe that the once aloof and haughty Ning Feishue, who had looked down on even senior brother Wen Qian, would one day sit by the window, lost in thought over a man. Sister Jin Qi, you're exaggerating. It's not like that. Ning Feishue blushed. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Whether it's an exaggeration or not, you know best in your heart. After all, the very first question you asked upon entering was about that fellow, Jin Qi teased. It seems that the fire-devouring young body's profound energy not only dispels cold, but can also melt the ice within one's heart. With that, a playful banter ensued, as the atmosphere in the bamboo house lightened. Mo Qingzhu sighed in relief and shared the news about the Grand Elder's arrangement for a third-tier Shin doctor. Although Ning Feishue was somewhat surprised that the annoying Grand Elder would assist her, she couldn't help but sigh as she recalled the parting words of the sect leader when she left Xianbing Gate. With this token, Xianbing Gate shall be your backing. Should you wish to return, I can even allow you to inherit my position and become the head of the sect. The sect leader's words lingered in her memory. However, she regretted not having the opportunity to meet her once more during this hurried visit. Now, you should rest well. We will come to fetch you tomorrow. Having conveyed the message, Mo Qingzhu departed with Jin Qi, while Ning Feishue stood at the door waving goodbye to them. Once the two figures vanished from Tingzhu Gorge, she suddenly felt her legs weaken. Had she not clutched the edge of the bed for support, she would likely have collapsed to the ground. Is it coming again? Ning Feishue managed to return to her bed, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt as her profound energy began to circulate within her body. Her complexion was pale, and her lips had taken on a faint bluish hue. A chill emanating from deep within her body coiled around her like a serpent, ensnaring Ning Feishue tightly, rendering the warmth from her profound energy and the quilt insignificant in comparison. That frost snake, now reaching her heart's pulse, opened its gaping maw, poised to devour her at any moment. Nevertheless, Ning Feishue did not surrender. As her cultivation technique activated, her profound energy formed a fragile barrier, standing firm against the frost snake. At least, until he returns, I cannot allow you to succeed, she murmured to herself, before succumbing once more to a deep slumber. The following morning, Jin Qi and Mo Qingzhu arrived at Tingzhu Gorge, with Jin Qi carrying Ning Feishue on her back. The three of them, amidst a throng of Xianbing Gate disciples, made their way to a stony area some distance from the ice valley. Within the rocky terrain, enshrouded by dense white mist, a spring, roughly the size of a lake, could be faintly discerned beneath the mist. Wei Ve arrived. Jin Qi gently set down Ning Feishue, holding her arm and standing outside the white mist, her face brimming with excitement. The ice spirit spring was a privilege bestowed upon the direct disciples and elders of Xianbing Gate. This spring, formed from the rare icy spiritual energy of heaven and earth, held immense significance for ice attribute martial cultivators. Of course, due to the characteristics of its icy spiritual energy, treatment by Xian doctors was much smoother if one could enter the spring. This location contained a spiritual formation, connected to the protective formation of the sect. Without the sect leader's permission, no direct disciple or elder could enter. The formation Jin Qi referred to was the very white mist. Mo Qingzhu supported Ning Feishue as they ventured into the mist, their figures disappearing before the other disciples of Xianbing Gate. As a direct disciple, Mo Qingzhu had the authority to enter this area, and the token granted to Ning Feishue 2 years ago when she left Xianbing Gate held the same effect. Once they entered, several others gradually arrived at the formation, including Wen Qian, Changguang, Bai Jing, and eventually the 4 elders led by Grand Elder Tianjing. Upon their arrival, the disciples who had accompanied Mo Qingzhu stepped back, making way for the 7 individuals. The group of 7 entered the mist formation, and shortly after, they arrived before the ice spirit spring. Behind Tianjing stood an elder with a celestial demeanor, stroking his long beard, his expression serious as he regarded Ning Feishue, who had already entered the spring. Old friendly Mingda, this is the girl, Tianjing indicated towards Ning Feishue. Rest assured, with me here, there will be no issues. Li Mingda shook the elder's token in his hand and sat cross-legged a few steps away from Ning Feishue. Everyone watched as he slowly raised his hand, and countless silver needles shot forth from his sleeves, piercing the acupoints on Ning Feishue's body. Begin, Li Mingda called softly, and immediately, a steady stream of profound energy surged through the silver needles into Ning Feishue's body. The treatment had commenced. Standing beside the ice spirit spring, Mo Qingzhu took a deep breath and gradually stepped back from the formation. As she was about to leave, Li Mingda's voice echoed from within. This process will take a total of 49 days. During this time, unless there is an urgent matter, do not disturb me. Mo Qingzhu clasped her hands in respect towards the mist, but felt an inexplicable unease lingering in her heart. Chapter 59. The trial approaches. After Ning Feishue entered the ice spirit spring, Xianbing Gate returned to a temporary calm. One person was undergoing treatment for severe injuries, while another was ensnared in the ice valley. The 49 days required for Ning Feishue's treatment was not something that could be completed hastily, and as for Qin Shao, following the extinguishing of that flame, the vast majority had already deemed him deceased. On the 3rd day after Ning Feishue entered the ice spirit spring, the surveillance team left in the ice valley by Bai Jing had also departed. And no matter how one viewed it, the Ice Valley Sky Pavilion was a perilous place that people generally avoided except during trials. It was unimaginable that someone could stroll along the plank path as if walking down the street, or even sit down to rest. As the people of the sect gradually ceased to pay attention to the young couple, only Mo Qingzhu, accompanied by Jin Qi, remained in deep contemplation at Tingzhu Gorge. As one of the 5 direct disciples of the sect, Mo Qingzhu had access to her own residence for cultivation and a myriad of treasured items. Yet, she deliberately chose to remain in Tingzhu Gorge to avoid any distractions. Seated within the bamboo house, Mo Qingzhu held an ancient tome borrowed from the library of Xianbing Gate. The library, aside from martial techniques and skills, also housed a special secret chamber containing many secrets of the sect both within and without. When Li Mingda mentioned that it would take 49 days to heal Ning Feishue, Mo Qingzhu sensed that this duration might carry some significance. She had never heard of any treatment method that required 49 days. 49 is a number associated with extreme Yin. Perhaps the Xian doctor had chosen this duration to construct a Yin formation for Ning Feishue, thereby activating her ice attribute constitution to expel the toxins within her body. Mo Qingzhu sat on the edge of the bed, lost in contemplation. The concept of Yin's extreme numbers, beyond merely forming a Yin formation, presented other possibilities. Yet, those methods could hardly be deemed medical. They leaned more towards the sorcery and incantations that originated from the Miao region. If one were to ponder in this direction, it seemed that the great elder and his old friend were not simply engaged in treatment. Ultimately, These matters led to no answers. Mo Qingzhu sighed and addressed Jin Qi beside her. From tomorrow onward, you shall take my token each day to the ice spirit spring to fetch a bowl of spring water, claiming it is for my cultivation. When entering the formation, there is no need to interact with Xian Yi and Fei Shui. Simply observe their conditions from a distance while collecting the water and promptly inform me of any anomalies. Understood. Jin Qi nodded. Yet Mo Qingzhu remained somewhat uneasy, reiterating her instructions. Once Jin Qi departed, she stood idly by the window of the bamboo house. Her intention to befriend Ning Feishui was to establish a rapport with this potential direct disciple, perhaps even the future inheritor of the sect, thus allowing her to cultivate her own influence among the direct disciples. However, despite several interactions, although Ning Feishui had not become a direct disciple, their relationship had grown increasingly amicable. She could only hope that no unforeseen complications would arise. With this thought, she returned her gaze to the ancient text in her hands. On the following day, when Jin Qi fetched water from the ice spirit spring, she noticed nothing unusual. Ning Feishui was immersed in the spring, oblivious to the outside world, while Li Mingda continued from a distance, manipulating silver needles to continuously infuse her body with Xian Qi. Under such circumstances, the attention of the Xinbing sect members towards the couple quickly waned. It was not that Ning Feishui lacked popularity within the sect, but rather that her healing process was protracted, and for the time being, no incidents were expected. During this interval, another event of extreme significance for the Xinbing sect was unfolding. According to regulations, in just 10 days, the sealing of the Snow Ancient Land would commence. On that morning, a multitude of disciples gathered in the martial training square, where the great elder Tianjing announced the decision made collectively by the 4 elders and the direct disciples. The sect master has been in seclusion for 3 months. Prior to her retreat, she stated that should she not emerge when the Snow Ancient Land opens, the matter would be entrusted to the 4 elders to oversee. Henceforth, I, along with the 3 elders, shall preside over the trials. All inner and direct disciples are welcome to register for participation. Upon hearing this, the disciples erupted into a flurry of discussions. The long-awaited day for the opening of the Snow Ancient Land, which occurred only once every 10 years, had finally arrived. According to sect rules, barring any unforeseen circumstances, any individual who could obtain the inheritance within the Snow Ancient Land would become the next inheritor of the Xinbing sect. With the sect master absent, the competition following the opening of the Ancient Land would likely be intensely fierce. It remained uncertain whether it would be a fortunate inner disciple who received the inheritance or a direct disciple favored by all. In hushed tones, a newly inducted disciple expressed his indignation. Why can only inner and direct disciples participate? Outer disciples are still part of the Xinbing sect. It is unjust to exclude us. A fellow disciple beside him scoffed. They are giving you an opportunity, but entering would only lead to your demise. Subsequently, others began to explain the origins of the Snow Ancient Land and its internal conditions. The Snow Ancient Land served as the inheritance site for the Xinbing sect, situated deep within the mist at the end of the Ice Valley Sky Stair. This area was perpetually shrouded in dense fog, disorienting anyone who ventured within. There were only 2 methods of entry. One was to ascend the Ice Valley Sky Stair, which comprised 99 levels, an achievement no one had yet reached. The other method was through the Mist Formation entrance, which opened once every decade. Entering through this entrance imposed no restrictions on cultivation or strength. However, the region within the mist exerted a potent suppressive force on Xian Qi, and the cold was bone-chilling. To survive and navigate within, the minimum requirement was to possess a Xian soul cultivation level. Only those who had birthed a Xian soul could wield a fraction of their power to shield themselves with Xian Qi. Furthermore, the extreme cold within the ancient land served as a trial for the mastery of ice attribute techniques. Within the Xinbing sect, comprising thousands of disciples, the overwhelming majority were outer disciples, with cultivation levels ranging from the 5th to the 9th stage of pulse establishment. Inner disciples made up only a fraction, around 200 to 300, each having attained the Xian soul level and cultivated an ice attribute Xian soul. Above them were the direct disciples. Among the 5 existing direct disciples, none fell below the 5th stage of Xian soul, each a formidable figure worthy of admiration. You think you can enter the Snow Ancient Land without even reaching the Xian soul level? Are you seeking death? The disciple who had spoken earlier looked disdainfully at the one who had questioned the participation restrictions. After a thorough explanation, though still somewhat discontented, the initially outspoken disciple swallowed his retort. as the previous speaker had pointed out, lacking sufficient strength and recklessly intruding into a perilous place would only lead to certain demise. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, this disciple chuckled lightly. A few days ago, you were all fawning over Ning Feishue. Setting aside her injuries, she too does not meet the threshold to enter the snow ancient land. Does she? This comment left no room for rebuttal. Yet, it remained uncertain what level Qin Shao, who was trapped within the Ice Valley Sky Stair, had attained. This time, it was met with a chorus of jeers. In the eyes of the Xianbing sect disciples, Qin Shao was merely a scoundrel who had seduced Ning Feishue with sweet words. As for the rumors regarding his physique being the fire-devouring young body, at least for now, no one believed it. Chapter 60. Before the snow ascending platform, once the news of the snow ancient lands opening was announced, the entire Xianbing sect began preparations in pursuit of the inheritance. The direct disciples were eager to prove themselves. Some emulated the sect master by entering seclusion for cultivation, while others sought to comprehend martial techniques and methods. Additionally, some engaged extensively with inner disciples, attempting to leverage their numbers for an advantage during the competition. Meanwhile, outer disciples were not idle either. If anyone could obtain the inheritance within the snow ancient land, it would determine the future trajectory of the Xianbing sect. Among the 5 direct disciples, their relationships were not merely fraternal. They were also marked by competition. Thus, they needed to identify the one most likely to emerge victorious and align themselves accordingly, ensuring they could reap some benefits once the matter concluded. Among the inner disciples, a few of considerable strength had garnered significant favor from outer disciples, leading many to visit their residences in recent days. However, compared to the number of those engaging with direct disciples, they were still far fewer. There were a total of 5 direct disciples, Imo Qingzhu, Bai Jing, and Chang Guang, each possessing comparable strength and having been in the sect for several years, attracting numerous admirers. Among them, the one with the most apparent strength and talent was Wen Qian. Wen Qian had joined the Xianbing sect only 3 years ago, slightly earlier than Ning Feishue's initial entry, yet his prowess and innate talent were widely acknowledged. The martial technique Ling Frost Slash, which took the great elder Tianjing half a year to master, Wen Qian had grasped in merely 2 months. The second elder's arduous cultivation of the passing ice scripture was also easily mastered by Wen Qian. Not to mention, upon entering the sect, he had already ascended 30 levels of the Ice Valley Sky Stair, second only to Ning Feishue in terms of talent. Should such an individual attain the sect's inheritance, becoming the next sect master and bringing glory to the Xianbing sect would hardly be a challenge. Consequently, not only outer disciples but even several elders held high hopes for Wen Qian. As for the last of the direct disciples, she was the sect master's disciple, rarely seen by others, and little was known about her specific strength and talents. Inner disciples like Jin Qi, who had been in the Xianbing sect for some time, only knew that this enigmatic direct disciple was named Leng Yu. She was referred to as Master Sister Leng Yu by Wen Qian and the other direct disciples. As time passed and preparations for the snow ancient land progressed rapidly, a figure continued to advance through the cold mist of the Ice Valley Sky Stair. At the 86th level, the chill here had intensified to the point of nearly solidifying. Within the white fog, Qin Shao extended his hand to feel the omnipresent cold mist. What had initially emerged as mere chilly vapor from the abyss had now taken on a tangible form, visible and palpable. Were it anyone else, they might grapple with how to proceed in such an environment. However, a smile appeared on Qin Zhao's face. The reason was simple. These mists, akin to earthly cotton candy, were imbued with a potent coldness and spiritual energy. The silver frost fire of Qin Shao, initially a mere flicker during its collection, remained untouched within the fire cave after its preservation. When his cultivation was rendered null, Qin Shao resurrected his prowess, wielding the silver frost fire as a formidable weapon against adversaries. It was only then that he discerned its imperfections, not due to any inherent flaw within the fire itself, but rather because its spark was exceedingly feeble. Unless Qin Shao could cultivate to the realm of profound fire beyond the profound soul, he could never hope to mend or restore the silver frost fire through his own strength. Each prior attempt at utilization had only served to diminish it further. Upon stepping into the Ice Valley Sky platform, enveloped by the chilling mists emanating from the abyss, Qin Shao realized that the frigid essence within these vapors could nurture the silver frost fire, revitalizing it and rendering it far more potent than before. Once the chill was absorbed, what remained in the mist was an abundance of ethereal energy, far richer than that found outside. This presented an excellent opportunity for cultivation advancement. Thus, after reaching the 50th layer of the Ice Valley Sky platform, with each stride, Qin Shao would absorb the cold mist entirely. Now, after more than half a month, his cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of Meridian Establishment, merely a step away from the realm of Profound Soul, while the Silver Frost Fire had grown exponentially stronger. Qin Shao brimmed with confidence. Upon entering the realm of Profound Soul, he believed that with the now immensely powerful Silver Frost Fire, few among the disciples of the Ice Profound sect would be able to rival him. The injuries of Ningfei, with the assistance of the Ice Spirit Spring, should pose no immediate concern. Yet he wondered how long Imo Qingzhu could aid her. He needed to exit swiftly. Determination gleamed in Qin Shao's eyes. The cold mist within the Ice Valley Sky platform was an unexpected boon he encountered after joining the Ice Profound sect. While it was indeed a fortunate turn of events to enhance his cultivation in such a short time, his ultimate purpose in joining the sect remained to heal Ningfei. Were it not for the increasing difficulty of retreating deeper into the Ice Valley Sky platform, he would never allow his training to jeopardize Ningfei's recovery. With his mind set, Qin Shao quickened his pace, eyeing the howling cold wind. His figure gradually faded into the mist. Time slipped by in a heartbeat. Deep within Frosted Snow Mountain, the long-sealed ascending snow platform re-emerged. Before the ascending snow platform, a narrow path appeared, wide enough for only a single person to pass through. This path, once concealed within the ubiquitous mist of Frosted Snow Mountain, had gradually become visible over the past few days. On this particular morning, the ringing of bells resonated throughout Frosted Snow Mountain. Simultaneously, the robust voice of the Grand Elder echoed in the ears of the gathered disciples. The time has come. All disciples, follow me to the ascending snow platform. With that, the disciples of the Ice Profound sect departed their residences, heading toward the martial arts square. In the forefront stood 4 elders, followed by 4 direct disciples, with inner and outer disciples gathering thereafter. The command of Elder Tianjing. The crowd advanced deeper into Frosted Snow Mountain. The journey took over an hour, and at last, they arrived before the ascending snow platform. Gazing at the towering platform, several people high, and the narrow path that connected it, the disciples exhibited solemn expressions. This expedition could very well determine the future leader of the Ice Profound sect. All disciples must exert their utmost efforts. Elder Tianjing's words ignited excitement among the direct and inner disciples preparing for the trial. All gazes fell upon the 4 individuals standing before the platform. Each of the 4 direct disciples was a paragon within the sect, their futures boundless. Among them, the most captivating was undoubtedly the young man clad in azure robes, exuding an air of refinement. His ethereal presence and handsome visage elicited a chorus of admiration from the female disciples. Brother Wenqian. The legacy of the frozen snow ancient land belongs to Brother Wenqian alone. Only he can elevate the Ice Profound sect to greater heights. Imo Qingzhu and Chang Guang maintained stoic expressions, accustomed to such displays, while Bai Jing wore a smile, as a fellow direct disciple. He had established a rapport with Wenqian early on. Should Wenqian ascend to the leadership position, his own status would surely rise in tandem. That moment, a figure approached at a leisurely pace from the distance. It was a woman in white, her black hair tied back, cradling a jade zither, adorned in a silver belt and shoes, her demeanor exuding a chilling tranquility. Although none recognized her, an undeniable aura emanated from her, subtly eclipsing even Wenqian's presence. Upon her arrival, Imo Qingzhu immediately clasped her hands in greeting, Sister Lengyue. The others, Chang Guang, Bai Jing, and Wenqian, followed suit, offering respectful salutes. Those unaware of her identity soon realized. So this is Sister Lengyue. It was said that she had entered the Ice Profound sect alongside the sect leader at a young age, having been part of the sect even longer than the 3rd elder. Now it seemed, as a disciple of the sect leader, Sister Lengyue's prowess was indeed formidable. Amidst the murmurs of admiration, Lengyue ascended the high platform. She first greeted the 4 elders, then took her place beside them with her zither in hand. Tianjing nodded, glancing at the narrow path at the platform's end. This path led to a cavern exuding an oppressive chill, and beyond it lay the long-anticipated frozen snow ancient land. As the sun reached its zenith, Tianjing declared, "The time has come. Everyone, let us proceed." Chapter 61. The frozen snow ancient land. Almost simultaneously with the Grand Elder's proclamation, the 5 direct disciples and a multitude of inner disciples entered the cave. Upon stepping inside, an overwhelming wave of cold rushed to meet them. O Qingzhu, accompanied by Jin Shi and several other direct disciples, promptly instructed, use your profound soul to activate your profound qi, allowing it to envelop your body and shield against the cold. Jin Shi and the others immediately complied. Indeed, the chill that had previously suppressed their profound qi was swiftly kept at bay through the activation of their profound souls. Grateful glances were cast towards Mo Qingzhu, yet she merely shook her head. This was merely a technique essential for entering the frozen snow ancient land, well known to the inner disciples who had followed their direct mentors. The reason she had not mentioned it earlier was that her attention had been wholly devoted to the ancient texts within the library over the past few days. Following her instructions, Jin Shi visited the ice spirit spring daily, ostensibly to collect spring water, but in truth, to monitor Ning Feishua's condition. As the two gradually observed, Ning Feishua's condition not only showed no signs of improvement, but appeared to have worsened significantly. The surface of her body was even beginning to be covered by a thin layer of frost. When she reported this to the Grand Elder, he merely referred to it as part of the healing process. However, Mo Qingzhu remained skeptical of his reassurances. Just the previous day, while perusing the ancient texts in the library, she stumbled upon a record detailing the exploits of Xian Xiao, the founder of the Ice Profound sect. Xian Xiao was a formidable figure, renowned hundreds of years ago in the Qingyang cultivation kingdom. Not only was he exceptionally powerful, but he also possessed the Ice Profound body, ranked 15th among the stars of the Xianhuang realm. With a 1,000-mile picture of snow upon his back, he could freeze the very heavens with a mere gesture, leaving few capable of standing against him. Within the description of the Ice Profound body was a crucial detail. Those who bore this physique often suffered from cold poison before awakening their 1,000-mile snow image, leading to severe cases where their bodies became entirely encased in frost, resembling ice statues. Once fully frozen, no means could save their lives. Recalling Jin Shi's observations of Ning Feishue, Mo Qingzhu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She questioned whether Li Mingde and the Grand Elder were aware of this matter, but with the sect leader in seclusion, no one aside from the Grand Elder could address the issue regarding the Ice Profound body. In such circumstances, as an outsider, her only recourse was to pray for Ning Feishue's safety. Lost in thought, the group traversed the elongated ice cavern for nearly half an hour. Suddenly, a bright light appeared ahead, eliciting excitement from those at the forefront. Are we nearly there? Mo Qingzhu murmured to herself as they stepped out of the ice cave. They were met with a scene starkly different from that of frosted snow mountain. Standing at the cave's exit, Mo Qingzhu found herself upon soft grass, with blooming peach trees before her. The verdant grass and scattered peach blossoms basked in warm sunlight, reminiscent of early March, a sight indicating the arrival of spring after the snow's retreat. This land, devoid of the chilling essence that had suppressed even profound qi within the cave, and lacking the persistent cold of frosted snow mountain, was a remarkable contrast. It was now June, after the peach blossoms had fallen. And given the perpetual snowfall over frosted snow mountain due to the formation, such a scene should have been impossible. Yet, the new world at the cave's end showcased a completely different vista. Jin Shi and the other inner disciples gazed in astonishment, quietly inquiring, Sister Qingzhu, did you know the frozen snow ancient land would be like this? Mo Qingzhu shook her head. This is my first visit as well. Equally astonished were Wen Qian, Changguang, and Bai Jing. These three, like Mo Qingzhu, had only recently become direct disciples of the Ice Profound sect and had never had the chance to explore the frozen snow ancient land. In contrast, Ling Yue, who had remained composed throughout, appeared to possess knowledge of the underlying mysteries. Noticing the attention of Mo Qingzhu and the others upon her, Ling Yue raised an eyebrow but offered no further comment. Turning to leave instead. Let us commence our search, she declared. Mo Qingzhu finished speaking to Jin Shi and the others, then instructed them to enter the peach grove and disperse in different directions. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Jin Shi, who had ventured deep into the grove, suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream from ahead. What has happened? Jin Shi's eyes widened in alarm as he hurriedly followed the source of the sound. Before long, he spotted a fellow inner disciple engaged in a fierce battle with a snow-white ape deep within the forest. The ape had a green face and sharp fangs, and its white fur emanated an even more intense chill than that of an icy cavern, freezing all flora and fauna within a 3-meter radius. The inner disciple fighting the beast, despite unleashing powerful martial techniques, was unable to inflict even the slightest damage. Nearby, two blood-soaked youths lay on the ground. Both also inner disciples. Jin Qi sensed that their cultivation was at the first level of the Xianhun realm, while the disciple battling the ape, whom Jin Qi recognized as Qing Hong, was at the second level of the Xianhun realm. Just like him, Qing Hong, I'm here to assist you, Jin Qi shouted, gathering his Xuanqi into his palm and unleashing the renowned martial technique, the heart-understanding palm, collected by the Xianbing sect, with a screech. The ape felt the fierce wind behind it, abruptly swiping Qing Hong aside before lunging directly at Jin Qi. Watch out, junior sister. This beast can suppress Xuanqi. You are no match for it, Jin Qi. Left with no retreat, braced himself and struck out at the ape. Upon impact, a searing pain coursed through him as he staggered back. He looked down to see that his entire arm had been frozen at the moment of contact. And a frigid force surged towards his heart, overwhelming even his ice-attributed Xianhun. Cursed beast, what manner of monster is this? Jin Qi exclaimed in horror. Seeing this, Qing Hong rushed to help, but as he approached, the ape swatted him away as easily as one would swat a fly. When Qing Hong hit the ground, he was covered in frost, his complexion pale as if he had just recovered from a severe illness. The ape, seemingly enraged by Jin Qi's earlier ambush, disregarded Qing Hong's attempt to assist and viciously clawed at Jin Qi's neck. That strike could easily end her life. Realizing she could not defend herself, Jin Qi attempted to retreat, but the chilling force from her frozen arm had swiftly spread throughout her body, rendering her immobile, unable even to flee. As she stared helplessly at the ape closing in, despair washed over her face. Just as the icy claw was about to make contact, an unseen pressure suddenly descended upon the scene. Both Qing Hong and Jin Qi saw a shadow flash by, and a figure appeared before Jin Qi get back. Came a booming voice, accompanied by a wave of fiery energy that surged forth with unparalleled might. The formidable ape, which had easily bested both Jin Qi and Qing Hong, was sent flying by the force of the roar. Chapter 62. The arrival of Qin Shao. The sudden appearance of this figure, with just a single shout, had driven the white ape away. Qing Hong was astonished as he gazed at Jin Qi's silhouette, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. This person, she felt she had seen before. As the figure turned, he asked, "Are you all right?" It was only then that Jin Qi clearly saw his face. You, Qin Shao. Qin Shao had been in the Ice Valley for over a month. Throughout this time, he had traversed the Ice Valley's celestial pathway. With each of the 50 levels he ascended, the oppressive cold mist grew stronger. As he absorbed the frigid air, he hurried forward, his thoughts consumed by Ning Feishua's injuries, which compelled him to hasten his pace. Nevertheless, it took him this long to reach the end. The celestial pathway of the Ice Valley had a total of 99 levels. And upon reaching the final tier, Qin Zhao's cultivation had broken through to the Xianhun realm, transforming his Dantian into Xian, devouring the chaos. At the edge of the celestial pathway, Qin Shao sat cross-legged, his internal Xuanqi surging violently, gathering within his Dantian. The Xuanqi swelled like a lake, and from within the mystical waters, a silhouette gradually took form. Congeal, Qin Shao commanded, as the chaotic energy erupted from his inner world, enveloping the Xuanqi within his Dantian, swiftly solidifying the figure into substance. The figure's eyes opened, gleaming with divine light, and upon closer inspection, bore an uncanny resemblance to Qin Shao himself. He had successfully reconstituted his Xianhun. The chaotic Xianhun, initially ranked at the 3rd tier, was quite impressive. Qin Shao exhaled a sigh of relief. The Xianhun was categorized into 9 tiers, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. For ordinary martial cultivators, upon reaching the Xianhun realm, their spiritual essence would solidify based on innate potential. However, the spirit of the chaotic king body was not so easily confined. The chaotic body assimilates all into itself, creating a world of its own. The strength of the spirit was intrinsically linked to the small world within that chaotic body. In his previous life, Qin Shao began at the 1st tier of the Xianhun and ascended step by step to the peak of the 9th tier before becoming an emperor. In this life, his starting point was even higher. After stabilizing his realm, Qin Shao opened his eyes to find himself in a completely different realm, enveloped in the thick mist of the sealed snow ancient land. Upon entering this ancient land, Qin Shao immediately sensed its extraordinary nature. The sealed snow ancient land seemed detached from the frosty mountain and the world beyond. Its climate and scenery were harmoniously intertwined. Yet Qin Shao felt an underlying unease. There was something amiss here. Upon further exploration, he quickly uncovered several peculiarities within the sealed snow ancient land. It was teeming with snow-white demonic beasts, their strengths ranging from the first to the fifth levels of the Xianhun realm. In the depths of the peach grove, he even sensed an exceptionally powerful aura, estimating that the beast must possess at least the strength of the seventh or eighth level of the Xianhun realm. The demonic beasts of the sealed snow ancient land differed from those outside. They emitted an intensely powerful chill, which suppressed the Xuanqi upon striking. Thus, ordinary martial cultivators, or even the inner disciples of the Xianbing sect, who lacked sufficient strength in their ice-attributed Xianhun, would find it challenging to gain the upper hand even when facing similar-level demonic beasts. However, having completed his journey through the celestial pathway, Qin Shao was far less affected by such frigid energies. The only frustration he faced was that during battles with these beasts, their coldness hindered his ability to utilize the Xianhua and the burning flame, and his chaotic Xianhun currently lacked the power of an ice-attributed Xianhun. The only technique he could rely on was the Silver Frost Fire. Yet, even under the enhancement of the Silver Frost Fire, Qin Shao possessed the strength to compete with martial cultivators at the fifth level of the Xianhun realm, allowing him to easily eliminate beasts like the earlier ape with but a flick of his hand. What seemed effortless to Qin Shao appeared as an entirely different spectacle to Jin Qi. Why is he so powerful? Jin Qi's face was filled with astonishment. Upon first meeting Qin Shao, he had sparred with Ding Huai, and although he had gained the upper hand, his displayed cultivation and prowess had merely been at the level of a stronger outer disciple. Compared to inner disciples, he was hardly a match. Yet now, after a month had passed, he could effortlessly repel the fierce ape that had overwhelmed both Jin Qi and Qing Hong combined. What had transpired during this month? Unperturbed by Jin Qi's astonishment, Qin Shao turned just as the ape prepared to attack once more. With a howl, the ape's snow-white fur surged with an intensity of chill several times greater than before. Harnessing that icy pressure, it charged at Qin Shao. This level of beast truly lacks intelligence, Qin Shao scoffed, stepping forward. With a swift pointing gesture, akin to a bolt of lightning and as thunderous as a storm, he pierced through the ape's swinging clawed eye. In the next instant, the ferocious beast was shattered into pieces amidst a cacophony of thunder. What terrifying power! Jin Qi's mouth hung agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. Just moments ago, she had doubted Qin Zhao's strength, thinking perhaps he had utilized an unknown martial technique to repel the ape. Now, as Qin Shao truly unleashed his abilities, Jin Qi could confirm that he had indeed reached the level where he could annihilate that ferocious creature with a mere flick of his wrist. A month ago, he was regarded by many as an unworthy youth unfit for Ning Feishue. Now, he had become one of the top figures compared to the disciples of the Xianbing sect. In stark contrast to Jin Qi's astonishment, Qing Hong was filled with indignation. While it was certainly a blessing to have someone suddenly intervene to help him escape danger, upon realizing the identity of his savior, he immediately frowned. As an inner disciple, Qing Hong had long admired Jin Qi today. After being attacked by the white ape, he was elated by Jin Qi's assistance. If they could work together to defeat the beast, their relationship would surely grow even closer. Even if it was somewhat dangerous, it was still an opportunity. However, he never anticipated that Qin Shao would seize the chance first. Who was Qin Shao? The husband of Ning Feishue. A fool who had foolishly ventured into the Ice Valley's celestial pathway and become trapped within. According to Ding Huai, who had previously sparred with him, his cultivation and strength were merely on par with that of an outer disciple. Though Qing Hong did not know why he was here, his strength was evident. This person was far weaker than the inner disciples. The thunderous finger manifested with an air of ferocity, yet Qing Hong merely perceived it as ostentatious. The fact that even a mere outer disciple could extinguish the life of such a creature indicates that the white-furred ape must have been utterly exhausted from its struggle with him. Its attack on Jinch was clearly a desperate counterstrike, a last gasp of defiance. The moment when its energy was completely depleted, Qin Shao suddenly appeared and dispatched it with a single thrust. A clear act of reaping the rewards of another's labor. Having slain the ape, Qin Shao reached out to claim the translucent white demon core, intending to store it in his spatial ring. Unexpectedly, Qing Hong interjected, "Halt! This demon core should rightfully belong to both me and junior sister Jinch. Chapter 63. Young friend Qin Xiao. Qinghong's abrupt declaration left Qin Zhao's hands suspended in midair, and seizing the opportunity, Qinghong swiftly plucked the demon core from the ground, wiping away the bloodstains and grinning broadly as he approached Jinch. Junior sister Jinch, we expended considerable effort to subdue that white ape. Thus, I shall take this demon core for now. Once we return, I shall ensure you receive half of its value. Upon hearing this, Jinch's face flushed with indignation. Senior brother Qinghong, what are you saying? The white ape was slain by Qin Xiao. The demon core rightfully belongs to him. Qinghong shook his head dismissively. That is a grave misunderstanding. We were the ones who first discovered the white ape, and both my two junior brothers sustained injuries in the process. Junior sister, I too suffered some harm. While our young friend Qin Xiao delivered the final blow, we cannot disregard our contributions. Jinch rolled her eyes, acutely aware of the reality of the confrontation with the white ape. Before Qin Xiao intervened, the beast had still been quite vigorous. Did Qinghong truly believe he had claimed the lion's share of the credit? Noticing the dispute escalating, Qin Xiao merely waved his hand, then let it be yours. The demon cores from the Fengshui ancient land were unlike those of ordinary beasts, imbued with an immensely powerful chill, rivaling even the abyssal frost he had encountered previously. These cores were perfect materials for restoring and enhancing his silver frost fire. And having already hunted numerous beasts, he was not particularly concerned about this singular core. Seeing Qin Xiao concede, Qinghong's smile widened. After gathering the spoils, he assisted the injured duo towards Jinch and Qin Xiao. Noticing Qin Zhao's indifference, Jinch refrained from further protest. Qin Xiao regarded Jinch with curiosity. What brings you here? And who are they? They, she clarified, indicating Qinghong and the two injured inner disciples he had brought along. She quickly explained the circumstances surrounding the trial in the Fengshui ancient land. The trial site of the Xinbing sect? Qin Xiao recalled his journey from the Ice Valley Sky Pavilion, suddenly enlightened. Jinch continued, detailing events that had transpired prior to the trial's commencement. Upon hearing of a third-tier Xian physician treating Ning Feishuo, Qin Zhao's brows furrowed. Although he was unaware of the specifics of Ning Feishuo's condition, he recognized that conventional methods would be ineffective. While the ice spirit spring could temporarily suppress her ailment, it could not eradicate it. Even a third-tier Xian physician would find it a formidable challenge to heal Ning Feishuo's injuries. Furthermore, 49 days? As far as Qin Xiao knew, a Xian medical array that required such an extended duration to set up would necessitate at least a third-tier practitioner. He harbored suspicions that this individual might have ulterior motives. He needed to leave this place expeditiously. Qin Xiao muttered to himself. Hearing this, Jinch couldn't help but smile wryly. Exiting is likely impossible. The entrance to the Fengshui ancient land only opens twice every decade, each time lasting merely an hour. We entered not long ago, and the passage is already sealed. The next opening will occur in 10 days. 10 days? Qin Zhao's brow knitted tightly. If he retraced his steps, it would surely take longer than 10 days. Rather than turning back now, exploring the Fengshui ancient land would be more prudent. He could depart once the 10 days had elapsed. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable premonition that the Fengshui ancient land might be connected to Ning Feishuo's affliction. In that case, he resolved to investigate the Xinbing sect's place of inheritance. He had never heard of the Fengshui ancient land before. Only upon Jinch's mention did he learn of such a secret within the Xinbing sect. At present, as the sect leader was in seclusion, the opening of the Fengshui ancient land was overseen by the elders, with all inner and direct disciples having entered. Jinch inquired, what do you plan to do next? Qin Xiao pondered briefly before responding. First, I shall reunite with Imo Qingzhu. Seeing Qin Zhao's decision to accompany them, Qinghong promptly took charge. Young friend Qin Xiao, you should return with us to the main camp. Senior brother Changguang and senior sister Qingzhu are at the entrance of the Fengshui ancient land, ready to assist us in bringing back junior brothers Yining and Chang He. With that, he set down the two injured disciples and cleared a path for Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Since his encounter with Jinch and the others, Qinghong had been attempting to dominate their actions. He had initially been willing to concede the demon core out of courtesy to Jinch. However, having hunted more than one or two beasts since arriving in the Fengshui ancient land, he was not particularly concerned about this single core. To his surprise, his concession had only emboldened Qinghong to make unwarranted assumptions about his authority. Jinch, sensing the tension, stepped forward. Senior brother Qinghong, I will assist you. Qinghong furrowed his brow at her words, I recall young friend Qin Zhao's strength is on par with that of an outer disciple. Allowing him to carry the two junior brothers means we will be unable to defend ourselves should we encounter any beasts. Jinch was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Qin Hong harbored such thoughts. Qin Shao, momentarily stunned, began to understand why Qin Hong's demeanor had been so forceful. Just as he was about to speak, a white badger beast suddenly appeared before the five of them. The two injured disciples' expressions changed dramatically, and both Jinch and Qin Hong furrowed their brows in concern. The mere sight of the creature was enough for them to ascertain that it was no less formidable than the previous ape they had encountered. Qin Shao, grinning, hefted Yi Ning and Chang He onto his back, retreating several steps to distance himself from Qin Hong, Jinch, and the badger beast. Observing Qin Zhao's actions, Jinch couldn't help but chuckle wryly. She wished to clarify that she and Qin Hong were not allies. But the badger had already closed the distance, baring its teeth at them. With no avenue for retreat, Jinch shouted, "Attack!" Mindful palm. Taking the initiative, Jinch unleashed her signature martial technique, with Qin Hong following suit. Rainwave Hand. The two premier martial techniques of the Xianbing sect erupted simultaneously, and under the influence of their ice attribute Xian souls, the surrounding temperature plummeted. The injured disciples' eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope as they witnessed the combined might of Jinch and Qin Hong. Their prowess among the inner disciples was commendable. Previously, they had simply been caught off guard by the ape. Now, with their full strength combined, they would surely be able to dispatch the enemy in one strike. Qin Hong's Rainwave Hand was capable of directly contending with third-tier demon beasts. How could this badger beast possibly surpass that level? Imagining the scenario of the diminutive beast being vanquished, both martial artists advanced with their palms poised to strike. Yet, the creature, no larger than a human child, did not flinch or evade. Instead, it arched its body, allowing its soft white fur to be fully exposed. In its dark, glimmering eyes, a hint of disdain was unmistakably evident. Bang! The techniques of Jinch and Qin Hong collided with the badger beast, unleashing a torrent of Xian energy and frigid air. However, upon striking the seemingly feeble creature, there was no reaction whatsoever. Jinch and Qin Hong's faces paled at this revelation. Before they could withdraw, the badger slowly raised its head, locking eyes with the astonished humans, and flicked its short tail. Thud. Both Jinch and Qin Hong were sent flying from the force of the badger's tail. Chapter 64. A single finger to vanquish the badger. The badger's tail had swatted Jinch and Qin Hong away effortlessly, sending them crashing to the ground, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. They were utterly taken aback by the creature's strength. Yi Ning and Chang He stared in shock, unable to fathom how a creature that appeared no different from an ordinary beast could possess such power. Capable of casually tossing aside both Jinch and Qin Hong, as the two figures lay on the ground, Qin Hong was astounded, while Jinch wore a grim expression, glancing back at Qin Shao. She had already surmised that the badger was provoked by Qin Hong's earlier actions, deliberately seeking to make them suffer. Jinch yearned to voice her grievances but knew that articulating them would only serve to embarrass Qin Hong. After all, Qin Hong was a significant figure under Changwang, and antagonizing him would undoubtedly create complications for Mo Qingzhu. As Jinch hesitated, the badger beast lunged forward once more. Its small frame moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Qin Hong shouted in a bid to retaliate, but as the badger raised its forepaw, the glimmering chill emanating from its claws caused his pupils to constrict in terror, an icy dread enveloping him. Jinch could also sense the scent of death emanating from that paw in this critical moment. Qin Shao intervened once again. With a flick of his finger, a burst of thunder erupted, the thunder finger crackling with arcs of electricity, piercing the badger beast entirely as the creature fell to the ground. Blood sprayed forth, its flesh torn and lifeless. This time, the spectators could clearly see that when Jin Shi and Qin Hong attempted to ambush the badger beast, they inflicted no harm upon it whatsoever. It was evident that the final blow delivered by Qin Shao was a decisive one. Remarkable? Yi Ning gasped in astonishment, while Chang He stood in stunned silence. The two began to mentally compare the young man with their longtime mentor. Changguang, if the mentor were present, who among them would be stronger, he or Qin Shao? Among the gathered crowd, only Qin Hong wore a face full of indignation. Observing Qin Zhao's kill of the badger beast, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Young friend Qin Shao, your skills are impressive, Without unleashing my full capabilities, I find myself somewhat lacking compared to your singular prowess. Oh, Qin Shao replied with a slight smile. So you have yet to reveal your hidden abilities? Qing Hong scoffed. Of course. Every inner disciple of the Xianbing sect has the opportunity to learn a low-grade spiritual martial art from the library. Although only a select few manage to master it, those individuals are undoubtedly the pillars of our sect. At the mention of pillars, Qing Hong puffed out his chest, brimming with confidence. Is that so? Qin Shao glanced at Jin Qi, who, upon being questioned, hurriedly lowered her gaze to be why now. She could clearly discern Qin Zhao's attitude. The sect grants each inner and personal disciple certain privileges, including access to the martial arts in the library. However, the difficulty of mastering these techniques is considerable, and few succeed within the sect. Qin Shao inquired further, have you and he, then, managed to learn it? Jin Qi swallowed nervously and muttered softly, both Qing Hong and I have been practicing Frost Explosion for over 3 months and have just begun to scratch the surface. 3 months, and you've only just begun to grasp it? Qin Shao nodded. What, do you look down on that? Qing Hong shot a glare at Qin Shao. This individual had been irking him since earlier. In Qing Hong's view, despite Qin Zhao's recent display of skill in slaying the badger beast, he hardly seemed superior. If he were to exert his full strength, he could easily contend with that beast. Powered by the might of Frost Explosion. As for Qin Shao, young friend Qin Shao, from my observation, your cultivation seems to be at the first level of the Shinhan realm. Correct. Indeed, Qin Shao confirmed. Having just rushed back from the Ice Valley, he had the opportunity to continue his cultivation, and though the beasts and beast cores here could be absorbed for refinement, they wouldn't yield significant enhancement in such a short time. Thus, he resolved to explore first. Noticing Qin Shao leisurely collecting beast cores while responding to his questions, Qing Hong realized he had no further reason to demand anything and advised, though you are not a member of the Xianbing sect. Here in the Ice Valley, we must band together. I suggest you conserve some of those ice attribute beast cores. They could serve as leverage for protection when we encounter others. Upon hearing this, Jin Qi's expression turned exceedingly peculiar. Setting aside her awareness of Mo Qingzhu's attitude towards Qin Shao and Ning Feishue, it was clear that he would not be seeking any form of protection. Moreover, the prowess and tactics Qin Shao had just demonstrated led her to suspect he possessed the strength to navigate the Ice Valley independently. However, Qing Hong persisted, continuing to elaborate on his suggestions as their group resumed their journey. Senior brother Chang Guang is known for his generosity. Who doesn't he know that? Even if you are Ning Feishue's husband, as long as you are willing to humble yourself, senior brother will protect you. You must think it over. Senior brother Wen Qian was quite infatuated with Ning Feishue, and although sect rules prevent him from acting against you, in the Ice Valley, at the mention of Wen Qian, Jin Qi's face finally changed. Within the sect, everyone was aware of Wen Qian's pursuit of Ning Feishue, and when it became known that she had come to the Xianbing sect with her husband, many speculated on how Wen Qian would respond. However, before Wen Qian could act, Qin Shao had entered the Ice Valley Sky Pavilion, incited by Bai Jing and the others, and gradually, the disciples forgot about the matter. Now, Qing Hong was undoubtedly stoking the flames. Wen Qian, is it? I indeed wish to meet him. Qin Shao finally spoke up after a lengthy silence. This so-called Wen Qian, a personal disciple, had only been involved with Ning Feishue a few years ago, and Qin Shao had not given the matter much thought, as Ning Feishue had chosen him. However, since arriving at the Xianbing sect, he had encountered countless individuals comparing him to Wen Qian, with some even suggesting that Ning Feishue had made a poor choice. His entry into the Ice Valley Sky Pavilion was meant to demonstrate that Ning Feishue's husband was no mere weakling. Now, Qin Shao realized that if he did not subdue this individual, Ning Feishue would likely bear the stigma of having made a foolish choice in the eyes of the disciples at the Xianbing sect. Therefore, confronting Wen Qian was an imperative he must undertake. Fortunately, with both inner and personal disciples present in the Ice Valley, he need not fear that his challenge to Wen Qian would attract interference from the Xianbing sect due to his status as an outsider. While Qing Hong continued to prattle on, Qin Shao fell silent once more. Under this silence, the group pressed onward. Something feels amiss. Suddenly, Qin Shao halted, his expression grave, mirrored by Jin Qi's serious demeanor. They gazed ahead into the peach orchard. An ominous premonition rising within them. Chapter 65. Dusk Valley. In the Ice Valley, the dense peach grove was composed of relatively low trees with ample space between them, unlike the deep, shadowy forests of the Lingyun Mountains, where visibility was limited. Yet, For reasons unknown, as Qin Shao traversed this familiar path, he walked for half an hour amidst the peach trees without encountering a single soul. If nothing unexpected occurred, my entry into the Ice Valley and subsequent separation from you all should have been brief. We should have returned to the ice cave by now, Jin Qi remarked, glancing at Qing Hong and the others. I feel similarly, Qing Hong replied, his brow furrowed, his gaze settling on the weary expressions of Yi Ning and Chang He. My two junior brothers and I walked for about 15 minutes before encountering that white ape beast, a maze. No, this is an art of Qi Min Dunjia. Qin Shao's eyes narrowed, a sense of alertness surging within him. A maze is akin to a fog or other obscuring method that hinders one's ability to perceive the surroundings, compounded by formations that make escape difficult. Whereas Qi Min Dunjia operates without illusion, relying solely on the manipulation of terrain within a certain range to restrict one's movements. A maze is merely a lower-tier formation, manageable by someone of lesser cultivation, even attainable by a Xianhun realm cultivator with external aid. However, Qi Min Dunjia is the pinnacle of formation techniques, accessible only to those of formidable power. Once enacted, the spatial domain within becomes an inescapable prison. This peach grove, it seems, is indeed extraordinary. Just as Qin Shao was acutely aware of potential crises, a deafening roar erupted from deep within the forest. The group turned their attention toward the sound, witnessing a colossal elephant, its entire body cloaked in fur, suddenly rise from the thicket. What is that? Jin Qi, Qing Hong, and the others were aghast. Even Qin Shao found himself murmuring in disbelief. The giant elephant, when standing, boasted legs as thick as tree trunks, capable of flattening an entire peach grove with a single step. Its height was that of several men, and even from a distance, the aura it exuded sent shivers down the spines of Qin Shao and the others. This beast is at least a 5th-grade demon beast. What shocked everyone further was that, like the previous ape, this giant elephant was covered in snow-white fur, and upon its emergence, snowflakes began to fall across a wide area, transforming the grove's scenery merely by its presence. In Qin Shao's perception, the chill emanating from this beast rivaled that of the icy mist found on the 80th floor of the Ice Valley Sky Pavilion. You don't mean the Xianbing sect's legacy intends to slay this creature, do you? Qin Shao's expression darkened. Even with his strength, facing such an opponent would be perilous in the extreme. After all, this kind of monster was something Qin Shao had only encountered in the memories of his past life. Presently, not to mention 5th-grade demon beasts, even the 3rd-grade demon beast, Little He, that had appeared in Feiyun City, and the crimson-scaled blood python from before, left him without confidence in his ability to prevail. Jin Qi shook her head in confusion. As the 5 of them stood perplexed, the giant elephant let out another deafening bellow and lifted its foot. Thud! As it struck the ground, the entire peach grove trembled. The colossal beast seemed entirely unfazed, resuming its strides toward a specific direction within the grove. Seeing this, Qin Shao furrowed his brow and suddenly had an idea. We must follow. Jin Qi blinked, still puzzled, but she matched Qin Zhao's pace. Qing Hong appeared somewhat reluctant, yet unable to devise a better plan. He decided to accompany Yi Ning and Chang He. The giant elephant's massive body moved slowly, but each step covered an impressive distance. Qin Shao and his companions were compelled to exert their profound energy in order to barely keep pace with its astounding speed. Initially, they traversed through a peach grove, but after following the colossal elephant for nearly half an hour, the scenery around them began to shift gradually. The vibrant peach blossoms vanished, replaced by a desolate wilderness. On the barren plain, the ground was cracked, devoid of any signs of life, with only faint specks of white visible on the fissured soil, indicating the presence of ice fragments within the permafrost. The expanse of frozen earth was not vast. At the horizon, it merged with another flourishing peach grove, while at the very center of the plain lay a canyon. Following the giant elephant, Qin Shao and his companions advanced at a leisurely pace. And after an hour, they arrived at the mouth of the canyon. Standing at the entrance, Qin Zhao's emotions were a complex tapestry of confusion and unease. Not only he, but Jin Qi and even the typically loquacious Qing Hong fell into a profound silence. The reason was simple. Before them lay a graveyard. This was not a burial ground for humans, but rather for the very giant elephant that had recently entered. As he gazed around, Qin Shao noticed the enormous remains scattered throughout the valley. Apart from the elephant, No other creature could boast remains of such magnitude. The bones resembled small mountains. Even in death, the skeletal remains of the giant beast exuded an intimidating pressure, with frost enveloping the nearby mounds in a chilling embrace. In this valley, death and cold were the only constants. Witnessing this scene stirred something within Qin Shao. The creatures of the frozen snow ancient land differed significantly from the beasts of the outside world. In addition to their white fur, they emanated a potent chill. Based on Qin Zhao's deductions, this was undoubtedly a consequence of enduring a frigid environment over an extended period. The dilemma lay in the fact that the peach grove was warm and spring-like, showing no trace of ice or snow. The frost only became apparent upon entering the desolate frozen earth. Thus, it was highly plausible that the beasts of the frozen snow ancient land originated from a land of extreme cold, or that they underwent such transformations due to the influence of the cold. Qin Shao speculated that the white-furred elephant was the sovereign among the beasts of the frozen snow ancient land. At the very least, the intense chill it exuded indicated that it could not survive without sufficient spiritual energy imbued with cold. If that were the case, the destination to which this giant elephant was heading might very well conceal the secrets of the frozen snow ancient land. This was the very reason he had chosen to follow it. Just as Qin Shao prepared to enter the canyon, several figures suddenly appeared within his line of sight. They were a group of young martial practitioners, unmistakably disciples of the Xianbing sect from their attire. Among them, Qin Shao recognized familiar faces such as Mo Qingzhu and Bai Jing, making their identities self-evident. Sister Qingzhu, Brother Changwang, Jin Qi, and Qing Hong exclaimed almost simultaneously. The disciples of the Xianbing sect, who were on the verge of exploring the canyon, turned at the sound. Upon seeing Qin Shao, a peculiar expression crossed their faces. Why was he here? Hadn't he perished in the Ice Valley Sky Pavilion? How dare he venture into the frozen snow ancient land? With Brother Wen Qin present, Qin Shao was surely courting disaster. Under the scrutiny of many gazes, Qin Shao offered a faint smile and stated, "I come on behalf of Ning Feishue." Chapter 66. The resurrection of the fire-devouring sun-body. Qin Zhao's appearance caught many off guard. Almost simultaneously as he arrived at the canyon with Qing Hong and the others, a voice emerged from the crowd. "This place is a forbidden area of the Xianbing sect. How dare you, an outsider, trespass? According to the sect's rules, you shall be executed." The crowd turned to see that the speaker was Yang Hai, the foremost among the inner disciples who often followed the direct disciple Wen Qin. His words ignited the anger of the Xianbing sect disciples. The few direct disciples occasionally clashed over the position of sect leader, leading to some underlying tensions among the inner and outer disciples. However, at its core, this was an internal conflict within the sect. Now, with an outsider appearing in a trial related to the position of sect leader, it was only natural for them to seek trouble with him. Jin Qi and Mo Qingzhu, who had just joined forces, were about to defend him, but Mo Qingzhu pressed down on her shoulder. "Sister, Qin Shao." Noticing Jin Qi's anxious demeanor, Mo Qingzhu merely shook her head. "Right now, neither of us can speak. Some matters require him to explain himself." Jin Qi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in understanding. Under the intense scrutiny of countless eyes, Qin Shao perceived the hostile atmosphere and couldn't help but scoff. "As the rule of your Xianbing sect merely a slap in the face of your own principles? What do you mean by that?" The disciples retorted in unison. They expected Qin Shao to cower under such unfavorable circumstances, yet he responded with an unexpected boldness. Qin Shao cast a glance at these individuals, and a realization dawned upon him. The Ice Valley Sky Pavilion was a challenge for young disciples. Ning Feishue had set a record of reaching the 31st level 2 years prior. Perhaps even stronger records existed in the sect's archives. But at least in the last decade, Ning Feishue was the first to achieve such a feat. This meant that no one had successfully completed the entire Ice Valley Sky Pavilion. Nor did anyone know where the narrow path shrouded in mist truly led. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on Bai Jing as he calmly stated, "The end of the Ice Valley Sky Pavilion leads directly to the frozen snow ancient land." His words sent shockwaves through the assembly. The disciples' pupils constricted sharply. They were not astonished by the secret of the Ice Valley Sky Pavilion, but rather by the revelation that this person had managed to traverse all 99 levels. What Qin Shao did not know was that disciples who had spent some time in the Xianbing sect would hear a long-standing legend. If a disciple could successfully navigate the entire Ice Valley Sky Pavilion, they could lead the sect back to its pinnacle. Such a rumor was nothing short of astonishing. Beyond the notion of resurgence, the conditions were even more crucial, completing the Ice Valley Sky Pavilion. While it may seem a straightforward statement, those who had truly walked this path understood how extraordinary it was. The Ice Valley Sky Pavilion served as the genuine passage from the Ice Valley to the frozen snow ancient land. This narrow path spanned the cliffs of the Ice Valley, and the frigid abyss below would be inundated with relentless cold mists that could lower temperatures beyond what even cultivation could withstand. The current sect leader had traversed this route before entering seclusion, and even with her cultivation surpassing the Xianhun realm, she had only reached the 33rd level. According to her, after reaching the 30th level, her cultivation had been significantly suppressed, and progressing further relied heavily on the Ice Xianhun. The sect leader estimated that after reaching the 50th level, profound energy would lose its efficacy, and the only thing to rely on would be the strength of the Ice Xianhun, or rather, the methods martial practitioners could employ to contend with such terrifying cold. A robust Xianhun indicated a powerful innate ability. Thus, completing all 99 levels would prove that this individual Ice Xianhun had reached its zenith. Consequently, claiming he could lead the Xianbing sect back to its peak was not mere empty rhetoric. Who exactly was this person, capable of finishing all 99 levels of the Sky Pavilion? Amidst countless astonished gazes, a disciple shouted hoarsely, "Impossible! Your cultivation is not even at the Xianhun level. How could an outsider without an Ice Xianhun possibly traverse the Ice Valley Sky Pavilion?" The disciples turned to see that the speaker was Su Qiu, an inner disciple next to Bai Jing. Su Qiu had a good rapport with Ding Huai from the outer sect, and his words carried some credibility. This declaration spread rapidly among the crowd. Exactly, a waste without even cultivating an Ice Xianhun. All present here possess cultivation beyond the Xianhun level. We cannot achieve what this waste can. Bai Jing's eyes darkened as he coldly declared, "Qin Shao, I know you possess some abilities. I witnessed you use certain means to reach the 50th level of the Sky Pavilion, but beyond that point, you cannot possibly proceed." Bai Jing was so certain because he had personally witnessed the flame extinguish amidst the mist. An inner disciple who had witnessed the same scene exclaimed, "This person possesses the fire-devouring sun body, relying on the constant spiritual fire within to combat the cold of the Sky Pavilion trial." By the 50th level, even his flame was extinguished. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The existence of the fire-devouring sun body had been speculated when Qin Shao first ascended the Sky Pavilion, and many deemed the likelihood quite high. However, after that day, Qin Shao had vanished from the Sky Pavilion, and neither had he returned nor had that flame been seen again. Everyone assumed he had perished. Those already harboring animosity towards Qin Shao, such as Bai Jing and others, would not divulge the matter of the fire-devouring sun body without reason, as it would only serve to elevate another while diminishing their own standing. Revisiting past events today, the mere mention of the fire-devouring sun body sent the disciples of the Xianbing sect's breaths quickening. The 9th-ranked fire-devouring sun body of the Xianhuang star, a peerless physique that could be revered as a prodigious talent anywhere, a monstrous genius capable of mastering countless flames to forge a path, incinerating all in existence. Such a figure now stood before them. Yet, the shock did not linger for long. What if he truly possessed the fire-devouring sun body? Bai Jing coldly regarded Qin Shao and declared, "This is the Xianbing sect. Fire and ice are inherently incompatible. Moreover, you are but a waste without even a Xianhun. Even with unparalleled talent, you remain merely an ant." Having spoken, a radiant glow suddenly emerged from his dantian, shimmering in a spectrum of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. The hue of the glow was orange, signifying a second-grade Xian soul. The inner disciples present were visibly stirred by this spectacle, as the level of Xian soul is a testament to a martial cultivator's innate talent. Although a second-grade Xian soul is not the most formidable within the sect, it is still quite commendable. Furthermore, Bai Jing's second-grade Xian soul exhibited a profound depth of color, suggesting that it was merely a hair's breadth away from reaching the 3rd grade. Bai Jing cast a disdainful glance at Qin Shao, his expression seemingly questioning whether Qin Shao possessed such capabilities. In response, Qin Shao flashed a grin. "Xian soul? Is that what you're referring to?" He summoned his Xian Qi, causing a tremor to resonate. Suddenly, a yellow glow burst forth from his dantian, the color of which belonged to the Xian soul and was strikingly deep, nearing the threshold of a green 4th-grade Xian soul, an upper 3rd grade. At that moment, the breaths of all present grew rapid with astonishment, Chapter 67. The Peril of Ning Feishui, 3rd Grade Upper Xian Soul. The instant Qin Shao revealed his Xian soul, not only did the disciples of the Xianbing sect, who had initially assumed he lacked even the Xian soul realm, express their shock, but even Qing Hong and Jin Qi, who had accompanied him, were taken aback. They knew he possessed the cultivation of the first Xian soul realm, yet they were unaware that Qin Zhao's Xian soul was a full 3rd grade, and an upper one at that. Such innate talent was indeed extraordinary, coupled with the fire-devouring young body. Should he continue to develop, he would be virtually invincible. Gasps of astonishment reverberated throughout the crowd. Bi Jing's countenance darkened ominously. It was evident to all that Qin Zhao's display of his Xian soul grade was a direct comparison meant to overshadow him, simultaneously slapping down the earlier claims of his lack of ability. With this realization, he couldn't help but turn to look at Qing Hong and Jin Qi. These two, having traveled alongside Qin Shao, must surely be aware of his level of cultivation, yet they remained silent. Jin Qi sighed with a rueful smile, while Qing Hong stood tall, glaring back defiantly as a supporter of Chang Guang's faction. He had no reason to fear Bai Jing's wrath. As the situation unfolded, the gaze of many disciples shifted towards a young man amidst the crowd. Clad in a blue robe and adorned with a jade belt, he appeared refined and amiable. Even upon witnessing Qin Zhao's 3rd grade Upper Xian soul, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Qin Shao, however, deduced his identity from the reactions around him. He was Wen Qian, sure enough. Junior brother Wen Qian, Bai Jing addressed him with a tone laced with familiarity. Wen Qian nodded politely, yet the look in his eyes towards Bai Jing lacked the respect typically afforded to a senior. The members of the Xianbing sect regarded Wen Qian with warmth, for only he among those present could rival Qin Zhao's level of Xian soul. Bathed in the attention of the crowd, Wen Qian smiled gently. What a coincidence. My Xian soul is also a 3rd grade upper. As he spoke, a earthy yellow radiance emanated from his dantian. Though it appeared slightly inferior to Qin Zhao's, it still qualified as a 3rd grade upper. More importantly, everyone knew that Wen Qian's prowess was unmatched among them. Even those who had been in the sect for years, such as Mo Qingzhu, paled in comparison. Young friend Qin Shao, innate talent is one matter, but strength is another. Without commensurate power to back it up, excessive talent may even attract misfortune. Qin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, for he discerned the veiled implication in the man's words. Although few were aware of the incident involving the theft of the fire-devouring young body, Wen Qian's keen interest in Ning Feishui suggested he might be privy to this information as well. Qin Shao smiled lightly, unwavering. Thank you for the reminder. I believe I am now capable of handling the troubles that my talent may bring. Oh? A flicker of malice flashed in Wen Qian's eyes, yet his smile remained as affable as ever. Then let me see how you fare in the trials ahead. With this, there was nothing further to discuss. The crowd dispersed, following their respective senior disciples into the valley to search, and Qin Shao made his way to where Mo Qingzhu and Jin Qi were situated. Why apologies for not speaking up earlier. I hope you are not upset, Mo Qingzhu said softly. Qin Shao shook his head. You were under no obligation to assist me. Furthermore, had you recklessly accepted me, a non-disciple of the Xianbing sect, into the Fengshui ancient land before I had revealed my strength, you would have merely made yourself a target alongside me. Mo Qingzhu wore a bright smile. That's good to hear. Let us explore the valley together from here on. However, before we proceed, there are certain matters I need to clarify. With that, Mo Qingzhu exchanged a few words with Jin Qi and the other inner disciples before leading Qin Shao to a secluded corner. You've likely heard some details regarding Sister Feishui from Jin Qi. Correct? Qin Shao nodded. What I am about to share is merely speculation at this point, and I have no evidence to support it. But I ask you to remain calm after hearing it, for it may not even be the case. Even if it is true, there is nothing we can do at present. As Mo Qingzhu spoke, his expression turned grave. Qin Shao furrowed his brow. Nothing has yet unsettled me. I hope that remains true, Mo Qingzhu said softly, before revealing what he had discovered from ancient texts. Hundreds of years ago, the extraordinarily gifted Xianbing ancestor founded the Xianbing sect in the Morning Sun Cultivation Nation. During the ancestor's lifetime, the Xianbing sect was a premier force in the nation, boasting incredible strength. After the ancestor's passing, however, the sect struggled to find a suitable successor, and over the centuries, it gradually declined, ultimately becoming a minor sect in southern China. Despite its diminished stature, the Xianbing sect remained a dominant power in the south. Over the years, the sect periodically dispatched disciples to various locations in search of suitable candidates for entry into the sect, occasionally yielding results, and the inner disciples typically emerge from these efforts. Yet a suitable heir to assume the role of sect leader remained elusive, leading the current leader to place hope in the sect's established rules. Every 10 years, the Fengshui Ancient Land opens its doors. If someone can obtain the inheritance within, they may become a candidate for the sect leader. The current leader inherited the position 30 years ago after receiving the inheritance from the Fengshui Ancient Land. Since the leader's ascension, 2 openings of the Fengshui Ancient Land had passed without any inheritance being claimed. They had anticipated a smooth third opening, but 2 years ago, a twist occurred. After Ning Feishue entered the mountains, she first ventured into the Ice Valley's Tianzhan, where she successfully ascended 31 levels with her pulse-building cultivation. Subsequently, she was granted an audience with the leader, and they conversed throughout the night. Following their meeting, the leader took a keen interest in Ning Feishue, intending not only to designate her as a direct disciple, but also hinting at the possibility of making her the successor. This was a situation that had not occurred in over 20 years. Mo Qingzhu gazed intently into Qin Zhao's eyes, speaking solemnly. The succession of the Xianbing sect has largely relied on the Fengshui Ancient Land for centuries. The leader's insistence on this matter leads me to suspect it may be more complex than it appears. Following this thread, I discovered records about our ancestors in the library, and the descriptions therein bear significant resemblance to Ning Feishue's condition. Are you suggesting? Qin Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as Mo Qingzhu continued. Ning Feishue may be the successor that the Xianbing sect has long sought, possessing the same I Xian body as our ancestors and a few past leaders. Chapter 68. The Mountain of Skeletal Corpses. The I Xian body ranks 15th among the myriad physiques in the Xinhuang star. When the I Xian body manifests, it can freeze miles of land. Upon reaching mastery, snow falls at the wave of a hand, and mountains and rivers are encased in I Seed I in terms of destructive range. Even the fire-devouring young body would find it hard to compete. Was the Xianbing ancestor an I Xian body? Qin Shao raised an eyebrow, somewhat unperturbed. Compared to the fire-devouring young body and even the Chaos King body, the I Xian body is relatively more prevalent. It is not impossible for a less than fully realized I Xian body to establish a sect in the Morning Sun Cultivation Nation. The issue lies in the fact that, according to Mo Qingzhu, Ning Feishue is also an I Xian body. The I Xian body feeds on icy spiritual energy and has a remarkable resistance to cold. However, you claim that Ning Feishue harbors cold poison, which seems to contradict this hypothesis, does it not? Possessing the fire-devouring young body, Qin Shao may not be immune to fire attribute martial techniques, yet his resistance is significantly stronger than that of ordinary martial cultivators. Moreover, the true harm he faces comes not from the flames themselves, but from the Xian Qi contained within the martial techniques. If Ning Feishue is indeed an I Xian body, how could she be afflicted by cold poison? Mo Qingzhu inquired, are you aware of the myriad poison body, which ranks 7th? Qin Shao nodded. The myriad poison body harbors countless rare toxins within, and it is said that a fully realized practitioner is a rarity, appearing once in a millennium. Wherever such a person treads, they leave a trail of death in their wake, regarded as a calamity by martial cultivators. The myriad poison body does not passively absorb toxins from birth. Their physique remains dormant until they fortuitously ingest poison, triggering activation. Should they fail to activate their body before reaching adulthood, they would succumb to the backlash of the toxins, leading to their demise. The Ice Profound body is similarly affected. According to ancient texts, individuals with the Ice Profound body, should they ever suffer a fatal injury, will trigger their bloodline and subsequently be consumed by cold poison. The only solution is to thoroughly activate the Ice Profound body, akin to the Wan Poison body. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shao reflected in his previous life. He roamed the world in search of enlightenment, constantly engaging in battles, many of which were against those with the Ice Profound body. Yet, he knew little about this particular constitution. The Ice Spirit Spring could only alleviate the cold poison but not resolve the issue. The Ice Profound body embodies the chilling essence of heaven and earth, and those possessing such a body must harness powerful cold energy to break free from their constraints. As for how to obtain this cold energy, it would require the sect leader's emergence from seclusion for further inquiry. Mo Qingzhu looked at Qin Shao and, shifting the topic, inquired, have you heard from Jin Shi that the Grand Elder has summoned a profound healer to treat Ning Feishue for 49 days? In truth, prior to the opening of the frozen snow ancient land, I had instructed Jin Qi to observe daily. Fei Shue's condition appeared stable, yet her body seemed as if frozen in time. Lowering her voice, she leaned closer to Qin Shao and said, I have heard a rumor. The Grand Elder of Tianjing cultivated a secret technique within the sect, and upon its completion, his power surged. Yet the flaw is that he must frequently absorb cold poison from the world. Consequently, he regularly retrieves items like ice silkworms from the sect's reserves. I suspect there is nothing in this world stronger than the ice profound body in terms of coldness. Bang! As Imo Qingzhu finished speaking, the stones at their feet shattered in response. She looked up to find Qin Zhao's expression had darkened to an extreme. An overwhelming aura, unrelated to cultivation, suddenly manifested, leaving even Imo Qingzhu breathless. Who on earth is this person? Imo Qingzhu felt an immense shock. She had encountered prodigies and monsters stronger than Wen Qian, individuals who had long outpaced their peers and exuded an invincible presence among their ranks. Yet, compared to Qin Shao at this moment, they seemed on an entirely different plane, as if those individuals were mere domestic fowls, while the young man before her was a divine bird poised to take flight. Despite previously emanating a level of cultivation that seemed lower than her own, Imo Qingzhu had an inkling that this person might very well overturn the Xinbing sect. Upon returning to the designated meeting point, they suddenly heard Jin Qi's voice from a distance. Sister Qingzhu, Qin Shao, over here. Following Jin Qi's voice, Qin Shao trailed behind Imo Qingzhu. Soon, they arrived at the foot of a massive hill of bones. This bone hill was unlike any they had encountered before. The section they approached was the skull, which loomed like a mountain, making it nearly impossible to reach the summit. It completely obstructed the other side of the valley, with the only passageway being the hollowed eye sockets and nasal cavity of the skull. Jin Qi and several inner disciples accompanying Imo Qingzhu stood before the skull and through the entrance. They could vaguely see the figures of other disciples from the Xinbing sect. Gazing at the bone hill, Qin Zhao's eyes flickered with a thought. It is said that elephants seek a hidden place when nearing death, wandering to this spot believing it to be their final resting place. Could this be the burial ground or sacred site of the elephant tribe, a foundation buried deep within? The inheritance of the Xinbing sect may very well lie here. However, he refrained from speaking this thought aloud. Although Imo Qingzhu and Jin Qi were among the few disciples with a good relationship with Ning Feishue within the Xinbing sect, Qin Shao was uncertain how future events would unfold. Upon exiting the frozen snow ancient land, he could very well become an adversary of the entire Xinbing sect, and within the inheritance of the frozen snow ancient land, there might exist something capable of healing Ning Feishue's injuries. Let us proceed, Imo Qingzhu commanded, prompting everyone to step into the giant beast's skull. As they traversed through the mountainous skull, they were met with massive ribs aligned in an orderly fashion, along with a long, protruding dragon bone beneath their feet. The ribs stood like sharp wolf fangs, arranged on either side, forming a gradually narrowing path that resembled a uniquely styled palace. Although this was the burial ground of a giant elephant, Qin Shao felt no sense of foreboding. Instead, he sensed a divine aura entirely contrary to the horrific image, as if the path they tread was not one leading to death, but rather to a sacred hall. As they advanced cautiously along the skeletal path, both Wen Qian and the group behind him, including Qin Shao, remained vigilant of their surroundings. The seemingly beautiful peach orchard concealed formidable beasts, and many had already suffered injuries or even met their demise before reaching this location. Even though Qin Shao felt no particular danger, he remained wary of possible sudden threats. After traveling nearly half an hour in this tense environment, they still had not encountered anything out of the ordinary. Within the skeletal passage, there were no signs of beasts, not even a single insect. In this eerie calmness, the bones on either side grew increasingly narrow until they reached the gigantic corpse's end. It seemed to be the tail section, leaving a narrow path that could accommodate only one person at a time. Looking up, the canyon resembled a thin line of sky. Suddenly, from the back of the line, Qin Shao heard a gasp up ahead, prompting the group to quicken their pace through this narrow opening. They soon emerged into a spacious area that starkly contrasted with the previous confinement. This space was still littered with white bones, yet amidst them, one could distinctly see platforms that may have been protected by the owner of the bones in life. There were a total of 18 such platforms, each bearing a bone jade. The very center of these 18 platforms stood a grand throne, fashioned from bones, upon which a man rested his chin on his hand. exuding an overwhelming aura as if the world lay at his feet. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Shao's pupils constricted sharply. For this person was not the ancient ancestor of Xianbing as Mo Qingzhu had described, but rather Liang Tian, a general who once followed Qin Shao during his reign over the Xinhuang realm. In his past life, Qin Shao rose with an unstoppable momentum, overshadowing numerous talented peers, compelling even the most venerable hidden families and sacred grounds to bow their heads. When he ascended to the pinnacle, approaching invincibility, a gray-clad elder emerged from one of the 5 forbidden zones, the Black Nether Ridge, and engaged him in a fierce battle. After an intense confrontation, this elder revealed to Qin Shao that there existed a domain gate on the Xinhuang star leading to the outer realms, connecting to 8 demon realms that coveted Xinhuang's star, each guarded by 4 forbidden zones. The supreme beings of these forbidden zones could momentarily suppress the demon realm's incursions. However, as their lifespans dwindled, every few centuries, should a powerful individual emerge, they would communicate this to seek successors. Qin Shao, unwilling to see his burgeoning star enslaved, and in pursuit of greater strength, ventured alone through the domain gate, slaughtering countless foes across the 8 demon realms over the ensuing centuries. Earning an illustrious reputation, his emergence cast a shadow over the demon realms, earning him the title of the Black Heaven Demon Lord. Upon entering the demon realm, he encountered other powerful beings with similar aspirations and subjugated various demon tribes. Those who displayed exceptional loyalty and power were conferred the title of Demon General. Beneath the Demon Lord, there were 8 demon generals, each possessing unparalleled abilities, and even when Qin Shao returned to Xinhuang, transcending the void to achieve supreme divinity, these 8 remained faithfully overseeing the 8 demon realms. Before Qin Shao now sat Liang Tian, the foremost of the 8 demon generals, who had once guarded the 8th demon realm. In life, his presence was formidable, instilling fear across the cosmos. Yet now he lay dead in this desolate wilderness, among the remains of beasts, without even a monument to commemorate him. Qin Shao's face bore a profound sense of melancholy. The fall of the strong, the absence of old comrades, the era of Qin Shao, the Xian emperor, had ultimately passed. And in the present Xinhuang, there was no legendary figure to instill awe across the land. As Qin Shao pondered, one of the disciples from the Xianbing sect, having just arrived, suddenly let out a cold snort. Who dares to sit upon this mountain of white bones within the sacred grounds of our Xianbing sect? This disciple, whose identity remained unknown, stood defiantly before the platform, unleashing a palm strike infused with profound energy directly at Liang Tian's corpse. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Qin Zhao's eyes as he prepared to intervene, when abruptly, a tremendous aura erupted within this realm. Everyone felt an invisible gaze descend upon them, a pressure that was inexplicable and overwhelming, weighing heavily upon all present. Those with weaker cultivation immediately spewed blood under the oppressive force. Even Qin Shao and Mo Qingzhu found it difficult to breathe, their chests tight. The disciple who had attacked the Bone Throne met a gruesome end before everyone's eyes, as his body exploded, blood splattering the scene. The specter of death arrived with startling abruptness, leaving the onlookers scarcely able to comprehend the gravity of the situation as they beheld naught but a pool of blood beneath the elevated throne. Those who witnessed this scene could not help but draw in a sharp breath. As martial practitioners, they were well versed in the perils of their trade, often engaging in combat where life and death hung in the balance, fleeting as a heartbeat. Yet, even those accustomed to the harshness of mortality felt an overwhelming dread at one singular truth. When death strikes, they are often left unaware of the cause. This realization portends a formidable will, far beyond their comprehension, a force that embodies the very essence of terror. With the demise of one individual, the disciples of the Xianbing sect, who had previously harbored discontent towards the Bone Throne, fell into a state of disarray. However, the oppressive will that had descended upon them dissipated as swiftly as it had arrived. Following the disciples' death, it vanished like a wisp of smoke. As the pressure lifted, the pallor of fear began to fade from the faces of the Xianbing disciples, who were left to ponder the nature of what had just transpired. What was that? I have never encountered such a terrifying will. I shudder to think of the power of its master in life. Amidst their murmurs, it became evident that the master of that will must undoubtedly be the man seated upon the Bone Throne. After all, among those present, none could possibly possess such formidable strength. Once their gaze turned to the man, the disciples were struck by a chilling realization. Even in death, disrespect towards him would elicit such fearsome retribution. One could only imagine the extent of his power during his lifetime. The only person privy to the truth of his past was Qin Shao. Liang Tian had once proclaimed that the demon general embodies the might of the demon lord, a power that is beyond reproach. Even in death, his remains are not to be trifled with. The demise of that Xianbing disciple served to validate this assertion, simultaneously unveiling to Qin Shao the likelihood that the deepest recesses of this ancient snowy land harbored the legacy left by Liang Tian, a treasure that must be claimed. Qin Zhao's eyes flickered with determination, not solely from his awareness of Liang Tian's greatness, but also from his desire to secure the inheritance of an old friend, lest it fall into the hands of others. Amidst this silence, it soon became apparent to the crowd that the throne was adorned with a total of 18 steps, precisely mirroring the number of elevated platforms within this realm. Each step, forged from bone, bore a distinct groove, shaped to accommodate the 18 bone jades atop the platforms. Is the retrieval of these bone jades the key to ascending the throne? Wen Qian muttered thoughtfully. Qin Shao furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards the platforms, ready to act when suddenly a thick aura of demonic energy surged forth. The disciples of the Xianbing sect, sensing this shift, immediately changed their expressions. In the next moment, the skeletal ground beneath the platforms erupted with protrusions. At first glance, these appeared to be merely oversized bones, but upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be white demonic beasts, identical to those previously encountered in the peach grove. When the group had entered, these beasts seemed to have been lying in wait beside the platforms, their fur blending seamlessly with the white skeletal ground, thus evading notice. However, with the emergence of that terrifying will, the guardian beasts were roused once more. All of these creatures were third-tier demonic beasts. Qin Shao immediately discerned that the strength of these guardians was comparable to that of the beasts he had seen in the peach grove. They appeared entirely different from the demonic beasts of the outside world, resembling common wild animals, their fur and scales a ghostly white, yet emanating an aura potent enough to cause even a Xianhun realm expert to frown. Unlike the beasts in the peach grove, these creatures appeared ancient, their demonic energy strong, yet not as formidable as anticipated. Having learned from their previous encounters in the peach grove, the disciples of the Xianbing sect promptly sprang into action. Preparing their defenses, "Form up," shouted one man from the crowd, prompting Chang He, Yi Ning, and Qing Hong to swiftly gather at his side along with the other disciples. It was only then that Qin Shao recognized this robust figure as Chang Guang, one of the 5 direct disciples. A similar scene unfolded among the others as Wen Qian and Bai Jing quickly consolidated their forces, presenting an imposing front. Although Emo Qingzhu appeared somewhat less formidable, she still commanded a considerable following. "Come this way," Emo Qingzhu whispered to Qin Shao. "Thank you for your kindness," Qin Shao replied before turning to depart from the throng. A male inner sect disciple beside Jin Qi scoffed. "A mere first-tier Xianhun, and Qingzhu invites you out of respect for Ning Feishue? You should be grateful, yet you dare to overstep." The others echoed his disdainful sentiments. Jin Qi hurriedly sought to mediate, while Mo Qingzhu waved her hand dismissively. Enough with the idle chatter. The inner sect disciples wore expressions of dissatisfaction, but, out of deference to Mo Qingzhu, fell silent. Amidst this turmoil, a female disciple regarded Qin Shao with a contemplative expression. Having arrived at this place and witnessed such formidable demonic beasts, to choose to act alone could only mean one of two things. Either he had lost his senses, or he possessed significant hidden strengths. Perhaps a trump card. "What nonsense are you spouting?" A disciple beside her scoffed. "And no matter his tricks, a first-tier Xianhun is still akin to the rest of us." The female disciple shook her head, asserting, "Only 2 individuals have chosen to go solo since our arrival here. One is Qin Shao, and the other is the enigmatic senior sister Lang Yue, whose depth remains unknown." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the white-clad figure standing a short distance away. Cradling a zither. Chapter 70. The Alliance. The initial battle, the assembly of individuals had divided into 3 factions. Mo Qingzhu and Chang Guang, along with their respective disciples, formed one group. Bai Jing and Wen Qian united their forces, creating an impressive display. Apart from these groups, 2 solitary figures lingered on the periphery, one being Qin Shao, the other a young woman clad in white. Qin Shao had not encountered this woman upon his arrival at the Great Elephant Tomb. It was only upon reaching this location that he caught sight of her. When he finally laid eyes on her, he was momentarily taken aback, for he recognized her as the one who had obstructed him and Ning Feishue upon their initial entry into the Xianbing sect. At the mountain gate, when Jin Qi had mentioned that the guarding team was comprised of inner sect disciples leading a rotation of outer sect disciples, Qin Shao had assumed she was merely an outer sect disciple. It was only when the groups began to coalesce that he realized she, like him, stood apart from the others. From the words of the Xianbing disciples, he learned her name, Leng Yue, a direct disciple, and notably referred to as senior sister. Qin Shao narrowed his eyes and approached her. As he drew near, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, momentarily catching him off guard. He soon realized this scent likely emanated from the zither she held, a striking instrument. Nearly half his height, crafted from ancient wood with silver strings, exuding an imposing aura unlike any ordinary musical instrument. What a magnificent zither! Qin Shao exclaimed in admiration. Dio, you also have a fondness for the Yao zither? Leng Yue glanced at him, her expression tinged with surprise. It reminds me of a friend who once practiced with it. I assume you are a practitioner of this style as well? Leng Yue raised an eyebrow. Responding, I cherish the Yao zither, hence I wield it as a weapon. An intriguing rationale, Qin Shao remarked, shaking his head. Using a musical instrument as a weapon allows for the execution of unpredictable melodies and profound energy attacks. Boasting a wide area of effect, yet lacking potency against individual targets. After all, it is a unique artifact outside the conventional spectrum of weaponry, which is why it has not been widely embraced. Qin Shao recognized this truth and gestured towards a nearby platform, remarking, the beasts there may initially appear to be all third tier, but you can surely discern that they are under the command of that silver fox at the center. Leng Yue nodded in acknowledgement. I shall handle those lesser beasts. You take down the FOX, this, Leng Yue hesitated. Cooperation? She inquired, her brow furrowing. Dio, you doubt my ability to conquer the fox? Of course not. Qin Shao turned his gaze to the other side. As he approached Leng Yue, the disciples of the Xianbing sect had already commenced their assault on the platforms under the guidance of several direct disciples, with Wen Qian and Bai Jing among the strongest. Having already secured the first bone jade during their discourse. Your strength is formidable, yet you are but one person, and your speed will inevitably lag behind those in a group, if we join forces. I can assure you that our pace in obtaining the bone jades will be greatly accelerated, Leng Yue blinked. And what of the spoils? If you are amenable to a continued partnership, we shall split the treasures obtained here equally. And share the inheritance of techniques, agreed? Leng Yue succinctly affirmed before launching her attack. Shua Yue Zong. As her words fell, an elegant melody erupted forth. Accompanied by the harmonious strains, visible ripples of translucent energy spread from the zither's strings. Reaching a white ape before it could react, chirp! The white ape cried out in pain, attempting to flee. However, the speed of the melody was unparalleled. Injured at the foot, the white ape was soon besieged by another wave of melodious sound waves. Leaving it bloodied, a similar scene unfolded among other demonic beasts, which had previously tormented the disciples of the Xianbing sect in the Peach Grove. Under the onslaught of the music, these ferocious creatures proved to be utterly defenseless, succumbing to heavy injuries and unconsciousness within mere moments. Witnessing this, the disciples of the Xianbing sect wore expressions of derision, proclaiming that Qin Shao was merely a waste, oblivious to what he might have said to senior sister Leng Yue that allowed him to linger behind. Watching the spectacle, an inner sect disciple, who had once ridiculed Qin Shao while following Imo Qingzhu, turned to a female disciple, saying, Do you think everyone possesses the same strength as senior sister Leng Yue? She rarely makes appearances within the sect and has hardly engaged in combat, yet who is unaware that she is the strongest beneath the elders, perhaps even surpassing senior brother Wen Qian. They speculated that Qin Zhao's refusal of Qingzhu's invitation stemmed from his association with a more powerful ally. Viewed in this light, he seemed not only a mere leech, but also a sycophant. The female disciple who had previously defended Qin Shao furrowed her brow and murmured, He hasn't even made a move yet. How can you claim he's ineffective? Moreover, I don't believe senior sister Leng Yue would partner with him without reason. You still chatter nonsense. It seems you have taken a fancy to this pretty boy. Cold Moon paid little heed to their idle chatter. After severely wounding the horde of demonic beasts, she momentarily ceased her assault and turned her gaze toward Qin Shao. Her intentions clear. I have accomplished what I needed. Now it is your turn. Without needing her prompt, Qin Shao dashed forward. The silver fox emitted a piercing cry, transforming into a phantom that collided with Qin Shao in an instant. Its sharp claws aimed to tear him apart. Just as the claws approached, a black dagger materialized in Qin Zhao's hand. Clang! The dagger met the silver fox's claws, and as its assault faltered, Qin Shao summoned all his strength. The fragmented blade stepped. The dagger moved like a shadow, faster than lightning, slicing through the air with a flourish that outpaced the silver fox. The speedster managed to withstand the onslaught for a fleeting moment before Qin Shao shifted his attack, executing a swift and powerful strike that left numerous wounds across the silver fox's body. With a soft hiss, the dagger plunged into its flesh, and the silver fox let out a mournful wail as it fell to Qin Zhao's blade. This sequence transpired within the span of merely 3 breaths. This spectacle left the disciples of the Xinbing sect, particularly those who had mocked Qin Shao earlier, utterly stunned, as they struggled against the numerous third-tier demonic beasts. They found the encounters particularly grueling, even with their numbers and the assistance of the direct disciples. In stark contrast, Cold Moon and Qin Shao effortlessly dispatched waves of third-tier beasts. One merely raised her hand to injure a multitude, while the other executed the leader of the beasts in mere breaths. The prowess of these two far surpassed their expectations. "See? I told you he was extraordinary." The female disciple beamed with delight. The previously mocking disciples now wore expressions as if they had swallowed a dead fly. Meanwhile, Cold Moon's eyes sparkled with amusement. Upon her first encounter with Qin Shao, she sensed he was concealing his true strength, making it difficult to gauge his depth. However, she had also heard tales of his skirmishes with outer sect disciples. Cold Moon believed his abilities might align with those of outer sect disciples or even inner sect disciples. Upon hearing he had ascended the Ice Valley Sky platform and reached the 50th floor, her eyes brimmed with anticipation, not for his present state, but for his future. Only after Qin Shao proposed a partnership did she hesitate before consenting. In her view, while Qin Zhao's cultivation might not align with the Xinbing sect's ideals, his potential was undoubtedly valuable for forging a connection. Should he rise, the Xinbing sect might benefit as well. It was akin to an investment in her mind. Nonetheless, Cold Moon thought, the young man before her appeared to possess merely the cultivation of the first tier of the Xian Soul realm. Even if he had some unique means to exhibit strength beyond his level, slaying a silver fox that even Cold Moon could not dispatch in a short time seemed implausible. Yet, Qin Shao executed the silver fox with astonishing swiftness, showcasing a terrifying level of power. Observing the young man before her, full of vigor and charisma, she found herself envying Ning Feishue, who remained unconscious. Chapter 71. Collecting Bone Jade in the span of 3 breaths. The silver fox, evidently the leader of the third-tier beasts, was slain. Qin Shao, who had remained silent before, shocked everyone with his sudden display of speed and terrifying swordplay. Such speed and ferocity in his technique could only belong to a martial skill above the spirit level. This person, not of the sect, possessed such martial prowess, suggesting he might be a scion of a prominent family. Furthermore, his speed far exceeded that of the first tier of the Xian Soul realm, raising suspicions. I suspect he has employed some elixir to temporarily elevate his cultivation to gain senior sister Leng recognition. The disciples of the Xinbing sect buzzed with speculation. Many still questioned Qin Shao. For how could a martial artist who appeared to be of the first tier of the Xian Soul realm slay a beast leader that even the direct disciples at the 5th tier of the Xian Soul realm struggled to defeat? If his cultivation was low, then such formidable combat prowess could only be attributed to external aids. Little did they know, the martial skill Qin Shao utilized, the fragmented blade step, was originally merely of high-quality human level. Even at its peak, it could barely be compared to low-quality spirit-level skills. Had he not modified it himself, how could it have unleashed such might? Having slain the silver fox, Qin Shao obtained the bone jade from the high platform and returned to Cold Moon's side. Presenting the lustrous white jade to her, Cold Moon did not extend her hand to take it. "You keep it for now. It merely serves as a key." Qin Shao was momentarily taken aback, as he pocketed the bone jade. He pondered the reasoning behind Cold Moon's actions. While the bone jade was indeed merely a key, the two of them were still unfamiliar with one another, even with an agreement in place. The one who held the bone jade would command the initiative. Moreover, such a verbal agreement might crumble when confronted with tangible benefits. When the time came, the holder of the jade would emerge as the ultimate victor. Qin Shao narrowed his eyes. Cold Moon's gesture either indicated her trust in him or was a means of extending goodwill. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it further. Regardless of her intentions, whether to win him over or for other plans, the priority remained to acquire more bone jade. "Let us continue," Qin Shao declared, promptly setting off in another direction alongside Cold Moon, prompting the other disciples to accelerate their pace as well. The demonic beasts guarding the high platform were formidable. In a one-on-one scenario, they could defeat the majority of the Xinbing sect's disciples. Even the stronger ones, like the White Ape and Badger, could not be vanquished by the combined efforts of Jin Shi and Qing Hong, both at the second tier of the Xin Soul Realm. However, strength in numbers prevailed. The Xinbing sect had dispatched nearly 200 disciples to this location. Even if they were divided into factions, Mo Qingzhu and Chang Guang had a cohort of 20 or so martial artists at the Xin Soul Realm. Meanwhile, the guarding demonic beasts numbered only around 10 in total. With the support of direct disciples, they could certainly strategize to eliminate these beasts. Among them, the fastest were undoubtedly Wen Qian and Bai Jing, leading a group of over 40 inner sect disciples. With Bai Jing and the formidable Wen Qian, they swiftly claimed the bone jade wherever they went. To Qin Zhao's surprise, Bai Jing straightforwardly ceded the bone jade to Wen Qian. Was he attempting to curry favor for a future ascendance of Wen Qian, thus securing his own position within the sect? Qin Shao chuckled in disbelief, realizing why he had been targeted by Bai Jing and others upon entering the Xinbing sect. It was merely a loyalty display to Wen Qian through such means? Did this person truly possess such strength? In his perplexity, Qin Zhao's gaze shifted to Wen Qian, known as the foremost direct disciple of the Xinbing sect. He appeared refined and scholarly, yet when he struck, his ferocity was unmatched, targeting the vital points of the demonic beasts with every move. The aura emanating from his martial skill was immensely powerful, challenging even Qin Zhao's capabilities. After slaying yet another demonic beast and acquiring a piece of bone jade, Cold Moon quietly inquired, "Are you very concerned about him?"